Ding, Zhushan Wanji Bookstore system is successfully bound. Ding, release novice mission, sell a book, reward a gift package for novices. With 2 consecutive clear voices, Yang Xiao suddenly realized that he didn't know when he appeared in an antique, not very large room. Opposite him, there is a bookshelf, and a piece of empty space falls on the bookshelf, and there is no book mentioned in the voice just now. What are you doing? Didn't you just touch the little hand of the junior college flower? Why did you enter the little black room? After a long pause, Yang Xiao recovered, muttered a few words, and looked curiously in the room. He subconsciously ignored the voice in his mind, thinking he had auditory hallucinations. Apart from the bookshelf, there was only one chair in the house. Yang Xiao glanced at it and walked straight to the bookshelf. Suddenly at this moment, a large piece of unfamiliar information appeared in Yang Xiao's mind. The content of the message is mainly about some brief introductions to the system, as well as operation usage. After reading the book, can I get the magical powers inside, even the magic pill and magic weapon? People in this world see and understand, I will get it. Yang Xiao's eyes were round, and now he realized that he had bound a system. In the bookstore system of the heavens and worlds, there are various novels popular in previous lives, and even some TV series, movies, and comics have been changed to novels. Reading these novels is not free, but you need to spend something called book currency in the system. Any magic pill in this world can be exchanged for book coins. Because the books are different, the book currency required to read each book is different. Some worldviews are relatively grand and involve more things, but require more book coins. However, some worldviews are narrow, such as the Legend of the Dragon Slayer, the Legend of the Sculpture, and Xiao Ming Flying Sword, and there are few book coins. After getting a general idea, Yang Xiao calmed down and prepared to go out and have a look, trying to figure out where he came first. The information sent to him by the listening system just now does not seem to be on Earth. Boom! With a loud noise, Yang Xiao, who opened the door and was about to go out, slammed his head against an air wall and slumped to the ground. The system's voice was long overdue. For the safety of the host, it is forbidden to go out if you are not in deluging. Human Xian, Earth Xian, Tian Xian, Jin Xian, Tei Jin Xian, Deluo Jin Xian, Quasi-Saint, Saint. I rub. Yang Xiao was so angry that he almost yelled at him. If he didn't let him go out, he wouldn't let him go out. Why didn't he remind him earlier? Rubbing his sore forehead, Yang Xiao stood up and asked the system about the situation outside, but the system did not answer. You don't sue me for anything, and you are not allowed to go out. How can you sell books? After a long time to no avail, Yang Xiao complained angrily. Outside the door is a small creek. Opposite the lofty mountains, towering ancient trees, thorns and thorns, the sky is covered with a gray mist. From time to time there is the sound of wolf insects, tigers and leopards, and it sounds weird. It was 3 days in a flash. Yang Xiao, who wanted to cry without tears, finally saw a figure on the other side of the stream. The other party obviously noticed the bookstore too. His eyes were full of amazement, and he walked along the rocks in the river and came outside the bookstore. Thank God I finally met someone. Yang Xiao almost cried, cheating his father's system and threw him in this barren mountain and ridge, and almost died of boredom these 3 days. What came was a young girl with a flower basket in her hand and big bright eyes, looking curiously at the bookstore and Yang Xiao. With a light cough, Yang Xiao said solemnly, "This girl, there are all kinds of magical books in the bookstore. Please come in and take a look." Humanity. There was a strange color in the girl's eyes. After looking at it for a while, she suddenly showed a wicked smile. In the blink of an eye, she turned into a white skeleton, and she rushed toward Yang Xiao. "Ah, ghost!" With a scream, Yang Xiao scrambled back into the house, pounding in his heart. A good girl, she became a skeleton. Is this the legendary pink skull? Roar, asterisk, food, damn, why can't you get in? Outside, a harsh shout came, and the girl turned into a skeleton lying on the door, glaring at Yang Xiao. The sunken eye sockets of the black hole made Yang Xiao feel hairy in his heart. However, after discovering that the other party seemed unable to enter the bookstore, Yang Xiao gradually breathed a sigh of relief. He finally knew why the system would not let him out. The outside world was so dangerous. It was terrible, woo. After a while, suppressing the panic in his heart, Yang Xiao slowly got up, walked a few steps forward, and stood still about 1 meter from the door. Looking at the extremely unwilling skeletons outside, Yang Xiao plucked up the courage and said, "I am a bookstore here, welcome to read. Please go away if you don't read it." Damn human beings dare to play tricks on me. When I find a lady, I will you up. Skelton glared at Yang Xiao, and after trying for a while, he found that he couldn't get in. He suddenly curled up a gray air and went to the other side of the stream. Seeing the skeleton disappear, Yang Xiao was stunned in the bookstore. Although he had expected it, he was still a little scared when he discovered that there were real monsters. But he was not worried. He was absolutely safe in the study room. As long as he entered the study room, no matter who it was, he had to be at his mercy. This was told by the system. After waiting for a short while, a gray air came over and turned into two women outside the bookstore. One of them was the girl's skeleton who had just left, and the other, seeing her face, Yang Xiao couldn't help but stay. Ice muscle jade bones, willow eyebrows filled with dye, Qiang nose is small and erect, a pair of apricot eyes rippling like spring water, naturally exuding a style. After a brief consternation, Yang Xiao quickly recovered. He couldn't help but see a cold sweat on his forehead when he wanted to see another girl turned into a skeleton. The calm consciousness told him that the beautiful woman in front of him was probably not a human being. My skeleton mountain, there really is a human weird. At this time, the beautiful woman opened her mouth, sounding like an aureole, very beautiful. Skull Mountain, which Skull Mountain? Yang Xiao stayed in a daze, remembering the business, holding back his fear, and said, "There are all kinds of magical books in this store. Would you like the girl to come in and take a look?" "Oh, you must have guessed who I am. Are you afraid that I might eat you?" Hearing that, the beautiful girl looked at Yang Xiao with interest. Yang Xiao's scalp was numb and he forced a smile. The girl said and laughed, "You will change your mind when you come in and see my book." "Is that right? I'll take a look." The beautiful girl nodded and walked in towards the bookstore. I don't know if it was because she didn't intend to attack, but the ban at the door did not stop her. Quack finally came in human, this time to see how you escape. With a wild laugh, the girl who appeared first was full of surprise, turned into a skeleton again, and came straight to Yang Xiao. With a soft snort, Yang Xiao's heart moved, and the rushing skull was set in place like a petrified magic. In the bookstore, he is the absolute master. How can a little skeleton help him? "Damn, why can't I move? Let me go." Being restrained, the skeleton girl suddenly screamed. That beautiful girl was also in a daze. Just now she hadn't noticed how Yang Xiao did it. What's more, just an ordinary mortal in front of him. How can he control his men? The bookstore only welcomes book lovers. Yang Xiao snorted, holding the skeleton girl who was motionless in the past, ignoring her fierce eyes, and threw it out the door. In the bookstore, the beautiful woman who had been sluggish for a while looked at Yang Xiao solemnly. My own subordinate, who was an earth fairy at any rate, was lifted out like a chicken by a mortal. How weird it looks. Dare to ask where the Taoist fellow came from, Mrs. White Bone in the White Bone Cave of Xiagulu Mountain. After a while, the beautiful woman said, "What? Mrs. Bones?" Yang Xiao was almost startled by the words of the beautiful woman. He finally knew why he felt a little familiar with Skull Mountain. Mrs. Bones, isn't he the essence of bones? So if he said that, he came to journey to the west. Forbearing the excitement in his heart, Yang Xiao waved his hand to the White Bone spirit and said, "A fellow Taoist dare not be. I'm just a bookseller." After speaking, Yang Xiao pointed to the bookshelf beside him. In the past 3 days, he had placed a lot of books on the shelves, waiting for customers to come. The Legend of the Divine Carving, The Legend of Tu Long, shocking. The bone spirit glanced over one by one and suddenly stopped looking at one of the books. The name of that book was called The Tomb of the Immortal Buddha. Inhaling a cold breath, the white bone spirit showed a hint of surprise in his eyes and couldn't help pulling the book out. 1 hour, a treasure of the heavenly immortal level. When the white bone spirit picked up the book, Yang Xiao subconsciously said, "This is the price set by the system and has nothing to do with him." Originally, the system was said to be a treasure related to one's own strength. Depending on this situation, the strength of the white bone spirit should be a god. So expensive. Hearing that, the brows of the white bone spirit frowned slightly, and she dared to ask for a book in a mere amount of money. Is she really a mundane woman? The powerful aura was released from the body without reservation, and a looming skeleton gradually appeared on the white bone spirit, looking at Yang Xiao coldly. However, the white bone spirit soon discovered that under the mighty power of her heavenly wonderland, the mortal in front of her seemed to have not been affected at all. "You can leave if you don't see it. I just hope you don't regret it. The disaster is approaching, so you can do it for yourself." Yang Xiao looked at the white bone spirit indifferently, hummed softly, and raised his hand to point outside the door. Of course, he didn't really want the bone spirits to leave, so he specifically said a few more words. In this barren mountain, apart from the bone spirit, he didn't know how long he had to wait before he could wait for the rest of the customers, and everything had to start with the fairy in front of him. Disaster, are you cursing me? The white bone spirit's eyes were a little unkind. HMPH, stupid, are you fighting Tang Sanzang, that is, Jin Chanzi's idea of reincarnation? Although I don't know whether the westward journey has started, Yang Xiao might as well guess, sneering at the bone spirit. The expression on his face suddenly froze, the white bone's eyes flickered and coldly said, "How do you know?" Yang Xiao smiled lightly as expected, but on the surface he pretended to be calm and calm. Within the three realms, there is nothing I don't know. Not only do I know your idea of fighting Tang Sanzang, I also know that your ending is to die under the stick of Monkey King. Poor, it's a pair of lovers, but they have a bleak ending to cannibalism. Looking at Yang Xiao in a daze, the white bone spirit came back to his senses for a while. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? You'll know after reading this book, but it's free for you. Yang Xiao chuckled, took a copy of Dark Journey to the West, and threw it to the bone spirit. I believe that as long as I read this book, the white bone spirit will definitely change his temperament and regard himself as a white product. When the time comes, the Western Sky Team will arrive. Dry wood and raging fire, hey, brother monkey, I can only help you get here. After receiving the book, the white bone spirit was attracted attention invisibly. Journey to the West, are you talking about learning from the past? Is what the shopkeeper said true? With a deep curiosity, the bone spirit turned the darkness to the west. A piece of population is extinct. Over the endless barren mountains, Guanyin Bodhisattva sits on a lotus platform with a jade bottle in his hand, and the Buddha's light shines on the world. On the ground below her, a monkey with a hairy face and lei gong mouth stood with a golden cudgel in his hand, looking up at him with a vicious look. Guanyin said, "Monkey King, you beast, how can you take Tang Sanzang to drink and eat meat? Do you know that you have committed a heinous crime?" Monkey Wukong turned the golden hoop in his hand, carried it on his shoulders, grinned his teeth, and said, "Troublesome, the little monk likes it. I am his beauty, what can't be." On the ground, Tang Sanzang raised his head and said, "Wukong, how can you talk to my sister Guanyin like this?" Son Wukong glared at Tang Sanzang. "Dead monk, don't make noise." Tang Sanzang grieved incomparably. "You scared me again, be careful of the poor monk." After only a few words, the bone spirit opened a small rosy cherry mouth in surprise. Very cute. This is how many Monk Tang and his apprentices. Monkey King took Tang Sanzang to eat meat and drink. Tang Sanzang was called Sister Guanyin. But does this have anything to do with me? However, this novel is quite interesting. The bone spirit continued to watch with interest, eager to know the next story. Looking at it, the white bone spirit gradually frowned and murmured involuntarily. "It's really me? Yes, my name, not many people know it. This shopkeeper has absolutely no reason to know. Did I really forget a memory? I used to like Monkey King. He also promised to be with me forever. Strange, why didn't I have any impression at all? Hey, why did you commit suicide? By Pinpin, you fool. Wu Goku, do you still love me?" The white bone spirit, who was unconsciously fascinated, sometimes frowned, sometimes gritted his teeth, sometimes cried and saw Yang Xiao frightened. Although in the bookstore, he is the one who dominates everything. But this one in front of him is, after all, a great demon in the fairyland. There are not many dark journeys to the west. The bone spirit watched for a while, and then they had watched them all. After reading the book, the white bone spirit remained silent, sitting on the ground blankly, not knowing what was thinking. In the end, Yang Xiao mustered up the courage and said first, "Are you okay?" "Oh, it's okay. Thanks to the owner of the book, by Pinpin is unforgettable." The bone spirit recovered, wiped away the tears on his face, stood up and bowed. This time it was Yang Xiao's turn to be sluggish and said in surprise, "Your real name is Bai Pinpin." "Yes, doesn't the shopkeeper know?" the bone spirit asked strangely. "Oh, I know." Yang Xiao quickly recognized it. He must pretend to be omniscient and maintain a mysterious image. The white bone spirit nodded, recalling the content of the book just now. His face changed back and forth again. After a long time, the white bone spirit converged and became a little normal. "Is this book written for me too?" Suddenly, the white bone spirit picked up the fairy Buddha tomb and shook it in front of Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao waved his hand and said, "No, this is a strange book. You can understand things from it when you read it. This is why it is so expensive." "Comprehend something." The bone's eyes suddenly widened. There is such a strange book. Her mind suddenly became alive. Wukong is so strong. She should be stronger to be worthy of him. Isn't it just a treasure in the fairyland? It's not impossible to take it out. Throwing a herb to Yang Xiao, the white-boned spirit held the book and couldn't wait to flip through it. The immortal Buddha is dead, and the 3 realms are destroyed. Out of the 3 realms and 6 paths, not in the red dust and the 5 elements, practicing for tens of millions of years, in front of the great tribulation of heaven and earth, it is just a stronger ant. This is the tomb of the immortal Buddha, located in the continent of flame. Bai Pinpin was a little sluggish, just a few simple words. You can see that this book is extraordinary and very good. And what kind of land is this flame continent? And what is it? There is such a place in Hongwang. With deep curiosity, Bai Pinpin continued to watch. The beginning is the protagonist Chen Bei crawling out of the Fairy Buddha cemetery, mainly writing his memories of the Fairy Buddha battle. When I saw Chen Bei's monologue and saw that what he regretted most was not saying "I love you" to his beloved girl, Bai Pinpin couldn't help but feel pain. Recalling the dark journey to the west that she had just seen, why not so? If she is brave, she should be with the monkey. Yes, be brave, you must be brave. You must not miss it again this time, you must confess to the monkey earlier. Bai Pinpin nodded secretly and made up his mind. Continuing to look down, Chen Bei went out to rush and met a devilish little princess, who was embarrassed in all manners, and Bai Pinpin showed a knowing smile. This little princess is good and very pleasing. Do you want to follow her? Bai Pinpin wanted to laugh when he wanted to see the little princess frightened, Chen Bei. The more Bai Pinpin watched, the more he became addicted. She became addicted to it before she knew it. She never knew that there are such good-looking books in the world. Seeing where she wanted to be, her beautiful eyes were bright and her smile was bright. If she didn't know her true identity, everyone would be confused by her appearance. Page after page, Bai Pinpin had forgotten everything, only the world in the book in his heart. Yang Xiao was not far away, reading a book, looking at Xiang Beipin from time to time. Is there such a good-looking thing? People who shout and laugh don't know, think they are nervous. Phoenix Knight, so majestic, do you want to grab one? No, I can't provoke the Feng clan guys. Hey, Chen Bei is so pitiful, goodbye, goodbye. When Bai Pinpin was completely immersed in the world in the book, an extremely mysterious aura radiated from her body. All kinds of weird visions appeared around her, and they looked amazing. Yang Xiao was frightened watching from the side. This is what he has realized, it won't suddenly explode. If you were killed in this way, wouldn't it mean you would die unjustly? Fortunately, everything was just Yang Xiao worried, and it didn't really happen. When it was getting dark, Bai Pinpin finally read the book in his hand thoroughly, and saw a chapter from Chen Bei fights the students of Immortal Buddhist College. Well, no, why no? It's gone. After turning the last page, Bai Pinpin raised his head and looked at Yang Xiao anxiously. She could feel that there was no end to the book in her hand. Like thousands of ants crawling around in his heart, Bai Pinpin pulled Yang Xiao's sleeves and looked pitifully. You have watched it for 5 hours, Yang Xiao smiled lightly. Money is not a problem, what I have here is. Bai Pinpin didn't even think about it, so he took out a pile of treasures such as medicinal ore and stuffed it to Yang Xiao. Through system testing, these without exception are genuine heavenly wonderland treasures. However, Yang Xiao didn't take out the remaining part, not because he didn't want it, but because the system didn't let it. To put the second volume on the bookshelf, he had to use the first volume to earn 1,000 heavenly treasures. This is not available for the time being, it will take a while. Yang Xiao smiled bitterly at Bai Pinpin and explained. Bai Pinpin thought that Yang Xiao didn't think there were too many things, so he took out a lot of various treasures. It's not a problem with treasures, it's really impossible to get them out. Let's try the techniques you master first. Yang Xiao shook his head, then changed the subject. The slightly shocked Bai Pin thought of something, and when he felt it carefully, his eyes suddenly brightened. I have mastered the tomb of the Fairy Buddha. Yang Xiao smiled and nodded. Bai Pinpin had good luck, and he even understood that heaven-defying technique. Just now when Bai Pinpin realized it, his system master already knew everything. The books here are some novels he has read in his previous life, and Yang Xiao knows a lot of plots in his heart. As long as he doesn't die, Bai Pinpin will quickly become stronger and stronger in the future, and Yang Xiao seems to have seen the rise of a peerless corpse demon. Taking advantage of the good relationship between the two now, Yang Xiao took the opportunity to ask the whereabouts of the monk Tang and his apprentice team, and learned that they would come to Skull Mountain in 2 days. There was a moment of excitement in his heart, and Yang Xiao didn't expect a bit of anticipation. What would happen between the monkey and the white product who had seen Diablo journey to the west? Will he come to the bookstore? Ding, the novice task is completed. A gift package is rewarded. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Yang Xiao's mind. After a while, Yang Xiao remembered this, selling the book. It seemed that there would be a newbie gift bag or something. Without thinking about it, he couldn't wait to let the system open the gift package for him. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have obtained a human elixir, which can immediately break through to the realm of human immortality. Thick ecstasy surged in his heart. Yang Xiao was very excited. He was still thinking about how long will he be able to go to Daluo and be able to publish the bookstore. But he opened up a man's elixir. One day to the immortal, can Daluo be far away, haha. The delighted Yang Xiao didn't think much, and decisively put the elixir of the person who didn't know when he was in his hand into his mouth. A faintly cool breath came down, and the next moment Yang Xiao exuded a powerful breath. Bai Pinpin, who was sitting next to the bookshelf looking at too long biography, glanced up and curled his lips slightly. Knowing that the owner is not an ordinary person, he really has hidden his cultivation. Ren Bai Pinpin wanted to break his head, and would never have thought that Yang Xiao before him was indeed an ordinary person. But these are not important. Bai Pinpin has no intention of attacking Yang Xiao. She feels like she is in the dark. She will definitely be a catastrophe imminent in this bookstore. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. After reading the bapin of the book for 2 consecutive days in the bookstore, I was finally willing to put down the book. Empty is here. I'm going to find him to explain the whole story. Chang Yang Xiao showed a bright smile. Bai Pinpin left the bookstore and took her subordinate to leave. Inside the Skull Mountain, Tang Sanzang's master and disciples came slowly. Tang Sanzang, who was hungry in his belly, drove Monkey King to Huazhai. Bai Pinpin went to a nearby village and town to buy a table of good meals and food, but he did not see the person she wanted to meet. Why is there no space for me? After watching for a while, Bai Pinpin couldn't help muttering to himself after seeing only Tang Sanzang and the others, but without Monkey King. After thinking about it, she decided to ask. I thought to myself that Bai Pinpin had already stepped forward, and after a few brief conversations, the hungry Zhu Beiji saw that there was a meal, so he grabbed it and wanted to take it. But at this moment, Monkey King came back on the cloud, and he found Bai Pinpin's true body at a glance. His face suddenly changed wildly, and he subconsciously thought that he was here to harm Tang Sanzang. Beside, the greedy Zhu Beiji lifted the lid of the food basket, grabbed a steamed bun, opened his mouth to bite it. Fool can't eat it. Monkey King yelled anxiously, rushed to chop off the steamed bun that Zhu Beiji had put in his mouth, and threw it to the ground. Then Monkey King stepped forward, kicking the vegetable basket on the ground, and all kinds of food spilled all over the floor. Bai Pinpin was dumbfounded, slightly aggrieved, and because of his own thoughts he was so ruined. Her emptiness, why is this? Yes, he also lost his memory. He regarded her as a murderous monster, hateful. The plague-stricken monkey, what are you doing? I can't see the old pig and I will take a few bites. At this moment, Zhu Beiji, who had recovered his senses, was so angry that he stared at the food on the ground with distress. Sun Wukong explained, You idiot, you dare to eat the food of the fairies, do you want to die? You misunderstood me. With a complicated tone, Bai Pinpin walked over. Yaokai Hu will kill my master. Thinking that Bai Pinpin would be unfavorable to Tang Sanzang, Monkey King yelled and jumped up and held his stick to hit Bai Pinpin. Hearing the sound of the wind, Bai Pinpin dodged, and Sun Wukong, who was about to continue his hands, was stopped by Tang Sanzang. Looking at Monkey King blankly, Bai Pinpin said with a complicated tone, Kong Kong, can't you remember me? In the bookstore, a water mirror appeared in front of Yang Xiao, projecting everything that happened outside. There are not only images, but also sounds, and I don't know how the system does it. Tusk is this brother monkey, he is very handsome. Looking at Monkey King who appeared in the screen, Yang Xiao slapped his mouth and commented. In the Skull Mountain, after hearing Bai Pinpin's words, Monkey King was stunned, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. What the asterisk is this? You are a monster, how can my grandson recognize you? No impression, no impression. Bai Pinpin smiled bitterly. Kong Kong was really like him and lost part of his memory. The owner was right. If she hadn't read that book, she would have died under the stick because of Jin Chanzi's incarnation. Why do people who clearly love each other have to live and die? Who is leading this? Bai Pinpin looked towards the western sky, and a boundless resentment arose. Kong Kong is going to take the Western classics, and only Western Buddhism can dominate. I want to fool my grandson. There is no way I have a stick. At this moment, seeing Bai Pinpin in a daze, Monkey King broke free from Tang Sanzang's pull and hit him again. Bai Pinpin didn't react slowly, and a white bone whip appeared in his hand, blocking Monkey King's blow. Looking at Monkey King with a fierce face, as if he didn't know her at all, tears flowed from Bai Pinpin's eyes and said affectionately, "Kong Kong, I am Pinpin. Do you really remember me?" "Pinpin, which Pinpin is at this time, you evildoer still wants to fool me." Monkey King flashed his eyes and roared sharply. "I am your favorite product. Do you still remember our love? Do you remember that you once said to marry me? In order to save me, you don't hesitate to be an enemy of Mansion Immortal Buddha. Do you know that I am moved? Don't you remember these? If you don't believe me, you can ask Zhu Beiji and Tang Sanzang. Zhu Beiji is still Tang Sanzang's brother. They were all born to my senior sister Yi Qinyang. Amigui's Buddha, the brother of a poor monk, is the Beiji. My old pig and the master are brothers. Who is Yi Qinyang?" Tang Sanzang and Zhu Beiji looked dazed. You look at me, I look at you, especially Tang Sanzang. Their faces are extremely dark. The drifting monk and Xiao Beilong next to him were shocked, and their eyes were full of incredible. Master and Ba Jai, there is such a relationship. In the void, there are four valued meritorious Cao and Jintu Jij who secretly protected Tang Sanzang, with the same expressions. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao smiled so much that he sprayed out the water in his mouth. Bai Pinpin actually believed the fictitious content in a novel, and the key is to believe it so thoroughly. Wanting to see the expressions of Tang Sanzang and others, Yang Xiao couldn't help holding his stomach and want to laugh. "You enchanted Hugh is so nonsense. The poor monk's mother is Yin Wenjiao, and his father Chen Guangrui. How come there is such a foolish brother Beiji?" Tang Sanzang yelled with anger, and the look in Bai Pinpin's eyes was upset. "I'm not talking nonsense. Everything is a trap of Buddhism. They erased our memory and used us as pawns." Bai Pinpin was completely immersed in the dark world of Journey to the West and used his imagination. As a devout Buddhist believer, Tang Sanzang chanted the Buddha's name in a low voice. "Amitabha, forgive sins." In the void, the hidden end reveals the truth and can't sit still. As the guardian Hercules of Buddhism, how can he allow a evildoer to slander Buddhism like this? Silently, the golden-head Jij appeared, and his cold eyes looked at Bai Pinpin. "To ruin my Buddhist reputation, you can't keep it." With a low growl, Jintu Jij boldly shot. Bai Pinpin was stunned, holding a white bone whip to greet him, and the two sides blinked to fight. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao's eyes flickered, and Buddhism and Heavenly Court secretly sent someone to protect Tang Sang. In addition to Buddhism, Heavenly Court also participated in the matter of learning the scriptures. The strength of the golden head Jij is the golden fairyland, and after a short while, the Bai Pinpin fell into a disadvantage. "With this strength, I dare to confuse the crowd and die." The golden head hummed angrily. The Buddha's light on his body was dazzling, and a golden palm print hit Bai Pinpin's head. If it is shot, it will undoubtedly die with the strength of the Baipin heavenly wonderland. "Bald donkey, I'm afraid you won't succeed when I'm an old lady. Let you see my methods." With a sneer, Bai Pinpin suddenly displayed the techniques he had learned from the fairy Buddha tomb. Bai Pinpin is derived from the unique knowledge in the tomb of the immortal Buddha, and nothing else. It is the 7 swords from the protagonist Chen Bei's family biography Taboo Mystery. This sword is a weird sword technique at the cost of consuming life force. With 7 swords, a person's life energy will be completely extracted. Such a high price is not unreasonable. If you split 7 knives, if you don't die, not only will the vitality return, but the cultivation base will also rise a step instantly, which is very strange. With the display of Bai Pinpin, 7 dark shadows appeared around her, surrounded by the vision of the fall of the fairy Buddha. The 7 demon shadows revolved around the Bai Pinpin for a long time, and finally fell into her body suddenly, and a powerful breath suddenly radiated from her body. "Cut!" Looking at the falling palm prints with indifference and cold eyes, Bai Pinpin snapped out with his palm as a knife. The jet-black blade light was as fast as a rainbow, and thunderstorms were set off, and it collided with the palm print in the blink of an eye. Mid the loud noise, flying sand and rocks, violent air waves swept around. Monkey King hurriedly pulled Tang Sanzang back, and Zhu Beiji and the others and the 4 valued Gong Cao also hurriedly backed away. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao looked at this scene with blinking eyes. Is this the 7 great swords in the tomb of the immortal Buddha? The power is indeed not weak. I just don't know whether the Bai Pinpin died after the 7 swords, or if it broke and stood up. Why didn't you know that the white-bone spirit had such a method before? On duty, Cao exclaimed. Before Tang Sanzang's master and apprentice came, they had secretly heard about the virtual reality of the white-bone spirit more than once, and knew her general strength and methods. This demon is not very powerful, but the methods are terrifying. Zhu Beiji's eyes were full of surprises, and he was sure to clean up the Baipin based on his strength. But now that he saw the great immortal 7 swords used by Bai Pinpin, he felt that he was not sure to block it. He could feel that Bai Pinpin's jerkiness is not just that simple. Sure enough, the next moment, Bai Pinpin chopped 3 swords in a row, and the 3 sword-ons joined together, breaking the golden palm print in the blink of an eye. Take me the 5th and 6th. Bai Pinpin is dressed in white, his robe is flying, and his black hair is dancing with the wind. There is an unparalleled belief in his whole body. 2 sword lights that were stronger than before flew out of her hand, taking the golden head straight to reveal the truth. Monster, even with your various methods, it is hard to oppose my Buddha's supernatural powers. The golden head reveals the truth and roars. His body is shining with golden light, and the golden body appears, and he counts his punches continuously. The golden boxing shadow is like rain, attacking the Bai Pinpin. Unbelievable heavenly sword, live without death. Bai Pinpin softly drank, and suddenly made a 7th cut. The sword light of dozens of feet long was cut out, the black with red, strange and weird. The blade light hit the shadow of the fist that Jintojij blasted, and a shocking explosion blasted out. After a while, the shadow of the sword and fist disappeared, and the world gradually returned to clarity. Inside the bookstore, Yang Xiao's heart tightened, whether Bai Pinpin was dead or alive. Why is it his first customer? Don't just die like this. Haha, this is your last cut, so what? I blocked it. Suddenly, Jin Tujaidai's wild laughter sounded. Following his laughter, the rest of the people's eyes fell on Bai Pinpin, only to see that Bai Pinpin's eyes were closed at this time, and there was no breath of life on his body. Dare to humiliate my Buddha. Unforgivable. This Jijai wants to suppress your body and baptize you day and night with Dharma. Jin Tujaidai sneered and came from the air step by step towards Bai Pinpin. Tang Sanzang frowned slightly, unbearable in his heart, and whispered the Buddha's name again. Although he was a demon, he was already dead, so there was no need to do it again. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed, and he didn't know if he had thought of what Bai Pinpin had said before, and suddenly he stood in front of her. Uncover the truth, the demon has been eliminated. Don't embarrass her body anymore. Kong, did you remember? You still care about me, don't you? Suddenly at this moment, a powerful breath rose from behind, and Bai Pinpin's voice came. Monkey King was dull, and when he looked back, he saw Bai Pinpin opened his eyes somehow, and the breath of golden fairyland filled his body. I know you care about me. When I cut off this bald head, we will live a happy and beautiful life together. Before Monkey King could speak, Bai Pinpin smiled to himself. After speaking, her cold eyes turned to the golden head to reveal the truth again. Want to take my corpse away? Don't think about it with your bald head. You will die. You will never die. The magic shadow reappeared, the sword light once again. The white product, which had greatly increased in strength, once again attacked the golden head to reveal the truth. When you die, you have to baptize with the Dharma. It is really domineering. This kind of behavior is not liked by the owner. Inside the bookstore, Yang Xiao whispered, with a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. As a traverser, living in that era with a highly liberated mind, he couldn't accept it and forced to do things against his personal wishes. Now that I see what Jintojij has done, I am a little unhappy. Of course, Bai Pinpin was wrong, but they were all killed. So why bother to let her body be taken away forcibly to receive the Dharma baptism, and asked if the body agreed. That is to say, after learning the 7 great swords, the Bai Pinpin did not really die. Otherwise, it would really have a miserable end. Jintojidi's cultivation base is only in the late Jinxian period. Once again, he insisted on accepting the 7 great immortal swords of the white grade, which already seemed very embarrassed. What made him even more depressed was that when the 7 swords fell, the Bai rank actually increased in strength. Although it did not reach the midterm, it was a bit stronger than the initial stage. 7 immortals cut. Without giving the golden head a chance to reveal the truth, Bai Pinpin made another move. Sure enough, it is a demon means. The great sage, the four-valued meritorious Xiao, help me cast down the evil together. His face became very ugly, and Jintojij had to ask for help. Four-valued power Xiao heard the words, his mouth twitched. The four of them are only the late stage of the heavenly immortal, go up and die. As for Monkey King, if he hadn't heard anything, he kept thinking of what Bai Pinpin had said. Could it be that this fairy really knew him? In the bookstore, Yang Xiao sneered. This golden head is shameless enough to be called a helper if he fails. He became more satisfied with the power of the Ju Xian seven swords, and Bai Pinpin comprehending it was equivalent to him comprehending it. No one helped. Jintojiji once again insisted on Baipin's seven swords. When he found that the Baipin's aura had strengthened again, he almost yelled at him. How to fight like this will be counterattacked by this banshee sooner or later. Okay, very good. None of you will help me. I will tell the Buddha truthfully. What's more, the golden-head Jij cast his chi on the four-valued Gong Cow. As for Monkey King, he didn't have the courage to blow his chi on him. Four-valued Gong Cow's eyes were cold, and he looked at the golden head, revealing the truth indifferently. They are from the heavenly court and not from Lingshan. Besides, it is the Jintojij who is nosy to take action. Now they blame them, they are not soft persimmons, they are at their disposal. I want to sue, even if I do. The order we received is to protect the holy monk in secret, not to be nosy, kill demons and slay demons. When talking about the words nosy, Xiao deliberately increased his tone when he spoke. Bald, you give up, no one will help you, and try Grandma's heavenly sword again. Bai Pinpin smiled triumphantly, and the magic shadow loomed around him, as if he wanted to continue to shoot. Jintojij was startled, stepping on the auspicious clouds to the west, embarrassed, and an angry voice came from afar. The demon is so arrogant. When I move in to rescue the soldiers, you will die without a place to bury you. Come and kill a grandmother, and kill a pair of grandmothers. Posing his lips, Bai Pinpin didn't care about it. With such an awesome seven swordsman, I'm afraid of anything. If it's not a big deal, hide first and practice for a while before hitting. If it's okay, we will also withdraw first, so that the great sage will not disturb the relationship between the Lord and the Demon King. Witnessing the departure of the golden head, Xiao gave a light cough and laughed at Monkey King and Bai Pinpin. Monkey King's face was a little red, and he cursed angrily. I can't get a fight, my grandson doesn't know this banshee. No one would believe the public, showing a look everyone knew, and gradually disappeared into the void. Yaokai, tell me quickly, did you coax my grandson? The angry Monkey King turned his goal to Bai Pinpin again. Bai Pinpin's eyes were complicated, and he looked at Monkey King quietly, and then looked back at Monkey King until he looked a little uncomfortable. Kong, you lost me once. Do you plan to lose me again? If you can't remember, I don't blame you. I blame the bald donkey. I will take you to find your memory. Hearing what Bai Pinpin said, Monkey King became a little excited. Could it be that all of this is true? The corner of Yang Xiao's mouth in the bookstore showed a smile. The second customer is about to come, and he is also the famous grandson Monkey. Brother Monkey, don't believe it, this is a banshee's method. I want to lead you away and send someone to arrest Master. Suddenly, Zhu Beiji said loudly, in a posture that he had guessed Bai Pinpin's intention. Bai Pinpin laughed angrily and said angrily, Zhu Beiji, my senior sister is your mother. If you really want to talk about it, you have to call me Auntie Sheng, you don't know how to be polite. At the end of the speech, Bai Pinpin threw down a bewildered face and looked at Monkey King. If you want to find out everything, just follow me. Sun Wukong hesitated for a moment, then made up his mind and said to Zhu Beiji and drifting, Protect Master, I want to see if this female demon is playing any tricks. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao put away the water mirror in front of him and played with a length of sword in his hand. This is naturally the seven swords. Bai Pinpin understands from the fairy Buddha tomb. As the shop owner, he also mastered this trick. Moreover, he was more thorough than Bai Pinpin. Suddenly at this moment, he saw two figures falling outside the bookstore. These two people are naturally Bai Pinpin and Monkey King. A strong surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes, and Yang Xiao greeted him. Monkey King, Sun Wukong, the idol of his childhood. Ding, trigger the mission, journey to the west in trouble. Reward, an intermediate gift package. Suddenly, the voice of the system rang in Yang Xiao's mind. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Yang Xiao was speechless, and the system was really uneasy. However, he likes it. He also doesn't catch a cold to those savvy Buddhists. Ding, please pay attention to the host. The reward of the elixir is only to give the host a certain degree of self-protection, and similar items will not be awarded in the future. The speed of the host's cultivation is closely related to the speed at which the host can earn resources. Please work harder. Immediately after the first sound, the system sound came again. Yang Xiao's body immediately froze in place. He was still thinking that by doing a few more system tasks and giving the system a few more pill, he could quickly break through De Luo. Now it seems that this plan is about to fall apart. If you want to quickly improve your strength, you still have to manage the bookstore well. The shopkeeper, see who I brought here, let us in quickly. Outside the door, Bai Pinpin, who rushed to see Yang Xiao's voice and shouted. Hearing the sound, Yang Xiao recovered and walked to the door. Wanting to see the prompt from the system just now, looking at the two, Yang Xiao suddenly had an idea. Isn't the speed of cultivation related to the resources earned? It happens that you can collect tickets. Don't all the scenic spots in the previous life collect money like this? I collect it outside, and continue to collect it inside, hee. Entrance fee, 2 treasures that are comparable to yours. Why? Bai Pinpin was stunned and looked at Yang Xiao with a dazed expression. Wasn't it still not collected before? Why now suddenly the entry fee is charged? This is a new rule because you were my first customer, so it's free. Yang Xiao smiled and explained. Outside, Monkey King frowned and looked at Bai Pinpin. This is where you told me. Yes, that's right here. Bai Pinpin nodded and threw a Tangxian-grade herbal medicine. But after seeing Yang Xiao looking at her with a faint smile, he seemed to understand something and handed a bunch of things up again. Before she was a fairyland, but now she is a real golden fairy. You really did. My grandson sees this as a scam. This person is a liar. Suddenly, Monkey King spoke, with golden light in his eyes, staring at Yang Xiao. Entering the door requires a treasure of comparable strength. Why not grab it? Not a liar, nothing, I assure you, definitely not a liar. Hearing that, Bai Pinpin was in a hurry and handed a lot of things, but she didn't know the strength of Monkey King or how much to give. Looking at Monkey King with a sneer, Yang Xiao deliberately sneered. I am clearly a sad monkey, afraid to know the truth. Nonsense, my old grandson is not like that. Sun Wukong exploded his hair, his eyes were red, and he glared at Yang Xiao. Cursing his lips nonchalantly, General Yang Xiao said aggressively, Then you are coming in. A treasure from the Taiyi Golden Fairyland is nothing to your Kishin, great sage. You see my strength? Monkey King was stunned, looking at Yang Xiao in surprise. Not only do I know your strength, I also know that your master is the one from Xianyu Sangsingdong, Fangkunshin in Lingtai. The words were astonishing, and Monkey King looked at Yang Xiao in shock. He had never mentioned anything about Bodhi Patriarch. How did the other party know about it? Looking at Monkey King with a deliberate sneer, Yang Xiao showed a trace of pride in his eyes. The owner knows more than you think. Isn't it just a treasure of the Taiyi Golden Immortal level? I have it. His eyes flickered for a moment, and Monkey King gritted his teeth. He didn't know where to find a herb and threw it to Yang Xiao. It was also the great sage of heaven who was famous in the 3 realms back then, and he still had his wealth. Yang Xiao took it with a smile and walked in happily. Bai Pinpin pulled Monkey King down and walked in behind him. Before Yang Xiao could speak, Bai Pinpin ran to the bookshelf, took the dark journey to the west, and threw it into Monkey King's hands. Owner, this could have been free. Bai Pinpin smiled brightly like a flower, blinking to be cute. Silent Yang Xiao waved his hand. Well, depending on your face, this is not money. The system gave him a mission to mess with the westward journey, which must have nothing to do with Monkey King. Sell your personal feelings now to facilitate future actions. Sun Wukong didn't take the book and stared at Yang Xiao coldly. Say, how did you know my old grandson's master? Few people should know about this. I know it's weird. Few people know it. It doesn't mean I can't know. Within the 3 realms, there are few things that the shopkeeper doesn't know. Funny looking at Monkey King, Yang Xiao looked up and down. This is the idol of childhood, the great sage Kishin, really has a grumpy temper. The coldness in his eyes was even worse, and Sun Wukong snorted. Stop talking big just because you have such a weak strength. It is enough to coax a silly fairy, and I want to lie to my grandson. Oh, you are amazing, but you came over and smashed the owner of the shop. If you smash it, I lose. Yang Xiao sneered. The monkey was smart. He is a human immortal. His strength is correct. He is very scumbag. But this is a bookstore, and here he is the sky. Not to mention the Sun Wukong of Taiyi Golden Immortal's strength. The quasi-sage like Tathagata will directly get down when he comes. This is what you said. Don't blame my grandson if you die. The anger flashed in his eyes, and Monkey King, who felt insulted, hit Yang Xiao directly with a punch. Next to Bai Pinpin, his hands were quick, and he grabbed Monkey King's arm. What's going on? How can you be held back by this silly monster in Golden Wonderland? Sun Wukong was dumbfounded. He obviously felt that this monster was not as strong as him, but why could he hold him? Empty, the bookstore can't use force, don't believe you feel it. After hearing Bai Pinpin's explanation, Monkey King was stunned, and his expression changed drastically. I didn't pay attention just now, but now I suddenly discovered that his strength here was sealed by a powerful force, and he couldn't use it at all. You smashed it, mad and proud, but at least a little self-knowing is good. Looking at the stupid Monkey King coldly, Yang Xiao shook his head slightly. The contempt in his eyes, the Monkey King who was watching was angry. Ignoring the anger of Monkey King, Yang Xiao started talking to himself. Monkey, do you know that there is a sky outside the sky, and there are people outside the world? Your strength is only Tei, above Tei, and De Luo, the quasi-sage, and even the indestructible saint. Your strength is not bad, but in these three realms there are many who can cure you, let alone the bigwigs. It is this monster who learns from the experience along the way. Many strengths are stronger than you. Listening to Yang Xiao's words dully, Monkey King shook his head frantically. Impossible, my grandson is the strongest. Which monster can compare to my grandson? It's not that I hit you, you really can't do it, you forgot about Huang Fingeling. That yellow wind monster, did you subdue it by your ability? Yang Xiao smiled and shook his head. The monkey's self-esteem is very strong, and he has been reluctant to admit that he is weak. Hearing this, Monkey King froze and argued with a flushed face. The monster is not as powerful as my old grandson. He is only as powerful as the Samida Kamikaze. Isn't that his ability? It's just like your King Kong body with fiery eyes and golden eyes, why not count? Yang Xiao asked back. The Monkey King who asked was speechless and could not argue. In the past, he patted the stunned Monkey King on the shoulder, and Yang Xiao said meaningfully, weakness is not terrible, but the terrible thing is not admitting that we are weak. As long as you trust the owner of the shop, you can become stronger, and then you can clean up Guanyin and overthrow the Tathagata. Monkey King's eyes flickered sharply. Really? The young man is not bullied. First look at the book that girl Pinpin gave you, and don't disappoint others. Taking the dark journey to the west from Bai Pinpin, Yang Xiao stuffed it into Monkey King's hands. The confused Monkey King opened the book blankly and started to read it. He wanted to see what was in the book. After just a few glances, Sun Wukong's face changed slightly and his heart was surprised. Is this my grandson? Take the master to drink and eat meat and talk to Guanyin like that. How crazy is my grandson? 500 years of wind and rain have smoothed your edges and corners, monkey. But can you still remember the strength of the original self, not afraid of the world and daring to do anything? Looking at Monkey King quietly beside him, seeing the slight surprise in his eyes, Yang Xiao had roughly guessed what he was thinking. It's impossible for the Sun Wukong to say this to Guanyin, but he absolutely dared to speak 500 years ago. Even the Jade Emperor wanted to overthrow the Monkey King that he had made, and it was not normal to say a few words about the evil Guanyin. The body suddenly froze, and a black and red demon energy gushed out of Sun Wukong's body. The aura on Sun Wukong's body was very unstable. Yang Xiao's words deeply hurt his heart. Yes, my grandson is not afraid of the world and dares to do everything. When did you find yourself and Guanyin talking like this in the book? You felt incredible. The anger in his heart was raging, and after a while Monkey King suddenly laughed at himself, touched the golden hoop on his head, and the corners of his mouth showed bitterness. Yes, 500 years of wind and rain have smoothed his edges and corners, and now he is just a grandson who has lost his freedom, and he is a great sage. Didn't the shopkeeper also say just now, he is just Tei Golden Immortal, Tei Golden Immortal. Above him there are so many strong people, he is the strongest. The owner said that he can help you. As for the golden hoop, you can pay for the book and I will take it away later. Quietly watching the Monkey King go from anger to calmness, Yang Xiao sighed in his heart. 500 years of wind and rain have smoothed the monkey, a golden hoop, completely calmed the monkey's rebellious mind. A good method for Buddhism. Really, the shopkeeper, can you get my grandson away this broken golden hoop? Hearing Yang Xiao's words, Monkey King suddenly became excited. He wanted to take off the golden hoop from his head all the time, even dreaming. I think he is dignified by the great sage, but he is bound by such a thing and tortured by a powerless monk. The owner never talks big, as long as you are willing to use it as book expenses. Yang Xiao smiled. The expression on his face was very mysterious. Monkey King breathed suddenly and nodded hurriedly. Willing, very willing. Well, let's read the book first. I believe you will have a different opinion of Miss White after reading the book in your hand. Nodding, a smirk appeared on Yang Xiao's face, and he glanced at Bai Pinpin, who was looking for a book on the shelf next to him. On the West Tianling Mountain, the huge Big Leiyin Temple stands majestically, filled with endless solemnity. Suddenly, Venerable Ananda quickly walked in from outside and walked towards the Tathagata sitting on the lotus platform in the middle. Enlighten the Buddha, please see the golden head outside. Oh, he's not in charge of protecting Jin Chanzi's reincarnation secretly. Why did he come back? Tathagata frowned, then said, let him in. Ananda nodded, and after a while the slightly embarrassed Jintu Jij strode in and saluted the Tathagata. Golden head Jijai, why did you come back? Tathagata asked calmly on stage. Back to the Buddha, I'm here to sue, Jintu Jij said. A strange color appeared in his eyes, and the Tathagata wondered. Sue. Exactly, the Buddha, the monkey colluded with the monsters, and the four-valued meritorious cow on the heavenly court, who didn't help me eliminate demons. Jintu Jij added fuel and jealousy, and told the Tathagata one by one what happened at Skull Mountain. After listening, the Tathagata was silent for a while, and looked at the bodhisattvas and arhats below. What do you think about this matter? Wukong has a golden hoop he can't betray. The lower Guanyin spoke, his eyes flashing slightly. She saw that Monkey King brought it to her head with her own eyes, and she also saw Tang Sanzang tried the effect. There is no loose hoop curse. If you want to remove the golden hoop, this world must be shot by a saint. Does the bodhisattva suspect me of lying? Buddha, I never said a word. Monkey King and the female demon, when I left, they had already left together. Jintu Jij glared at Guanyin with dissatisfaction and argued loudly. Tathagata nodded, raised his hand to signal that Jintu Jij was quiet, and the powerful consciousness swept out. After a while, his brows furrowed as if he had gone back and forth. Strange, the monkey head is really gone. There is no trace of him in the three realms. There is no trace of Wukong in the three realms. Guanyin was dumbfounded. Could it be possible that the Banshee was not a white-boned spirit, but was transformed by a certain saint who took Wukong away? With the strength of the Tathagata, apart from a few places in the three realms, nothing can escape his divine consciousness. At this moment, the Tathagata on the stage spoke again. Although I didn't find the monkey, I found a wooden house on Skull Mountain. How can anyone live there? However, all mountain spirits and monsters usually live in caves, and sometimes there are monsters who will live in attics. But like this, I have never seen someone living in a wooden house. Golden Head reveals the truth. Do you know what's going on? Guanyin looked at the golden head to reveal the truth, frowning. Jintu Jij shook his head. I don't know, is it that the female demon built it? Go and see, you'll know. You said that the Banshee's strength is getting stronger as you fight, and I became interested. Guanyin, you go get her. On the stage, the Tathagata interrupted the two and ordered Guanyin. Guanyin nodded, took her boy Muzha and Jintu Jij all the way eastward. In the bookstore, after turning over the last chapter of The Dark Journey to the West, Monkey King slowly closed the book, his expression extremely complicated. Kong, do you already know I didn't lie to you? Throwing down the divine carving record, Bai Pinpin came over excitedly and looked at Monkey King with joy. Nodding lightly, Monkey King looked at Yang Xiao. Owner, is the book true? Monkey King is still sober, not like a white product, directly taking the things in the book as real. If you think it is true, it is true. If you think it is false, then it is false. Who can tell the truth? Looking at Monkey King with a smile, Yang Xiao pretended to be unpredictable and said something very mysterious. Real and fake ghosts know that they are all novels and movies in previous lives. How does the owner know? If it feels true, is it true? The stunned Monkey King stared at Yang Xiao blankly. What the owner said was a mystery. As expected to be the owner of this magical bookstore, he really couldn't use his cultivation level to guess his abilities. Monkey King sighed. How could it be common for him, Tei, to be unable to use a bookstore? True or false is not important. You only need to know that people who are good to you should be cherished. Those who want to use you as are the only ones except him. You can't control your life, let alone anyone. Yang Xiao continued to fool around, but the monkey was the first link in his troubled westward journey. Listening to Yang Xiao's words, Sun Wukong's dumb eyes gradually revealed a dazzling light. For those who are good to me cherish, those who use me as pawns accept him. Well said, great. How can I be at the mercy of the fate of the great sage of my Kishan? I can't help my life. Whoever dares to stop me, get rid of him. At this moment, Monkey King's thoughts were so clear that he seemed to see a bright and shining path. In the future, this is the direction he pursued. If he was at the mercy of Buddhism to learn from the scriptures or something, let him go and quit. Monkey, don't get excited. It's not enough for your current strength. So the next step is the second step. Come, read the book first. Taking the dark journey to the west from Monkey King's hand, Yang Xiao stuffed another book over. Not every book can comprehend things. It depends on chance. What Yang Xiao chose for Monkey King was the one he felt was most likely to make Monkey King understand something. Dragon Stone, what a strange title. After receiving the book Yang Xiao gave him, Monkey King looked blank. But since it was recommended by the owner, it shouldn't be wrong to think about it, so I turned it over with curiosity. There are ancient legends. You can't go out on a full moon night because on this day, terrifying monsters will appear in the world and destroy everything. Wukong lives in the mountains far away from the city. He lives his life practicing martial arts and hunting. He had a grandfather who loved him, but he died tragically in the hands of a terrifying monster on a full moon night. From then on, only Wukong was left. Relying on martial arts, he did not starve to death. On this day, Wukong went out hunting as always. After looking for a long time, he finally found a hare. Monkey King looked through it with relish, and after reading a few chapters, he finally understood why the title of the book was called Dragon Stone. It turns out that there is a treasure called Dragon Stone in the book. As long as you gather 12, you can summon the dragon and fulfill 3 wishes. It's fun if there are dragon stones in the 3 realms too. My grandson will also go and collect them. Before he knew it, Monkey King had been immersed in the world of books. Wukong, the protagonist in the book, followed a girl named Bear on the road to find the Dragon Stone. The two of them searched all the way, and after a lot of hard work, they finally found a Dragon Stone, but they met someone who came to asterisk it. You shameless people, don't look for it yourself. As soon as Wukong finds it, you will grab it. Seeing where he wanted to be, Sun Wu screamed, and Yang Xiao was extremely speechless. Isn't it just this novel? Is it so beautiful? This shop owner hasn't seen it before. It seems to be nothing. Oh, it turns out that the monster that Yuan appeared was transformed by Wukong, isn't his grandpa. Seeing Wukong's full moon night turn into a madness, Monkey King suddenly realized that he exclaimed. Sun Wukong, who was immersed in the world in the book, completely forgot everything outside. In the sky, an auspicious cloud drifted from the west and fell to the front of the bookstore, revealing the Guanyin and others inside. Sure enough, there is such a wooden house. Was it built by that banshee? Guanyin's eyes flickered slightly, and he fell to the door. Muzha stepped forward and banged the door. Inside the room, Yang Xiao heard the sound and walked over and opened the door. New customers come to your door so soon. Who is it? Well, there are people. Outside, seeing Muzha who was opening the door, he was taken aback for a while, looked up and down Yang Xiao, and then returned to Guanyin. Seeing Yang Xiao was indeed a human being, Guanyin's eyes showed a trace of astonishment. In Skeleton Mountain, a human really appeared. What's going on here? Why doesn't that white-boned lady care? How could anyone snore on the side of the couch? Not to mention the owner of this place was still a monster. I have seen the donor, and dare to ask who is the last name of the donor. Where is it from? Why do you come to Gulu Mountain? Do you know Mrs. Bones in the mountain? After a short stun, Guanyin asked with a slight smile on his face. Yang Xiao recognized Guanyin's familiar dress at a glance and knew her identity. It's just that when he was about to speak, Guanyin had already asked with his head and face. Yang Xiao is speechless. Even if you are a bodhisattva, you can't try me like a prisoner. Where do I come from, and what is my relationship with you? Rolling his eyes, Yang Xiao said in a huff, I don't want to answer your question. I enter the bookstore with a realm treasure, so I won't bargain. Be bold, how can you talk to the bodhisattva? Dare to ask for treasures, why not rob? Next to him, Muzha roared and looked at Yang Xiao with a murderous look. There was a trace of dissatisfaction on his face, and Yang Xiao frowned slightly. What is it? Now that the owner of the shop is talking to your bodhisattva, is it for you to interrupt? With a soft snort, Yang Xiao said displeasedly, If love enters or cannot enter, do not enter or roll. Court death. A flick of cold flashed in Muzha's eyes, and he rushed to Yang Xiao to grab it. But before he could catch him, Guanyin stopped him first. The donor does not have to be angry. My disciple is a bit mad. Since you don't want to answer, I won't ask. Just to remind you, there are monsters in the mountains and you need to be careful. No, I am the least afraid of demons, so I don't need to worry about Bodhisattva. Seeing that Guanyin's tone was fair, Yang Xiao replied. Guanyin nodded and the subject changed. Just now the donor said this is a bookstore. Yes, I want to go in and read a book, and there is a treasure of the same realm. No bargaining is allowed. Yang Xiao nodded, and the customer who delivered it to the door had no reason to withdraw. Hearing this, Guanyin laughed and said, Is it a bit bad for the donor to ask for this wild price? The speechless Yang Xiao rolled his eyes. At any rate, he was the famous Guanyin Bodhisattva, so petty. Seeing the golden head revealing the truth next to him, Yang Xiao was unhappy and said, Forget it, don't come in and pull it down, huh? Shaking his hand to close the door, Yang Xiao returned to the house. Inside, Monkey King and Bai Pinpin shrank in the corner, immersed in the world in the book, not caring about what happened outside. Little Xia Renxian, so crazy, Bodhisattva, should I flatten his house? A chill flashed in Mu Zha's eyes and looked at the wooden door. After thinking about it, Guanyin shook his head. Don't worry, let's go find Jin Chanzi's reincarnation and ask where Wukong has gone. When Guanyin had spoken like this, Maja naturally couldn't refute and rushed east with Jintajij. After a while, Guanyin and his party met several Tang Sanzang masters and apprentices who were resting here. Seeing Guanyin, Tang Sanzang knelt down and saluted respectfully. No need to be polite, Sanzang. Where did Wukong go? Guanyin waved his hand gently, holding up Tang Sanzang with a soft force. Pig Beiji said first, Bodhisattva, my monkey brother, ran away with the female demon. Bodhisattva, you see I didn't lie. The monkey really ran away with the female demon. Jintajij spoke. It was really hateful that the dead monkey didn't help him before. After a daze, Guanyin was puzzled, but that Mrs. Bones. It seems so. I remember she herself seemed to say what Pinpin is her name. Zhubeiji scratched his head, vaguely authentic. The golden head on the side revealed the truth. This is the demon. We have explored her fiction before and know her details. That's weird. Why did Wukong run away from the Banshee if he didn't get rid of the demon? Is it possible that Wukong fell in love with the Banshee? Guanyin frowned and whispered, thinking of a certain possibility. His face suddenly changed. She suddenly remembered that Monkey King seemed to be at the age of Fang Gang. If that Banshee looks good, Goku might be confused. Yes, right. Brother Monkey just likes that Banshee, and that Banshee is called Brother Monkey Kong Kong, so I get goosebumps. Zhubeiji nodded quickly, and the dead monkey dared to leave them and run. What if a powerful monster suddenly ran out? Bodhisattva, be sure to find this demon. She doesn't know where to practice magic skills with one hand. The more you fight, the stronger you will be. She must not stay. Jintajij's eyes flickered slightly. If he could get that technique, his strength would be even higher. Guanyin nodded and looked at Tang Sanzang's masters and disciples. Do you know, where did Wukong and the female demon go? I don't know, they went over there. Zhubeiji replied, pointing his finger in the direction of Guanyin and others. I was stunned. A hint of surprise flashed in Guanyin's eyes. Could it be that he went to that bookstore? To the west of Skull Mountain, there seems to be only one bookstore. In other places, they flew all the way and didn't see anything else. The mind moved slightly, and Guanyin's consciousness swept out. After a while, Guanyin retracted, with a hint of shock in his eyes. She found that she could feel the bookstore, but she couldn't notice it when she wanted to see the situation inside the bookstore. It stands to reason that at such a close distance, it is unreasonable to not notice it. That bookstore is weird. Guanyin suddenly spoke, turning around and flew away without saying a word. Maja and Jintajij, who were stunned, hurriedly followed. After a while, the three of them appeared in front of the bookstore again, and Guanyin personally stepped forward and knocked on the door. Yang Xiao pulled away from the inside and saw Guanyin and the others again, and said, dissatisfied, I am so idle that I have nothing to knock on my door and do. I can't bear to spend money while playing in the mud. You bastard, dare to talk to the Bodhisattva like this. An angry Maja stepped forward and blasted Yang Xiao with a punch, but Guanyin did not stop him this time. It's just that Maja's punch didn't hit Yang Xiao, but fell on an invisible mask. Haha, I finally caught up. Wukong, this fool, almost missed the martial arts meeting. At this moment, Monkey King's laughter suddenly came from the room. Guanyin was slightly stunned. The Monkey King is inside. Go away, the owner doesn't want to talk to you. The ugly-faced Yang Xiao snorted and slammed the door shut. Damn Muzha even dared to shoot at him. Guanyin didn't stop him. Obviously, he wanted to punish him. Yang Xiao is really bullying, so let's drink northwest wind outside. I don't want to spend an introductory fee. I don't want to show you the books in the bookstore. Outside, the angry Muzha slammed the door again. Yang Xiao frowned and said in his heart, "The system, whether it can isolate the sound, it's very annoying." The system in my brain did not respond, but the external voice disappeared instantly. Outside the door, I knocked on the door and saw that Yang Xiao was no longer opening the door. The mana surged in the angry Mu Jia, and a mixed iron rod appeared in his hand, and he was about to break the door forcibly. "Muzha, stop." Guanyin stopped Muzha, his expression a little solemn. She lightly pressed one hand on the transparent mask that blocked them, and she was testing. "Bodhisattva, but what did you find?" Jintojij is surprised, and Guanyin has always felt like a spring breeze. It is rare to have such an expression in front of him. The layer of protection outside this house is very strong, and there is a counter shock. The greater the force, the greater the counterattack. Slowly retracting his hand, Guanyin frowned and thought, "No wonder she can isolate her divine consciousness. I'm afraid that under this layer of shield is a master who is never weaker than her, or even stronger." Guanyin became more and more curious about Yang Xiao's identity. "Bodhisattva, what shall we do? Wait outside." Mu Jia's eyes flashed slightly, and the Bodhisattva said it was very strong, and that was very strong. After following Guanyin for so long, he still sees that. If you make another move at this time, you will definitely suffer heavy losses. We are here just to figure out what's going on. Wukong seems to be reading a book in it. It is enough to know that he is not missing. When he finishes reading the book, he will naturally continue to protect the Tang Sanzang and learn the scriptures. Guanyin opened his mouth and thought for a while and said, "Don't wait, let's go back and report the situation to the Buddha." The golden-head Jai Dai was stunned. "Bodhisattva, that female demon. If there is no accident, the Banshee is also inside. You have to wait to reveal the truth. You can wait. This Bodhisattva doesn't have that time." Guanyin said indifferently. Auspicious clouds rose under his feet. Drifting westward, Muzha hurriedly followed. The golden head revealed the truth for a moment, but did not follow. After thinking about it for a while, he suddenly gathered a golden boxing shadow and rushed to the bookstore. Without a violent boom, the golden-head Jij was pushed out silently, and it took more than a dozen steps to stop. I don't believe in a small shopkeeper in Wonderland. How strong is the protection outside his bookstore? With a roar, Jintu Jai Dai quickly became a golden light all over his body, and he raised his fist again. The power of this blow was obviously much stronger than before, and the shadow of the fist cut through the air, causing a whimper and whistling wind. However, in the next moment, the golden-head Jij turned into a Venus and flew into the distance at a speed faster than the charge. Along the way, the blood in his mouth did not spit out like money. After flying upside down for hundreds of meters, Jintojij was only able to stop. Looking at the small wooden house in the distance, Jintojij didn't look down on it this time and became frightened. Damn, the defense outside this bookstore is really strong to this point. No wonder Guanyin, who is a strong De Luo, is unwilling to push hard. In the book room, a water mirror appeared in front of Yang Xiao, and he witnessed everything outside. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Yang Xiao snorted with disdain. "Idiot." On the side, Monkey King, who was completely immersed in the world in the book, was yelling. "It's a duel, haha. Wukong is still quite powerful. Hey, go away. This Tian Fan is so strong that he actually defeated Wukong. You can stand up after being knocked down so many times. Wukong, that's great. A fair duel, how can you cheat? Tian Fan's master is too much." Monkey King yelled in confusion, and before he knew it, there was a special aura flowing in his body. Bai Pinpin next to him was awakened and looked at Monkey King in surprise. "Shhh, don't disturb him. He's almost realizing something." Yang Xiao whispered to Bai Pinpin and called Bai Pinpin over. Bai Pinpin looked surprised. "Is it something like my 7 immortal swords?" "Well, what is it? I can't see it now." Nodding, Yang Xiao continued to stare at Monkey King. "It's amazing. Wukong and Tian Fan both have one hand. It's really powerful, and they can't beat the martial arts platform. Haha, I knew Wukong was going to win. What a dragon strike Qigong." As time passed, Monkey King's vision became stronger and stronger. At a certain moment, the vision suddenly became completely frozen, and a good smell came out. In the end, the vision turned into a stream of light and plunged straight into Monkey King's body. Finally, the comparison is over. I watched with enthusiasm. Why not? At the moment when the vision disappeared, Monkey King, who turned to the last page, yelled loudly. Yang Xiao, who had recovered from the side, smiled and walked over. Many of the books in this store have long stories and are divided into several parts. You only read the first part. The monkey actually realized that, and his luck was really good, not inferior to the Bapin's great immortal 7 swords. What Monkey King realized was nothing else, but the protagonist in the book, Wukong, who had all the special physiques fighting the Eucharist. This physique, as long as it does not die, can become stronger and stronger again and again in desperate situations. Speaking of it, it is a bit similar to Zhu Xian Qi Dao, this monkey, and Bai Pinpin. The two are really related. Yang Xiao, who has seen the plot, knows the terrible nature of this battle. This is just the beginning. With the proficient use in the future, the Battle Saint physique can also open a unique fighting form. At that time, that power will be powerful, and it will prompt 10 times or even 100 times the combat power in an instant. It is not a problem. But to reach the realm described in the book, Monkey King's path is probably not short. Where is the second one? Please give it to my grandson, the owner, please. Monkey King jumped right and left around Yang Xiao. In the last chapter just now, although the competition was divided, but in the following competition, another one reached the top 4 and was defeated by Wukong, a strong man named Withered Wood, but he didn't know what he was being defeated. People kill. For the strong man who killed the dead Wood, Monkey King desperately wanted to know who it was, and his heart was itchy, just like an ant crawling. Monkey, it's gone. The second part wants to appear. It needs certain conditions. It's not the owner of the shop. Let's not talk about this. You should pay for the book. Yang Xiao couldn't laugh or cry, not just a novel as for. He also chased novels in his previous life, and they were serialized, but those authors only changed 1 chapter a day, sometimes even broken. That is much harder than Monkey King now. It is suffering every day, and I want to kill the author. Sun Wukong had watched more than 100 chapters in one breath, and he was addicted. Right, yes, book money. The shopkeeper quickly helped my grandson get the golden hoop. Hearing this, Monkey King was suddenly distracted and excited. Yang Xiao smiled and didn't need him to do anything. When Monkey King agreed, the system had automatically dispatched to help Monkey King unlock the golden hoop on his head. The dropped golden hoop flew into Yang Xiao's hands, and Yang Xiao threw it to the system after a few glances. The system in his mind didn't know what to do with these treasures, which made people a little depressed. Take it down, ha, the owner is mighty, the owner is domineering, the owner is invincible. Seeing the golden hoop disappeared, Monkey King retracted his gaze from Yang Xiao, touched his head, and suddenly laughed wildly. Smiling, tears welled up unconsciously. He is a majestic Monkey King. His heart is higher than the sky, but because of a golden hoop, he is controlled by a mortal monk, which is sad. Empty, it's okay, the owner has taken it down for you. Bai Pinpin hurriedly went over and took Monkey's hand to comfort him softly. Suddenly she remembered the lettering on her back, and it was painful. She knew better than anyone. The feeling of being controlled by others, whoever has experienced it, knows the pain. I just don't know. The mysterious and powerful shopkeeper can help her break the mark left by that horrible existence. After thinking about it, Bai Pinpin finally decided to leave it alone. That existence is too terrifying. Once he is disturbed, can they escape? It's okay, my grandson is not that weak, and I feel so free, ha. Monkey King took out his hand without a trace and laughed again. Yang Xiao saw everything in his eyes and smiled lightly. Monkey, there is a good saying, freedom is precious, love is more expensive, remember to grasp it. Looking at Yang Xiao with a dumb face, Monkey King's face was slightly stiff. Where is this? I am used to being a person, my grandson doesn't want to fall in love now. Unlike Monkey King, Bai Pinpin was full of surprise and happiness, and put his arms around Monkey King again. Don't spread dog food, you two. Guanyin was here just now. Yang Xiao coughed slightly, interrupting the two of them. Are you embarrassed to show affection in front of a single dog in this shop? Dog food, what dog food? Monkey King and Bai Pinpin looked at a loss, who had sprinkled dog food. This is Journey to the West, a proper term for the modern internet, and they naturally cannot know it. Listen to the point, I said Guanyin was here. Yang Xiao couldn't laugh or cry. Such Monkey King and White Bones are actually a little cute. Who could have imagined that these dull and cute 2 people would be the great sage of Monkey King who made trouble in the heavenly palace back then? and the other would be the demon king of the Bone Cave, Madame Bone. Avalokitesvara, where my old son Zheng wants to settle accounts with her. Hearing this, Monkey King's eyes suddenly showed cold, murderous aura, and black and purple monster aura gushed out all over his body. It was Guanyin who gave Tang Sanzang the golden hoop and tricked him into bringing it. If it weren't for being brought to the bookstore by Bapin, it would be unknown whether it could be removed in the future. Wanting to see that day when he was stubborn and obedient to orders, Monkey King couldn't restrain his anger. It wasn't that he wanted to fight Tang Sanzang, but that he didn't like the feeling of being controlled by others. Calm down for me. Guanyin has already left. If you tear down my bookstore, you will strip your monkey skin. Looking at Monkey King speechlessly, Yang Xiao commented a few words in an angry manner. After a moment of stunned, Monkey King slowly controlled the demon energy and returned to his body. Want to see Yang Xiao just now? The corners of Sun Wukong's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Dare to talk to my grandson like this. The owner, you are the first one. Yes, the owner is too awkward to provoke, so he won't be familiar with him. Bai Pinpin couldn't help laughing at the side, covering his mouth and laughing. Probably only the shopkeeper could frighten the monkey. Even with other powerful existences, the monkeys would dare to fight and would not be so obedient. Monkey, there are no golden hoops now. What are your plans? Seeing Monkey King calm down, Yang Xiao asked again. The system arranged for him a task to make him travel to the west in trouble. This is not a trivial matter and must be done step by step. In Yang Xiao's plan, learning from the scriptures is the first ring. Journey to the west wants to be chaotic, and the scriptures are chaotic first. The matter of studying the scriptures involves Buddhism daxing. If it is chaotic, the forces of the three realms will fight for the luck of heaven and luck together. It's just that it is not so easy to want to learn from the past. There are so many powerful people in Buddhism, and there are a lot of them who know the number, such as Tathagata, Burning Lamp, Maitreya Buddha, Medicine Master Guanyin Buddha, Vairkhana Buddha, Dingguang Huangxi Buddha, and so on. These guys, I'm afraid that each of them has the quasi-sage strength, and then count the bodhisattvas such as Guanyin, Manjusri, Samantabhadra, Siddhagarbha. The strength of Buddhism is terrifying. Want to shake such a big power, not just a monkey can do it. The current Monkey King has only the strength of Taiyi Golden Immortal, and I don't know how much Buddhism is better than him. However, it is undeniable that Monkey King has a very important position in learning the scriptures. Monkey King's master, Bodhi Patriarch, is a clone of the Buddhist sage Junti. He personally cultivated Monkey King for Buddhism. Yang Xiao didn't know what role Sun Wukong played in learning from the scriptures and whether he could replace it. Of course, Kong Kong is with me. We want to live a happy life. Without waiting for Monkey King's answer, Bai Pinpin was already rushing to say. Yang Xiao was speechless, staring at Monkey King. This matter was decided by Monkey King. After a moment of silence, Monkey King's eyes flickered and said, I won't take this scripture anymore. If I want to see Guanyin's face, I feel sick. I plan to return to Huoguoshan. Seeing that it was as expected, Yang Xiao nodded. Well, you haven't been back in hundreds of years, so you should go back and have a look. He remembered well that in the Great War that year, Huoguoshan was set on fire by Yang Jian, and it burned into a mess. Without the support of Monkey King, the monkeys were besieged and killed in various ways, and their lives were very difficult. If it weren't for the bookstore to appear, Monkey King would be driven back to Huoguoshan by Tang Sanzang because of Bapin. The owner can rest assured that my old grandson will come to you to read books from time to time, especially the Dragon Stone. I must keep it for my grandson. Seeing Yang Xiao meditating, Monkey King thought he was reluctant and said with a smile. Yang Xiao laughed and suddenly remembered something. By the way, don't embarrass Tang Sanzang. Your current strength can't provoke Buddhism. I know that monk is fine with my grandson, except for verbose and chanting curse. My grandson won't do anything to him. Monkey King waved his hand indifferently and didn't take it seriously. Nodded in satisfaction, Yang Xiao reminded Monkey King, Monkey, do you want to know what you learned from the book? What? Monkey King looked at Yang Xiao in a daze. Beforehand, Yang Xiao didn't tell him what he could comprehend by reading books. He only said that he felt that Monkey King was low in strength and recommended Dragon Stone's book to him. Bai Pinpin next to him explained with a smile. You know why the owner charges a lot here, because reading his book, you can comprehend spells from the book. Understand the spell, is it your previous sword technique? His eyes became rounded, and Monkey King's breathing became short. Bai Pinpin smiled and nodded. Yes, that's what I learned from the book, and you learned it just now. Seeing Monkey King, who was full of anxiety, thinking hard about what he understood, Yang Xiao interrupted with a smile. Don't look for it. What you have realized is a physique called fighting communion, not magic. Constitution. Sun Wukong is sluggish. Can he understand his physique? Yang Xiao explained. Fight against the holy physique. The stronger the battle, the stronger you will survive the desperate situation, and every trial of life and death will bring your strength to a higher level. So my suggestion to you is to go back to rectify Huoguoshan and find someone to fight life and death, so that you can become stronger at the fastest speed. Is it life and death? His eyes gradually became sharper, and Monkey King grinned. He liked it. Knowing that he mastered the holy physique of fighting, Monkey King rushed out of the bookstore. Now he just wants to fight, to try the so-called fighting power of the Eucharist. Kong Kong, wait for me, I can't catch up with you. Bai Pimpin chased behind and shouted loudly. The headache monkey turned his head. I'm going to fight, what are you doing with me? I can also help you fight. If you can't fight, I can still cheer. Blinking at Monkey King, Bai Pinpin could not help but hugged Monkey King's arm. Rubbing his forehead with a headache, Monkey King said, Don't worry about your Skull Mountain. No, I only have 2 subordinates and this is not my place. Bai Pinpin shook his head and did not continue. She was just a puppet sent by the terrifying guy underground. It was the other party who bestowed her wisdom and helped her to have the current strength, but at the same time, she was also controlled by the other party. The words behind are silent declarations and prohibitions to prevent her from betraying. Bai Pinpin didn't want to stay in this gloomy place. Anyway, the terrifying existence underground is also sleeping and will not wake up for a while. Maybe when she becomes stronger and returns, she can get rid of the other party's control. Sun Wukong needs to fight to improve her strength. She is not. To comprehend the 7 great immortals in the book, you need to use it again and again, and try again and again. It doesn't matter, say it, follow my grandson. If something is wrong, remember to run first and don't hold back. After thinking hard for a while, Monkey King said helplessly. Bai Pinpin was overjoyed and cheered. Okay, I will not hold back. Just agree to let her follow and do anything. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao looked at the conversation between the two through the water mirror, with a slight smile on his lips. The water mirror that the system condensed for him, in addition to being able to see around the bookstore, he can see anyone who understands the things in the bookstore. It's not that Yang Xiao intended to monitor, he was just a little bored. Sun Wukong and Bai Pinpin didn't fly out of Skull Mountain directly. They found Tang Sanzang first. Brother Monkey, you're back. Hey, why are you still following the Banshee? Zhu Beiji greeted him with joy and gave Bai Pinpin a few vigilant glances. You have a sense of security when you have Brother Monkey. I'm here to say goodbye, Monk. Thank you for saving me from the 5 Elements Mountain, but I also guarantee that you have walked a long way and removed a few monsters. Let's clean up. Not wanting to grind too much, Monkey King spoke directly, and what Zhu Beiji wanted to say was directly stuck in his throat. What happened? Brother Monkey is leaving. If he doesn't learn the scriptures, he doesn't want to cultivate Zhengguo. Suddenly, Zhu Beiji noticed something suddenly, with a slight astonishment on his face. He felt that Monkey King was different just now, but now he realized that it was because of the lack of the golden hoop. Hu Wukong, the Bodhisattva, asked you to save me to the West Heaven. You are now halfway back now. Isn't the previous hard work wasted? Tang Sanzang's expression changed slightly, and he stood up. He now knew that Sun Wukong was the strongest among his apprentices. If Monkey King does not protect him, it is hard to say whether he can go to Zishan smoothly. It's wasted in vain. I don't care about the positive results of Buddhism. I want to do it. Just be the free and unfettered Monkey King. My will is decided. You don't need to persuade the monk. Beiji, junior brother Xia, the task of protecting him in the future is left to you, so I can do it for myself. After that, regardless of whether Tang Sanzang was willing or not, Monkey King flew into the sky. Bai Pinpin made a grimace at Zhu Beiji, hurriedly followed, and jumped onto Monkey King's cloud. Below, Tang Sanzang, with an ugly face, snorted with anger. If you don't go, we can go to Zishan without you. I may not be able to go, Zhu Beiji muttered. If it were his heyday, it would naturally be no problem. But now in this half-handed style, you have to finish playing when you encounter a powerful monster. Dissatisfaction glared at Zhu Beiji. Tang Sanzang said displeased. Beiji, what are you muttering? Nothing, I said we should be on the road. In the past, Beilongma was brought in, and Zhu Beiji helped Tang Sanzang on the horse. Monk Sha carried a burden, and the three masters and disciples headed west. Inside the bookstore, Yang Xiao retracted his gaze, and he looked forward to what Buddhism would do without Monkey King. The three masters and apprentices walked all the way, and after a while they saw the bookstore. "Hey, why is there a wooden house here, the residence of that monster?" Looking curiously at the bookstore, Zhu Beiji said strangely. Monk Sha's eyes were a little wary. "There may be monsters inside, don't make trouble." "It's reasonable, let's avoid it." Zhu Beiji nodded, took the horse a little further past the bookstore and continued to go west. Of course, Yang Xiao knew what was going on outside and did not come forward to stop the three of them. It is not yet time to completely alarm the Buddhism, otherwise no one would have expected what Buddhism would do. So many quasi-saints came together, wouldn't it level the Skull Mountain? With a thought, the water mirror in front of Yang Xiao has been transferred to Monkey King and Bai Pinpin. At this moment, the two had already flown away from Skull Mountain and headed east. Suddenly at this moment, the flying Monkey King stopped and looked towards the void. "Who is hiding there? Get out for my grandson." There was a wave of fluctuations in the void, and the figure of Jinta Jij appeared. "Where is the great sage going? Doesn't Tang Sanzang go to the west?" "Fuck off, what to do with you if you talk nonsense, slaughter you the Mao God." A ray of cold flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes, and when he was pressed under Wuzhai Mountain, Wufeng Jij and the land of the mountain asterisk guarded him together. Although everyone did not deliberately embarrass him, they also followed the decree of the Tathagata and the Jade Emperor, and only gave him copper pills and iron juice. If there is no complaint in my heart, it is obviously a lie. His face stiffened slightly. Jin Tujai Dai's eyes turned to Bai Pinpin. His goal, in fact, was not Monkey King, but Bai Pinpin or the magic of the 7 swords in her body. "Want to fight, okay, come on." Excited in his eyes, Bai Pinpin was eager to try. The shocked Jinta Jij hurriedly dodged a little further. He couldn't beat the opponent before, and naturally he couldn't. "It's not a fight. I came here to change from the Demon King to your sword technique. As long as I can afford it, you can mention the conditions." Seeing that there was a hint of impatience in Sun Wukong's eyes, Jin Tujai Dai hurriedly said his meaning. Rolling his eyes, Bai Pinpin curled his lips and said, "If you want to be beautiful, can you beat me again after learning how to do it?" "I promise never, I." Jinta Jij wanted to say more, but suddenly saw Monkey King take out the golden cudgel in his ear, so scared that he didn't say anything. He ran away straight away. Monkey King disdainfully curled his lips, carrying Bai Pinpin and whistling away instantly. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao smiled at this scene. He was not in a hurry to find new customers. As long as Monkey King and Bai Pinpin come several times, they will be noticed sooner or later. Now the task given to him by the system is to bring disaster to the West, and he intends to start with the destruction and learning. What he did is bound to offend Buddhism. That is to say, the bookstore cannot let Buddhism come in a short time. To be precise, those who are very loyal to Buddhism can take advantage of it, but that's fine. In Huogyu Mountain, Monkey King and Bai Pinpin rushed back after a short while, looking at the scene where there were no flowers and plants below. And the mountain fell and the tree withered. A sorrowful smile flashed in Monkey King's eyes. He, who was ignorant back then, caused this disaster. From the mouth of the shopkeeper, he knew that there were so many powerful people in the world. Heavenly Court definitely couldn't be that weak, but back then he happened to be upset. There must be something hidden in it that he didn't know. "Great King, is that you?" Just when Sun Wukong's heart was so bitter, a few little monkeys ran out. Monkey King, who was stunned, greeted him with surprise. In the back, the little monkeys told him about the current situation in Huogyuoshan, and Monkey King reinvigorated Huogyuoshan. "It's time to go to the sky to see. What happened back then must be made clear." On this day, Monkey King looked at the sky, his eyes flashing to himself. Bai Pinpin nodded excitedly. "Okay, I have never been to Heavenly Court." In the bookstore, Yang Xiao yawned for a long time and died of boredom. The dead monkey was finally willing to set off after grinding for so long. Going to the Heavenly Court, one can imagine that there will be many wonderful fights. Monkey King and Bai Pinpin want a fight. The fastest and most effective way is to find someone to fight. Farewell to the monkeys, Monkey King and Bai Pinpin. They flew all the way. After a short time, they arrived outside the Nanshan gate. Scared, how come you have time to come, Dasheng? But the holy monk is in trouble again. Today, the gatekeeper of the Nanshan gate is the growth King Mo liking behind him. He is also followed by Deng, Xin, Zhang, Tao, and other heavenly monarchs. Through the water mirror in front of him, Yang Xiao looked at the towering Nanshan gate behind him with great interest. After a few glances, his eyes turned to Mo Liking and the others. The 4 generals of the demon family back then were named the 4 heavenly kings after the conferred god war. The strength of these 4 brothers is definitely not weak. It is conservatively estimated that they are not weaker than the monkeys. That is to say, they are also of the Taiyi Golden Immortal level. However, their Yuanshan was trapped in the conferred god list, and they are no longer the people who cut the teachings, but Yuanshi Tianzan, the big winner of the year. The few heavenly monarchs behind Mo Liking were not ordinary people. They were all heavenly monarchs who had cut off their teachings back then. Among them, there are 10 very famous guys on Jinao Island. With their strength, could Monkey King break into Nanshan Gate back then? It's ridiculous. Of course, Yang Xiao knows some of the tricky things. All this is nothing but a bureau set up by the Heavenly Court in conjunction with Buddhism, specifically for Monkey King. It doesn't matter to the monk. My hands are itchy, and I want to come up to you to discuss 1 or 2. Monkey King shook his head. His fiery eyes revolved, and he looked at Mo Liking carefully. The Jade Emperor rest assured that this guy will guard the goal. His strength will never be weak. He didn't know at the time, and he didn't think deeply. But the shopkeeper told him that his strength was only the Taiyi Golden Immortal, and that there were Da Luo, the Quasi-Sage, and even the Saint on it. Monkey King knew that he might have been cheated. How could it be the most orthodox organization between heaven and earth, and the strength of the immortals inside could not be so watery? No, dare not. Xiaoxian is not the opponent of the great sage. Mo Liking waved his hand hurriedly, deliberately pretending to be horrified. Monkey King kept staring at Mo Liking, but saw that although his face was panicked, there was no confusion in his eyes. More and more determined the idea in my heart. This guy is really hiding himself. Don't pretend to be less. I asked about the golden head, and he told me your true strength. With a soft snort, Sun Wukong suddenly noticed and bluffed Mo Liking. The expression on her face suddenly froze. Mo Liking was a bit dumbfounded, and Jinta Jij told this monkey. Didn't it mean that the Jade Emperor and the Buddha ordered together to hide the monkey? How dare he tell the monkey the truth? In the bookstore, Yang Xiao almost burst out with a smile. It turns out that Brother Monkey can lie too, haha. The unlucky golden head reveals the truth and carries the scapegoat for no reason. I will ask you whether to accompany my old grandson to practice, or if I don't practice, I will smash this southern gate. Now that it is 100% sure that Mo Liking is lying, Monkey King threatens him coldly. The bitter Mo Liking said helplessly, "Can you let me tell the Jade Emperor first and then fight you?" "No, my grandson doesn't want to wait for a moment. My hands are itchy now. You can ask them to tell the Jade Emperor." Sun Wukong didn't want to shake his head and pulled out the golden cudgel from his ear. The helpless Mo Liking drew a tiger-headed gun. And me, who of you will fight me?" Bai Pinpin on the side was unwilling to be lonely and looked at all the heavenly monarchs one by one. Mo Liking frowned slightly. "Great sage, who is this woman?" From Bai Pinpin, he felt a strong demon spirit, and he didn't know him, lest it was the lower realm demon king who came to the sky to make trouble. "I am the most intimate person in the air. I don't make trouble, I just want a bibai." Before Monkey King could answer, Bai Pinpin was already rushing to say. Mo Liking was stunned. After seeing Monkey King didn't refute, he became a boss who couldn't help but grow up. What happened? When did this monkey have a relationship? Isn't he the saint monk Zishan taking the scriptures? Buddhism allows it. "Stop talking nonsense, take the trick." Monkey King suddenly held a stick, smashed down. Mo Liking held a tiger-head spear to stop. As soon as the two touched the point, they flew out into the air far away from the Nanshan gate. If you fight in front of you, it won't be good to tear down Nanshan men. Just compare you with me. At this time, Bai Pinpin had also selected the target, and his gaze fell on Xin Tianzhan, who looked like a thunder lord with wings on his back. This King Xin Tian was collected by Wen Zhang and Huang Huling when he was enshrined, and he was named Xin Huan. The task of guarding the gate of the heavenly court is to join the 4 heavenly kings and all the heavenly monarchs of Lei Bu. Xin Huan nodded and took the initiative to fly out without talking nonsense. The happy Bai Pinpin and Xin Huan headed away. The rest of the people looked at each other and sent one person to quickly report to the Jade Emperor. In the air, Monkey King and Mo Liking are fighting. Mo Liking's strength was not weaker than Monkey King, even stronger. Each level of realm is not the same in strength. There are early, middle, and late stages. Monkey King was only the weakest early stage of Tei Golden Immortal, while Mo Liking was the middle stage of Tei Golden Immortal. After the two parties had a fight between you and me, Monkey King felt the general strength of Mo Liking. Take out your full strength and don't let my grandson down. Monkey King roared. His head covered his face with the golden cudgel in his hand, and he slammed down regardless of severity. Seeing this, Mo Liking's face was slightly ugly. This dead monkey, is this a competition? Is this a life and death fight? At this time, Mo Liking couldn't take care of that much anyway. The monkey already knew his strength and didn't teach him a lesson, thinking that he was a growth king because he was in vain. If you want to taste it, it will be as you wish. With a soft snort, Mo Liking retreated to the distance by the force of the counter shock, took the tiger-head spear and took out his magic weapon, King Yun's sword. Looking at the rushing Monkey King, Mo Liking shook the King Yun's sword back and forth 3 times in his hand, shouting loudly, "Great sage, let you see my magic weapon, be careful." Before the words fell, the world suddenly dimmed, the black wind rolled up, and the sound of weapons and spears clashing continuously, enveloping Monkey King in an instant. Yang Xiao watched this battle with relish in the bookstore, and his eyes kept flashing. It is indeed Mo Liking. The King Yun's sword is really a treasure. Even if the monkey has a copper head and iron bone, it is enough to eat a pot. But fighting the Eucharist wants this kind of effect, and it is best to be beaten to the point of being half dead in order to truly stimulate the potential of the body. In the Lingshan Palace, the Jade Emperor who received the report, his face became stiff. That monkey ran up to challenge Mo Liking, and said he knew Mo Liking's true strength. Just know that those Buddhism guys are unreliable. With a soft snort, the Jade Emperor's face was a little unhappy. Wufeng Jizhai is not his native gods, they are actually Buddhists. It's just that at the same time, Wufeng Jizhai is also serving in his heavenly court, playing a role equivalent to the middleman in contacting the two parties. Anyway, it's okay. All the immortals will follow me to see if this monkey has grown. Standing up, the Jade Emperor said loudly. The immortal houses naturally did not have any opinions and followed the Jade Emperor out of the Lingshan Palace. Outside the Nanshan Gate, the war continued. Mo Liking's King Yun's sword is extremely lethal. Surrounded by the black wind, Monkey King suddenly felt unstable. There were so many weapons that he had attacked him. Even his copper head and iron bones were beaten to sparks, causing pain. Sure enough, but just like me. Monkey King grinned and grinned, the golden hoop spinning like a windmill, knocking the weapons that attacked him one by one. But these weapons seem to be endless. The more they attack, the more they attack. Haha, great sage, how about it? Can't break my magic weapon. Outside, Mo Liking laughed triumphantly. This monkey really thought he was great. However, he didn't even use half of his strength, and he did his best to crush the monkey in minutes. No way, it's like tickle. Monkey King screamed in disdain, and suddenly used the magical powers of heaven and earth. What Sun Wukong didn't expect was that this black wind would also become higher, one after another, so amazing. It's useless. If you break it so easily, I don't need to be confused by Mo Liking. You want to taste it as you wish. Mo Liking's figure became taller, and the King Yun's sword in his hand turned again. In the dark gale, little sparks flashed, and immediately burned with a prairie fire, mixed with black smoke and burned together. No, this guy still has this method. Sun Wukong exclaimed in his heart. These fires are obviously not ordinary fires, because he can resist the body burned by the real fire of Samadhi. At this moment, I felt burning pain, and my body was softening. But Monkey King didn't admit defeat and shouted, but so, I should go next. Before he finished speaking, the black smoke made waves of earth-shaking noises. Thinking of the Monkey King who Yang Xiao told him, he desperately used all his methods and attacked frantically in all directions. Mo Liking, who was taken aback, increased his attack. Is that right? You can only improve if you try your best to fight every battle. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao saw a frantically attacking Monkey King in the water mirror with a smile in his eyes. Since we are on the verge of life and death, we have to devote every effort to leave a trace of it. I have to hold the determination to do everything in my heart, and I can't repay the slightest fluke. Monkey King has seen Dragon Stone, and he should understand this truth. The crazy Monkey King, only offensive but not defensive, even though he was a little behind Mo Liking, he was stunned by him. Mo Liking with a solemn complexion. At this time, all his mind was concentrated on the battle, and various methods were used one after another. Both sides have given up everything, have forgotten everything. There is only one thought in their hearts, defeating each other. This crazy monkey, this is a competition. This is to split life and death with Mo Liking. Next to the Nanshan Gate, the Jade Emperor had already arrived with the immortal houses, and immediately looked at the battle group of Monkey King and Mo Liking. The strengths of Monkey King and Mo Liking are stronger than Bai Pinpin and Xin Huan, and the disturbances are naturally greater. Your Majesty, do you want to stop them? Next to him, Ji Xuanji, one of the 4 celestial masters, asked. The Jade Emperor shook his head. No, the monkey is fighting for fun. Stop it now. He will pester you. There is life and death. I will take action. With that said, the Jade Emperor shifted his gaze to the battle group of Xin Huan and Bai Pinpin, and after only a few glances, his face changed slightly. Who is she? Jade Emperor asked not far away, the few heavenly monarchs who were in charge of guarding the gate. All heavenly sovereigns naturally did not conceal, and truthfully stated the identity of Bai Pinpin. After hearing that it was Monkey King's relationship, the jaws of the Jade Emperor and the immortals almost fell to the ground. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao had seen the immortals coming from afar through the water mirror. It's just that his eyes can only be around Bai Pinpin and Monkey King, and he can't see clearly. It should be the heavenly immortals. There may be Jade Emperor inside. Yang Xiao thought to himself that he was still very curious about the first person in the sky. Looking at the current situation, they should have been attracted by the 7 great immortal swords used by Bai Pinpin, and they all looked over there. At the scene, what Bai Pinpin is currently displaying is the 7 swords. One sword is better than one sword. After 7 swords, the aura on Bai Pinpin's body suddenly dies. But the next moment, an aura that was stronger than before rose from her body, and she faced Xin Huan with a face full of suspicion. What kind of method is this? Why did she suddenly become stronger? There was a hint of shock in the Jade Emperor's eyes, and he realized that he couldn't see through. Can he be able to see through the dignified quasi-sages? Doesn't it mean that the Banshee used methods passed down by the saints? The Jade Emperor frowned, not only him, but the surrounding immortals all had the same expression. Come again. The Baipin, who had improved in strength, was extremely happy, and his shot was the best 7 swords. I tested Xin Huan's strength a while ago and found that she was a lot stronger than her and could not be injured in a short time. Bai Pinpin decided to use him to practice the knife. The sword light reappeared and the magic shadow flashed, 7 knives followed by 1. After the 7th, the breath of Bai Pinpin died again. But within an instant, the vitality in her body reappeared and she was stronger than before. This time the Jade Emperor and all the immortals stared at them all the way, without missing a single detail. This spell is very wonderful. Unless you kill with 1 blow, this woman will become stronger and stronger. If this method is unrestricted, and if you continue to use it, isn't it that your cultivation level will always be improved? This kind of cultivation is many times stronger than honest meditation. Where does this demon come from? The great sage has a good relationship. Why haven't I heard of it before? No, I will definitely find this demon to study this spell soon. All the immortals were talking, and their faces were full of curiosity. The eyes of the Jade Emperor in front flickered slightly, calling the 6 Ding Liujia from the crowd. 4 valued meritorious service cow, Wu Fang Jai Dai, Liu Ding Liu Jia, and 18 apologists Garen have been secretly guarding Tang Sanzang. They should know. Emperor Huyu, this banshee is Mrs. Bone from the Bone Cave of Skull Mountain, Beihuling, the lower realm. She knows how to do this, but I don't know. Liu Ding Liujia answered honestly, not dare to hide. Suddenly, a huge roar from the side suddenly sounded, resounding across the sky. Mo Liking, who was on the fire, directly detonated the countless weapons hidden in Haifeng. The violent shock wave, carrying the rain of fire, directly flooded Monkey King. Empty! Bai Pinpin exclaimed, and after the 7 knives were cut out, he did not continue to shoot at Xin Huan and flew out to the battle group of Monkey King and Mo Liking. But before he could fly out, he was blocked by a smiling figure. Don't worry, girl, that Hericium has a hard life. It's not so easy to die. I can feel that his breath of life has not disappeared. This suddenly appeared next to Bai Pinpin, not someone else but the Jade Emperor. At this time, the Jade Emperor had a warm smile on his face, and he felt very cordial. You didn't lie to me, are you serious? Bai Pinpin froze for a moment and said with some worry. The Jade Emperor smiled and nodded. That's natural. If you don't even have that ability, wouldn't the great sage Kishin be a joke? In the bookstore, Yang Xiao curiously looked at the guy who suddenly ran to buy Pinpin. Look at this suit, I go. It seems like the Jade Emperor. Just looking at this guy's smile, Yang Xiao always felt a little fake. According to common sense, Jade Emperor, the dignified lord of the three realms, could not be so passionate about a monster. Most likely, he wanted to inquire about the 7 swords from the mouth of Bai Pinpin. No one would be curious, including the Jade Emperor. After all, this kind of exercise has never appeared in Hongguang. Girl, how did you and Monkey King meet? I heard that you are the Demon King of Bone Cave. When the topic changed, the Jade Emperor inquired about the origin of Bai Pinpin. Bai Pinpin nodded. I and Wukong actually met a long time ago, but we all seem to have lost a memory, forget each other. As he answered, Bai Pinpin's eyes kept staring in the direction where Monkey King was. The black wind of the explosion slowly dissipated, revealing the figure of Monkey King inside. I saw that his copper-headed and iron-boned body was actually full of scars, bleeding in many places, and he looked a little embarrassed. Slowly straightening his waist, Monkey King wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, grinning grinningly. Sure enough, but I will never admit defeat. At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly thought of Wukong, the protagonist in the Book of Dragon's Stone. In the martial arts meeting, he was defeated again and got up again and again. But the one who loses in the end will always be his enemy. Fall down again and again, climb up again and again, become stronger again and again. Life will not cease, fighting will not stop, I am the strongest. The dazzling light gradually lit up in his eyes, and the enlightened Monkey King once again attacked Mo Liking. Mo Liking, with an ugly expression on his face, roared, "You lunatic, come on, who is afraid of whom?" Mo Liking's temperament is also the kind of temperament with a silly energy. Seeing that Monkey King was going to fight him, he rushed forward at all costs. The King Yun sword dances, the two of you come and go, and there is another battle. In the process, Mo Liking used the special ability of the King Yun sword from time to time to defeat Monkey King again and again. But Monkey King was like Xiao King, who couldn't be beaten. He was obviously injured more than once, but he was able to get up in the eyes of all the immortals every time. Grandmas, I can't offend, can I still not hide? Seeing the beaten Monkey King got up again, Mo Liking's mouth twitched wildly, and Sa Yazi ran away without a trace. If this fight continues, sooner or later he will be consumed by this monkey. After fighting for so long, he also suffered serious injuries. The monkey's golden cudgel was really heavy. Roar, I am undefeated. Feeling a stronger force deep in his body than before, Monkey King laughed wildly, and the shop owner was right. The temper of the edge of life and death. As long as he does not die, he can become stronger again and again. Bai Pinpin hurried over and held Monkey King, looking at the blood-stained body of Monkey King, feeling distressed. Sun Wukong didn't care about this and looked to the Jade Emperor and others. Go here first, and my grandson will come back tomorrow. After speaking, Monkey King asked Bai Pinpin to take him to the lower realm. In front of the Nanshan gate, the dumbfounded immortals recovered for a long time. Hey, this monkey doesn't seem to have much ability, but it's resistant to fighting, but it has increased a lot. Did he just say that he will come tomorrow? Isn't this monkey going to learn the scriptures? How can there be so much time? You ask me, I ask who to go. Amidst the discussion of the immortals, the Jade Emperor flew over with a depressed look. I asked Bai Pinpin for a long time, but I didn't find any useful information. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao waved away the water mirror in front of him, thinking about it thoughtfully. The scene of Monkey King fighting Mo Liking has a lot of combat experience he needs to learn, and it's fine anyway, just think about it and pass the time. The next day, Monkey King and Bai Pinpin arrived at Nanshan Gate as scheduled. Mo Lihang was guarding the gate today, and the few Tianjins who followed him also changed. The 4 heavenly kings are responsible for guarding the heavens and all quarters. They will change shifts every day and will not guard a certain gate. Come and come, let my grandson learn about your brilliant skills, whether they are as powerful as your brother. Monkey King rushed forward, not talking nonsense, just throw his stick. Mo Lihang was furious. It's a playful monkey, I'm not rude. I listened to my brother's story yesterday and let you asterisk power today. The two of them held a stick and a square halberd, fighting and fighting towards the distance. Bai Pinpin also found someone from all the heavenly monarchs and fought with him. When the two appeared, someone ran to report to the Jade Emperor. Within a moment, the Jade Emperor took all the immortals to the Nanshan Gate. This kind of day lasted for more than half a month, and Monkey King and Bai Pinpin challenged every day. Ha ha ha, you two are not enough. It's almost the same for four brothers. In front of Nanshan Gate, Monkey King's force suppressed Mo Lihang and Mo Lishu, and the two of them lost their temper. After more than half a month, even though Monkey King's strength hadn't reached the middle stage of the Taiyi Golden Immortal, it was infinitely close. His progress is seen by all the gods. One by one is full of envy and jealousy. The immortals didn't know that Monkey King was due to the saint physique, and thought that his natural capital was so strong. Only a small number of people with more delicate minds faintly felt something abnormal. If this monkey really had such a terrifying talent, then when he made a noise in the heavenly palace, his strength had improved again and again. And they also discovered that every time Monkey King fought, he tried his best. Could it be because of this? Go find Mo Liking and Mo Lihai for me. Seeing that Monkey King was so mad, the Jade Emperor called a heavenly sovereign and asked him to call in the other two gates. Within a moment, Mo Liking and Mo Lihai approached. Here to me, let the monkey know how powerful your four heavenly kings are. The Jade Emperor gave the order that the two of them did not dare to neglect, and each shot out, and they were gradually pressed underneath by Monkey King, and they also felt angry. Flying over, the two of them surrounded Monkey King with Mo Lihang and Mo Lishu from the other two directions. Crazy also has a margin. Since you have to challenge the monkey, don't blame us for being unsympathetic. Mo Liking glared at Monkey King and was able to draw a tie at first, but now their four brothers are fighting alone. None of them are the monkey opponents. It's shameful to think about it. With a wink at his younger brothers, Mo Liking suddenly shot. These four guys will have joint skills without accident. The monkey is probably not an opponent. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao touched his chin thoughtfully. Although Monkey King was able to crush two people, it was still worse than four people who wanted to crush them. But what Monkey King needs is this kind of opportunity. The opportunity to get beaten down again and get up again. Monkey, take it. Mo Liking shook the Qingyun sword, the black smoke was rolled up, and the fire was shining, taking the lead. Immediately afterwards, Mo Lihang launched an attack, and the Hunyuan umbrella flew across the sky. This umbrella is extremely powerful. When it is opened, the sky is dim, the sun and the moon are dark, the sand and rocks are flying, and the whole world is dimly yellow. Sun Wukong squinted his eyes and ran toward Mo Lishu based on the principle of first strike first. Harikos, you don't want to run away from me. With a soft snort, Mo Lishu unwrapped the cloth pouch around his waist and released the purple flower fox mink. The body of this beast looked like a white elephant, with wings on its ribs, and it swept like lightning, and it was caught in the face of Monkey King. Mo Lishu followed closely, holding a double mace and slamming Sun Wu on the waist. Sun Wukong, who was avoiding the flowering fox, was about to fight back with a golden hoop, but was affected by a rush of pipa, slowed a step, and was hit hard by Mo Lishu. This sudden sound of the pipa is naturally the other of the four heavenly kings, and I often hear about the Jasper pipa of the heavenly king Molihai. With the sound of the pipa, a violent wind whistled and swept the flames, drowning Monkey King. Kill! The four heavenly kings roared, one by one. They used their full strength to mobilize the power of the treasure, and the great momentum made people look disillusioned. Of course, Monkey King didn't want to admit defeat, holding the golden cudgel, rushing from left to right and colliding with the four kings from time to time. There was a real fire from both sides, and the sky seemed to be forcibly smashed and collapsed. Monkey, you have this ability, and you threaten to fight our four brothers together. Suppressing Monkey King, Mo Liking laughed triumphantly. Monkey King did not answer and immersed himself in killing. It's useless, you can't be our brother's opponent, we join hands, and Ronaldo can also fight. Mo Lihang's laughter sounded, and the Hunyuan umbrella suspended above her head suddenly turned. At that moment, the sky suddenly shook, as if the world was about to turn over. Monkey King shook his body and stood unsteadily. He was bombarded by Black Wind Flame and others. Hua Fox Sable took the opportunity to pounce, and took a bite on the back of Monkey King's neck. Rao was the bronze head and iron bone of Monkey King, and two dents were also bitten. No, I won't lose. My grandson is invincible. As long as the breath remains, my grandson will fight to death. Monkey King roared wildly. His eyes were blood-red, like a mad devil smashing around frantically. Looking at such a fascinating Monkey King, the immortals thought hard. Could it be that this unwillingness to admit defeat was the reason why this monkey became stronger so quickly? Although the monkey used to be mad, he was only instinctively mad. Now this kind of madness is consciously mad. In other words, he has a firm belief. The immortals have what they want, and some people have even practiced it personally, but unfortunately they have not increased their strength like Monkey King. After fighting again and again, falling down again and again, I don't know how many times, the four heavenly kings were finally speechless. This dead monkey is still like this. It can't be beaten or killed. Every time he thinks he's dead, he has to get up. We can't fight anymore. We obviously have the upper hand, but why do we feel aggrieved? It's all here, what else are you fighting? Can it really kill this monkey? The four heavenly kings gathered together to discuss, helplessly looking at Monkey King. Climbing up again and again, a competition, there is no need for such an endless posture. I said, as long as you don't die, you will fight to the end. Monkey King was covered in blood, but his eyes were as firm as iron, and he walked step by step carrying a golden cudgel. Mo Liking rolled her eyes and couldn't laugh or cry. Monkey, we admit that we are inferior to you, you can bully someone. If you can't beat it, let's say that the opponent's enthusiasm for fighting without dying is really incomparable. Hearing this, Monkey King's mouth slowly revealed a hint of smile, his mouth cracking bigger and bigger, and finally he couldn't help but laugh out loud, laughing so hoarse. What if it was a joke back then? One day, my grandson will make all this a reality. To step on this all over the sky, the immortal Buddha, really right. Haha, the bookstore is mighty, the bookstore is powerful, the bookstore is invincible. Monkey, don't laugh, come here, see the injured, come. I will reward you with a healing medicine. In front of Nanshan Gate, seeing that the fighting here stopped, the Jade Emperor waved to Monkey King. Posing his lips, Sun Wukong showed a trace of contempt in his eyes. This bad old man is so bad. On the surface, he was given a pill, but secretly, it was to find out why he could become stronger in battle. Hey, I won't tell you the secrets of the bookstore, but tell you how my grandson counterattacked. Pinpin, we are leaving, and we will come back tomorrow. This time, Sun Wukong was not hurt so badly, so he called by Pinpin, and the two went all the way back to Huoguo Mountain. He recovered well, and in the afternoon, the two rushed all the way to the bookstore. In the past, after each fight, as long as the injury recovered, the two would come to the bookstore to read, more or less have to read it. Owner, when will my Dragon Stone come out second? Although other books are good-looking, I still want to read Dragon Stone. Putting down the Tianlong Zhanji in his hand, Monkey King pleaded bitterly. Yang Xiao smiled without saying a word, staring at the water mirror in front of him. After a moment of stunned, Monkey King shifted his gaze to it. What was the shopkeeper looking at? It was just that Monkey King took a few glances, but found nothing. There was chaos inside. Owner, what is this? Monkey King was curious. It has nothing to do with you, Monkey, I have said. When the book will be published, it is not my responsibility. When the time comes, it will naturally appear. It's getting late. You have to challenge tomorrow. You two go back. Turning to the monkey, Yang Xiao drove the people directly. To make the second part appear, he had to use the first part to earn 1,000 heavenly immortal treasures. Converted to Tei grade, there are almost a dozen pieces. The Monkey King was taken aback for a moment, opened the door, and seeing the sky seemed to be really late, he pulled the reluctant Bapin and flew away from Skull Mountain. Not long after the two left, Yang Xiao in the bookstore suddenly heard a knock on the door outside. Opened the door, there was no figure outside, but a white elephant with 2 wings. Yang Xiao had seen the battle in the heavenly court, and naturally knew that this was the flower fox mink of Mo Lishu. It's late, I want to read a book and come back tomorrow. After taking a few deep glances at Flower Fox, Yang Xiao explained. After a moment of stunned, Huahu Daio raised his paw and scratched his head, reading. That monkey and that banshee came here several times, just reading. It has talked to Monkey King and Bai Pinpin several times. Seeing that they both come here every time, they finally couldn't help but want to come and have a look. Knocked on the door, but learned that this is just a bookstore. There was a slight depressed color on his face. Hua Fox Sable was a little disappointed. The entrance fee is the same as a treasure of the realm. Reading a book also has to spend various treasures of the same level related to your own strength. Remember to prepare in advance. Leaving the froze Hua Fox Mink, a deep smile appeared at the corner of Yang Xiao's mouth and closed the door. Hua Fox Sable shook his head vigorously, almost thinking that he had heard it wrong. Just the entrance fee, a treasure of the same realm. Robbery, what book is so expensive? The Flower Fox Mink didn't follow Monkey King and Bai Pinpin closely before. It followed the smell all the way. Otherwise, with its strength, it would have been discovered by Monkey King long ago. After pondering for a long time, the Flower Fox Sable gritted his teeth fiercely. Isn't it just a treasure of the same realm? If it's gone, I'll find the big idiot Mo Lishu. The monkey and the banshee came to this bookstore within a short distance, and there was definitely some big secret hidden in it. After making up his mind, the flower fox Sable returned to the heaven first. The matter of coming to the bookstore was decided on its own, and it did not tell Mo Lishu. One night passed, and early in the next morning, Yang Xiao heard a knock on the door outside. "Please, do you want to be so early?" Yang Xiao, who was dumbfounded, rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked to the door. His cultivation is different from others. He doesn't need to manage himself at all. His body will automatically attract the energy between heaven and earth and refine it into the purest energy. The main reason is that Yang Xiao didn't know how to take the initiative to practice. Up to now, he only obtained the 7 swords and the Saint Body fighting technique because of Bai Pinpin and Monkey King. These two were not meditation cultivation methods at all, so Yang Xiao naturally couldn't use them for cultivation. What's more, the body will automatically inhale the energy in the body, and it will be transformed, so there is no need for him to do so. The speed of his cultivation, in the final analysis, is related to the extent to which he runs the bookstore. The more treasures he earns, the faster he improves. Opening the door, as expected by Yang Xiao, the purple fox mink was outside. "Here, the entry fee you want." With a fruit in his hand that I don't know, the purple flower fox martin handed it up. Yang Xiao took it, not wondering why the purple flower fox mink could speak. This is a journey to the west where demons are everywhere, and a fairy beast like the purple flower fox and mink is nothing unusual to say a few words. When he got it in his hand, the system judged it as qualified, and he accepted it directly. Yang Xiao didn't embarrass the purple flower fox mink and put it in the door. "The book is there, choose by yourself. The owner of the shop will make up for it first." After yawning, Yang Xiao lay on the bed beside him and fell asleep, and within a moment there was a snoring sound. The purple flower fox Sable is dumbfounded, so rest assured. Silently glanced at Yang Xiao, the purple flower fox Sable came to the bookshelf and rushed up. "Tu Long Chuan, Xiao Ming Flying Sword, Great Thousand World." Looking at the books one by one, Zijin Flower Fox Sable's mouth opened slightly, surprised by the titles. After a long time, Zijin Flower Fox Sable's eyes fell on Tu Long Chuan. Who doesn't know the power of the Dragon Clan? This book dare to be called Tu Long Chuan, so big. With curiosity, Zijin Fox Sable opened the book. A woman walked across the mountain, 17 or 18 years old, with a short sword across her waist, and her face a little sad. She was holding a rein in her hand and leading a somewhat fat brown-red pony. The girl's name is Yue Zia. She is the daughter of the anti-gold hero Yue Fei. She was given the nickname Little Fat Man. She traveled the world alone, trying to relieve the inexplicable sorrow in her heart. Wudang is a famous mountain in the world. There is the first Wudang school of Ziwu on the mountain. Yue Zia took her horse and went up the mountain step by step. Zijin Fox Sable read with a confused look, "What's the matter with this?" But it is different from the stories it has read before. Is it possible that there is something hidden in it? With the expectant Zijin Flower Fox Mink, I continued reading. Not to mention looking at it, Huahu Mink gradually became addicted to it. The story inside was quite exciting, different from those it had seen before. "Quickly grab it. Oh, it's really useless. If Ben Mink is present, the dragon-slaying axe will definitely fall into Ben Mink's hands." When Yang Xiao woke up, he happened to hear the screams of the purple fox Sable. The speechless Yang Xiao was stunned. What kind of book is this silly reading? Without choosing so many books, choosing one is almost impossible to comprehend. Walking over, Yang Xiao searched for it, took the book again and stuffed it to Zijin Flower Fox Mink, and snatched the legend of Tu Long in his hand. Hey, what about the book? This Meow's book, I'm enjoying it." Suddenly the words in his eyes disappeared, and Zijin Fox Dio anxiously shouted, looking around anxiously. After seeing that it was Yang Xiao, he was taken aback for a while, and it was busy pleading. "The shopkeeper, give me the book quickly, and someone will immediately grab the dragon-slaying axe." Yang Xiao was amused. How beautiful is Tu Long's fax. Good-looking, so good-looking. Ben Mino has never seen such a good-looking book. The owner is indeed a treasure. The purple flower fox Mink stood up, patted his chest to make sure. With a serious appearance, Yang Xiao couldn't help but want to laugh. After thinking about it, Tu Long's biography is not very thick anyway, so it won't be too late to read it after reading it. Yang Xiao threw the book over. The Zijinhua fox mink who got the book immediately read it with relish, completely forgetting everything around it. Ignoring the silly mink who was completely addicted to the book, Yang Xiao thought, and the water mirror appeared. Without accident, Monkey King and Bai Pinpin ran to the heavenly court. This time the two didn't find any fault with the four heavenly kings, and the Jade Emperor asked the four saints general marshal of the Lingshan palace to deal with Monkey King. On the Baipin product side, the strength is low, so I randomly found a Tianjin with similar strength. When Yang Xiao looked through the water mirror, Monkey King and the four were in full swing. Yang Xiao also knew the names of these four people. Before they were enshrined, they had practiced on Kowloon Island. They were called the Four Sages of Kowloon Island. Their strength is similar to that of the four heavenly kings, but they are worse in terms of magic weapons. The four are Wang Mo, Yang Sen, Gao Yaogan, and Li Xingba. Haha, with this strength, how can I fight against my old grandson? Is it embarrassing for the Jade Emperor to send you? Monkey King's golden hoop dance's whistling wind impressively prevailed. The king demon among the four was furious. It's a playful monkey, but I want to play 2 games with you first. Do you really think we only have this means? When the words fell, a bead flashed in Wang Mo's hand, and he rushed towards Monkey King. Monkey King has quick eyes and quick hands, and quickly dodges. Although he didn't know something, he didn't want to hit him. But what he didn't expect was that the bead had its own tracking, and had been chasing behind him. Seeing that Wang Mo used his open DZI beads, the other 3 also sacrificed their beads. The 4 beads whizzed, attacking Monkey King from different directions. The few people did not watch and attacked together. Almost in an instant, Monkey King was forced into a rush. Look at the sword. Wang Mo let out a low roar, and the sword in his hand suddenly split into 3 sword shadows, piercing the 3 key points of Monkey King. With his strength, it might not hurt Monkey King to hit him, but it would definitely hurt. This method, Wang Mo hadn't used it before, and Monkey King didn't realize which one was true for a while. Suddenly hesitated, and the back of his head hurt, and Li Xingba's mixed yellow beads directly smashed up. Sun Wukong staggered at his feet, and the flaws were exposed. Wang Mo and others were experienced people. How could they miss this opportunity, and all kinds of attacks fell on Sun Wukong? In the tinkling sound, Sun Wukong's body was chopped off and splashed, and he was directly smashed to the ground. None of the swords of Wang Mo and the others, plus the 4 orbs they sacrificed, failed. Monkey, dare to speak wild words for this ability. With a soft snort, Yang Sen said coldly. Of course, Sun Wukong would not be convinced, and jumped up quickly, shouting as he fought back. When anyone has not missed, it will be you who will lose in the end. How playful monkeys, they are good at talking. Wang Mo was speechless, with a quick attack in his hand, the sword light shining. After eating the loss just now, Monkey King didn't dare to be careless and deal with it carefully. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao looked at him and shook his head. For the first time against the 4, the monkey might not be the opponent. Yesterday's victory over the 4 heavenly kings was also a concession. It was really necessary to fight for life and death. Regardless of everything, Monkey King would never have won so easily yesterday. In other words, it is impossible for him to win at all, and there is a high probability that he will get on the ground. Of course, this is the premise of not considering the Battle of the Eucharist. With this defying constitution, it is difficult for Monkey King to die. In the end, whoever is the one who will die depends on who can hold on for a long time. As for the 4 people in the Lingshan palace in front of them, it is not good. Yang Xiao knew that these 4 guys each had an extremely powerful monster. Among them, Wang Mo's is Chinese letter, Yang Sen's is Chinese letter, Gao Yaogan's and Li Xingba's are piebald leopard and Chinese letter, respectively. None of these 4 beasts is weak, and each of them is a prestigious generation. Moreover, Yang Xiao felt that the 4 of them were raising such 4 beasts, and it was impossible for them to not have some combination skills. Once they were used, Monkey King estimated that they would be very hanged. This monkey has changed. It's no longer so much easier to bend. In front of Nanshan Gate, the Jade Emperor laughed and shook his head when he heard Wukong's words just now. If it was replaced with the previous one, Monkey King would definitely say that it was Wang Mo and others who used beads to sneak attack, which was unfair. But just now, he calmly accepted the fault, saying that it was because of his own mistake. Perhaps his thoughts have changed during his 500 years under the mountain. Tei Jinxing next to him thoughtfully interrupted. The Jade Emperor shook his head. Teibai, don't you know this monkey? You are very proud how easy it is to change. It's really strange what happened to this monkey. The surrounding immortals were all thoughtful, and they didn't go to learn the scriptures and came to their heaven to make a fuss. This monkey has been running out for so long, don't you care about Buddhism? Lingshan Dalayan Temple. If the Tathagata who preaches the scriptures, if you feel anything, pinch your fingers. After a while, the Tathagata frowned and said, the monkey left the team and ran away alone. Oh, the Buddha didn't expect that the monkey's killing of the mortal transformed by the corpse demon would definitely arouse Jin Chanzi's reincarnation and drive him away for a while. The Manjusri Bodhisattva below has a strange face. Didn't the Buddha have said it before? Tathagata shook his head. It has changed. The monkey didn't kill the corpse demon. He ran with the corpse demon. The Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Bhikkhus were stunned. The Jintu Jijai came to report this not long ago. For this reason, the Tathagata specially sent Guanyin to deal with it. It's just that when they came back, Guanyin reported to the Tathagata alone they didn't know. But in their opinion, when Guanyin came forward, there were still things that couldn't be solved, and they didn't even consider other possibilities. Only now did they learn that Guanyin hadn't solved the problem, and the monkey was still with the monster. It must be that weird bookstore, which has changed the number of days in the dark. Guanyin, you have to take another trip. This time you must enter the bookstore to see what is going on. After pondering for a moment, Tathagata asked Guanyindo in the crowd. Guanyin nodded and took his boy Muzha away after taking the order. The problem was not resolved last time, and the responsibility was originally on her. With Muzha, the two of them left Lingshan all the way and headed east. When the two were leaving, a girl in the void was surrounded by a faint colored light, and she fell behind them without rush. Hee, Daddy's divine light is easy to use. Guanyin can't find me. I want to see where they are going to play. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao looked boredly at Monkey King's fight in the water mirror. Oh my God, when is this day? Other traversers came, all of them relying on gold fingers to mix the wind and water. The owner of the shop did well, and they were directly banned. In the corner, the Zijin Flower Fox Sable was holding the legend of Too Long, still watching with gusto, yelling from time to time. The speechless Yang Xiao rolled his eyes straight. It was the first time I saw someone who was fascinated by reading, and Dio who was fascinated by reading. Hey, who made this a journey to the West? There are even skeletons and monkeys who are fascinated by reading books, let alone a mink, which is not unusual. The bored Yang Xiao squatted beside the purple fox mart, counting the hairs on its body one by one. I don't know how long it took, and there was a knock on the door outside. Yang Xiao was stunned for a moment and ran over with joy. Is this a new customer coming? The door opened, and outside were two familiar figures, Guanyin and Muzha. Why are you again? His brows frowned slightly. Yang Xiao was a little upset and he was overjoyed. The system caused him to travel to the West. He has decided to learn from Buddhist scriptures first and does not want to receive Buddhists for a short time. What's more, the last time Guanyin let Muzha do his work, his impression was not good. Hello, shopkeeper, we are reading books. You said you want the same realm treasure, right? Here you are. With a smile on Guanyin's face, a faint golden light flashed in his hand, but the body was a strange purple flower. Glancing at the purple flower, Yang Xiao smiled and shook his head. You were reluctant to let in last time, but this time the owner suddenly changed his mind. What does the owner mean? Guanyin frowned slightly, a little unhappy. Could it be that the other party wanted the lion to speak? Doing business talks about honesty. How can you be unbelievable, want to sit down and raise the price? Next to Muzha glared at Yang Xiao. He kept watching what the owner was upset, and he was ashamed of the Bodhisattva last time. A faint air of cold flashed in his eyes, and Yang Xiao coldly snorted. Fuck, I'm talking to your master, what will a dog say? You. Muzha was so angry that the three corpse gods violently jumped, and there was smoke in the 7 orifices. He dignifiedly benefited the shore walker, the disciple of the Bodhisattva, who did not respect. This asterisk shopkeeper dare to say that he is a dog. The angry Muzha, with his mixed iron rod in his hand, prepared to attack Yang Xiao. With the protection made by the system, Yang Xiao certainly wouldn't be afraid. He looked at it with a sneer, but you did it. Step back. Guanyin snorted softly and stopped Muzha, the shop owner, speaking too much. If it wasn't for the invisible protection outside the house, plus the Buddha's mission, it would have to be demolished. In the distance, the girl who came along stared blankly at the bottom, the rosy lips of the cute and wide boss, eyes full of unbelievable colors. Guanyin, one of the 4 Buddhas of Buddhism, is no one stopped at the door and refused to let in the treasures. Moreover, the man unceremoniously scolded the boy of Guanyin, so powerful. The shopkeeper, but there are too few things, how can we let us in? After stopping Muzha, Guanyin looked at Yang Xiao quietly. There were not too many waves in the depths of his eyes. Yang Xiao had to sigh. As expected, Guanyin, one of the 4 Buddhas of Buddhism, has a good temperament. But now that he has made a decision, it is impossible to let Guanyin in, even if Guanyin pays any price. I'm sorry, for no reason, the owner just doesn't want you to come in. There was a bright sunny smile on his face, and Yang Xiao slowly said this sentence. Guanyin was stunned for a moment, his eyes flickered and said, "But because of my disciple, I just offended the owner." Yes, because of him, the Bodhisattva beat him up first, and then we will talk about the conditions for entering the shop. Looking at Muzha, whose face was uncertain, Yang Xiao showed a mocking smile. This Muzha is also an idiot, and he dared to interject indiscriminately without looking at his identity. He was really the owner of the shop and could not speak. With the system, even if Tathagata knows him and dares to offend the owner still dares to shake his face. Don't laugh at the shopkeeper. How about I ask him to make amends for you? His face was slightly stiff, and of course Guanyin could not really hit Muzha, suggested. Looking at Muzha, who was about to spit out his anger, Yang Xiao curled his lips. No, this shopkeeper is not so careful. The shopkeeper meant that he was willing to. Hearing this, Guanyin's eyes suddenly showed a hint of joy, as long as he enters the bookstore. But before she finished speaking, Yang Xiao interrupted her first. What are you thinking about? The owner has already said very clearly before, but he doesn't want you to come in, go, and leave quickly. After speaking, Yang Xiao slammed the door with a boom, shaking Guanyin's nose ashen. Anger, unprecedented anger. I thought I was already good enough for Guanyin, but at this moment he was completely furious. Not to mention a small person, even those who are stronger than her dare not give her face in this way. Benda, she wants to shoot you to death. Guanyin was so angry that she gritted her teeth and looked terrifying. It has been so many years since she hasn't been so angry. It seems to be a long time ago. Damn kid, don't go out of the bookstore. Ben Tuss will surely crush you. The angry Guanyin was a bit sensible and didn't directly bombard the bookstore. Otherwise, even her strength would not be able to withstand the shock of the protective cover set by the system. Bodhisattva, this son is abominable. He must be punished, and I will break the door for the Bodhisattva. Seeing this, Muzha knew that his opportunity to perform had come and was eager to try. Guanyin was in anger, and he didn't have a good breath. Shut up, if you want to get hurt or die, you can break it. In the void, the young girl who followed all the way covered her mouth, unable to laugh. Today I didn't sneak out, but I saw such a wonderful scene. Especially when I saw Guanyin Bodhisattva, who was saving the suffering and suffering angry. This was an opportunity I couldn't find with a lantern. The girl became very curious about that humble wooden house and Yang Xiao inside. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao looked through the water mirror amusedly at the picture of Guanyin exploding. Tisk, is it true that bodhisattvas are also angry? Who said that bodhisattvas have no desires and desires is purely a lie. Even if he dies, Muzha can't see the bodhisattva being humiliated. I still don't believe it. Even a door cannot be broken. At this time, Muzha, who was criticized by Guanyin outside, not only didn't lose his mind, but instead shouted aloud with pretense. After shouting, Muzha slammed the door of the bookstore with a mixed iron rod in his hand. Naturally, it goes without saying that Muzha was tragically bombed out, and he vomited all over the sky like blood and money. Naughty, if it can be broken, well, this does she still use you to make a shot? Guanyin was angry and funny, and he slid Muzha back. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Muzha gritted his teeth lightly and looked at the bookstore with a full face. The disciple just doesn't want to see the bodhisattva being humiliated, and I'm not angry. Yang Xiao in the bookstore is speechless. This product is a genius, so good at flattering. No wonder Guanyin likes it and takes it everywhere. I know your intentions, but you have to do what you can. Reluctantly, Guanyin pulled out the willow branches and sprinkled a drop of nectar on Muzha. In an instant, Muzha's face was a little gray, and he became ruddy in the blink of an eye, which was better than before the injury. Yang Xiao looked eagerly inside. These are the two most famous treasures of Guanyin. The effect of this work is against the sky. Outside, Guanyin and Muzha stayed for a while, then left helplessly. Yang Xiao didn't open the door and they couldn't break the protection, leaving it was just a waste of time. Not long after the two left, the void in the distance was slightly rippling, and the girl appeared. The girl's appearance is extremely beautiful. The perfection is almost not like the human facial features. The skin is white and greasy as snow, and like a beautiful jade, exuding a touch of warmth and luster. The most fascinating thing is her bright eyes. A light flashes from time to time in the light blue pupils, mysterious and alluring. In addition, her temperament is also extraordinary, with a bit of eccentricity in her elegance, and like a fairy who does not eat the fireworks in the world, she feels ethereal and ethereal. After she appeared, the girl looked around vigilantly, and when she saw no one was paying attention, she walked cautiously to the bookstore. Boom, boom, boom. The knock on the door sounded again, and Yang Xiao in the room frowned. How could Guanyin, the ghost of Guanyin, come back again? An annoyed Yang Xiao ignored it, lying on the bed holding his head and looking at the ceiling. He didn't know that it was not Guanyin who came outside, but the girl who followed. I knocked it several times and saw that there was no movement inside. The girl was a little confused. There should be people in it. It's endless, right? Let's see how our shopkeeper scolds you. Inside the room, Yang Xiao, who was disturbed by the knock on the door, turned over and went to the ground and rushed to open the door angrily. After opening his mouth just about to curse, only to find that it was not Guanyin, but a beautiful and unspeakable girl, all Yang Xiao's words got stuck in his throat. What a beautiful girl! How can there be such a beautiful girl in the world? With a sigh in his heart, Yang Xiao looked at the girl blankly, forgetting everything. Wake up, I will be embarrassed to see others again. Seeing Yang Xiao, who opened the door staring at her, the girl's face showed a flower-like smile and said a bit naughty. She said so, but she didn't seem to persuade her to be twitchy. Obviously, she had experienced many similar situations. The owner is looking at the outside scenery, the green mountains and the water, the blue sky and white clouds. I feel pretty good. After recovering, Yang Xiao coughed slightly to hide his embarrassment. Staring at other girls like this will leave a bad impression on them. But soon, Yang Xiao suddenly remembered something, and his face changed slightly. This is Journey to the West, and this beautiful girl in front of him is also some kind of monster or fairy. After frowning and thinking for a while, Yang Xiao found that none of the fairy gods and monsters in his impression could match the girl in front of him. The main thing he can guess is those with obvious characteristics. He may not be able to guess the others after seeing it. He didn't have any impression of the girl in front of him. Apart from the beauty, he didn't seem to have any other characteristics. He, the shopkeeper, you're a little cute with a serious lie. Looking at Yang Xiao funny, the beautiful girl joked. Yang Xiao was suddenly covered with black lines. So cute, can this word be used to describe a handsome man? Silent Yang Xiao went straight to the point. Welcome to our store. There are various interesting books in the store. The entry fee is the same as a realm treasure. It's a little expensive, but I believe the owner must have your reason. The beautiful girl complained, but her hand was not slow, and she threw an apple-like spirit fruit backhand. She is not stupid. How can it be so simple that even Guanyin wants to enter the bookstore? Golden Wonderland. When prompted by the system in his brain, Yang Xiao's eyes flickered slightly. This beautiful girl who looked harmless to humans and animals was so powerful. Yang Xiao was a little helpless. It turned out that the immortal in the journey of the master Ryan West is just a weak scum. There is no problem with things, please come in. I wonder if the girl can tell the name. While sighing in his heart, Yang Xiao let the door open. He agreed that the system would naturally not stop, and the beautiful girl stepped into the bookstore. Hearing Yang Xiao's question, the girl said, "Just call me Saint Ling." Holy Ling. His brows wrinkled slightly. Yang Xiao was strange. In his impression, it seemed that there was no such a monster or such a fairy Buddha. But it could also be that he only knows the other person's nickname, but not the other person's name, which is not surprising. For example, Zai Zai Jiang, Yang Xiao only knew that there was such a monster, but Yang Xiao had never heard of her name when Zai Zai Jiang reported her name. It doesn't matter if you don't know your identity. Yang Xiao didn't ask much. Identity is not identity. There is not much difference here. He is only responsible for collecting treasures and providing books to customers. As for the task that he wanted to mess with Journey to the West, and the system arranged for him, he couldn't count on a person in the Golden Wonderland. At least the opponent's strength must be like Monkey King, Tei Realm. And looking at Sheng Ling's innocent smile, Yang Xiao didn't want to involve her in his plan. Pretend to pretend, continue to pretend to this mink. To put it bluntly, it is not for the purpose of slaying the dragon and the asterisk axe, full of benevolence, justice, and morality I am. At this time, the purple fox ermine reading in the corner suddenly shouted, attracting Sheng Ling's attention. As one of the four heavenly kings, the flower fox Martin of the Guangmu Tianwang Malashu, how could Sheng Ling not know him? And he recognized the identity of the other party at first glance. She didn't expect that she would encounter this fairy beast here, and the other party seemed to be holding a book, and she was fascinated by it. Is it all right? Sheng Ling couldn't help but stunned when she saw Huahu Mink as if she hadn't noticed her at all, and didn't look up. Yang Xiao smiled and shook his head. Of course it's okay, maybe the story in the book is too attractive to it. I'm even more strange to hear what the owner said. Can I read these books at will? There was a hint of interest in his eyes, and Sheng Ling asked curiously. Yang Xiao nodded. He didn't know Sheng Ling's identity for the time being, so he didn't recommend it to her. The price of each book is different. It is charged by the hour, which is the same as the entry fee. Only treasures are accepted. Well, that girl is not polite, but I have to see what mystery is and dare to let the shopkeeper speak like a lion like you. Responding, Sheng Ling walked to the bookshelf and looked at them one by one. None of the books on the shelf had been heard by her. They were all unfamiliar titles. Moreover, each of these titles is unusual, and there are several very big ones. After looking at them one by one, Sheng Ling's gaze finally fell on the Great Thousand World. Besides Hongwang, are there other worlds? The curious Sheng Ling opened the book and read it quietly. Dark night fell and the boundless darkness enveloped the entire world. In the silent mountain, a beast roar suddenly sounded, shaking the night sky. There are tens of thousands of demon birds rising to the sky, bringing a gust of wind and howling. The wild alien species rushed out, tearing the earth and mountains, and the terrifying monster beasts began to revel. In the center of the mountain, a group of shining bright lights can't stop, and it doesn't fit into the darkness around. After just a few glances, Sheng Ling's mouth was so startled that he couldn't help but open wide, and he sucked in air conditioning several times. 10,000 Zhang monster birds, prehistoric alien species. According to this description, it seems to be better than Daddy. With deep curiosity, Sheng Ling continued to read. The more I look at it, the more surprised Sheng Ling is. Everything described in the book is incredible. There are great apes as high as a mountain, a python like a river, and unknown creatures that spit out a fire and burn thousands of miles around. However, after the next chapter, the picture suddenly changed, and it turned to an old village. In the village, a group of children are testing their talents. In front of every child, there is a bowl, which contains a variety of animal blood, mixed with precious medicinal materials, and exudes a light fragrance. Hey, this kid is funny. People are testing, but he thought it was sugar water. He grabbed one bowl and wanted to drink another. God, this child turned out to be a rare Hercules body. What is this Hercules body? So amazing, so amazing. I'm only 5 years old. I can lift such a big stone. It's a god. After seeing Sheng Ling for a short time, he was completely immersed in the world of the book, exclaiming from time to time. Yang Xiao looked at him amusedly and looked at Sheng Ling with interest. Such a stunning beauty, showing all kinds of expressions of joy, anger, sorrow, and joy in front of her. Tusk, isn't it a good day? Yang Xiao, who was in a much better mood, hummed triumphantly. In the afternoon, Monkey King and Bai Pinpin ran over as usual. When they saw two more figures in the house, one person and one mink to be exact, the two of them looked a little surprised. Why, you are allowed to come, and others are not allowed to read books. Yang Xiao looked at the two with a smile and joked. Sun Wukong shook his head. No, the shopkeeper, if my old son read it right, it's a fool from Molishu. How did he find it? This is, of course, following you. The abnormality of the two of you will definitely be noticed. Without explaining too much, Yang Xiao continued to cast his gaze on Sheng Ling. An afternoon passed by, and when it got dark, Yang Xiao was about to close the door. Closed business, settle your book money. After patted the table a few times, Yang Xiao approached several people and took the book from them. Monkey King and Bai Pinpin are okay. They have experience, and if they competed, they took out the treasure and handed it over. But the flower fox Martin, who was enjoying it, was not happy and shouted, "Owner, please, just let me watch it for a while. It will do for a while." No, the rules can't be broken. It depends on tomorrow. Yang Xiao didn't even want to shake his head. If this makes you accustomed to this, the owner of the shop will need to sleep in the future. Flower Fox Mink didn't listen, came over and hugged Yang Xiao's legs tightly. Her eyes were pitiful, let alone a bit cute. Just a few glances, won't you, shopkeeper? You are the best, the kindest, and the most handsome. Silly Diao, Mo Lishu knows your virtue, so he can't be angry. The Monkey King next to him looked at the unscrupulous Flower Fox Sable and sneered without mercy. After a moment of stunned, Huahu Daio's eyes followed the direction of the sound and fell on Monkey King. What do you look at? I'm not convinced. I dare to come to the bookstore with my grandson. Glancing at Hua Fox Sable, Monkey King snorted uncomfortably. I think he is dignified, but he was followed by someone who didn't even know. If this is spread out, it will lose face. After a few glances, the Flower Fox Mino had no time to talk to Sun Wukong and continued to beg Yang Xiao. If you can't say no, it won't work. And you, hello, girl, don't poke your hand, don't think I can't see it. Yang Xiao refused mercilessly and turned his eyes to Sheng Ling. When Hua Fox Sable distracted him, Sheng Ling's hand touched the bookshelf again. Huh, you are a pig, the owner, you closed business so early. Sheng Ling took his hand back in surprise, and Sheng Ling grumbled out of breath. Yang Xiao smiled, my shop still won't let me call the shots. The owner of the shop said that it will be closed when it is closed. Believe it or not, it will be closed for one day tomorrow. Turning his lips to stare at Sheng Ling, Yang Xiao publicly threatened. The expression on his face froze for a while, and the Flower Fox Martin was also frightened and hurriedly released his small paw. Forget it, the owner is ruthless enough to provoke him. The people who couldn't help paid the book fees, left, and flew to their respective places. Heavenly Court was looking for the Mo Lishu of Hua Fox Mink everywhere, and when Hua Fox Mink came back, he shouted with excitement. My little boy, where did you go this day? But I am so anxious. Go out and slam the door, it's impossible to lose it. Flower Fox Mink pouted her lips silently. Standing, she Shuren walked into the Heavenly Palace. The stunned Mo Lishu followed behind. How did it feel that this guy seemed a little different? But what exactly it was, he couldn't tell. But since he came back, there was no need to worry. Mo Lishu happily informed his 3 brothers and called them to drink and eat meat together. In the room, the 4 Mojia brothers were swigging and chatting happily. Flower Fox Sable crawled on the table beside her, and her mind was full of the plot in the legend of Tu Long she had seen during the day. After thinking about it, the Hua Fox Sable looked a little disgusted when looking at Mo Lishu and the others, and knew that it was nothing to pursue. After thinking about it for a while, Hua Fox Sable suddenly appeared in his mind with the dragon-slaying tomahawk in the book, and his eyes lit up slightly. As a chasing fairy beast, it seems a bit of a price drop to bite every time he fights. No, if you want to change your combat habit in the future, the dragon-slaying tomahawk would be good. The more excited Hua Fox Mink thought about it, she jumped onto Mo Lishu's head. Little boy, what's the matter, something? Mo Lishu knew it was a Flower Fox Mink even if he didn't look at it, so he asked curiously. Huahu Martin said unceremoniously, Get me a dragon-slaying battle axe, I want to use it as a weapon. Dragon-slaying tomahawk. Scratching his head in doubt, Mo Lishu's face was at a loss. What magic weapon is this? Dare to call such a name, it should be very powerful. But my little boy, didn't he always bite people? Why did he suddenly remember to use a weapon? Although weird, Mo Lishu is very fond of Hua Fox Mink, and he plans to find it for him after asking. I don't even know about the dragon-slaying axe. True Earth, the dragon-slaying axe is the world's #1 magic weapon. With it in hand, it can kill millions of gods and demons. With a contemptuous look at Mo Lishu, Hua Fox Dairo said proudly. Hearing that, the 4 brothers of the Mo family opened their mouths big, their faces full of disbelief. It's so powerful, it seems even more powerful than their treasures. But the strange thing is that, logically speaking, such a powerful magic soldier should have heard of it. How could he have never heard of it? My little boy, who is in the hands of the magic weapon you said, you tell me. I can help you in exchange for it. After thinking hard for a long time, Mo Lishu looked at Zijin Flower Fox Sable with weeping face. Cursing his lips, Huahu Miao said, Of course it is in the hands of the Tiger King Luxun. Storm Tiger King Robson. What is this, Demon King? Mo Lishu was dumbfounded when he heard it, and when he looked at his brothers, he also found a puzzled expression on his face. Forget it, you definitely can't get the dragon-slaying god axe. Just find me a few axes. I see if you're satisfied. Silently staring at the dumbfounded 4 brothers, Hua Fox Mink waved his paw impatiently and said. Just now, he suddenly remembered that everything he saw seemed to be fictional in the book, and it was probably not true. Molishu was relieved, busy with a few people to take out the various axe-shaped magic treasures from his body. After some screenings, Huahu Mink picked the most domineering and largest one. With the big axe on his shoulders, the flower fox mink stood up and walked back and forth several times happily. It's not bad, it's not bad. What I want is this feeling. Looking at the upright flower fox mink, Mo Li Shu and the others twitched their mouths, extremely speechless. In the bookstore, Condensed Water Mirror, followed by Hua Fox Mink, and Yang Xiao, who was about to look at the lens of the heavenly court, couldn't help but smile directly. This stupid dare to think, you're so small and carrying such a big axe, you are not afraid of being crushed. But Yang Xiao also knew that his worries were a bit redundant. The flower fox marten is a fairy beast, not to mention that the big axe is only about 5 times its size. No matter how big it is, it can carry it. Moreover, the flower fox mink can't grow bigger, but it is generally unwilling to change. After looking at Huahu Mink for a while, Yang Xiao Shui Jiang changed his goals and planned to see that beautiful girl Sheng Ling. Thinking of being able to observe such a beautiful girl quietly, Yang Xiao felt a little excited. When the camera switched, the picture hadn't appeared yet. The first thing that came was a rumbling sound and the sound of a beast roaring loudly. Yang Xiao is dumbfounded. What is the situation? What is Sheng Ling doing? Gradually, the picture became clear, and a group of dense beast shadows appeared in front of them. At this time, all the beasts were running desperately, as if there was something terrifying behind them chasing them. In the crisp laughter like silver bells, Sheng Ling appeared in the camera and smashed the slowest wild boar with a punch. The figure jumped out, and in a blink of an eye, she jumped onto a tiger shadow that looked like a saber-toothed tiger, stepping on it and embedding it in the soil. The corners of his mouth twitched wildly, and Yang Xiao's gaze fell unconsciously to the great world on the bookshelf. Before crossing over, he had also read this novel. The protagonist in it is a very violent guy who bullies monsters every day. If he remembered well, Sheng Ling seemed to see the big world during the day. What have you learned? Yang Xiao couldn't laugh or cry, silently mourning for the beasts. It was really unlucky to meet such an unreasonable girl, and she suffered a disaster. Yang Xiao was thinking suddenly, Sheng Ling is coming tomorrow, should she change a book to read? I have only read dozens of chapters, and that's it. If I continue to read it, isn't it going to change the sky? He knows how the protagonist Yihao in the Great Thousand World book can cause trouble. Forget it, I guess I won't let it, she will toss me every day. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Xiao gave up the idea, seeing how that girl bullied those poor beasts, and knew how uncomfortable it was. The next day, Yang Xiao in his sleep was awakened by a bang on the door. Outside the door, Sheng Ling and Hua Fox Mink stood together, and he was about to rush in as soon as he opened the door. The result was of course no surprise. 1 person and 1 beast were shot out. Silent Yang Xiao curled his lips. Can you not be so impatient? Without my consent, do you really think you can come in? Pay the entry fee first. Smelly shopkeeper, I didn't say it earlier, so I got a hit. Throwing a fruit with his hand, Sheng Ling complained. The flower fox mink next to me also handed a 3-color herb. Did you give me a chance to speak? Yang Xiao had no choice but to come here for the second time, so he dared to talk to him like this. His guess yesterday was indeed correct. If you really don't let this girl look at the big world, he will have a headache in the future. Anyway, it is not him that is the scourge, so I don't care about it. Accepting things, the system defaulted that Yang Xiao had agreed, so he didn't stop this person or beast. Entering the bookstore, they rushed straight to the shelf at the same time, each grabbing the book they read yesterday. Soon this person was in a state of being a beast, and it was a joy to watch. Heavenly Court, Monkey King and Bai Pinpin ran up and continued to challenge. Yesterday, Monkey King was beaten by the 4 sages of the Lingshan Palace, but he didn't ask for anything. Even if he stood up again and again, he had never beaten the 4 people who were determined not to let him slap in the face. In the end, the Jade Emperor came forward and asked the 4 to retreat, which ended yesterday's battle. Today, my grandson taught you how to be human. The Monkey King was on his shoulders, and Monkey King looked at the 4 arrogantly. He found that madness can arouse the anger of the other party more, and only when he fights, he will come up with real means. What he needs is never gentleness, but devastation, so as to stimulate his fighting communion to the greatest extent and improve faster. Arrogant brothers, come on, let this monkey know what it means to be unhappy. Wang Mo snorted, holding the fairy sword, and took the lead. The other 4 people hurriedly dispersed, surrounded Monkey King in the middle, and had a good fight. After fighting for a while, Wang Mo and the 4 others saw the opportunity to sacrifice their 4 orbs and attack Monkey King together. With yesterday's experience, Monkey King reacted a lot more quickly and was not so easily hit. When my grandson can't deal with you, I will change. After being chased by the beads for a while, Monkey King suddenly split into countless figures, all of them exactly the same. This method is his external incarnation technique, which is most suitable for group battles. Obviously, the strength of these clones is not as powerful as the body. But the beads used to deal with the 4 kings and demons are very effective. Taking advantage of the clone to attract attention, Monkey King's body quietly touched Wang Mo and the others. The monkey must be trying to sneak attack. We also find some helpers to help. Wang Mo chuckles, casts a spell called Roars, and his mount Soya jumps out of thin air. Just as Monkey King was about to sneak attack, he saw Jubai's blood-red eyes directly falling on him. Miscalculation, there is such a big dog in this servant, and he can smell my breath. The depressed Monkey King simply didn't surreptitiously, showing upright and smashed down with a stick. Wang Mo laughed. I knew you were going to attack attack with me. When the words fell, 1 person and 1 beast flew out, caught Monkey King and started fighting. In other directions, the other 3 also summoned their mounts and attacked the avatars of Monkey King. In a short moment, those clones of Monkey King were killed and turned into a pile of monkey hair. The 3 rushed together with Wang Mo, and the 4 men and 4 beasts attacked Monkey King. Is this the mount of the 4 of them? It is really ferocious. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao looked at the battle in front of Nanshan Gate through the water mirror, staring mainly at the beasts such as Soya. These 4 fierce beasts are not weak in attack. According to Yang Xiao's estimation, although they are not as good as Monkey King and Wang Mo, they also have the strength of the Golden Fairy. Relying on the natural advantages of beasts, fighting against Tei will not fall short. Yesterday, I couldn't beat the 4, even if it became stronger. How could it be the opponent of the 4 plus these 4 fierce beasts? And Monkey King was gradually suppressed. Within a moment, Monkey King was beaten to the ground and seriously injured. My grandson is undefeated. I will only get stronger and stronger. Gritting his teeth and shaking his body, Monkey King slowly climbed up again. When he really stood upright, the trauma on his body seemed to disappear, as if he was back to his best condition or stronger. It's the same again. It's impossible to do it with firm belief. The corners of the Jade Emperor's mouth twitched slightly. Could it be said that Buddhism made hands and feet on the monkey? Or what chance did this monkey get? After looking at Monkey King a few times, the Jade Emperor's gaze shifted to Bai Pinpin, and he was depressed again. The Banshee over there is also different, although the situation is different from this monkey, but the effects of the spell use are similar to each other. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao, who had watched for a while, lost his interest and turned to look at Sheng Ling. It is very interesting to see a big, beautiful woman face various changes in front of him, or nervous, expectant, or excited. Time passed slowly, and in the afternoon, a unique breath radiated from Sheng Ling. Yang Xiao, who was admiring Sheng Ling's beautiful appearance, was taken aback for a moment. His eyes lit up. Do you want to comprehend it? He was a little curious what this girl would understand from the book Dakian Shi. The flower fox Martin next to her was also disturbed by the aura on Sheng Ling's body and came to his senses. Owner, what happened to her? Running to Yang Xiao's side, Huahu Dairo said in surprise. Yang Xiao explained with a smile. She learned something from the book. Learned something from the book. Huahu Martin's eyes widened, and his face was full of inconceivableness. The shopkeeper, you are talking about comprehension from the book. Didn't you lie to me? What are you doing to lie to you? Otherwise you think the book is good-looking. Do I dare to charge such an expensive book fee? Silently rolled his eyes, Yang Xiao snorted slightly. The flower fox mink was taken aback for a moment, and the next moment he hugged Yang Xiao's leg suddenly, looking pitifully with his small eyes. The shopkeeper, quickly teach me how to comprehend whether it is the kind of spell cast by the Banshee who is with the monkey. The monkey must have comprehended it too, otherwise it is impossible to get stronger. The flower fox mink, who had suddenly figured it out, had an extremely bright head at this moment. Yang Xiao is funny. There is no way www.wuxiaspot.com tilde can have it. Then why did I read the book? Dio was dumbfounded. The book you read has a low-level view of the world, and you can definitely comprehend it from the shocking I gave you. When one person and one beast were talking here, Saint Ling over there was already sober. Looking around blankly, Sheng Ling scratched his head in a daze, always feeling like something happened. The expression on Yang Zio's face suddenly froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched and looked at Sheng Ling. Please, why does she comprehend this? What is this going to do? Originally, this girl could make trouble, but if this were added, the three realms would have no peace in the future. Yang Zio suddenly felt a little sympathy for those beasts last night. This is still last night. If this is now, it is estimated that those beasts were seriously injured, but the bones and tendons were broken and died on the spot. What Sheng Ling comprehends is nothing else, but the protagonist's body against the heavens, the Hercules body. The only benefit of this physique is to increase strength, and the increase is not so large. According to the book, 1-year-old carries a tripod, 3-years-old pulls trees, 10 years old can move mountains. This kind of physique is not bad, otherwise it would not be the physique of the protagonist in the book. Yang Zio is depressed that this kind of physique should not appear on a girl, especially a beautiful girl like a fairy. When Sheng Ling wanted to see Sheng Ling fighting with others, he grabbed the mountain next to him and threw it at him. Yang Zio felt a touch of sadness. This is only second. With the Hercules body, the beautiful girl Sheng Ling, will it become very violent. For example, you can beat a suitor with a punch at every turn, stomping the ground in a bad mood, and so on. The picture is so beautiful that Yang Zio can't imagine it anymore. I am afraid that when the time comes, the word violence will be added in front of the beautiful girl. Violent beautiful girl, tusk tusk, it is better to be less provoked. Stupid, don't mess with Saint Ling from now on, just stay away when you see it. Pulling away the flower fox Martin holding his leg, Yang Zio said earnestly. Hua Fox Mink listened very strangely, staring at Yang Zio's sad eyes. His head was filled with confusion. What exactly did that beautiful girl understand? But soon, Hua Fox Sable realized something and looked suspiciously at Yang Zio. Shopkeeper, why did I seem to hear you scolded me just now? Is there? No, you absolutely got it wrong, silly. Of course, Yang Zio would not admit it, but when he spoke, he cursed himself inwardly. I didn't curse, but I brought it back unconsciously. This time I couldn't explain it clearly. I haven't said no, the shopkeeper you explained to me. Why am I stupid? Staring at Yang Zio angrily, Hua Fox Dio was speechless, and he couldn't imagine that the owner would dare not recognize it. Saying that there is no, it is absolutely impossible to admit that the image of the shop owner cannot collapse, and with a light cough, Yang Zio flickered seriously. Hua Fox Sable, I am not talking about you, silly sables. In our hometown, silly sables are an omnipotent word that can express appreciation like admiration, etc. As long as you think of it, it can expression. So what I meant just now, you should understand now, it's not to scold you. Listening to Yang Zio's explanation, Hua Fox Dio was confused, is it so? Why is it so unbelievable? But looking at the shopkeeper's serious appearance, it's not like lying and cheating. It turns out that the word silly can express so much meaning. So what the shopkeeper said just now, expressing his appreciation. It doesn't seem to explain it well. If you admire it, it's not right. Such a powerful character as the shopkeeper would admire me as a little mink. After thinking about many kinds of explanations, after thinking of a certain explanation, Hua Fox Mink's eyes turned round. I don't mean anything else, but I just like this meaning and I can barely match it. The owner likes Ben Mino. The startled Hua Fox Mink instinctively covered his body with his hands and looked at Yang Zio with panic. Yang Zio was stunned. What kind of expression was this stupid? The shopkeeper's flicking words frightened him. The owner, Ben Dio, tells you, I'm a male, don't think too much. Ben Dio would rather die and would never sell Ben Dio's body just to read a book. When Yang Zio looked at it, the flower fox mink was an exciting spirit again, stuttering. Yang Zio, who was stunned for a long time, reacted. His face quickly turned black. This sable is indeed a silly sable. What are you talking about? The owner of this shop has serious thoughts about it. Let me go, isn't this slander? The owner's hobby has always been normal. Isn't it possible to be interested in the same sex? What does this mink think of? Imagination is okay. Gun doozy, this shop mainly likes it, but also like Sheng Ling. Pulling the flower fox sable aside with one foot, Yang Zio pouted. After speaking, he suddenly felt something strange in front of him. When he looked up, he saw that Sheng Ling had got up and walked over at some point, right in front of him. At this moment, she was shocked and looked at Yang Xiao blankly. "Owner, do you like me?" Sheng Ling stammered, his face gradually changed, and his tone seemed to be frightened. This weird expression made Yang Xiao look dumbfounded. First, the imagination of the silly sable like Hua Fox Sable was bursting with imagination, and now it was sent Ling with strange behavior. What happened to all of them? Nothing. Don't think too much about it. I just give a chestnut. Of course, Yang Xiao couldn't admit it and shook his head. Hearing this, Sheng Ling just let out a long sigh, patting his chest with lingering fears, but fortunately, what the owner said is not true. The expression on his face froze directly, and Yang Xiao was stunned as he watched Sheng Ling's behavior. His nosebleed almost spurted out. The scale of this girl is not large, but not small, not to mention how sultry the action just now was. "Hey, what's the matter with you? The owner, are you sick?" Looking at Yang Xiao curiously, Sheng Ling still doesn't know what happened. Yang Xiao hurriedly shook his head. How could this kind of embarrassment be said? "It's fine if I'm not sick. The owner, he's so good and he didn't do anything wrong. You still like them," Uncle said. "If anyone dares to say you like me, let me tell him. He helps me out. They are so cute. Everyone hates me." Nodded, Sheng Ling stared at Yang Xiao with a bit of resentment, and Yang Xiao's forehead was filled with confusion. Why can't I understand what is said and what? Frowning for a while, thinking hard, Yang Xiao suddenly thought of something and tentatively asked, "Does your uncle hate you?" "Hate, my uncle hates me. He is kind to me." Sheng Ling answered naturally with joy. Yang Xiao was dumbfounded, already faintly guessing what was going on, and the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. He understood that the hatred in Sheng Ling's mouth meant liking, and liking meant hate. No wonder hearing him say that she likes her just now, it would be such a frightened expression, not ashamed. After a long time, Sheng Ling's likes were not the same as normal people's understanding, and even the opposite. Because of this situation, Yang Xiao had already guessed that he must have been instilled in this kind of thinking since he was a child, and if he expected it to be true, Saint Ling should be very tightly protected and rarely go out. "Tell me the truth, Sheng Ling, did you sneak out of the house?" Various thoughts flashed in his mind, and Yang Xiao asked. The expression on Sheng Ling's face froze for a moment, and he stammered, "Owner, how did you know?" Sure enough, his guess was not wrong. This girl really sneaked out. Yang Xiao thought, Jinxian's strength and temperament were so simple that ordinary people would never be able to raise it. The monsters on the westward journey can basically be eliminated. Could it be that Sheng Ling is a fairy from the heavenly court, or even the daughter of the Jade Emperor? Yang Xiao didn't think about Buddhism. The Buddhism he remembered was either a variety of Buddhas or Bodhisattvas. Even if there is a decent girl who is a child of a certain Buddha or Bodhisattva, it is impossible to develop the temperament of the Holy Ling. "Holy Ling, can you tell me who your uncle is?" It's better to ask directly instead of thinking about it, so Yang Xiao asked. I never thought that Sheng Ling shook his head vigorously and resolutely refused. "Don't tell me. The shopkeeper, you are a bad guy. Do you want your uncle to catch me back?" When he was about to say something more stuck in his throat, Yang Xiao couldn't shake his head crying or laughing. "Forget it, this shopkeeper won't be able to do it without asking. It's a bad guy if he is so good." The depressed Yang Xiao didn't tell Sheng Ling about her comprehension of the Hercules body. Anyway, she would find out sooner or later. Huahu Dio ran to the bookshelf early and continued to read the book with relish. What left Yang Xiao speechless was that this Dio looked like the legend of too long. Not too lazy to pay attention to this idiot who didn't pursue, Yang Xiao yawned and shrank into the bed and fell asleep. Sheng Ling went back to watch her great world, and the bookstore was calm again. From time to time, the voices of Hua Fox Sable and Sheng Ling whispering to themselves, because of the joy, anger, sorrow, and joy of the plot in the book. At the great Lingshan temple in Lingshan, a man with a cold face strode into the temple. "Tathagata, stop preaching. My daughter doesn't know where she went. Let someone help me find it." The bodhisattvas and arhats in the temple were not surprised, looking at the man in a little fear. Obviously, they knew the identity of the man in front of them, and had seen similar things many times. "With the strength of your peacock king, can you not find your daughter?" Tathagata was strange, asked with a faint smile. The grim man, Kong Xuan, king of Peacock Great Ming, explained and answered, "When she went out, she brought my divine light visor." "Isn't that your magic weapon? You should be able to sense it," Tathagata wondered. "I gave it to my daughter, it's her now. Don't talk nonsense, will you help me find it?" Kong Xuan replied, a little impatient on his face. Others are afraid of the Tathagata, but he is not afraid of it. When it comes to fighting, it is not certain who will clean up. Tathagata nodded helplessly and turned to the Bodhisattva Arhats and said, I have not heard it. Spread out. Help King Ming find his daughter and find help to bring it back. The divine light-shielding mirror was Kong Chuan's once treasure. It can conceal the body and breath. Even if the quasi-sage is too far away, you can never use the power of divine consciousness to detect the trace. On the bookstore side, Sheng Ling didn't know that Buddhism was full of the world looking for her, and she was reading with gusto. Sacked ransacked, hee, it's all mine, mine. Fall down, ye how dared to grab the things that he was fond of, looking for hardship. These three-headed tigers and golden dragon pythons are really bad. They are shameful to our demons and deserve to be roasted. Silent listening to Sheng Ling's yelling Yang Xiao, he suddenly caught a key word, Yazu. Saint Ling is a monster. Looking at Sheng Ling, who hadn't noticed his expression in amazement, Yang Xiao was stunned. But then he recovered and shook his head with a smile. In the westward journey, the demon clan seemed not to be rare. It made sense. In any case, the holy Ling in his eyes is a human form and looks completely indistinguishable from a normal person, except for the beauty. Ha, my left claw is 9 days magical. My right claw moves 8 poles, hitting invincible hands all over the world. Kill, kill, scumbags dare to the leader of the martial arts, see my means to kill. Haha, Luxon, the king of wind tigers, finally got his revenge. It's enjoyable. The flower fox Sable, who was fascinated by reading, also yelled and shouted. Yang Xiao was very helpless. He found that from Monkey King and Bai Pinpin to Sheng Ling and Hua Fox Mink, no one quietly reads. It seems that shouting a few words while reading is a common problem with these monsters and gods. Yang Xiao suddenly wondered, should I put up a sign with a fine for loud noise? But after thinking about it, forget it. If you look down and see you up, you can't just ignore favors just to earn more resources. Monkey King and Bai Pinpin didn't come this afternoon. Yang Xiao had seen the water mirror and knew why. When fighting with the 4 saints of the Lingshan treasure hall, Monkey King was rubbed hard by the combination skills of other people's joint mounts, and the injury was not light. Before not knowing it, it was dark, and Yang Xiao drove people on time. The door is closed, it depends on tomorrow. Owner, don't do it, just a while, it will be fine in a while. There is only the last chapter left in my legend of slaying the dragon. Hua Fox Sable cried and begged, holding the book and didn't want to let go. It's the last chapter, and you can finish it in a few moments. Yang Xiao silently curled his lips. Just count you as the slowest reading. No, you can't read it, come back tomorrow. No, shopkeeper, don't you like Bendiao? As long as you let me finish it, Bendiao will follow you. In order to finish reading the last chapter, Huahu Miao gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. Yang Xiao's face was so dark that he slapped the flower fox over with a slap, closed the book and placed it on the shelf. From your height, the owner doesn't like the same or the same sex. Sheng Ling next to him stared at Yang Xiao, who was frantic, and hurriedly dropped the book in fright. The owner of the shop was terrible. After receiving the book money from the two, Yang Xiao closed the door and finally became clean, cool. Outside, the weeping Hua Fox Mink turned his head one step at a time and left the bookstore reluctantly. Sheng Ling and Hua Fox Mink chose different directions and flew straight to the west. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao was lying on the bed, and a water mirror appeared in front of him, and inside it flashed for a moment, and the figure of Sheng Ling appeared. This thing is a bit like TV in the previous life. It can be switched to watch different things according to different people. Let alone, it's quite interesting. All the way to the west, Sheng Ling flew for an unknown period of time. Suddenly, his complexion changed slightly, his body gleamed slightly, and he hid. Yang Xiao was curious, is this encountering an enemy? Within a moment, a figure appeared in the water mirror, but it was a monk wearing a monk with a bare head. Strange, it seemed that the princess was here just now. The monk scratched his head and muttered to himself, his face blank. After thinking about it for a while, he felt that it was unlikely that he had made a mistake, and he was ready to pass the news to the others. Of course, Sheng Ling couldn't let him pass it, and he had quietly touched him. Just when the monk took out a ball, and just when it was about to crush it, Sheng Ling suddenly appeared, rushed to the monk's face with a fist, and at the same time drew his other hand towards the ball. Catch-a-ah! The sound of broken bones, and the screams sounded almost at the same moment. Sheng Ling was holding the letter-passing ball in his hand, staring blankly at the monk who was spilling blood and flying out. The opponent's strength is not much worse than her, Her purpose is just to distract the opponent so that she can grab the ball. But she never expected that she would throw people into the air directly with one punch. When have I been so good? Sheng Ling stared at his fist blankly, and some did not react. The movement here seemed to attract the attention of people searching nearby. Dozens of human figures flew here at extremely fast speeds. The Holy Ling, who had recovered, ran east without a word. "It's the princess. Don't let her run, you must take her back." Someone yelled, crushed the messenger ball in his hand, and used secret methods to catch up with them at a faster speed. Sheng Ling didn't run far and was surrounded by a few people. In the situation just now, she didn't have time to use the divine light sunshield. Have I heard it wrong? Sheng Ling is not a demon but Buddhism. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao was full of doubts. How do these monks call Sheng Ling a princess? The monks who can have this kind of cultivation are definitely from Lingshan Dalian Temple. What are you going to do? I tell you, be careful my dad beats you up. Glaring at the monks surrounding her, Sheng Ling threatened. One of the monks laughed and said, "Princess, we are here to find you by the orders of the King Ming and Buddha, so don't make us embarrassed." "My father, he knows I ran out." Hearing that, Sheng Ling's face suddenly became bitter. Awful, he was discovered again. No, I have to go to the bookstore to read." Sheng Ling shook his head and left so many good books without reading. It was so boring to go back. "No, I won't go back. You go and tell my father I will play outside for a while." With that, Sheng Ling looked at a certain direction and rushed towards him. Certainly the monks wouldn't let her leave. They looked at each other and planned to entangle them. If they could, it would be better to grab them. "You dare to do it, I tell you I'm super fierce." Seeing the Buddha's light on a few monks, the Holy Ling stopped his figure and glared fiercely at the few people. The monks didn't talk. Each condensed a large Buddha hand and went straight to the Holy Ling to catch it. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao looked at the Shui Jiang with great interest. It is a bit difficult to catch people with these monks of the same realm alone. Sheng Ling saw that several people were determined to catch her, and she was no longer polite. The colorful light on her body surged, and she bombarded the Buddha's hands. Those Buddha's hands were supported by colored light, and they couldn't fall. With this moment of buffering, Sheng Ling had reached a monk and kicked over. "Catch her!" Familiar fractures, familiar screams. Sheng Ling was stunned. Is the strength of this princess so great? The strength of the monks was slightly stronger than she was originally, and she might use secret techniques. Sheng Ling understood that if she wanted to run away, she had to clean up a few people. And even if a few people didn't use the secret method, but simply fell behind her, it was not what she hoped, so how could she go to the bookstore quietly tomorrow? After making up his mind, Sheng Ling did not run to recoil, and when he reached another monk who had not yet understood what was going on, he lifted his leg and swept it out. The powerful force brought up the wine, so that the monk dodged in a hurry. "Don't let me go, I will kill you." Sheng Ling was pursuing her with swelling energy, surrounded by divine light, and the speed was a few times faster. The afterimage flickered, and Sheng Ling wandered between a few people, punching and kicking, whistling with the wind. Several monks hurriedly resisted, but found that every punch and kick of Sheng Ling was like a landslide and tsunami, which was extremely difficult to resist. No, how can the princess have such great power, so she can do her best? Several monks changed their expressions in amazement, looking at Sheng Ling with terrified eyes. Sheng Ling, who confirmed that his strength had increased greatly, was full of excitement and attacked wildly. The monks were forced to be in a hurry, and their mana was consumed at an extremely fast rate. On the other hand, Sheng Ling, after getting acquainted with the huge power in his body, his attacks became stronger and stronger, and every punch and kick seemed to crash the world. "Just you still want to catch this princess and leave you." Flashing appeared in front of a monk. Sheng Ling's fist exploded. The monk directly turned into a streamer, spraying blood and disappearing into the sky. Sheng Ling's figure flashed again and turned to another person. Under her powerful strength, several monks were quickly knocked over. Yeah, this princess is so amazing. If Sheng Ling, who discovered the big secret, was so excited, she immediately seemed to remember something and rushed in front of several wounded monks. Suddenly she remembered that when she entered the bookstore to charge for books, she came out in a hurry, and she didn't have much with her. "Robbery, give me all the valuables from you." Several monks froze, staring at Sheng Ling, almost wondering if this was the Princess Sheng Ling they were looking for. Isn't it that Princess Sheng Ling is innocent, kind, and cute? What's going on right now? First he beat them up, but now he wants to rob. Wow, dare you not to cooperate, you haven't eaten enough fists. You all say this princess is very fierce. Seeing a few people listen to her, there was no movement for a long time. Sheng Ling was a little annoyed and threatened with her fist. The monks who were dumbfounded turned out their zumi bags and prepared to take out some things and throw them over. Mine and mine are all mine. Sheng Ling's eyes were shining. How could they be allowed to choose? And he even grabbed Sumi's bag. Yihao, the protagonist in the book, robs people like this. It's wrong, even more excessive. Yihao robs people. They are all in the grass. This princess hasn't stripped all of you naked. She has been very merciful, okay? Ignoring the yelling voices of several people, the holy Ling who snatched things quickly turned into a stream of light and flew east. After a few people couldn't see her, she quickly concealed her figure with a magical light-shielding mirror. She had already sensed the crisis and knew that her father would definitely make people all over the world find her. In the bookstore, the corner of Yang Xiao's mouth twitched slightly. What did this girl learn? But seeing that she was robbing someone from Buddhism, I don't know why. Yang Xiao always felt a little divided. Maybe it had something to do with his dislike of Buddhism now. It's really unexpected that Sheng Ling is related to Buddhism. Looking at the attitude of the monks towards her, her status seems to be not low. What is her origin? Buddhism, King Ming and Buddha. Which King Ming, which Buddha? Yang Xiao frowned slightly, lost in thought. In the same place, not long after Sheng Ling left, a figure rushed to the vicinity of several injured monks. Well, what's the matter? What about the princess? An Arhat came, frowning and looking at the scene in front of him. One of the monks said bitterly, "The princess beat us up and ran east." "The princess beats you. You so many golden immortals, you are beaten like this by the princess, are you kidding me?" His eyes narrowed slightly, and Luo Han's face was cold. Another monk hurriedly testified, "Arhat, we dare not, everything is the truth. The princess does not know how to have a strange power. I am not an opponent. The princess not only hit us, she also snatched the Zumi bag from us." Yes, everything is true. Liu Han must believe us." The monks babbled. To be honest, they didn't believe it, but this is the truth. Not only were they beaten, they were also robbed. Hearing that, Liu Han is lost in thought. And one person may lie, but so many people together, it's not like a lie. Weird power, the weird power that can defeat Jinxian. Liu Han frowned. What happened to the princess? Where is the princess? At this moment, a cold voice came from a distance, and a black shadow whizzed in an instant, turning into a black-clad, unruly man in front of several people. Seeing the visitor, several monks and the Arhat, their expressions all changed wildly, and they politely saluted together. "I have seen the guardian." "Don't fix these useless, where's the princess?" The black-clothed man looked indifferent and asked coldly. The Arhat didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly said, "When I came, the princess had injured them and went east." "The princess hurt them." Slightly stunned, the black-clothed man glanced at the wounded monks, did not ask much, turned into a golden-winged shadow and sprinted eastward. Yang Xiao in the bookstore, through the water mirror, can only see the neighborhood of people who have been to the bookstore. Otherwise, if he saw the man in black turned and flew away, he would surely be able to guess the identity of the opponent. This man in black is probably the legendary golden-winged Great Peng Eagle. Yang Xiao has been observing Sheng Ling through the water mirror. After defeating the monks and escaping, Sheng Ling has been covering his figure with a magic mirror and flying all the way to the east. During the period, a group of monks passed by Sheng Ling, but they did not notice her. This magic mirror is probably a treasure of high quality. Yang Xiao's eyes flickered, and with this mirror in hand, Sheng Ling is almost unlikely to encounter trouble if he is not discovered. This place on the east side should be the Tianting site. If you fly further, it is impossible that there will be so many people looking for her in Buddhism. After watching for a while, Yang Xiao switched roles and locked onto Kehua Foxmink. Heavenly Palace, the four brothers of the Mo family, as they did yesterday, were drinking and eating meat. They were responsible for the task of guarding the four gates of the heavenly court during the day, and at night they were replaced by the four marshals of Ma Zhao Wengyuan. In a clearing next to it, the flower fox marten was practicing the axe carrying the big axe it had arrived yesterday. Not to mention, the dance is vivid, not inferior to the ordinary axe masters. The dragon-slaying battle axe is in hand, all over the sky. Who is my opponent? After a dance, the big axe hit the ground, and the flower fox marten said wildly. Mo Liking, who had just drunk a sip of wine, couldn't help but sprayed the opposite Mo Lishu with a full face. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao couldn't laugh or cry. This silly Dio was crazy reading books. With just this little bit of scum strength, any more powerful fairy can crush you to death. For brother, your flower fox mink, have you taken the wrong medicine recently? Mo Lihung suppressed a smile on his face and asked Mo Lishu next to him. With a dark face, the wine that was wrapped in magic evaporates and Mo Lishu is speechless. You ask me, I ask who to go. The flower fox Mart next to him was suddenly unhappy when he heard it and came over with a big axe. What are you talking about? Ben Dio is called pursuit. This is called dream. It is like the four of you knowing how to eat and drink. It is really shameful to Ben Dio. Looking at the four of them contemptuously, Huahu Miao's tone was full of mockery. The four Moja brothers froze suddenly, and they were even despised by a mink. Pursuit dream. What expressions, you guys are really stupid. Seeing the four of them stunned, Huahu Miao attacked again. The owner said, the word silly Dio is a versatile word that can express many meanings. The four Moja brothers are stupid again. What are they talking about? Silly Sable, Huahu Sable is scolding himself. Oh, you four fools, it is terrible to have no culture. I will explain to you that the word silly is a versatile vocabulary that can express a lot of meaning, and you can express what you can't think of. For example, if you are great, you can say that you are stupid. If you want to express your liking for someone, you can also call him stupid. You can say it so clearly, understand. Looking at the flower fox Sable dumbly, the four brothers of the Mo family shook their heads together. Where did this Sable learn this set? During the day, I didn't know where I went, and I didn't see people all day. Forget it, your IQ is worrying. As long as you know and don't know how to say, you can say he is silly. Shaking his head contemptuously, Hua Fox Dio looked at Mo Lihung and said, Second, silly Dio, don't talk nonsense in the future. You just took the wrong medicine. In the bookstore, Yang Zio almost couldn't breathe with a smile. He was just fooling the flower fox Sable casually, but he was taken seriously by this silly Sable, and he taught the four heavenly kings seriously. If one day the four heavenly kings know what silly Sable really means, they must not peel the flower fox Sable. The next day, Huahu Mink and Sheng Ling, as always, came to the bookstore early. The two handed the entrance fee, and Yang Zio let them in. Seeing that Sheng Ling would go straight to the bookshelf as soon as he came in, Yang Zio called her to stop. Owner, what are you doing? Reading in a hurry, don't delay my time. Sheng Ling's face was anxious, and his eyes glanced at the bookshelf from time to time. Yang Zio was speechless and inquired up and down. You didn't get hurt yesterday, right? No, hey, do you know something, the owner? After subconsciously answering, Sheng Ling immediately looked at Yang Zio with a puzzled face. Of course, Yang Zio couldn't tell the truth and said foolishly, the owner of this shop can't tell the prophet. After you left yesterday, he calculated on a whim and calculated that you are in trouble. Really? Wow, the owner of you is so powerful, so admirable, the owner can rest assured. Sheng Ling has self-protection means and is not injured. Sheng Ling believed that it was true, looked at Yang Zio in surprise, and the corners of Yang Zio's mouth twitched. Such an obvious lie, this girl believed without any doubt. But it may also be related to him as the owner of this mysterious bookstore. She should not believe it so easily if she is another person. Regardless of Sheng Ling, Yang Zio asked her to read by herself. He opened the water mirror and turned the camera to Monkey King. As usual, Monkey King ran to the heavenly court with Bai Pinpin. At this moment, he was fighting against the four saints of the Lingshan Hall, and it was inextricably fought. This monkey has made great progress. In front of the Nanshan gate, the Jade Emperor sighed, watching Monkey King become stronger day by day, with some envy in his heart. If he had such a subordinate, he would be satisfied. On the surface, he is the master of the heavenly court. In the eyes of the world, the supreme Haoshan Jink is the supreme. Naturally, there is Mi Luo, the true Jade Emperor God. But the Jade Emperor knew better than anyone that he was just a puppet. There are many gods in the heaven, and he can't mobilize them at all, and some mobilized are also violent. There are very few people who really belong to him. Yang Zio looked at the scene of the battle through the water mirror, then looked back. Although Sun Wukong was a little better than yesterday, but he wanted to defeat Wang Mo and others a little worse, and had to wait a few more days. In the bookstore, Huahu Martin read the biography of Tu Long after reading it for a while. This novel doesn't have many words, plus the worldview is not advanced, and there is no volume. That's the end. It's not bad that the kid and princess of the leader return to the mountain forest. Ben Dio is a little depressed. How can the world fall into the hands of that surname Zhu? Ben Dio thinks that guy is a villain. After reading the book, Hua Fox Dio looked up at the sky and sighed. The speechless Yang Dio slapped the back of the head of the flower fox in the past. You're a mink, worry about these things. How can there be an ending that satisfies all readers? Go and watch Shocking. It's much better than the legend of Too Long. The flower fox Martin was taken aback, and his face suddenly showed a thick surprise. Yes, looking at the shocking sky, Ben Dio must also understand, and Ben Dio must rise. Ben Mino wanted to prove to the four big fools that Ben Mino was not joking with them. The excited flower fox mink hurriedly rushed to the bookshelf, put Too Long Chuen back, and took it down. I opened the book, and just after reading a few sentences, the chin of the flower fox sable almost fell to the ground in shock. Shouldn't it be so shocking? The tone is too big. The sky is dark, there is no star or moon, and in the distant sky, a dazzling light suddenly breaks through the space and appears, and the bright red light shines on the sky and the earth. Nine-headed fire phoenix with wings spread, pulling a large-less mountain with a radius of tens of thousands of miles, appearing between heaven and earth. That mountain is not a mountain, it is a tomb, and in front of the mountain stands a tombstone that is like a tombstone that has come through a long river of time, with a vast and ancient atmosphere. Imagining the scene described in the book, Hua Fox Mink no longer knows how to express her feelings. Hu Feng, or Nine Heads, are there still so many fire phoenixes in the world? In the Dragon and Phoenix disaster, the Dragon and Phoenix tribes were almost killed and wounded, and some of the remaining ones did not know where to linger. The book begins directly with the nine-headed fire phoenix pulling Huangtu Mountain. Oh no, it is pulling the grave, which is really shocking, worthy of the title of Shocking Heaven. Hua Fox Mink, who was shocked, read with a strong surprise. This book seems very different from the biography of Too Long he saw. After reading it for a while, Huahu Mink was completely obsessed with it, deeply attracted by the content of the book. If I knew shaking was so beautiful, I should just listen to the owner. Although the legend of Too Long is also good, it is not majestic compared to Shocking Sky. It is just a little trouble. The more you look at it, the more addicted the flower fox Sable is. His face is sometimes nervous and sometimes happy, and Yang Zio is amused by the side. I don't know what this Sable will understand from reading this book. I think it should not be bad. The world view of the book Shocking is still very big, and it also contains various very deep secret techniques. Sheng Ling next to her looked at her big world and didn't care about what happened outside. It was in a situation where I had forgotten everything. Lingshan Great Lei-Yin Temple at this moment is already about to shake the sky. No, I want to get my daughter back anyway. She is so ignorant. What should I do if she is bullied? Kong Chuan roared anxiously. The murderous look in his eyes was scary. The golden-winged Dapeng eagle snorted. Who dares to touch my niece? I will let him die without a place to be buried. The heaven and the earth were first opened, and all things were born. Both of them were born by the first phoenix between the heaven and the earth, and they were real brothers. The uncle in Sheng Ling's mouth was the golden-winged eagle. Tathagata has a headache. The two brothers are Lingshan and Yiba. Fortunately, the golden-winged Dapeng eagle can help him. But Kong Chuan, he was not that sure. The five-color light in his hand made the people panic. In the battle of conferring the gods, one person stopped Jinjiling, stupefied to prevent the Western Zhou army from advancing. In the end, the saint had to ask his face to win. In the Zhuxian formation, he even dared to attack the Saint Tongshan hierarch, and his fate was evident. Look, you have to find Mingwang Shayan, don't be irritable. Zaya Sheng Lingji people have their own heavens, and nothing will happen. The helpless Tathagata followed Kong Chuan's words to answer, but he was speechless in his heart. This Kong Chuan, why did he give the divine light-shielding mirror to his daughter in a good manner? It's not such a painful way to pamper her daughter. It's better now if you can't find your daughter, come to him and trouble him. Brother, I feel St. Ling's niece ran to the heavenly court. Yesterday someone saw her go east. The golden-winged Dapeng eagle spoke, his eyes flickering slightly. Yesterday he chased after him slowly, but he still didn't catch up. Unless he gets closer, there is a magical light-shielding mirror, and it will be difficult for him to find anyone. It doesn't matter whether he is in heaven or not. My daughter has an accident over there, so I will kill him and make him turn upside down. Kong Chuan spoke with a sullen face, like a good father who loves his daughter to the extreme. I don't even know that his baby girl is reading a book in a small bookstore at the moment. The time of the day is slowly passing by. Let alone the Buddhism side, the bookstore is closed again. The shop is going to close. Everyone puts down the books in your hand. Come over to pay the book fee. Don't force our shop to take the initiative. Be careful to blacklist you. And you are not allowed to enter the bookstore for a few months. Climbing on the table, Yang Xiao banged on the table and shouted loudly. The few people who came back to their senses looked at each other one by one and heard that they might not be allowed to read books for a few months, and they were busy putting down their books and checking out. It's okay if you don't read it. After reading the books in the bookstore, they find that they are just as addictive and can't stop even if they want to. Monkey, you read your book for 3 hours, 3 treasures of the same realm at 1 hour, 9 in total. Pitifully taking out the remaining 8 herbs, Monkey King cried and said, "There are only 8. No repayment, no credit. Why did you go early? Think of a solution yourself." Yang Xiao replied unceremoniously. He had the final say on the entry fee, but the system had the final say on the cost of reading, and he had no choice. "Owner, your book is really expensive, really can't be discussed." Monkey King has a bitter face, and he is the only shopkeeper who can make him such a dignified Monkey King. Yang Xiao shook his head. "Of course I can't discuss it. I didn't tell you earlier, let you read those cheaper books, you have to read these expensive ones." "Monkey, I know your thoughts, but you can't chew too much. It's not so easy to understand." The helpless Monkey King nodded thoughtfully, and finally gritted his teeth and took out his purple golden crown with wings. "Say it first, this is a mortgage, and my grandson will change it back in the future." Yang Xiao didn't answer directly, and after asking the system that it was okay, he nodded. The funds in the hands of the others are all right, and one by one check out and leave. When it was Saint Ling's turn, the girl didn't want to leave. "Owner, can I stay overnight with you?" "No." Yang Xiao didn't want to shake his head. "Lonely man, what do you want to do?" With a hint of grievance on her face, Sheng Ling pursed her mouth and pulled Yang Xiao's sleeve to act like a baby. "Shopkeeper, please, they are homeless. I think you have a family and don't want to go back." Yang Xiao remained unmoved, pouted, and coaxed anyone, as the owner of the shop didn't know anything. He was very curious about the identity of this beautiful girl, who was called a princess by Buddhist disciples. There doesn't seem to be a princess in Buddhism, Bodhisattva Buddha. "No matter what it is, I don't want to go back, shopkeeper, you can do it. Sheng Ling will never make trouble." Sheng Ling did not stop and continued to plead. However, Yang Xiao, a straight steel man, reluctant to live alone in the same room, he pushed his forehead and pushed Sheng Ling out of the door. "Dead shopkeeper, smelly shopkeeper, really stingy." The angrily sent, Ling didn't fly away and sat down in front of the bookstore. Yang Xiao looked inside the house through the water mirror for a while. His head was so big, should he stay behind? It's not good to leave. If you don't stay, looking at that girl would be very pitiful. Although it seems to be some monster or some important Buddhist figure, in Yang Xiao's eyes, she is actually a weak woman. Especially Sheng Ling was in front of the door, with his hands on his knees and his head on his knees, staring blankly at the distant back, looking inexplicably pitiful. Yang Xiao, who had been entangled for a long time, saw that Sheng Ling still hadn't left, and opened the door softly. "Forget it, come in, let's make 3 chapters first. Do not read books at night, do not make noise, and the last and most important point, do not make plots against the shop owner. I know that the owner is a good person, so rest assured I will abide by it." Sheng Ling jumped up happily, perhaps because he didn't know what he meant by plotting wrongdoing, and didn't argue with Yang Xiao much. Yang Xiao was also helpless. This girl was pure and okay. Did she understand what he meant? Putting Sheng Ling into the bookstore, Yang Xiao ignored her and called out the water mirror to watch the flower fox mink. Without Sheng Ling, he can only look at the flower fox. He didn't know how many times he had watched it in Huogyu Mountain before, and he didn't want to watch it again. "Owner, what are you looking at? Why can't I see anything?" Sheng Ling stood beside Yang Xiao, curiously looking at the vast water mirror inside. Yang Xiao said lightly, "You can't see it, so there's no need to know. If you are free, go to sleep." The main reason was that this girl was by her side, and from time to time there was a faint and pleasant fragrance drifting into her nose, which made Yang Xiao feel like a happy horse. After blinking blankly, Sheng Ling said strangely, "You don't need to sleep. Why do you want to sleep?" Yang Xiao helplessly, "Then you can go to practice anyway, you can't see what I see." "Cultivation is so boring, not as good as the owner, how about I go to read?" There was a sly color in his eyes, and Sheng Ling couldn't help but float to the bookshelf. Yang Xiao was funny. She didn't know what this girl was thinking. She shook her head and said, I forgot the 3 chapters of the contract when I started, so I can't read it. It's not that Yang Xiao didn't want Sheng Ling to see it, it's just that there are no rules and no radius. If allowed, what is the majesty of his shopkeeper in the future? Stingy shopkeeper, actually, it's okay to violate it. With a humming, Sheng Ling continued to grind Yang Xiao. The funny Yang Xiao couldn't laugh or cry, pretending not to hear, and focused on the water mirror in front of him. Inside, Hua Hudairo was silly calling the 4 heavenly kings, so Yang Xiao couldn't laugh. After tossing for a while, seeing Yang Xiao still disagree, the angry Sheng Ling ran directly to the corner of the bookstore, squatting on the corner with his back to Yang Xiao. How could Yang Xiao not understand Sheng Ling's careful thoughts, as he didn't find it? I want to win the sympathy of the owner again, the beauty I want. At the great Lingshan temple in Lingshan, Kong Xuan was so angry that his face was ugly and terrifying. It's useless at all, so many people have searched for a day and night but still no news. The angry Kong Xuan spent a long time in the Lingshan temple and suddenly said to the golden-winged Peng, "Go, let me go to the heaven." "Mingwang, what are you going to do?" Tathagata frowned and looked at Kong Xuan. Kong Xuan said with no air, "What can you do? Look for a daughter, not someone said. I saw her going east." Before he finished speaking, Kong Xuan had already left the gate of the palace and turned into a colorful brilliance, and the golden-winged Big Peng carved into the body followed closely behind. His eyes flickered for a moment and the Tathagata said, "I will follow along, you continue to look around." With that, the Tathagata set off and floated outside of the Lingshan temple. After a short while, the 3 of them appeared at the west gate of Heavenly Court. Guarding here is Marshal Guanyin, of the 4 marshals of Ma Zhao Wengyuan. Of course, the Zishan gate here does not refer to the Zishan gate of the entire sky, but the Zishan gate on the side of the heaven. The Zishan gate in the true sense is actually on the Lingshan side, and Buddhism is in charge. Regardless of Hessian Ting or Buddhism, the place where it is located is the heaven of the 3 realms, which can also be called the immortal realm. Looking across the 3 of them, Guanyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he stepped forward, neither humble nor overbearing, and said, "Buddha, King Ming, Dharma Protector, why do the 3 come to my heaven? If you have something to find the Jade Emperor, don't stop us. Benaming is in a bad mood." Kong Xuan snorted and rushed to the door. Guanyin was stunned for a moment and then shouted, "Ming King stopped. If you want to see the Jade Emperor, you must first let me send a message." However, Kong Xuan ignored the reason and rushed straight forward. His complexion changed slightly and Guanyin shouted, "Alert, don't let in." The other party didn't follow the rules, and he obviously looked down on him. Even if he knew that the other party was the Buddhism Peacock King, the strongest quasi-sage with Guanyu's temperament, he would dare to fight. Raising the Qinglong sword in his hand, Guanyin hummed softly, "If King Ming wants to break through, then pass Guan X first. Many arm is a car, get out." Without blinking, Kong Xuan flew to Zishan Gate. His body flickered with 5 colors, and he swiped it several times before knocking Guanyin and others to the ground. "Wang Ming is so unscrupulous, he won't give me the face of heaven." Before Kong Xuan entered, a figure flew out of the heaven and stood in front of Kong Xuan. The visitor wore an emperor robe, which was nothing less than the dragon robe of Jade Emperor. Guanyin and the others obviously knew the person, and they hurriedly got up from the ground and said in shame, "I have seen the great Emperor Gaochen, I have lost the face of heaven." "It's none of your business. The strength of King Ming is well known in the world, and this emperor may not be an opponent." The flying figure, that is, Emperor Gaochen, shook his head with a smile and didn't mind. Kong Xuan frowned. "Stop talking nonsense. King Benaming is here to look for his daughter. Did you guys from the heavenly court arrest her?" "What is the meaning of King Ming's words? If you find your daughter, you will find your daughter. What does it mean to slander my heavenly court?" Another loud laughter sounded, but it was not Emperor Gaochen who spoke, but a figure flying out of the heaven. This figure is not someone else, but the Jade Emperor. In addition to the Jade Emperor, there is another figure with a not-too-bad breath, the great Emperor Ziwei. There are 6 imperial courts in the heaven, and the 3 emperors are one of them. The other 3 are the great Emperor Qinghua of the East, the great Emperor of Antarctica, and the great Emperor of Zhenwu Dangmo. However, Emperor Qinghua and Emperor Zhenwu guarded the East Tianmen and Baixianmen of the heavens all year round, and they were not in the heavens. As for the words of Emperor Changsheng, it has always been very mysterious, and there is almost no figure in sight. Why would King Benaming arbitrarily frame her? Obviously, someone sees her coming east, Even if she is not in the heavenly court, she should be in the human realm under your jurisdiction. Seeing the appearance of the three emperors of the heavenly court, Kang Xuan was not afraid at all, and his tone was as hard as ever. The Jade Emperor chuckled. It's so easy to say, I'll let clairvoyance and Shunfeng help you explore it. It's useless, that girl is wearing my divine light-shielding mirror. She can't see it with clairvoyance. Let me go in and look for it. Kang Xuan shook his head, unable to see with clairvoyance. There was no target on Shunfeng's ear, and naturally he couldn't catch the sound. His face was slightly stiff, and the Jade Emperor shook his head and smiled. Ming Wang is joking. We can help you find Ling AI, but you can't go in. Don't let King Benaming find it himself. Did you hide my baby girl? Kang Xuan, who was worried because of his daughter's disappearance, suddenly exploded when he heard that the Jade Emperor would not let him in. Before the Jade Emperor could answer, Kang Xuan said angrily, If you dare to touch a hair of my precious daughter, I will overturn your heaven. Arrogant, everyone says that you are the first under the saint, but this emperor is going to learn something. Hearing Kang Xuan's unkind words, the great Emperor Guanyin grunted angrily. Heavenly Court 6 royals. He and Zhenwu the Great are the strongest, and both of them have a large number of heavenly soldiers and generals fighting everywhere. For Kang Xuan, to be honest, Chen was not convinced. I'm so courageous, then I will let you see it. The space crack will fight. Jade Emperor Ziwei, you two come together, he can't be my opponent. Kang Xuan was so angry that he swept the three emperors coldly. The Jade Emperor laughed and looked at each other with Emperor Ziwei, and followed the angry Emperor Guanyin into the space crack opened by Kang Xuan. The destructive power of the Quasi-Sage Strong is too strong. If they act unscrupulously, the three realms will be destroyed by them in a mess. Therefore, the sage ordered earlier that the Quasi-Sage level Strong must enter the cracks in space when fighting. Although Kang Xuan was mad, he was not mad enough to ignore the saint's order. Seeing that Emperor Jade and Emperor Ziwei also entered together, Tathagata stepped into it. The golden-winged Dapeng eagle only has the strength of De Luo, and did not follow to join in the fun. At this moment, Sheng Ling in the bookstore did not expect that her departure would trigger a war of quasi-sages, and was in the corner cursing Yang Xiao, who would not let her read. Strange what happened. Inside the bookstore, Yang Xiao frowned slightly. The four heavenly kings who had been drinking and eating meat in the heavenly mansion seemed to feel something, all dressed in armor, and flew west out of the heavenly mansion. As one of Mo Lishu's important fighting power, Hua Fox Mink naturally followed. Looking through the water mirror, Yang Xiao followed a few people all the way to the west heaven gate of heavenly court. At this moment, there is already a group of gods in the heaven. On the opposite side, there is only a man in black with a face full of sullen expression, standing alone. When the four heavenly kings passed by, Mo Liking became curious and inquired, What happened? The people from Buddhism are here. The Jade Emperor Guanyin and Ziwei, the two great emperors, fought with them in the space crack. There was an asterisk nearby who knew the situation and explained it to Mo Liking. Buddhism hit the heaven. Through the water mirror, Yang Xiao opened his mouth slightly in shock when he heard this. Buddhism on the westward journey, is it so kind? Although he knows that there are a lot of Buddhism quasi-sages, and there are a lot of big Luos, but Heavenly Court is not a vegetarian. Leaving aside other things, Liu Yu is a quasi-sage level strong, and there are also quasi-sages such as Taisheng Leijun, Daomu Yuanjun, and Queen Yeachi. As for De Luo, he will never be inferior to the Buddhist monastery. Thinking of this, Yang Xiao's gaze fell on the black man in the distance with curiosity. The other party and the people in heaven did not stand together, and it is no accident that they were from Buddhism. Don't all Buddhists wear cassocks? Even if it is not, it should be in the shape of a bodhisattva or a boy who is this guy in black. The cool look on his face was not touched by the Buddha at all, and it gave Yang Xiao the feeling that it was a bit like a rebellious and lawless monster. Who is here in Buddhism? When Yang Xiao was curious, Mo Liking had already asked the question he wanted to ask. The former asterisk said, The Tathagata Buddha and the Peacock Damning King are the two quasi-sages and the guardian of the golden-winged Big Peng carving. Peacock King, golden-winged eagle. For a moment, Yang Xiao looked at the man in black again. The Jade Emperor, Guanyin, and the others were all quasi-sages, and the one who fought with them must also be the quasi-sages. The one in front of them must be the golden-winged Great Peng carving. No wonder the feeling this guy gave him just now was not like a Buddhism person at all. In other words, it's not all, even if it It is a demon of Buddhism. Of course, Yang Xiao had heard of the strength of the golden-winged Peng eagle. After learning from the monsters along the way, there are only a few strong in their own right, and the golden-winged Great Peng eagle is one of them. Compared with Monkey King, the strength of the golden-winged Great Peng eagle is not bad, but stronger. What's more powerful is his speed, and Monkey King's somersault cloud can't match him. You know Monkey King's somersault cloud, but Daluo can't catch up. But the golden-winged rock eagle can catch up with 2 asterisks of its wings. Yang Xiao vaguely remembered that in Journey to the West, Monkey King was beaten by the golden-winged Peng and almost doubted his life, and ran to Tathagata to cry. In order to clean up the 3 monsters in the Lion and Chuling mountains, Buddhism almost sent out before taking them down. Tusk, this is the golden-winged Peng eagle, cool enough. Looking curiously for a while, Yang Xiao slammed his mouth and whispered. Squatting in the corner and pretending to be the poor holy Ling. Although the mana cannot be used, it does not affect her hearing. The words Yang Xiao said just now all fell into her ears. After a moment of stunned, Sheng Ling hurriedly got up and ran over. Owner, what did you mutter just now? Golden-winged Great Peng eagle. Yes, what is there a problem? Looking at the slightly nervous Sheng Ling curiously, Yang Xiao was a little puzzled. Sheng Ling shook his head hurriedly. It's okay, the shopkeeper is so good, why mention him? Yang Xiao didn't doubt him and said casually, the Buddhism has gone to heaven, and the golden-winged Peng eagle has also gone. With his mouth slightly open, Sheng Ling was surprised for a moment, and unconsciously worried, why did the uncle and the heavens conflict? In front of the west gate of the heavenly court, Mo Liking continued to inquire. It's good, what are they going crazy? Do you really think we are too bullied? It is said that it seems that the daughter of King Peacock has disappeared in our heaven and earth boundary. They are looking for someone, but the Jade Emperor will not let them in. The had inquired about the situation and told Mo Liking truthfully. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao's eyes widened, and he suddenly fell on Sheng Ling. Shopkeeper, what are you doing? Startled by Yang Xiao's strange expression, Sheng Ling stammered. Yang Xiao went up and down, re-examined this girl, and muttered to himself. You can't see it, Shingling, your father should be the Peacock King Kong Xuan. No, I don't know Kong Xuan or golden-winged Great Peng eagle. Sheng Ling thought that Yang Xiao was going to notify the 2 of them to pick her up, and he hurriedly explained. Silently curled his lips, Yang Xiao was amused. I said you know the golden-winged Great Peng eagle, why are you so anxious to explain? Since it is not your father, Kong Xuan has nothing to do with you in order to find his daughter and fight the Jade Emperor and the others. The expression on his face froze for a while. Sheng Ling ran directly out of the door, and Yang Xiao grabbed it. Why are you going in the middle of the night? What should I do if I meet a monster? The shopkeeper, let me go. I'm going to help my father beat Yudi. Sheng Ling was too anxious, but he couldn't use any magic power in the bookstore and couldn't open it at all. Yang Xiao smiled and said, Are you admitting to be your father at this time? I didn't deliberately lie to the owner before. I was afraid that you would inform my father and uncle. They knew that I was outside, and they would definitely not allow it. I have not finished reading the bookstore before I should go back. Don't say so much, the shopkeeper, please let go. My father was hurt by them later. I like you to die, the shopkeeper. The anxious Sheng Ling threatened Yang Xiao angrily. Yang Xiao almost laughed to death. Of course, she knew that the like in Sheng Ling's mouth meant hate, but what she meant when she was so cute was no longer so important. Girl, don't worry. How come your father is also the first under the saint? Do you have a little confidence in him? With joy in his heart for a while, Yang Xiao's complexion became normal, and he calmly spoke to Sheng Ling. The first name under the sage is not blown out. That hand with the 5-color light, nothing is brushed, and few people under the sage can stop it. And I also heard that apart from your father, the Tathagata is also here. There are only 3 emperors in the heavenly court. Let them have fun. Affected by Yang Xiao's tone, Sheng Ling gradually calmed down. Yes, Daddy is the strongest quasi-sage, who can do nothing. Coupled with the little fat man in Tathagata, it is completely fine to retreat all over. Sheng Ling, who had figured it out, unconsciously grabbed Yang Xiao's arm. The shopkeeper, if you don't let me go, then let me read. Or if I go out, tell my dad, tell my uncle, and say you are bullying me. Yang Xiao's expression froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. Girl, are you the devil? In order to find his daughter, Yang Xiao dared to rush directly to the heavenly court, without talking to the Yudi and the others. What kind of person Kong Xuan was? Yang Xiao already knew roughly. The golden-winged great Peng eagle is not a good stubble. Looking at that face is so cool, standing there, you know, one or two. Although Yang Xiao was not afraid, it did not prevent him from being speechless. If this is a change of person, Sheng Ling told them that they must not be killed. Seeing Yang Xiao's speechless expression, Sheng Ling was extremely happy, and his face was small and smug. Reading is okay, the book fee will be paid. Pulling Sheng Ling away from his hand, Yang Xiao flicked his smooth forehead. Sheng Ling was in pain, and Ben had a somewhat angry expression. After hearing that he was allowed to read, the smoke disappeared instantly, revealing a sunny smile. Just know the owner is the best. Turning around happily, Sheng Ling went straight to the bookshelf. Yang Xiao couldn't laugh or cry. By the way, don't be noisy, I like jaying. Okay, no problem. As long as he can read a book, Sheng Ling doesn't bother to care about what Yang Xiao said, just hear it. After looking at the water mirror for a while, seeing that the heavenly immortals and the golden-winged great Peng eagle were just confronting each other, not as if they were about to fight, the bored Yang Xiao dismissed the water mirror and fell asleep on the bed. He couldn't see the battle of the space cracks. What's the point of seeing a group of people staring at each other? After a short while, Yang Xiao went to sleep. This is a habit brought by crossing, and it hasn't changed until now. Anyway, his cultivation is different from the others in Journey to the West, so there is no need to meditate hard to cultivate qi. The owner is really a big pig, and he snores. Reading Sheng Ling heard the movement, raised her head and glanced, muttered, and continued to read her book. Not knowing the passage of time in his sleep, Yang Xiao was awakened by a familiar knock on the door the next day. What happened in Heavenly Court yesterday hasn't affected Hua Fox Mink in the slightest, so I read the book as always. The owner is early. Hua Fox Sable greeted enthusiastically and looked left and right strangely. Isn't there always that beautiful girl named Sheng Ling? Why is she missing today? I don't like early, I like late. Yang Xiao's face was dark, and he charged the entry fee for the Flower Fox Sable and let it in. The Flower Fox Sable who entered the room was stunned and found the holy Ling in the corner of the bookshelf. It doesn't make sense. Ben Mink arrived at the door when there was a glimmer of light in the sky. How could she be earlier than Ben Mink? Thinking in her heart, Huahu Dio suspiciously looked at Yang Xiao. The owner, can you read a book at night? No, Yang Xiao didn't even want to deny it. The people who squeezed into a room at night, how could the owner sleep? One pretty girl is enough, no more. Flower Fox Martin is not stupid. It is slightly speculated that Sheng Ling may not have left last night. The shopkeeper is partial. You don't like Ben Mink anymore. You changed your taste. It turns out that you are such a shopkeeper. Muttering in his mouth, the Flower Fox Martin came to the bookshelf in Yang Xiao's black complexion and took down the shocking sight it had seen yesterday. This stupid man, when did the shop owner like your husband? Don't want to put a crooked hat on the shop owner. Posing his lips, Yang Xiao yawned, then lay back and fell asleep. When Yang Xiao woke up again, he was awakened by a strange breath in the bookstore. The source of the breath was the Flower Fox Mink. At this time, the Flower Fox Sable held the shocking sky, and his eyes were full of light. It was more than a bachelor who saw a big beauty. Sheng Ling next to her was awakened early and hid far to the side. Owner, what's wrong with it? Is it crazy? Sheng Ling was a little worried, took a few glances, and asked Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao shook his head. No, it's a book to understand. Don't tell me that you don't know, otherwise you think how your strange power came from. Ah, do you know the owner? Sheng Ling was surprised. She thought no one knew. Of course you know that you are comprehending Yi Hao's Hercules' body in the great world. After listening to Yang Xiao's explanation, Sheng Ling's eyes turned round. Of course she knows what a Hercules' body is, and now she is still looking at the world. The protagonist Yi Hao's physique against the sky. She actually realized it. How could it be? Don't doubt the bookstore dared to ask prices, not just because of the good-looking books. Looking at Sheng Ling's expression with a faint smile, Yang Xiao's face was full of unpredictability. At this moment, the Flower Fox Sable who read the book suddenly yelled, "This is the life of the sable. This is the life that a sable should have. This sable was a waste of life. Except fairies, except saints, asterisk sons, sons of the emperor, all have to succumb in front of this sable, ha ha ha." Listening to Hua Fox Dio's frantic laughter, Yang Xiao also learned what Hua Fox Dio had learned from the book. After seeing that thing, Yang Xiao couldn't help but smiled directly. It's over, and I won't have a good life on the westward journey. If this fool goes out again, he must turn upside down. What Huahu Mink realized was a treasure in the hands of a big yellow dog with a black belly and a very badly damaged book in the book Shocking Heaven. That's right, it's a treasure. It's not a magic martial skill, it's not a physique. But this treasure is better than many spells, because this treasure itself is a collection of countless spells. In that treasure, I don't know how many formations were sealed. Each formation was sealed with a spell. What's more frightening is that these spells are not one time, but can be restored after a period of time. The key is that they are all-encompassing. The big yellow dog in the book relies on this treasure to be able to go crazy and die without being shot to death. The flower fox Martin got the treasure. Yang Xiao couldn't get another one here. He just got the right to control this treasure. In other words, the flower fox can use this treasure, and Yang Xiao can also control it in the bookstore. Owner, you still said that it is not crazy. It's not crazy, what is it? Hearing the shameless yelling of Hua Fox Mink, Sheng Ling was speechless. With her innocence, she didn't think about what Hua Fox Mink wanted to do with these fairies and saints. No, it is the result of comprehending the things in the book and being happy. Yang Xiao gave a light cough and slapped the head of the flower fox in the past, slapped it to wake up. Now that you have understood something, you can no longer put it so as to spoil the atmosphere of the bookstore. Who fights the emperor? After reading the book, he was awakened by a photograph, and Hua Fox Diao angrily said. The corner of Yang Xiao's mouth twitched slightly, and the silly who read the book was so bold. Return the emperor, how deep is the poisoning? The big yellow dog in Lingshan claimed to be the emperor of the heaven when he saw people, and the flower fox Martin obviously learned it. The shop owner, why are you not convinced? Yang Xiao looked bad and stared at Hua Fox Mink. Seeing that it was Yang Xiao, Huahu Mink was so scared that he woke up instantly. I dare not dare, I must be convinced. The shopkeeper beats me, that is my honor. Hearing this, Huahu Miao nodded and bowed. His eyes rolled wildly with a flattering smile, and Yang Xiao really wanted to kick it over. This mink got the treasure of the big yellow dog in the book, and how he even imitated his temperament. Is the big yellow dog in the book really so influential? Don't be silly, look at you. Silently glared at the flower fox, Yang Xiao thought, and the treasure from the book appeared on the flower fox. The so-called treasure is surprisingly a brief pants, and it is still a big red pants. At this time, the big red trousers were put on the back of the flower fox Martin. Am I not dreaming? Are these the red pants of Huang Tiandi? Flower fox Martin's eyes were round, and his eyes were full of surprises that could not be concealed. How did the treasure in the book get to it? Because I was just watching the shocking sky. The flower fox Martin immediately connected with that treasure. It's so spicy. Sheng Ling next to him was shocked. His face blushed quickly, and he covered his eyes and didn't want to look again. A good fairy beast looks pretty cute, but put on these red pants, an instant sense of rogue air. Yes, what you learned from the book is nothing but this treasure. Amusedly glanced at Sheng Ling, Yang Xiao affirmed the idea of Hua Fox Mink. After a long stund, Hua Fox Sable suddenly laughed wildly. This sable's spring is coming. After reading the book, he knows how bad this treasure is. In the future, the heavenly court, collecting fairies, grabbing the saints, who can stop him Hu Xiandi, wow ka ka ka. Hua Fox Sable has decided that his nickname will be called Emperor Hua Tian. Come out and mix, how can you do without a loud nickname? Quiet, throw you out if you noisy. Yang Xiao stared at Flower Fox Sable badly. This stupid sable has already begun to float. Although the treasure of red pants is good, it depends on who uses it. The big yellow dog in the book is one of the strongest figures in the book, and he has many methods. Its own strength is not very weak, so it can escape after offending people many times. But the flower fox Sable is just a golden fairy. According to Yang Xiao's estimation, with the red pants, Taiyi realm should not be able to treat the flower fox mink. Daluo's words are hard to say. The flower fox mink should be able to escape safely from their hands. Of course, some of the most powerful Luo, except for those who have stayed in this realm for not knowing how many years. After all, the quasi-sage brought a holy character, which is not so easy to enter and requires chance. More people stayed in De Luo Jiang, and I don't know how many years they stopped. Over time, the realm has not broken through, but it is absolutely impossible to gain nothing. The strength is definitely stronger than normal. As for the quasi-sage, don't think about it. The flower fox can never run. The shopkeeper, don't throw me, I'm quiet. Yang Xiao spoke, and the flower fox mink became quiet in an instant, for fear that Yang Xiao would really throw it out. The things in the book can really be understood. This is a treasure, a treasure. Flower fox mink is not stupid. This kind of place should come every day, every day. If it is really for some reason not to let you come, wouldn't it be weeping to death? Since you can comprehend it once, you can definitely comprehend it the second time. In such a place of chance, you will regret it for a lifetime. Sit down properly. Huahu Mink hugged Shocking and looked at it again. Only this time it couldn't get in. It always felt like a little ant scratched and scratched in his heart. Fine, don't read it, come back another day. After thinking for a moment, Huahu Dairo put down his book and came to Yang Xiao to check out. Yang Xiao had already expected this and did not stop him, revealing a mysterious smile and said, "Silly Daio, this shop owner is very optimistic about you." "Ha ha ha, are you?" Actually, Ben Dairo feels the same way. Ben Dairo wants to embark on the road to the pinnacle of our Dairo clan. After a moment of stunned, Huahu Miao laughed modestly without knowing it, and she rolled her eyes when she saw it. In fact, the optimistic meaning in Yang Xiao's words is that he thinks that Hua Fox Mink can play an important part in his mission. The system threw him a quest to wreak havoc on the westward journey. Yang Xiao did not forget. In his plan, he wanted to travel to the west in a random way and learn from the past. When the learning of the scriptures is chaotic, the trend of Buddhism is broken, and the other forces will see the opportunity and compete. Heavenly Court, monster race, even hell, and human race may stand out. Originally, only Monkey King had been selected by Yang Xiao, but now he has another flower fox mink. With red pants, the flower fox mink is no worse than a big luo. Among other things, Daluo's ability to cause trouble is not as good as the flower fox sable. In particular, the flower fox sable who has seen the sky shattering will definitely use the big yellow dog in the book as the target of the sable. It is almost conceivable that it is inevitable to cause trouble everywhere. Huahu Daio went out of the bookstore and rushed all the way to the heaven. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao summoned the water mirror, and the target was the flower fox mink. Whistling all the way, Huahu Sairo came to Nanshan Men, and at this moment Monkey King was still fighting against the 4 sages of Lingshan Palace. Unlike a few days ago, Wang Mo and others have done their best, summoning their 4 strange beasts, using the method of fighting together and attacking together. But Monkey King was much stronger than a few days ago, and he was able to tie, even suppressing the 4. Good monkey head, it grows so fast. The immortals who watched in front of Nanshan Gate sighed, not admiring them. There are also some people whose eyes are looking at Bai Pinpin. Compared with when they first came, the strength of Bai Pinpin has risen to a higher level. When I came back then, it was only the early stage of the Golden Immortal. But after I don't know how many times I have used the 7 swords of the Great Immortal, the white rank is already the mid-term strength of the Golden Immortal. Juxian 7 knives, 7 consecutive knives, 7 knives, all the life energy of the human body will be extracted. If not dead, the life can return, and the cultivation level will be improved. There is a prerequisite for this trick, which is that the life cannot die if it is drawn out. If it is a normal life, the life can be completely separated, and the probability of problems is not small. But in Bai Pinpin, this problem doesn't seem to exist. She is a skeleton resurrected, and her life energy is different from the life energy of ordinary life. That's why she can be unscrupulous and show her strength in this way. For another person, it really can't do this. Even if it succeeds 10,000 times, so long as it fails once, it is forever. Originally, Chen Bei, the protagonist in the tomb of the immortal Buddha, used this trick as a last resort. To be precise, this trick is forced to be used desperately, not so. Only Bai Pinpin can play this way. Just when everyone in the heavens watched with gusto, the flower fox sable flew over from a distance. Seeing everyone from afar, the flower fox mink slowed down. When Big Brother Huang Tiandi walks, he stands up and walks on 2 paths. It is so powerful that if the emperor wants to rise, he has to learn. Thinking in his head, the swaying flower fox Martin slowly passed by. The next moment people stood up. Feeling almost something, it thought about taking out the big axe he wanted from Mo Li Shu and carried it on its shoulders. Not bad, it's better than walking on the stomach, I'm taller. Satisfied that he looked at his own image at the moment, Hua Fox Dio muttered, and his figure was raised a little higher, reaching the height of a normal person. In front of the Nanshan Gate, everyone who was watching the fight suddenly noticed the situation. When the flower fox mink was found standing there, someone didn't recognize it and couldn't help exclaiming, Look at what it is. It seems that a demon king has soared to the sky. Demon king. The eyes of the celestial beings, stunned, hurriedly looked over. What demon king dared to be so bold to come to the heaven to die? At this sight, all the immortals were petrified, and their mouths twitched wildly, not knowing how to express their feelings. What kind of demon king? Come to be funny. The big red pants you are wearing can brighten the eyes of the blind. That, it seems to be a flower fox. In the crowd, Mo Liking's mouth twitched slightly, and today it was his turn to guard the Nanshan gate. Mo Lishu is not here, but guards over the East Tianmen. Carrying a big axe, Huahu Mink came all the way frantically, with his head high and his chest high. His eyes squinted at the immortals in front of Nanshan gate. Where is the monster dare to come and die? Someone flew out and stopped the Flower Fox Mink. Flower Fox Mink curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Go away, scum, and dare to block the way of the Emperor. God! All the immortals were confused. Where did the Emperor come out? There are many people in the crowd who are familiar with Mo Lishu, and after a few careful glances, they have recognized the identity of the Flower Fox. It seems to be the Flower Fox Martin of the King of Broad Eyes, not a monster. Don't hurt it by accident. Mo Liking also walked out of the crowd and shouted, Hua Fox Sable, don't be ashamed of it, come here. Of course, the Flower Fox can't be obedient, and the moment it gets the red pants, it decides to embark on the road to its peak. If it just passed by, wouldn't it be very shameless? How could you still hang around in the heaven in the future? Presumptuous, bold, and devilish, dare to speak to the Emperor like this. With a soft snort, the Huahu Dio learned the tone of the Jade Emperor. Mo Liking was so angry in her heart that her face was darkened. This dead mink has always felt that something is wrong recently. Not only does he run out so weirdly, but also dare to be the Emperor. Why not go shoulder to shoulder with those saints? Hua Fox Mink, don't make trouble, I'll be rude to you again. Not in front of people, it's easy to say, but now so many people are watching. How can Mo Liking let Hua Fox Mink be presumptuous? Hua Fox Dio curled his lips in disdain. Is this big idiot courageous? Dare to be like this to Ben Mino, wrong? Is the Emperor Ben Tian talking like this? Looking around the crowd, Hua Fox Mink saw the independent Chang. His eyes suddenly brightened. Huang Tiandi accepts fairies to accept saints, and this Tiandi also accepts them. Fairy Chang is very good. Pretending to cough lightly, Hua Fox Dio ignored Mo Liking and looked at Chang lightly. Dare to ask Fairy Chang, would you like to be a slave to the Emperor? Quiet as a needle fell, there was a sudden silence in front of Nanshan Gate, except for the sound of Monkey King and others fighting in the distance. This mink of Mo Lishu actually spoke, let Fairy Chang be its slave. The corners of the celestial beings' mouths twitched wildly, and they didn't know how to express their feelings at the moment. They suddenly felt sympathy for Mo Lishu and raised such a brave mink. The martial canopy back then was knocked out of the mortal world because of molesting Chang, and he was cast into a pig fetus by mistake. If it hadn't happened to encounter Guanyin and join the learning team, I still don't know what it will end up. I am afraid that I will only be a demon in the lower realm. Now this mink, who was not afraid of death, dared to talk to Fairy Chang like this openly. Even Zhu Beiji, who was back then, ran to Guanghan Palace and didn't dare to be so big in front of so many people. Chang's already cold breath became more icy at this moment, and the chill in her eyes seemed to freeze even the void. The Flower Fox, who is determined to reach the top of Dia Sheng, is not afraid at all, imagining the behavior of the big yellow dog in the book, with a trace of uncomfortable color in his eyes. Being able to follow the Emperor of the Heavens is because you don't know how many generations you have cultivated for good luck. Why are you not willing? I hope you are tall, this idiot. Mo Liking, who had reacted, strode out of the crowd and rushed to catch it. This silly mink must be taken home first, otherwise it will cause trouble. Presumptuous, do you want to fight against the Emperor Benshin? Hua Fox Sable hummed. The red pants she was wearing flashed with a light that seemed to be invisible, and her body tranced slightly. Not caught. Mo Liking was stunned for a moment, and found dumbfounded that he hadn't caught Hua Fox Sable. At this time, Hua Fox Sable was in front of him with his back facing him, still looking directly at Chang. With this move, not only Mo Liking, but all the immortals in front of Nanshan Gate were dumbfounded. There are many people in the big Liujing in the crowd, but they didn't even see how the Flower Fox Sable escaped Mo Liking's catch. I still don't believe it. Mo Li's eyes flickered, and he once again probed his hand and grabbed the shoulder of Hua Fox Mink. But this time, he still failed to catch the Flower Fox Martin, and a light wall suddenly appeared to stop him from catching it. It's too much, let's take another shot. Don't blame the Emperor Ben Tian for being polite. Hua Fox Sable's humming voice sounded. His face was indifferent, and he looked like it wasn't serious. But in fact, it was happy at the moment, and almost wanted to jump a few times with excitement. It's too powerful, it's too powerful. It's even more powerful than what is described in the book. This time, the immortals clearly saw what was blocking Mo Liking. Not only did not understand their confusion, but became even more surprised. Mo Liking is the midterm strength of the Tei Golden Immortal. Although it is just a casual grab, it shouldn't be blocked by anything. But the wall of light was not caught and broken. Listening to the meaning of the flower fox sable, this is its method. When did this sable have such strength? Doesn't this mink only rely on speed and sneak attacks to bite people? Mo Liking felt a little embarrassed after failing to catch it twice in a row, and still in front of so many people. With a grunt, Mo Liking used most of his mana this time, and a ray of light roared with a big hand. Can't recognize the gap between you and the Emperor, this is your sorrow. Hua Fox Sable pretended to sigh, and used a powerful attack in the red pants. A whistling tornado occurred out of thin air, and Mo Liking's big hand fell, stalemate for a short while, and it was shattered. The tornado was spinning, curling up Mo Liking, who hadn't expected all of this, and whistling to the distance in an instant. As if to do a trivial thing, Hua Humino ignored the stunned immortals and looked at Chang again. Will you follow the Emperor? Go, Chang's icy voice responded to Hua Humink. Hua Fox Sable was unhappy at once, and was rejected after accepting the first fairy. Isn't the Emperor of the Heaven looking for a face? The angrily Hummer decided to learn the practice of the big yellow dog in the book and grab it. Puff, I want to be quiet. In the bookstore, the smile on Yang Zio's face couldn't be concealed. Hua Fox Sable is so funny. Sure enough, as he expected, this guy had red pants and went straight to make trouble. You say who is not good to accept. Go to Chang, the first fairy of the heavenly court. If you agree to this, you will be hell. Chang won't have to hang around in the heavens at all and can't afford to lose that person. And how would all the immortals think of her? Who is Jingjing? Why do you miss her? Daddy told me that when someone said that he missed me, let me tell him. I always feel that it is not a good thing. Saint Ling from www. Wuxiaspot. Calm Tilda doesn't know when he ran over. When I heard Yang Zio's words, he was curious. His face stiffened slightly, and the corners of Yang Zio's mouth twitched. Is Kong Xuan, the guardian mad demon, protecting his daughter to such a degree? Is it a bit frantic? Saint Ling with Jinxian's strength is purely a blank sheet of paper, pure and lovely. Cough, it's okay, I just talked casually, why stop reading? Yang Zio coughed slightly and quickly changed the subject. He also wants to know who Jingjing is, but he doesn't know the problem. I was about to ask you the shopkeeper. I watched it well, but it suddenly disappeared. It's obviously not over yet. Speaking of the book, Sheng Ling suddenly became angry and stared at Yang Zio angrily. Just now, she finished reading the first volume of The Great Thousand World in her hand. When I saw the wonderful part, I just said it, I was crazy. Well, it's normal. You read the first volume, and there are second and third volumes behind it. Where is it? Get it out for me. As soon as Yang Zio finished speaking, Sheng Ling rushed to ask. With a look of helplessness on his face, Yang Zio stretched his hands. Don't ask me, I don't know where it is. It will naturally appear when it should appear. You are the shopkeeper. Why don't you know if you lied to me? Hearing this, Sheng Ling stared at Yang Zio with an unhappy expression on his face. Knowing this would happen, Yang Zio explained it well, and Sheng Ling accepted his explanation. Then wait for the second book to appear. You must tell me as soon as possible. No problem, you can read other books. The ones with lower prices are usually the whole book. I suggest you read those. Yang Zio, who breathed a sigh of relief, sent Sheng Ling away. In front of the Nanshan gate, the flower fox mink that was robbed by the strong action hand was blocked by a wave of flower protectors. These male immortals are eager to please Chang, and it is rare to encounter such a good opportunity. You dare to prevent the Emperor Benshin from accepting slaves. The Emperor Benshin wants to suppress you. Hua Fox Dio yelled, angrily spurring several formations in the red pants. The electric lights flickered, the flames burned, and the wind howled, causing chaos around him for a while. Casting acceleration spells under his feet, surrounded by a gold armor protection, the flower fox mink interspersed among the attacked immortals, taking the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Its hand is completely based on the big yellow dog in the book. When fighting, how can it be looted? In addition to depicting countless formations and sealing countless spells, the red pants itself is also a huge storage space. All the things that the flower fox mink grabbed by fishing in troubled waters were stuffed into it. After a while, when everything disappeared, the dozen or so male immortals who protected Chang all became beggars. How embarrassed and embarrassed. Who took my water and fire treasure? I have one missing shoe. Whoever did it, give it to me. Which shameless guy took my pants off? Everyone yelled, especially the one who lost his pants, busy with grief and anger, taking out new ones and putting them on. It was thunder and lightning just now, and they didn't know who made the sneak attack. In addition, the flower fox sable used a spell called Stealth Hand in the red pants, leaving no trace. Among the crowd, most of them looked blank, but only a few people who were cultivated in dalliaging could vaguely see some clues. In the distance, Mo Li Qing flew back, and he was accidentally hit by that stupid move. It's just that what he was puzzled was that he had never seen the flower fox sable with this method before. New cultivator. Mo Liking, who had just returned, happened to see the people who had just been ransacked by the flower fox sable. What's wrong with this? One by one looks like a refugee. Looking at the dozens of people who lack shoes and clothes, their bodies are blood-stained and dark, and a little embarrassed, Mo Liking is dumbfounded. Beside, Hua Foxmink is carrying a big axe. His eyes are contemptuous, and he looks like an ant. Are you worthy to stop the emperor? Hua Fox Dio is very mad, screaming in his heart. The bookstore is mighty and handsome. There are such good books. In the future 3 realms, there should be this sable. It will be the place for the Emperor of Heaven. In the distance, the fighting Monkey King and others were also attracted by the movement here. Blocking the attacks of Wang, Mo, and others, Monkey King rushed out of the battle group and came to Hua Fox Sable in an instant. Staring at the weird flower fox Martin, Monkey King's eyes flickered. You understand it too. That must be, the aptitude of the Emperor of Heaven is unparalleled in ages. Flower Fox Mink is very proud, and what he understands is even more powerful than that of Monkey. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes speechlessly. This silly, can't read the illusion and the reality clearly. It's still nothing, the cowhide will be blown by it. The immortals in front of Nanshan Gate were full of curiosity when they listened to the conversation between Huahu Miao and Monkey King. What did this monkey say? What comprehension were to comprehend? Some immortals who had been faintly skeptical before fixed their eyes on Hua Fox Mink and Monkey King. Sure enough, as they expected, Monkey King's methods were newly mastered. Otherwise, if there were any in those years, it would have been displayed early. Monkey, how about it? Are you interested in accepting slaves with the Emperor Benshin? Our prestige should be known to the 3 realms. Ignoring Monkey King's white eyes, Huahu Dio suggested. Monkey King was speechless. Silly Dio, you're afraid you're stupid. Whoever slaves you, be careful one day you get pinched to death. From Yang Zio's mouth, Monkey King already knows how deep the water is on the westward journey. There are many big guys. What are you afraid of? The Emperor of the Heavens must slay all dissatisfaction. If you want to become the Emperor of Heaven, you must fight against the sky and the earth and fight with people. Everything that blocks me will be wiped out. Flower Fox Mink pouted, madly boundless, as if he was the 2nd and 3rd child of the world. Even heaven and earth, it doesn't take it seriously. Too lazy to continue talking with this silly sable who is too poisoned, Monkey King's mouth curled slightly. You continue, I look after you. When the words fell, he had turned back and turned to Wang, Mo, and the others, and immediately started fighting again. If you don't want it, you don't want to. The Emperor Benshin can dominate the 3 realms by himself. Hua Fox Dio lightly hummed and looked at Mo Liking. Big fool, would you like to follow the Emperor and build an immortal foundation? You are a fool, take the wrong medicine, look at the sword. Mo Liking, with an extremely dark face, King Yun's sword in his hand, swung his sword to cut a black wind. In the bookstore, Yang Zio quietly watched the scene in front of Nanshan Gate through the water mirror. Make a noise, don't make a noise. How can you attract newcomers to the bookstore? Just relying on Monkey King and Flower Fox Mink, it is much worse to want to go to the west, and more people are involved. If you want to learn something bad, you need a few heavyweights. Yang Zio murmured, in fact, he already had several goals in his heart. Kong Chuan and the golden-winged Dapeng Eagle, the father and uncle of these 2 Shengling, are indispensable. In addition, the mounts of Manjusri, Samantabhadra, and Guanyin can also be wooed. Once, they were all sectarians, and they were also one of the 7 immortals who accompanied the sage Master Tangshan. But at the end of the game, they were reduced to mounts, sad and sad. I believe they must be unwilling in their hearts. With those three, it is logical to have a relationship with the people who have been taught. The saint doesn't know what the situation is, but at least there are a lot of people on the side of heaven. Among them, there is the quasi-sage Daomu Yuanjun. Before the canonization, Daomu Yuanjun was the virgin of the Golden Spirit among the 4 direct disciples of the Saint Tangshan. Okay, you big idiot, the Emperor of Heaven asked you to follow it because of the past. Don't you dare to give face. Hua Fox Sable snorted with anger, golden light shining around her body, and a golden fist shadow blasted out. The golden fist broke through the air, and the powerful force brought the strong wind to whistle, and the black wind cut by Maliking was blown away abruptly. Golden Fist Shadow cast off its momentum and continued to blast towards Maliking. This fool, where did you learn this attack method? His face was slightly solemn. The magic ceremony blue danced the blue cloud sword. The black wind surged, rolling towards the Golden Fist Shadow. His black wind was not an ordinary wind. A burst of cutting wiped out the power in the Golden Fist Shadow and finally wiped out the Fist Shadow. Hey, you are forcing the Emperor Benchen to act. The flower fox mink pretended to shake his head, and his body disappeared in an instant. The next moment, its figure suddenly reached Maliking's body, probing the claw and squeezing it into the void. Maliking was slightly stunned, and suddenly felt like there was a force squeezing him from all directions, making him extremely uncomfortable. Hua Fox Mink felt that the magic ceremony was in the way. Several formations in the red pants were released, and several other attacks blasted out. It's just that these attacks are all restraints. Maliking, who hadn't gotten out of the squeezing force, found herself wrapped in a square, transparent body in the blink of an eye. Outside the tetragonal transparent body, there is a large mountain of soil, with debris falling from time to time. Around the Tushan mountain, there were 4 wooden men, waving their hands and knocking out a rattan to wrap the Tushan mountain. Maliking almost spewed a mouthful of old blood. Is this silly sable trying to seal me up? These methods are not simple, but where did they come from? Just now I heard from Monkey King that the monkey said it was comprehension. Where can it be comprehended? If there is such a place, it would be terrible. Maliking was temporarily resolved. Huahu Daio's eyes beamed to the immortals of Nanshan Gate. Recruiting slaves, receiving slaves, all belong to the Emperor of God, Wao Kaka. The strangely smiling flower fox Martin rushed towards the crowd. Before it passed, various attacks had come. All the immortals were in a mess in an instant. The flower fox Sable is crazy. Are you afraid that the Jade Emperor will come out and take its skin? No matter how the flower fox mink cares, he only sees moving treasures at the moment. If this were all snatched, wouldn't it be a slack to rich? The Emperor of the Heavens should not give birth to anything. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao was speechless, so if he shot at some people, it would be fine. This move of the flower fox Mart will surely trigger a suppression by Ronaldo. As soon as Yang Xiao's thoughts fell, a figure flew out from behind the crowd. I want to see who is messing around. The visitor wore a pale gold fairy attire, stepped on auspicious clouds, and when he appeared, he rushed straight to the flower fox and caught it. Hua Fox Sable obviously knew the person, and a moment of panic flashed in his eyes. But soon it calmed down, the red pants flashed quietly, and the figure disappeared out of thin air. What? Seeing that her attack had no effect, the woman in pale gold fairy clothes was slightly taken aback. With her great strength, would she not be able to catch a small golden fairy with strength? Even if this beast is a flower fox Martin who is good at speed, it shouldn't escape so easily. In the distance, the flower fox Sable appeared and said dissatisfied, 9 heavens, profound girl, why are you ruining the affairs of the Emperor? The Emperor, you? Jiu Tianxuan was puzzled and immediately noticed the shape of the flower fox. Her mouth widened in surprise. What kind of strange dress is this? Where did it come from? Those big red pants are really hot eyes. If this is seen by the mortals in the lower realm, the face of the heavens will have to be shamed. Yes, in the future, this mink will be the Emperor Huatian. The Emperor will accept fairies and saints, and all those who dare to stop me will be beaten. Huahu Daio was full of pride, and what he said was a matter of course. Yang Xiao looked through the water mirror in the bookstore. He had been familiar with Hua Fox Mink's words. He is now focusing on the fairy in pale gold fairy clothes. This is the legendary 9 heavens profound girl, who passed to Songjiang Tianchu in the water margin. Yang Xiao had already seen Chang just now. She was worthy of the first female fairy in the fairy world. She was so beautiful that she couldn't image her, but she was too indifferent to the fireworks. The nine heavens profound girl who appeared now was also a big beauty. Unlike Chang, she had a very peaceful aura and didn't feel difficult to get along with. Puff, kid, stop joking, change back to the original shape, take off the pants you were wearing and go to the king of Guangmu. Jiushin Xuan was amused by the flower fox and chuckled. Huahu Daio shook his head. No, the Emperor Benchen doesn't want to be a mink who eats and waits to die. The Emperor Benchen has pursuits and dreams. The Emperor Benchen wants to let the Emperor's human slaves spread across the three realms. Emperor Benchen will also take all the treasures of the three realms into his bag, so that the name of Emperor Benchen will resound through the three realms. Frozen, listening to what Huahu Xiao said, the nine heavens profound girl was full of black lines on her forehead. You are a mink. What do you want to pursue and dream? If you want it, it's still so unrealistic. Look now, it's making a mess in front of Nanshan Gate. No, what seems to be forgotten? There was a hint of thought in the eyes of the Jiushin profound girl, and she always felt that something was wrong. After a while, she patted her head suddenly, and she suddenly understood. I finally thought that it was the strength of this sable that could escape this mysterious girl with a claw. This is not something that any golden wonderland can do. Not to mention the golden fairy. What Taiyi Golden Fairyland can do is also the kind of talents who have special means or later strength. In the early and mid-term, it is absolutely impossible to run away so easily. How do you feel that this Xuan NV Empress is a little cute? In the bookstore, Yang Xiao watched the actions of the nine heavens profound girl and touched his chin. It turned out that the gods he imagined were similar to ordinary people, each with its own characteristics. My dear, what are you doing? At this time, inside the water mirror, a loud shout sounded, and Mo Lishu was called from Dongxian men. Seeing the strange look of his own flower fox Martin, Mo Lishu wanted to die. I didn't know it. I thought he taught it. You can see the strange look of many people around him. The emperor is taking slaves, for fools. Do you want to see it in the past? Huahu Daio glanced at Mo Lishu and repeated what he had said to Mo Liking. Mo Lishu's mouth twitched slightly. On the way, he had already heard the who called him. He did not believe it at first, but now the facts are before him, and he can't help but believe it. Hua Fox Sable, stop making trouble. Wait for the Jade Emperor to come back, you and I, please punish me. Fearing that the trouble would get worse, Mo Lishu was rarely serious, so he took off the cloth bag from his waist and pointed it at the flower fox mink. As his spirit beast, he naturally has the means to deal with the flower fox Martin. For fools, you stop the Emperor Benchen. Her complexion changed slightly, and the flower fox mink yelled anxiously, trying to use the spell sealed in the red pants. It's just that Mo Lishu would let it do as he wished, whispering a few times in his mouth, and for a short time, the magic power of Huahu Xiao could not be used. A rush of suction on the cloth pouch radiated out, forcibly sucking the body of the flower fox. There was a rush of suction on the cloth bag, sucking the flower fox mink. The flower fox mink, whose mana was controlled by Mo Lishu, gradually returned to its original shape, and its body returned to its original size. However, the red pants didn't fall off, and they became generally big. Within a moment, the flower fox mink was attracted by Mo Lishu, but Mo Lishu did not let it into the cloth bag and grabbed it. Putting his hand out, Mo Lishu went straight to grab the pants of the flower fox. Where did the dead mink find such a hot-eyed pants? For fools, don't move my baby, I'm fighting with you. Hua Fox Daio was anxious and yelled. This is his support for Daio Sheng's Peak Road in the future. If it is robbed, it is better to kill it. Mo Lishu ignored Hua Fox Sable's yelling, and in the extremely angry eyes of Hua Fox Sable, his hand fell on it. Well, why can't you take it off? But the next moment, Mo Lishu's face changed slightly. He found that the red trousers looked like a flower fox, and he couldn't pull it off anyway. The flower fox Martin was taken aback for a moment, and a hint of surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. Haha, it is worthy of the treasure of the Emperor Benchen, let you take it away. Isn't the Emperor Benchen a vain name? The relieved flower fox mink, remembering the big yellow dog in the book, rolled his eyes and yelled. It's indecent, it's indecent, it's indecent, hey, hey, don't touch my pants. The expression on his face froze slightly. Mo Lishu subconsciously stopped and said with a dark face, What are you shouting? You are indecent and I won't let me shout. How can there be such a thing as slashing mink pants? Is this a human thing? Looking contemptuously at Mo Lishu, Hua Fox Sable was extremely proud, but he couldn't beat this kind of stuff and he was still mad at him. Around, all the immortals were speechless. When I saw him before, it was not like this. Now that he has mastered a strange and weird skill, his temper has become so shameless. What kind of pants should I wear? Mo Lishu was annoyed, but he couldn't say that he was a dead man. Frowning, Mo Lishu deliberately sullen his face and said in a commanding tone, "Take me off my pants." No, Ben Mink won't follow his death. Everyone come and see. Mo Lishu is a deadly pervert. Even his mink is not let go. Ben Mink is male. Hua Fox Sable shook his head and continued to shout with his throat. The angry Mo Lishu threw the flower fox mink directly into the cloth bag. He was afraid that he would get sick from this mink's gas. Without the flower fox Martin, the world suddenly became much quieter. Mo Lishu passed and politely apologized to Chang, and apologized one by one to the few people injured by the flower fox. Damn Mo Lishu, how can you educate your errant to offend Fairy Chang, thinking that an apology can be done? The flower protector from Chang was dissatisfied and glared at Mo Lishu. It's me who is not good. It's me who is not good. I must take care of him when I go back. And when the Jade Emperor comes out, I will tell him that I am willing to accept all punishments. With the smiling face again and again, Mo Lishu's attitude is very good. But in order to sell a good impression in front of Chang, how could those people let go of the opportunity and spray all kinds of things? There will be a kind of fairy beast for any kind of master, and the waiting Jade Emperor will punish you to death. Look at how we were tortured by your ermine. I don't know where one of Banksian's shoes went. Your sable claims to be the Emperor of Heaven. It's a big breath. Couldn't it be Mo Lishu that you taught? Is it your brother? Everyone said something to me, and the face of Mo Lishu gradually became ugly. It is true that his 4 heavenly kings are so bullying that they cannot be bullied. It is polite to be polite because his flower fox sable has caused trouble, but that does not mean that he is afraid of these people. Shut up to Ben Tian Wang. Whoever refuses to accept it, Ben Tian Wang accompanies you to practice, and does not look at what kind of stuff he is. He still plays Fairy Chang idea, get out of me. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes, and the happiest people from Mo Lishu screamed angrily. The few people were exposed in front of so many people, their complexions flushed, and they fought back in anger. Okay, you are a magician, Huahu Dairo dare to do that. Did you teach it? I understand, it must be Mo Lishu, a silly big man who coveted Fairy Chang's beauty and sent his mink to deliberately attract Fairy Chang's attention. Wow, it turns out that you are Mo Lishu. The tempers of the 4 brothers of the Mo family were not good, and Mo Lishu directly exploded when someone said that. Unbearable, no need to endure. Mo Lishu suddenly kicked out of his legs and kicked one of them. With a strong force, the person who kicked directly flew out and smashed into the crowd. Now that he shot, Mo Lishu would not stop, opened the bow with his left and right hands, and beat the 2 with 2 fists. He is the strength of the Taiyi Golden Immortal in the midterm, but these are only the Golden Immortal that clamors with him. There is only one Taiyi, which is still the early Taiyi. The king is polite. I'll give you a face, don't you, you scum? You are also worthy to talk to the king like this. With a humming, Mo Lishu punched and kicked, and several people fled in embarrassment. The only Taiyi early yelled, Mo Lishu is too bullying, everyone fights back, don't show mercy. In the bookstore, Yang Zio's sight was not blocked because of Mo Lishu's acceptance of the flower fox, and he could still see the surrounding situation. Seeing Mo Lishu did not say anything and did it directly, a smile appeared in his eyes. Dare to love and hate, slightly stupid. The 4 brothers of the Mo family, in fact, are very good-tempered. Anyway, Yang Zio himself is very much looking forward to seeing such people. Several people made a fool of himself in front of him, and the 9 Heavens Profound girl was a little dissatisfied and interrupted everyone. I have nothing to do when I am idle, right? Is it a decoration to be a Xuan girl? The humming 9 Heavens Profound girl waved her hand and flew out with a powerful force, fanning the Taiyi early stage and the few people who were protecting Chang. But Mo Lishu, without any influence, stood there peacefully. It's not jealous, I don't believe it. Yang Zio watched this scene, his mouth twitched slightly. One of the reasons, of course, is that the 9 Heavens Profound girl cannot understand the actions of a few people. But for another reason, it is absolutely possible that several people are Chang's flower protectors. Thinking of her 9 Heavens Profound girl, who is also a famous fairy in the heavenly court, she is naturally unwilling to see others trying to please and protect another fairy. Fanning a few people, the 9 Heavens Profound girl hummed softly. The matter of the flower fox sable is over. If you want to watch it, continue to watch. If you don't want to watch it, go back and perform your fairy duties, and wait for the Jade Emperor to come out and then make a decision. Abandoning these words, the nine heavens profound girl flew to the front of Mo Liking, who was sealed by Huahu Diarajan, and let him out. However, when the seals were broken, the eyes of Jiu Tian Xuan knew flashed with surprises. These seals seemed to be different from the ones she had seen. When the nine heavens profound girl came forward, things gradually calmed down. Seeing that there was nothing to watch, Yang Xiao yawned, crawled back, and continued to sleep. The only thing that is boring is to sleep. It is not easy for the owner. In the afternoon, Monkey King and Bai Pinpin arrived, and Monkey King eagerly asked what Huahu Mink had realized. "Didn't you see it? That red pants is." With a faint smile on his face, Yang Xiao replied. Monkey King opened his mouth slightly in surprise and realized the red pants. He was a bit envious of the tricks used by the flower fox sable before, but now that he knows it is the red pants, think about it and forget it, he can't afford to lose that person. In the evening, after the demon birthday of the post, he returned to the palace of the heavenly kings. Untied the cloth sack around his waist, he released the flower fox mink. However, in order to prevent the flower fox from escaping, he took the first step to control the flower fox's mana. "My deed, it's a disaster, it's a disaster." Mo Lishu was crying, crawling on the ground and staring at Hua Fox Sable. Mocking Chang, with such serious consequences, he couldn't help shivering if he wanted to see Zhu Beiji's tragic situation back then. Originally, the Jade Emperor wanted to kill the pig Beiji, but later Teibai Jinxing begged for mercy and escaped death. But even in this way, Zhu Beiji was hit by 2,000 hammers. The fairy body was directly broken up, and in the end it was a miserable end to the wrong pig fetus. It's really awkward why the Emperor Benshin has a master like you. Starting from today, you will mix with the Emperor Benshin and drink spicy food. You will not worry about fairies or treasures and be proud of these three realms. Glancing at Mo Lishu contemptuously, Huahu Miao said in a preaching tone. Mo Lishu had a headache. "My dear, it's all now, you still have the mind to act. Who told you that the Emperor Benshin acted? I saw that the pants I was wearing were not there. This is a treasure. There are thousands of formations and countless spells. If released together, it is estimated that it can blow up most of the heaven." With a snort of disdain, Hua Fox Dio proudly said, "Yang Xiao is funny in the bookstore. The next customer who comes to the bookstore is probably Mo Lishu. Hua Fox Mink still has a conscience. He has developed himself, and he has not forgotten his master." "No fever, what nonsense." Putting his hand on the head of Hua Fox Sable, Mo Lishu's face was strange. Hua Fox Mink was so angry that he wanted to bite people, and said with no anger, "Call the big idiot to ask, you don't know if what I said is true. Otherwise, you think that I can clean up so many golden immortals, and even force the nine heavens profound girl to take action." The stunned Mo Lishu was dumbfounded. Yes, the strength of the flower fox Martin is not that powerful. Is it possible that what this silly sable said is true, and its asterisk are the treasure? Unconsciously, his gaze fell on the red pants worn by the flower fox, and Mo Lishu's eyes gradually lit up with excitement. Hua Fox Sable was taken aback. "For fools, don't mess around, this sable is a normal loving mink. If you dare to pick my pants again, I will fight you hard. Blessed and enjoyable, but also difficult, beloved, you have a treasure. Do you let me experience it too?" Mo Lishu rubbed his hands. A somewhat wretched smile appeared on his unshaven face. With a black face, Hua Fox Sable snorted. "Fuck off, my pants are the master, you can't even take it off, let alone use it. As long as you let me go, I can tell you a great secret. You can't get a treasure like me." After a moment of stunned, Mo Lishu's eyes were bigger than a copper bell. "I can get this kind of treasure." Seeing Mo Lishu's expression, Hua Hu Dai was proud. "Do you know the monkey and the banshee? They have all been to that place." "Really? Tell me where I am." "I said that the monkey was wrong and there was a problem." Mo Lishu became excited. "The king must be strong and the king must rise. The king should not look at the gate. Whoever loves to see who will go." "You should let me go first. The Jade Emperor is looking for trouble, and then we will talk about the time. The big deal is that we will run away." Silently rolled his eyes, Hua Fox Sable pouted. The excited Mo Lishu hurriedly lifted the mana control of the flower fox mink. The man stood up and moved his muscles and bones a few times, and Huahu Miao said, "Before telling you, you must make sure that you will never tell anyone what happened there, except the big idiots." "It's easy to talk, I'm not stupid. Tell them, they've all gone, how can I turn over?" Mo Lishu nodded hurriedly. Well, it's up to you to behave next, and I will take you there if you perform well." the long-awaited demon Lishu, but in exchange for the words of the flower fox Sable, his face suddenly became dark and he was dead. Inside the bookstore, Yang Xiao smiled. This silly mink still has such a careful eye, can't see it. Come here, first come and rub your shoulders for the Emperor Benshin. You are locked in that torn bag. The nest is a bit sour. Ignoring Mo Lishu's expression, Huahu Dio jumped to the side table and ordered. Mo Lishu's face was dark, and Yian squeezed it in the past. Originally, the flower fox Sable was in his heart, and it has always been his baby bump. It's just that Hua Fox Sable is a little unhappy with this threatening way. After Hua Fox Mink took revenge on Mo Lishu with a small square shape, the other three kings outside walked in. Seeing an uncle-like flower fox mink, Mo Liking, who wanted to see the day's affairs, rushed over with anger and grabbed it. The flower fox mink, who had long been aware of it, used a spell in the red pants and disappeared out of thin air. When she reappeared, the Hua Fox Mink had reached Mo Liking's left shoulder and hovered in the air. Young man, don't be so irritable. Is it the Emperor of Heaven or the flower fox at the time? Flower Fox Mink deliberately pretended to be old-fashioned and almost laughed Yang Xiao to death with a serious appearance. This Sable saw the shocking sky, and he really learned the essence of the big yellow dog inside. You dare to seal me during the day. Mo Liking was so angry that he blew his beard and stared, turning around and holding his backhand again. Of course he couldn't succeed. The Hua Fox Mink moved strangely to Mo Lishu's side. Can't you see the gap? Ben Mink has dreams and pursuits, so Ben Mink has become stronger, big idiot, but look at you are still standing still. Hua Fox Sable shook his head with a funny look that made people laugh. A mink made this kind of expression, said this kind of words, wanted to see that kind of picture and couldn't help but want to laugh. Wow, I'm so angry. You dare to taunt me, I want to stew your soup. Mo Li Kinky exploded, is that the King of Heaven is going to stay in place. It's not the limit of the conferred god list. Yuanshan is trapped, and Yuanshi Tianzan, who controls the conferred god list, can improve whoever wants to be promoted. Before they were enshrined in the gods, they were disciples of Jiao, and Yuanshi was the leader of the evangelism. How could they increase their strength? It was impossible. Brother Xiao, don't worry, we may not be able to improve our strength, but we can get treasures to enhance our combat power. At this moment, Mo Lishu suddenly spoke and stopped the angry Mo Liking. A strange color appeared on his face. Mo Liking frowned. Treasure. Well, don't you know how many catties the flower fox mink is, eldest brother? You don't want to think about why it can force the 9 heavens profound girl to take a shot during the day. Mo Lishu nodded. Just now he had seen the tricks Huahu Miao showed in front of him, and he completely believed it. He was so excited to see such a treasure. Hearing this, Mo Liking's eyes gradually widened. Yes, how did Huahu Mino seal him during the day, and that method was unprecedented. Even when Daluo Xinqiang 9 Heaven's profound girl made a shot, this mink could escape once, and he couldn't do it if he asked himself. If you want to know, just be polite to Ben Mink. I will tell you when you are satisfied with it. Seeing Mo Liking's shocked expression, Hua Fox Dio was extremely proud. Tusk, the Emperor Benshin finally has 4 slaves. This is what the 4 heavenly kings don't know what Huahu Xiao thinks. Otherwise, even if they try not to keep secrets, they will kill the dead Xiao. The time flies as 3 days. Sheng Ling nestled in the bookstore every day, completely immersed in the world of books, unable to extricate himself. Monkey King and Bai Pinpin challenged during the day and read in the bookstore in the afternoon. And Huahu Miao, who was determined to learn from the big yellow dog in the book, was busy taking slaves everywhere, but did not come. In order to get the big secret that Hua Fox Sable told them, the 4 brothers of the Mo family were very polite and respectful to Hua Fox Sable, completely acting as uncles. So there was such a strange phenomenon in the heavenly court, with a mink walking arrogantly in front, 2 by 2 in the back, followed by 4 fierce men. This strange combination wandered around many places in the heavens, and everybody asked if he wanted to be a follower. The result is naturally conceivable, but everyone is greeted with contempt, a pair of foolish eyes. On this day, a crack suddenly opened in the sky above the west heaven gate of the heavenly court, and several figures flew out of it. The first was Kong Chuan with a frantic look, and eyes like Kong Chuan on his forehead. Behind is the Jade Emperor and other heavenly court 3 emperors, and the Tathagata. Who has won? Many immortals near the West Tianmen in the heavenly court saw this scene and were curious to guess. The clothes on several people were spotless, and they would not be able to tell why. But seeing Kong Chuan so mad, Could it be that he won? Jade Emperor, remember what you promised me. As everyone watched, Kong Xuan said indifferently and flew to the west with the golden-winged Big Peng eagle waiting in the distance. Over the West Tianmen, Emperor Gaochen snorted in dissatisfaction, his face slightly ugly. Looking at this situation, it seems that Heavenly Court is the one who suffers from the cracks in space. In this way, the Buddha also retired, and I hope the Jade Emperor will take more care of the matter of helping King Ming find his daughter. Tathagata smiled and bowed to the Jade Emperor, and then followed Kong Xuan and the golden-winged Dapeng eagle all the way to the west. At the same place, the Jade Emperor nodded, and after seeing the Tathagata flying far away, he turned back and flew to the Lingshan palace. Soon, the news of the convening of the court meeting reached every god. Those who are qualified to go to court are not ordinary gods. They are all very famous. Of course, there are some who are disdainful of them, such as the other emperors who are as famous as the Jade Emperor, as well as the figure of Du Mu Yunjun, which is the Virgin of the Golden Spirit. Everyone is a god, so the efficiency of doing things is naturally much higher. Not long after the news spread, they all gathered in the Lingshan hall. Is there something to play? As usual, the Jade Emperor asked. Generally speaking, there are not many things. Below, after the Jade Emperor's voice fell, Wang Mo walked out. Given the Jade Emperor, the minister is ashamed. I and the other four were defeated by Monkey. Oh, when did it happen? The Jade Emperor was surprised, smashed the corner of his mouth. The monkey grows fast enough. To play this game again, at least one has to send Taiyi late. It's today's matter. He defeated me and waited before going down to the Nanshan gate and returning to the lower realm. Wang Mo answered truthfully, his face a little complicated. From being crushed and beaten by them at the beginning, to a tie with them step by step, and then to today's defeat. If there is no sense of frustration, how is it possible? But at the same time, they also blamed their fate a bit. If the soul hadn't been trapped in the list of gods, they wouldn't have only this strength now. Well, I see you don't have to pay attention to it. The monkey has an extraordinary origin. It has absorbed the essence of heaven and earth for many years before it was born, and its growth rate cannot be estimated by common sense. The Jade Emperor said lightly and looked at the others, which aching has something to beat. Back to the Jade Emperor, there is something to the minister, something big. At this time, an urgent yelling sounded, and someone went out. Out of the list is Zhu Fuxingjun, one of Chang's flower guards, who was brutally beaten by Flower Fox and Mo Lishu the other day. Oh, what's so fuss about? The Jade Emperor frowned slightly, a little disliked. He was an immortal anyway, panicking like a demeanor. Zhu Fuxingjun didn't answer right away. He took a peek at Chang before speaking. Emperor Huyu, it's about Fairy Chang. He was molested when you were away. Frozen, the corner of Jade Emperor's mouth twitched slightly, and he almost wanted to go down and kick Zhu Fuxingjun. When the Emperor is not here, if these words are spread out, there will be a big misunderstanding. Secretly glanced at the faintly smiling and unmoved Queen Mother, the Jade Emperor's heart suddenly became cold. And when it was over, I was afraid that I would kneel down on durian skin when I returned to Yachi. Having said that, the Jade Emperor still pretended to be surprised. What is going on? Tell me the truth. Zhu Xingjun Hun didn't know that he had already been on the Jade Emperor's notebook, and he added more energy and jealousy to what happened that day. The King Guanmu instructed his asterisk to do it. After listening, the Jade Emperor frowned. Mo Lishu is not crazy, send a sable, what can he get? And this fool, Zhu Fuxingjun, said that Huahu Daio proclaimed himself the Emperor of Heaven when he met people, and was clamoring to accept slaves. Is this possible? It's not that I have never seen that mink, and I conceal the cuteness. How could I do such a nonchalant thing? Since someone played it, the Jade Emperor couldn't just ignore it, and asked the guardian Mo Lishu and Hua Fox Daio to call over. Is this the Lingshan hall so grand? In the bookstore, Yang Zio looked around with relish, his eyes full of admiration. It is indeed a fairy palace, more spectacular and beautiful than those he had imagined. Compared with modern villas and the like, it is not a grade at all, typical of heaven and earth. Mo Lishu, Zhu Fuxingjun sued you to instigate your Flower Fox sable to molest Chang. Can this happen? Seeing Mo Lishu coming in, the Jade Emperor snorted coldly, and the score was still to be put. Which idiot is talking nonsense? The Emperor is acting and is still using people to instruct. Suddenly at this moment, a lazy voice first remembered that the Flower Fox Martin jumped off Mo Lishu's head, and his body quickly increased on the ground, standing on both legs, becoming as tall as Molishu. But these are not the key points. The key point is the bright red pants of the flower fox mink, which are enough to dazzle people. All the immortals who came to the palace of Xiao Palace were stunned. Some of the thin-skinned female immortals shook their heads and turned their heads and did not want to look again. On the golden dragon chair at the top, the Jade Emperor's face suddenly froze, and his mouth couldn't close no matter how it opened. This thing is a flower fox mink, this strange look. The Jade Emperor didn't know how to express his feelings at the moment, and even put aside the matter of Hua Fox Mink claiming to be the Emperor of Heaven. "Look, Your Majesty, the minister has absolutely no false words. This Dio dare to wear this to the Xiao Palace. There is no majesty and empress in his eyes." Mr. Xiao Fuxing next to him took the opportunity to fan the flames, and this person dared to beat him up, shame him in public, and must not be easily counted. Hearing this, Hua Xiao was immediately unhappy, and looked at Xiao Fuxing unhappy. "The most annoying emperor is that you, a villain like you, take the trick of emperor roast chicken." A faint light flashed from the red pants, and a ray of flame shot out and fell between Xiao Fuxing's legs. In an instant, the raging flames ignited, and Xiao Fuxing, who was stunned for a moment, let out a woman-like scream, hurriedly extinguishing the fire. "Puff, this stupid is shameless, but the owner likes it a bit." Inside the bookstore, Yang Xiao spouted water and looked at the picture in the water mirror in surprise. He actually didn't like what Xiao Fuxing did. It's most hateful to tell the truth. But he did not expect that Huahu Miao would retaliate with this method, regardless of whether he was injured or not. After this incident, Xiao Fuxing was absolutely faceless. On the golden dragon chair above, the Jade Emperor opened his mouth slightly, and the smile in his eyes could not be concealed. "Damn Xiao Fuxing, let you owe you nothing, get retribution." "Haha, the fire of the flower fox ermine is very powerful and enjoyable." The Jade Emperor was relieved a lot, and the look in the eyes of Huahu Miao gradually became satisfied. After a lot of effort, Xiao Fuxing finally put out the fire on his body and looked at Hua Fox Sable with angrily. Hearing the comments of the immortals around him, his face flushed extremely red. His legs were close together, and his posture looked very strange. He pounced tightly just now, and a big hole was still burned in his pants. "No face and staying longer," Xiao Fuxing said to the Jade Emperor. "Your Majesty, the minister suddenly felt unwell. Can you leave first?" The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and the Jade Emperor was disdainful. "Is it possible to run at this time?" "It's all because of you, stubborn guy. I don't know how to explain it tonight. So what can I do to make you lose somebody?" "Aching will bear it for the time being. Let's talk about the matter of Molishu and Hua Fox Sable." Feeling upset, the Jade Emperor didn't show it on his face, and said with a smile. The expression on his face suddenly became slightly stiff, and Xiao Fuxing felt annoyed, as he stared at Flower Fox Sable again. It's all because of this asterisk beast that he dared to set him on fire. The angry Xiao Fuxing answered the Jade Emperor, and then said, "Your Majesty, just now you saw that this Flower Fox Sable, without Your Majesty and Empress, actually set fire in the Xiao Palace. Which one of your eyes sees that the Emperor is indulgent? Take out the evidence, don't be silly, behave like a face, but you have to bear the blame." Flower Fox Dio looked at Xiao Fuxing, as if the matter just now had nothing to do with it. "A group of Molishu panicked next to me, my dear. So many people in the hall have seen it, you are blind." "Yes, who saw it? Is there any evidence?" At this moment, the Jade Emperor on the golden dragon chair suddenly came. There are many old fried dough sticks among the immortals, and they immediately understood the meaning of the Jade Emperor. Your Majesty is going to stand on the side of the Flower Fox Sable. For the reason, someone had already faintly guessed, and he glanced sympathetically at Xiao Fuxing and immediately stood up to help with perjury. "I didn't see it. Maybe this person is getting old and his eyes are a bit difficult." The first person who spoke was Tabai Jinxing, with a serious appearance, and what he said was more true than the truth. Originally thought that Tabai Jinxing was about to say he saw Xiao Fuxing. He almost spewed a mouthful of blood. "You got stuck on purpose, just wanted me off." Before Xiao Fuxing came back from his doubts, after Tabai Jinxing, the four great celestial masters also said one by one that they had never seen it. "I haven't waited to see it. It seems to be spontaneous combustion, right? Not wrong, spontaneous combustion." There were a few fools among the immortals who were able to get to the palace of Xiao. Seeing someone taking the lead, they quickly understood and opened their eyes together and talked nonsense. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao smiled so much that he almost straightened up. The guys in Heavenly Court were a little bit different from what he thought. They were also funny. Compared with ordinary people in the world, this ability to speak nonsense is far better. After all, it's an old monster who has lived for an unknown number of years. Although I don't know where Zhu Fu Xingjian offended the Jade Emperor, Yang Xiao understood that it was obvious that the Jade Emperor was deliberately targeting this guy. In the middle aisle of the Lingshan Hall, there was a cloud of Mo Lishu, who could tell me what was going on. Why do you all see that it is obviously the fire of the flower fox sable? Raising his hand to signal the immortals to be quiet, the Jade Emperor looked at Zhuo Fu Xingjian. Zhuo Fu Xingjian, look, everyone said that they didn't see it. How can you frame it? Looking at the immortals with grief and anger, Zhuo Fu Xingjian is depressed. You all took the wrong medicine. Why are you talking nonsense? Although framing is not a major matter, it must be punished. So let's go to the Imperial Horse Guard from today. Ignoring Zhuo Fu Xingjian's expression, the Jade Emperor directly ordered. Hearing this, Zhuo Fu Xingjian's body suddenly froze. He is not the monkey back then. How can he not understand what it is to go to the Imperial Horse Supervisor? Thinking of his dignified star officer, he actually ended up raising a horse. Zhuo Fu Xingjian, who was almost vomiting blood, fell with murderous eyes on the culprit Hua Fox Mink. What are you staring at? It's good enough to not let you shovel horse dung. You are not convinced. Looking arrogantly at Zhuo Fu Xingjian, Huahu Daio was very proud of himself. Could it be that the Jade Emperor didn't punish the Emperor because he was captured by the Emperor's demeanor? The Jade Emperor on the golden dragon chair, his eyes dimmed when he heard the flower fox Martin, and it seemed a bit cheap to go to put the horse on. Zhuo Fu Xingjian, go to the Imperial Horse Supervisor. Your task is to take care of the stables. Zhuo Fu Xingjian is almost crying. Flower Fox Martin, Ben Xingjian is endless with you. After Xingjian Zhuo, who had led the new mission, withdrew from the Lingshan Hall, the Jade Emperor's eyes fell on the Flower Fox Mink again. Seeing the bright red pants, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Mo Lishu Hua Fox Mink, what should be your sin for molesting Fairy Chang? Huahu Daio was stunned. Didn't it all pass? Why did she suddenly mention this again? With a wry smile, Mo Lishu muffled and said, the minister taught the fairy beasts to be lax and is willing to receive all punishments. Stop, is the Emperor Benshin using you to teach? Everything is the meaning of the Emperor Benshin. Don't you just take a personal slave? She doesn't want it, the Emperor Benshin doesn't want to take it. Staring at Mo Lishu, Hua Fox Sable interrupted, curling his lips uncomfortably. The Jade Emperor above was stunned. This mink really wanted to take slaves. He thought it was Zhuo Fu Xingjian just talking nonsense. Well, you are a flower fox mink, a little golden fairy beast, dare to call yourself the Emperor of Heaven, take a slave. I depends on your qualifications. The eyes flickered slightly, and there was a trace of dissatisfaction in the Jade Emperor's eyes. Of course, this is what he showed on his face, and it's not clear how he thought about it. At the level of Jade Emperor, changing his face is like playing, smiling on the surface, and cursing in his heart, which is completely unpredictable. The flower fox mink was not so mad as to consider it the #1 in the world, and did not openly challenge the Jade Emperor. Ben Mink claims to be the Emperor of Heaven. It is Ben Mink who has this dream. The Daya Sheng who has no dream is different from the salted fish. I don't know why I live. The saddest thing about Daya Sheng is this. When talking, Huahu Miao deliberately pretended to be sad. If it weren't for the smile that flashed under his eyes, it almost made people think that it was really deep emotion. All the immortals in the Lingshan treasure hall that it was talking about fell silent for an instant, and if many people felt it, they all showed thoughtfulness. The corners of the Jade Emperor's mouth twitched wildly. Flower Fox Mink, you have enough. Where did you learn this? Set after set. Had it not been for the Emperor to observe carefully, you would have almost deceived him. The Jade Emperor saw it, but not everyone saw it. Hua Fox Sable stood in front with his back facing the immortals. All the immortals saw was only its back. I have to say that the acting skill of the Flower Fox is very good, and the sadness has a low tone, which is very infectious. The Jade Emperor had a terrible headache, and now he didn't know how to punish Flower Fox. If this is a punishment, how would the immortals think of him? Crushing people's dreams would be more than killing people. But if this silly asterisk claims to be the Emperor of Heaven, the great emperors of their heavenly court do not shame. When one day, when we come to the end of life, will we regret it? We haven't worked hard and struggled. The past is over and cannot be pursued, but the future is still there. It is still possible. If you have a dream, it is not too late from now on. If you can trust the Emperor Benchen can take you to realize your dreams and give you a life without regrets. The Jade Emperor hadn't figured out how to deal with the Flower Fox, and the Flower Fox continued to shout slogans. The immortals who were in a mixed mood because of what Hua Fox Mink had just said, some of them who lived younger and had little experience, instantly fell to Hua Fox Mink's side. This dead mink, it's okay. Yang Xiao in the bookstore no longer knows how to express his feelings. The Flower Fox Martin really learned the essence. The words he shouted were the catchphrase of the big yellow dog in the book Shocking Heaven. Big yellow dogs often use these remarks to fool people everywhere and to be their slaves. Not to mention that the big yellow dog is very useful, plus from time to take out treasures from the pants to show off. Many people are really fooled. Cough, stop. The Emperor of Heaven will not hold you accountable for claiming to be the Emperor of Heaven. You call it what you like, but if you want to accept Fairy Chang as a slave, what counts? The helpless Jade Emperor coughed slightly, interrupting the somewhat weird atmosphere in the Lingshan hall. The foolish immortals were stunned for a moment, and he would only provoke people to say that he was narrow-minded. It's just that this mink didn't speak very much before. How could it become so able to speak now, and it still speaks so much? Does that count? It doesn't count. The Emperor will buy a cabbage, and the seller says not to sell it. If the Emperor does not buy it, neither party will lose anything. Hua Fox Sable was quite calm, and the Jade Emperor almost smashed the flat peaches on the table by the wrong reason. Can cabbage, a mundane vegetable, be comparable to people? Many of Chang's flower protectors are also quite dissatisfied. They are high above. The icy and clean Fairy Chang is actually compared to cabbage. Unreasonably making trouble, Chang. What do you want to do with this mink? With a snort, the Jade Emperor turned his eyes to Chang. Before Chang could speak, Hua Fox Mink rushed to talk first. Why is it unreasonable to make trouble? The Emperor Benchen asks people if he wants to follow the Emperor Benchen. He doesn't want to, and the Emperor Benchen doesn't force it. There is no problem. Is it possible that the Emperor Benchen doesn't even have the right to ask people a word? The Emperor Benchen holds the idea of sacrificing oneself for my heavenly court and wants me to be like a dragon in the heavenly court, and everyone is the Emperor of Heaven. The Jade Emperor doesn't know what to say anymore. Huahu Mink, you are enough. Everyone is the Emperor of Heaven. What do you dream about? Everyone is the Emperor of Heaven, so what is the Jade Emperor doing? Returning everyone to the town. Can really dare to think about it, at least the strength of the Taiyi Golden Immortal. Everyone is Taiyi Golden Immortal. Is this possible? It's not that people are afraid of being weak, but they know that they are weak, but they don't want to make progress or seize opportunities for progress. The Flower Fox Mink seemed to be addicted and continued to chatter. The annoyed Jade Emperor couldn't bear it anymore, grabbed the flat peach on the table and threw it over. With the strength of the Jade Emperor's quasi-sage, it is almost impossible for the opponent to dodge a golden immortal. Even if the Flower Fox Sable has such a treasure as red pants, it is still lying on the ground by a peach. However, the shameless fellow Hua Fox Mink pretended that nothing happened, quickly got up, took the flat peach and ate with relish, and said as he ate, "Thank you for the reward from the Jade Emperor. I know that His Majesty Jade is thirsty after seeing the Emperor Benchen said that he sent the flat peaches specially. Who gave it to you? I smashed you, okay." The corners of the Jade Emperor's mouth twitched wildly, feeling that he was about to suffer from a heart attack. Who can tell me, why did the mink who didn't talk much in the past become like this? What went wrong? Retire to the court. I will not open it today. Let's get here first. The matter of the Flower Fox Sable and Mo Lishu is nothing. I think Fairy Chang is also a generous person, so I won't pursue it. Abandoning these words, the Jade Emperor hurriedly out of the Lingshan hall, as if fleeing. He was afraid that if he stayed with the Flower Fox Sable, he would be mad at what the Sable said. In the Lingshan palace, only the immortals were left, and at this moment many people gathered around Xiao. I will convince you if I don't support the wall. Tay by Venus looked at Flower Fox Martin speechlessly. This Martin is no one, this eloquence, no one in the heavens can match. Even the two treacherous officials of King Zhou, Fei Zhang and Yu Hun, did not necessarily have said this. After the death of the two of them, they were all enshrined in gods. One was Xingjian, the other was Xingjian. Can I say that the Jade Emperor seemed to be ran away by you by Brother Dio? Zhang Ziyang, one of the four heavenly masters, laughed. This kind of thing has never happened before. Others say you and me. Some are justified, some are flattering, and some are cynics in slander. Don't quarrel, the emperor is very capable, see that? The Jade Emperor has recognized the name of the emperor. You can call me the Emperor Huatian in the future. Hua Fox Dio is very proud. This is Dio Sheng, the real Dio Sheng. In the past, I was either lying in a bag, lying in the palace of the Heavenly King, or following the days of the Four Fools. I really don't know how I came here, I can't imagine. Looking at the flower fox Martin speechlessly, everyone was non-committal, and given some color, the Martin became more and more boundless. Many people smiled and shook their heads, and left the Lingshan palace one by one. They are all people with identities, let them follow a mink, what a joke. The return of everyone is the Emperor of Heaven, and everyone is on the side of the town. The strength of this mink is only a small golden fairy. No matter how many means there are, it will be too great for the golden fairy. Many people at the scene asked themselves, they were 100% sure to clean up the flower fox. Of course, this is what they judged based on the strength that Hua Foxian showed yesterday. After seeing that there was nothing in the sky, Yang Xiao waved away the water mirror. Sheng Ling in the bookstore was holding a copy of Xiao Ming's Flying Sword and read it with gusto. After thinking for a while, Yang Xiao went over and put his hand on Sheng Ling's book. Who can't find a fight? Suddenly his vision was blocked. Sheng Ling raised his head and spoke fiercely. Seeing that it was Yang Xiao, her face changed rapidly, revealing a bright and sunny smile. She has been in the bookstore these few days, and she is very grateful to Yang Xiao for reading both day and night. Does it look good? Yang Xiao is funny, the girl just now looks fierce and cute. Nodding vigorously, Sheng Ling replied happily, It's beautiful, very, very beautiful. Aren't you tired after reading like this? Do you want to go for a walk? You think how beautiful the scenery outside and how good the environment is. Isn't it better than nesting in a bookstore? A weird smile appeared under his eyes. Yang Xiao guided step by step, a bit like a bad uncle who wanted to deceive the pure little girl. Owner, honestly, what do you want to do? Shocked by Yang Xiao's abnormality, Sheng Ling asked with caution. Yang Xiao curled his lips and said with no good air, It's been a few days and nights, aren't you afraid to look stupid? Don't be afraid, I'm so sober. Sheng Ling was puzzled what the owner wanted to do. Even if you are not stupid, is your book currency still enough? How many days are you going to watch? Silently shook his head, Yang Xiao really didn't know what to say. This kind of book of 2 Longjuan does not require many book coins, but it is also relatively speaking, like the strength of Saint Ling's Golden Wonderland, at least 2 golden fairyland treasures in 3 hours. From that night to the present, Sheng Ling watched it without sleep for several days, spending a full 40 or 50 pieces. According to Yang Xiao's estimation, there should not be much left in Sheng Ling's body. His face froze slightly. Sheng Ling was cautious, weak and weak. The owner, in fact, I have no book coins anymore. What, there are no book coins? Then you still read it. Yang Xiao suddenly became full of black lines and wanted to eat Baowing's meal. Pouting, Sheng Ling's face was full of pitiful expression. But I can't bear to let it go, the shopkeeper. Can you take it on credit first, and I will definitely pay you back then. I want to be beautiful, but I don't have a door. Let's close today's knot. Go back and get the treasure. If there is no treasure, don't come. Without even thinking about it, Yang Xiao refused directly, making a joke, just in case he cheated. Besides, the book fee collection is also the system. He is only responsible for the income gate fee. It's okay if the entry fee is not paid, he can call the shots. If the book fee is not paid, who knows what punishment the system has. Don't even tidy up with the shop owner because Sheng Ling is not up yet. But they have nothing left. Sheng Ling's beautiful eyelashes flicker and flicker, making her cute and pitiful. Don't give me this set. Without that, I can only destroy the flowers. Your father is Kang Xuan, so you are also a peacock. Pulling a tail feather down should be worth the cost of the book. With a soft snort, Yang Xiao deliberately pretended to be fierce and threatened Sheng Ling. Hearing this, Sheng Ling's face was blushing immediately, and he cursed. The shopkeeper, you are shameless. How can you think of pulling someone's tail feathers? Then you tell the owner, what should I do if I owe books? If I don't have books, I won't say it early. Looking at Sheng Ling in surprise, Yang Xiao didn't know why this girl blushed. Tail feathers, the tail feathers seem to grow behind the butt, right? Thinking about it, Yang Xiao suddenly wanted to understand something. His face couldn't help but stiff. There is nothing else. You can mortgage it first and then redeem it later. With a light cough, Yang Xiao pretended not to know anything to ease the embarrassment. The embarrassed Sheng Ling gritted his teeth bitterly. and threw a jade pendant to Yang Xiao after a while. "This is a protective treasure given by my father. I am afraid that it should be worth the cost of the book just in case I encounter danger." After that, Yang Xiao asked the system to appraise it. As Sheng Ling said, it was completely worth the cost of the book, and it was a lot more. "Okay, I went back to get the treasure. I have the book fee. Let's read the book again, and you have been missing for so long. Do you know that your father is worried they have finished the fight and returned to Lingshan Temple?" After receiving the jade pendant, Yang Xiao preached and drove the reluctant Sheng Ling out of the door. Yang Xiao was not in a hurry to say that Sheng Ling would bring the golden-winged Dapeng eagle and Kong Xuan to the bookstore. The two would come. It was only a matter of time. Since I've been to the bookstore once, Sheng Ling must want to come a second time. But obviously, Kong Xuan and the golden-winged eagle, who let her escape once, decided that it was impossible for her to run away. As for how it will develop in the future, Yang Xiao couldn't think of it, but the two will come. This is an absolutely unquestionable fact. After leaving the bookstore, Sheng Ling thought about it, hid it with a magical light-shielding mirror, and headed west. On the way, Sheng Ling encountered many celestial soldiers and generals who patrolled back and forth. Within the space crack, the Jade Emperor seemed to have agreed to help find Saint Ling. Passing through Nanjun Buzhu to the land of Buddhism in Xinyu Heju, there are more people encountered here, and there are monks looking for Holy Ling everywhere. "Don't you just leave for a few days? It's like the sky is falling down, Daddy." Muttering in her mouth, Sheng Ling was a little dissatisfied, but she didn't show her figure in order to read. Along the way, Sheng Ling returned to Lingshan and went straight to the Mingwang Palace, where Kong Xuan was. In the hall, packing back and forth, Kong Xuan, anxiously, suddenly felt his eyebrows slightly hot, and his face suddenly revealed a hint of surprise. The divine light sunshield was once his treasure. How could he not notice it at such a close distance? "San Ling, show up when you come back. Don't force Dad to do it." Looking in the direction of the temple gate, Kong Xuan said lightly. Sheng Ling also knew that he couldn't hide it, and simply showed up. She originally wanted to bet that Kong Xuan was in the temple or not. If she was not there, she could just bring things and sneak out. But obviously, she lost the bet. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao followed Sheng Ling through the water mirror. The situation on Lingshan came into his eyes without reservation. Looking at the architectural style that was very different from that of Tianting, Yang Xiao was in a good mood. He felt like watching beautiful pictures on the internet. Sheng Ling opened the door and walked in. Kong Xuan appeared in Yang Xiao's eyes. Curiously looking at the man standing in front of him who was frantic, Yang Xiao thought to himself, "Is this the first person among the saints?" Sure enough, that unique aura cannot be imitated by ordinary people. "You still know how to come back? I thought you were caught by someone." Kong Xuan hummed lightly, but there was no reproach in his eyes. Instead, he was full of love. How could Sheng Ling not understand his father, not afraid at all, and curled his lips? "Don't I just go out and go shopping, Dad? Do you need to make trouble in the three realms?" "You are my father's heart, let alone the turmoil of the three realms, so why not break this world?" Kong Xuan said proudly without thinking. Yang Xiao in the bookstore was speechless for a while. How much this guy spoiled his daughter, and the tone was so crazy. If he knew that he was wronged by Sheng Ling in the bookstore, wouldn't he come and tear him apart? "I know that Dad loves me, but can you not make such a big move every time with the protective treasures you gave? How could something be wrong with me?" Sheng Ling was helpless, and when the topic changed, he directly brought up the matter. "Daddy, give me some treasures, any pill, magical treasure, and Linkao will do." "Well, what do you want these for? Is it because your daughter has become acquainted and intends to cultivate hard?" Kong Xuan was stunned for a moment, and his eyes suddenly showed surprise. To be the first person under the saint, apart from talent, Kong Xuan is actually a cultivator madman. It's just that Sheng Ling is a daughter and doesn't like to practice very much. Kong Xuan didn't force her to let her go. But in fact, Kong Xuan still hopes that his daughter can also be like him, to superhuman beings in these three realms. "Yeah, I went out and met an expert, but he was so powerful. Did he use all the treasures he brought with me last time to help me improve?" As soon as she rolled her eyes, Sheng Ling didn't tell the truth. The bookstore and Yang Xiao came to her and turned directly into masters. His face changed quickly. Kong Xuan was a little nervous and said, "What kind of expert has ever been against you? Where does he live and what is his name?" With a series of questions, Sheng Ling who asked and Yang Xiao who looked at were full of black lines. This guy protected his daughter a little too much. "No, Daddy, he just helped me improve my strength, don't believe me." With that, Sheng Ling looked around in the hall and finally landed on a stone table. In Kong Chuan's shocked gaze, Sheng Ling passed by without using any force, like a light touch with a green jade finger, and then poked a hole in the stone table. Kong Chuan was stunned when his daughter was so good. Although he can do it, he is a quasi-sage, and the distance between the two is not known. According to Kong Chuan's estimation, if you don't want to pierce the stone table with any force, you will have to do it with De Luo or some Tei who is good at physical arts. It can be said that there are very few things that Golden Wonderland can do like a daughter. Hee, Daddy, I'm good. Sheng Ling had a sunny smile on her face, but Kong Chuan did not talk, pulling her daughter up and down to look up and down. After a while, seeing that there was nothing unusual about Sheng Ling, he was relieved. After pondering for a moment, Kong Chuan said, "Sheng Ling, where is the expert you mentioned? When you have time, Dad will visit him." Although looking at Sheng Ling and nothing happened, Kong Chuan was still worried and wanted to see the expert in Sheng Ling's mouth with his own eyes. Sheng Ling shook his head. "No, he told me not to let me tell anyone about him." I don't need to go there anymore. For this kind of person who doesn't know his identity, my dad is not at ease. He will point you to me in the future." After hearing this, Kong Chuan frowned and refused decisively. In this world, no one can compare to him except a saint. With his guidance, the effect is absolutely not bad. No, father, your method is not suitable for me." Sheng Ling shook his head, slammed his fist down angrily, and with a click, the stone table suffered its weight and collapsed. His face was slightly stiff. Kong Chuan's eyes flashed slightly. This strange force is very strong. The angry Sheng Ling stopped talking to Kong Chuan and searched for it. Looking at something of a little value, he grabbed the Kaiyan-kun bag and threw it into the storage. "Don't give up. I won't let you run around this time." Seeing Sheng Ling's actions, Kong Chuan said lightly. He is petting Sheng Ling, but he will not let her go crazy, such as looking for such an unknown person. "Smelly father, I'm fighting with you." Sheng Ling was annoyed, grinding her little tiger's teeth and rushed towards Kong Chuan. It was just obvious that she couldn't do anything to Kong Chuan, and she was halfway there before she passed. Reflection and reflection. Abandoning these words, Kong Chuan's figure disappeared in the hall. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao yawned boredly when he saw that it was as expected. Yang Xiao, who had nothing to do, went back and fell asleep. In the afternoon, Monkey King and Bai Pinpin arrived. The shopkeeper, Ba Jai, found Huogyu Mountain and said that the monk was captured by a monster and turned into a tiger by design. "I want me to help. Do I want to go?" After entering the door, Monkey King did not go to read the book directly, but looked at Yang Xiao with an annoyed face. After a little thought, Yang Xiao had already guessed what was going on. It was the yellow robe monster. "Ask your heart, do you want to go?" Yang Xiao didn't give the answer directly, but looked at Monkey King with a smile. He suddenly thought whether Monkey King was sent away by Tang Sanzang at Bai Pinpin, or whether he left by himself. Maybe Buddhism had expected it. But if he doesn't go back, will Buddhism come to him and force Monkey King to learn the scriptures? The matter of studying the scriptures involved Buddhism daxing, and Monkey King and Tang Sanzang were the same, and should be the indispensable one among the 5 masters and apprentices. Yang Xiao knew that Sun Wukong's master Bodhi patriarch was probably a clone of Zhenti Sage, one of the 2 Buddhist saints. A clone of the saint personally took the monkey and passed it on to the monkey. Then he joined the heavenly court to perform a play, pressing the monkey under the Wuzhai mountain to sharpen his temperament. No matter how you look at it, you can see the importance of Monkey King in learning the scriptures. If you want Buddhism to give up, the probability is very low. The system made him travel to the west in a chaotic manner. His plan was to learn from the scriptures first, and Monkey King was an important part. However, with Monkey King's current strength, it was far worse. He needs to keep hunting in the battle to truly grow. Moreover, this battle Eucharist, I thought it would be accomplished by just reading the first volume. It seems unlikely. I should look at the latter part. So the current situation is that Monkey King's strength may not meet his requirements temporarily. Want to jump out of the chess game, Monkey King's strength must not be lower than Daluo. Otherwise, once Buddhism gets angry, he will be *** by Monkey King and go westward. What's more, he also heard a legend about learning from the scriptures, and it seems that the gods will also give merits to those who participate in it. Needless to say, the merits of Merit, Nuwa, and Howdu in the Saint are merits in sanctification. Nuwa created human beings, transformed into the 6 realms of the earth, received the immeasurable merits from heaven, and stepped into the holy realm in one fell swoop. For the other saints, their sanctification is more or less inseparable from merit. If the monkey can capture all the merits and virtues along the way, coupled with his fighting sacrament, de luo is absolutely no problem, and it is even possible to rush into the quasi-saint. As for the saint's words, don't think about it. The merits of Buddhism's great prosperity and Nuwa's merits of replenishing the sky and the 6 ways of how to Hua are not the slightest difference. At this time, Monkey King seemed to have figured it out, and instead of turning to the bookshelf, he turned and walked outside the door. Even the entry fee he paid was not taken seriously. Monkey, what are you excited about? The monk won't die. You should be a 5-pointed demon, 4-valued meritorious cow. They are eating dry food. When Sun Wukong shouted, Yang Xiao looked helpless. This monkey is such a quick-witted man, he decided to do it. Turning to look at Yang Xiao, Monkey King was curious. What is the shopkeeper's order? Come here, let me first tell you what is going on learning the scriptures. Recruiting Monkey King, Yang Xiao whispered. Bai Pinpin didn't read the book either, and quietly listened to Yang Xiao's explanation. When they heard that the study of Buddhist scriptures involved Buddhism daxing, the great power of heaven, and the reward of merit, the eyes of Monkey King and Bai Pinpin suddenly went wide. This merit incense, if you get all of it, don't you say that the monkey is sanctified. It's not a matter of de luotodo, quasi-sage. Hearing this, Monkey King's breathing suddenly hurried, and since he learned from Yang Xiao that there were so many realms after the Taiyi realm on the day of the fight, he gritted his teeth and wanted to become stronger. Although there are also the holy physique of fighting obtained in bookstores, they need to be comprehended again and again. Thinking of Daluo and even the quasi-sage, I don't know how long it will take and how many strong people are challenged. But now there is a bright road ahead of him. As long as he has the merits rewarded by heaven, he can be a quasi-sage. At that time, except for those saints who don't know who can help him. At that time, he was regarded as the real Monkey King. In addition to this benefit, there are not many monsters along the way that are bad enough for you to hone your fighting sacrament. So don't ask for help if you have any difficulties. Fight in the past. If you can't fight, continue to fight. Han Xiao said everything he had said before Yang Xiao let Monkey King and Bai Pinpin leave. Before leaving, he told Sun Wukong to bring back the 2 children in Huangpaoguai. Yellow-robed monster Kui Muleng cut teaching. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao Shui Jiang followed Monkey King and Bai Pinpin, muttering to himself. The yellow-robed monster is not a monster. He is the lower realm of Kuimu Wolf, one of the 28 knights in the sky. And this Kui Muleng was a disciple of Jiao before he was sealed. Yang Xiao asked Monkey King to bring back the 2 children of Huangpaoguai, just because of this. Maybe he didn't have to wait for the 4 heavenly kings to come. Through the yellow-robe monsters, he could get in touch with Jiao. It is not so easy to mess up the journey to the west. Sun Wukong and Bai Pinpin did not go directly to Baixiang Guobo Moon Cave. They went back to Huaguo Mountain first, and Zhu Beiji was still here. Brother Monkey, where are you going? I am so anxious to death. In a word, whether you want to go or not, forget it. My old pig will go back to Jialiazhuang and find my little Kuilan. Seeing the 2 return, Zhu Beiji, who was lying on the boulder and eating fruit, jumped up to welcome him. Sun Wukong was speechless and said with no good air, What anxiously, you are as ugly as you and want to harm Miss Gao Jia. I'm so ugly, I'm ugly. My heart is kind, diligent, and honest like a monkey. Where are you better than me? And I don't know how my sister-in-law thinks of you. Zhu Beiji suddenly became unhappy. Come on, hurt each other. The angry Monkey King twisted Zhu Beiji's ears. Fool, you say it again. It hurts. Brother Monkey will let go. I know I was wrong. Zhu Beiji grinned and yelled in a hurry. With a light snort, Monkey King gave Zhu Beiji a kick before letting him go. Bai Pinpin smiled. In my heart, Kong Kong is the most handsome. Besides, I'm also a monster, don't mind. As for how the word handsome came from, Bai Pinpin naturally heard it from Yang Xiao. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao watched this scene amusedly, and Monkey King still had a lot of affection for Tang Sanzang and the others. The 3 didn't linger for too long. After arranging the affairs of Huaguoshan, they left together and flew west. Yang Xiao didn't follow the 3 of them all the time, and the camera switched to Hua Fox Mink. At this time, Hua Fox Dio was wandering around the sky, and what made Yang Xiao speechless was that at this time, Hua Fox Dio followed several gods who nodded and bowed. Of course, these people are not Mojia brothers, and the four brothers are guarding the Tianmen at this moment. The Emperor Ben Tian told you that this dream must come first. You must have it, and you must have it if you don't have it. The flower fox mink walks on two legs, preaching while walking. The few people who followed nodded hurriedly, and one of them even took a small book and wrote it down. Hua Fox Sable was extremely satisfied and then said, "Tell me about your dreams, and the Emperor Ben Tian will give you pointers." Hearing this, several people suddenly became excited, and someone rushed to speak out first. "My dream is to cultivate to the heavens as soon as possible. And me, my dream is to see my beloved LVFU fairy every day. I want to be like Emperor Huatian. You have a few younger brothers." Everyone yelled, vying one by one, wanting Hua Fox Dio to give pointers. Listening to these ridiculous words, and looking at the longing eyes of the few immortals, Yang Xiao almost spewed a mouthful of old blood. "It's okay, Huahu Dio. It's already a life, no, Dio Sheng is the winner." "Stop, this is your dream, it's too low level, is this a dream? No, this is something that will inevitably come true. Listen to the Emperor Benchen telling you what dreams are. For example, the dream of the Emperor Benchen is to collect countless human slaves, and there are countless treasures. When the fairy saint sees the Emperor Benchen, they will all sell and laugh." At this time, Hua Fox Sable opened his mouth and interrupted everyone. Niubai coaxed and said its own dream. Yang Xiao couldn't stand this foolish sable who had drifted so much that he didn't know who he was, and the camera switched to Sheng Ling's side. At this time, Sheng Ling was still locked in the palace of King Ming, but he was not the only one. The cool, golden-winged big Peng eagle accompanied her. "Uncle Dapeng, please plead with my father, let me go. I promise not to run out." Sheng Ling's mouth closed, pleading pitifully. The golden-winged Dapeng eagle shook his head. "Big brother won't listen to me. When he wants to let you go, he will naturally let it go." "How do you know if you don't try it? Go ahead, okay, Sheng Ling, please." She didn't give up so easily. Sheng Ling was a little coquettish and authentic. Seeing this kind of Sheng Ling, Yang Xiao was funny. He hadn't seen Sheng Ling begging for help, but every time he saw it, he felt pleasing to the eye, and he couldn't see enough. The golden-winged Dapeng eagle was too lazy to care about Sheng Ling, and simply remained silent. After begging for a while, Saint Ling began to threat when the golden-winged great Peng eagle did not eat this set. "Don't do it for me. From now on, Sheng Ling, if you ignore Uncle Dapeng, you will be treated as an uncle." The golden-winged Dapeng Dio had a headache. He was not afraid of the sky or the earth, so he ran away with his niece. With a look of helplessness on his face, the golden-winged Dapeng said, "Isn't it good for me to go?" After that, the golden-winged Dapeng eagle left, and within a moment, he returned again and waved his hand to remove the restriction around Saint Ling's body. "Yeah, thank you, Uncle Dapeng, you are so kind." Sheng Ling showed a sunny smile on his face, extremely excited. "Big brother said, let me look at you, don't want to run away." A flash of tenderness flashed in his eyes. The golden-winged Dapeng said. The expression on his face froze for a moment, and Sheng Ling was a little annoyed. "Whatever I do, I have to follow." "Yes, that's what Big Brother said." The golden-winged Dapeng eagle nodded. Seeing the unquestionable look of the golden-winged Dapeng eagle, Sheng Ling grunted and turned around in the hall. "This time I had to find enough treasures, stay in the bookstore for many days, and read all the books one by one." After watching Sheng Ling for a while, Yang Xiao switched the water mirror to Monkey King. At the speed of Monkey King, even though Zhu Beiji and Bai Pinpin were dragging their feet, they rushed to Baixiang country in the time of a stick of incense. As soon as he arrived in the sky above Poyu Cave, Monkey King saw two children playing below, one 7 or 8 years old and one 10 years old. Wanting to see Yang Xiao's advice, Monkey King went down and lifted the two children one by one. Those who can appear here are undoubtedly the children of the Huangpao monster. In addition, the two children have hairy faces and their hands are different from normal people. It can't be wrong. Hold, don't let them get any damage. Throwing the two children to Zhu Beiji, Monkey King went all the way into the hole with a stick. But he didn't kill him. Some of them rushed up, he just smashed people out. Since De and Bai Pinpin came together, some of Monkey King's thoughts have gradually changed. Rescue the sand monk caught inside. Bring Princess Beihua Xiao out, and the group heads to the treasure elephant country. Monkey King took a few people, and used the method of shrinking the ground, walking on the ground. A mortal body is heavier than Mount Tai, and cannot ride the clouds. Not to mention the Taiyi Golden Immortal's strength. Even De Luo, or even the Quasi-Sage, would never want to do it. Only a saint who is immortal and omnipotent can lead mortals. Even so, the speed of a group of people is not slow. After spending some time, Monkey King and the others arrived at the kingdom of Beixiang. Yellow Robe Monster, get out quickly and see who is in our hands. Monkey King yelled, and the voice spread throughout the city. The monster in a yellow robe who was drinking and eating meat in a large hall changed his face slightly and rushed out quickly. When he found that Zhu Beiji was holding his 2 children in his hands, his wife Bai Huixiu was also aside and rushed into flight. Something came at me and let my wife and children go. It's easy to say, have a fight with me and let them go if you are satisfied. Monkey King grinned and took out the golden cudgel from his ear. The yellow robe monster was furious and flew out of the city, leading to the distance. Come, want to beat me to accompany you, dare to embarrass my wife and children, I will make you feel bad if I die. Don't worry, they are all monsters, so why bother with each other? Monkey King smiled, leaped to a high place, suddenly hit his head. Seeing this blow, Huangpaoguai's face changed slightly, and he took out his treasured sword and started fighting. You come and I go with each other, and in a short period of time, they killed more than 60 moves. At this moment, Monkey King's combat power, the yellow robe monster gradually fell short. It's okay, but it's not very fun. His brows frowned slightly, and Monkey King was slightly unhappy. Huangpaokai looked nervous and said, Do you mean that as long as you have a good fight, let my wife and children go? Yes, my old grandson didn't want to hurt them. If you can make me enjoy it, it would be better. Monkey King grinned. The yellow robe monster gritted his teeth and turned into a ray of light rushing into the sky. Looking at the disappearing figure of the yellow robe monster, Monkey King's eyes flickered. It seems to be the lower realm of the monster in the sky. At the bookstore just now, Yang Xiao didn't tell him the true identity of Huangpao monster. At the great Leiyin temple on the West Tianling Mountain, the Tathagata god sense swept through all the way, and after seeing the figure of Monkey King appearing in the kingdom of Treasure Elephant, his eyes showed a trace of satisfaction. Earlier, he had calculated that Monkey King would be away for a while after Skull Mountain, and return when he was in the kingdom of Treasure Elephant. Now it seems that everything is normal, and there is nothing wrong. Tathagata doesn't know it. All this is just looking normal, but in fact, a huge change has happened long ago. He would not know that Monkey King had already learned everything from Yang Xiao's mouth, and knew the mystery of learning the scriptures. Huangpaoguai left for a long time before returning. There were 6 figures with him. In the kingdom of Beixiang, Monkey King had rescued Tang Sanzang at this time. The master and disciples were in the palace. The emperor gave him a warm hospitality and thanked them for helping to rescue his daughter. Sun Wukong, come out for me, where is my wife and children? The Huangpao monster roared, and then planned to fly into the palace. Seeing the weird-looking Huangpao monster and others, the people of Beixiang country instantly panicked. It's really trustworthy, but the character is good. Monkey King murmured and flew out of the palace. Seeing Monkey King appearing, the Huangpao monster didn't fly down anymore, just waiting there. Where's my wife and children, Monkey King? Did you harm them? I fought with you. Glaring at Monkey King, the Huangpaoguai was fierce. Sun Wukong was speechless, pointing to the rear and said, That's not it. Since you know my grandson, you should know that my grandson can't do such a thing. Behind, Zhu Beiji flew up with the 2 children, and Bai Pinpin also appeared with Bai Huashame. Seeing that his wife and children were all right, Huangpaoguai let out a sigh of relief and looked at Monkey King with satisfaction. What a Monkey King, I admire Kui Muleng. Oh, it turns out that you are Kui Muleng, so I think you are familiar with them. A few of them should be the Western White Tigers for 7 nights. Monkey King's eyes flashed slightly, and he looked at the other people curiously. 28 sleepers, 7 in a group, 7 sleepers each for east, west, south, and north. Yes, it's just a few of my brothers, great sage. You want to have a good fight, we will stay with you. The yellow robe monster, or Kui Muleng, nodded politely. Because Monkey King didn't embarrass his wife and children, his favor with him increased a lot. Hey, it's better to be respectful than to follow your fate. We should stay away to fight, so as not to hurt people by mistake. Monkey King showed a look of excitement, and Kui Muleng and others gradually flew away from Beixiang country. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao curiously looked at Kui Muleng and others. These 7 people were all disciples of Jiddu. In the First World War, both died in the 10,000 Immortal formation. After death, their souls entered the list of enshrined gods and were named the Western White Tiger and 7 Sleepers. The 7 people are Kui Muling, Lujin Dog, Stomach Pheasant, Subaru Rooster, Biyu Fire Monkey, and Sanshui Ape. None of them are humans. At that time, there were no kind of teachings, and there were many monsters and spirits under the clan, and they were very powerful. For this reason, they were jealous of several teachings and jointly dealt with them. After flying a distance, everyone stopped. Monkey King excitedly said, "Take out all your abilities and fight to death. Don't be afraid to kill me. I like the feeling between life and death." Kui Muling and the others looked at each other and nodded when they saw that Monkey King did not seem to be false. "So then we are offended." With a polite voice, Kui Muling took the lead, flashing a cold light with the treasure knife in his hand, slamming down. The fire monkey and the water monkey flashed to the left and right of Monkey King, each holding a stick and smashing them. They and Monkey King are both apes, and they are not very convinced by Monkey King and want to fight for victory or defeat. The water ape uses a water-dividing stick, and one stick hits it down, the waves are surging, and the water waves are coming. On the side of fire monkey, it was the opposite, a band of wind away from the fire stick dance, sparks sprinkled all over the sky. "Ha-ha, good time." Monkey King laughed. The golden hoop dance was impervious to the wind, no matter the water waves or the sparks. They were bombed out before him. Without a single blow, Kui Muling took out his sword and slashed at Monkey King's lower body. I had never thought that Monkey King reacted very quickly, dashing to block him, and then rushed to the Sanshui ape. Seeing the fierce fight, the other stars were not in a hurry. "All come, do you look down on my grandson?" Monkey King yelled while playing, suddenly turned into 7, each facing one person. In the blink of an eye, both hands fought fiercely, and the fight was inextricably difficult. They were all at the same level, but it was 7 in one battle, and Monkey King gradually fell into the disadvantage. But it was precisely this that made him excited. If he was not beaten badly, how could he stimulate the effect of the Battle of the Eucharist and increase his strength? When several people were fighting like a raging fire, Heavenly Court Jade Emperor's divine sense swept down and saw this scene. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and the Jade Emperor was helpless. Why did the monkey fight in the lower realm again? There are also Western white tigers and 7 knights. How can they go down privately? Frowning his brows, the Jade Emperor found Teibai Jinxing and asked him to ask about the situation. Teibai Jinxing nodded and left, directly consulting the forevalued meritorious Cao Chuangxin who followed Tang Sanzang and knew the situation within a moment. Back to the Jade Emperor, the minister has asked Kui Muling's wife and children to be taken by Monkey King. Kui Muling lost to Monkey King. Monkey King asked Kui Muling to find someone to fight him. Yachi, after hearing Teibai Jinxing's report, the Jade Emperor suddenly became angry. "Asshole, how can Kui Muling obstruct the scriptures of people who violate the rules of heaven and give birth to children privately? Go, let King Toda lead a team of heaven soldiers to capture Kui Wood Wolf and Fixiang Temple Jade Girl, those 2 evil species, and kill them directly." In the bookstore, Yang Xiao watched Monkey King and Chi Su fight with relish. The Monkey King, who was transformed into a 7, was much weaker and was beaten by Chi Su. It's just that Sun Wukong is not depressed, but very excited even though he is down. "Take out all of your abilities and hurt my grandson and don't blame you. But if you don't let me enjoy myself, the 7 of you want to have a good life in the future." While fighting, Monkey King shouted. Kui Muling and others couldn't laugh or cry, and only Monkey King, a fighting lunatic, would raise such a weird request. Having said that, if they kept their hands, wouldn't it be so sorry for Monkey King? Looking at each other, the 7 suddenly exerted their power to knock Monkey King back. Standing in different directions, they pinched their hands at the same time, and their magic weapons hovered in front of them. Lights of different colors rushed from their hands, gathered above, and turned into an illusory tiger shadow. With a long roar to the sky, Hu Weiying lifted his claws and pressed it down. With such a powerful force, it shook in the void as if it was about to collapse. "Good job." Monkey King laughed, retracted the clone, fit into one, and hit the depressed tiger claws. Everything resembled streamer and electric fire, and there was a loud noise, and a powerful shock wave rushed out from the junction. Monkey King fell down like a cannonball at a speed faster than rushing up. Kixu was also uncomfortable. Each of them trembled, but they had 7 people to share, and the situation was much better. Tiger Shadow roared and rushed down again, chasing the falling Monkey King. The rumbling sound exploded, and the 2 sides fought earth-shaking. Under Hu Weiying's powerful attack, Monkey King kept coughing up blood, but the fighting spirit in his eyes was as dazzling as a star. Haha, cool, really cool, good job. Kui Mulang and others are speechless. Does this monkey have a tendency to be abused? After fighting for a while, seeing that Monkey King's injuries were getting heavier and heavier, the 7 men couldn't help lowering their attacks. Who asked you to let me continue with the intensity just now? Otherwise, I will never end with you. Monkey King yelled anxiously. He had already felt the blood in his body about to move, and the focus of the injury could stimulate the power of the Battle of the Eucharist. Kui Mulang smiled bitterly. It has nothing to do with us if he wants to be killed himself. The other knights nodded, and the attack increased again. After another moment, there was a loud bang far beyond the previous one, and Monkey King was shot directly from the sky by Chi Su and fell to the ground, smashing a deep hole below. After feeling that there was no movement for a long time below, the fire monkey frowned. Could it be killed? Impossibly, this monkey has a hard life, only wounds will not die. Subaru Chicken shook his head. Back then, Monkey King was caught with a knife, axe, and axe. The fire and thunder refining were helpless. Although there was a water release at the time, it can be seen how high the monkey's defense was. All of this is naturally related to the 9-turn profound arts practiced by Sun Wukong, and that he had stolen so many elixirs from Taisheng Liajun. There are a lot of them inside, all of which are body training. I won't lose, I won't lose. I will only get stronger as I fight. Just as several star monarchs were discussing, there was movement below, and a wild laughter rose into the sky. Monkey King slowly floated up from the pit. A breath stronger than before radiated from his body, and the injuries he suffered seemed to have disappeared without a trace. In this case, Yang Xiao in the bookstore naturally understood that this was the inspiration for fighting the Eucharist. However, the current situation is only temporary. Monkey King insists for a while before he returns to his previous injured state and needs to recover from his injury. However, his enhanced strength will not disappear, but will be permanently enhanced. What a great saint! It seems that we have to come up with more powerful methods. Shen Shui Yuan laughed. He asked himself if it was just this hand. However, a few of them are useless with all their strength. They are monsters. Their strongest means can only be used when they are transformed into the body. Come on, go on, ha. Monkey King laughed wildly, his figure slowly rising up. Chi Su nodded, and when he was about to use the means, he suddenly saw the sky waving. The armor is dense. A group of heaven soldiers, led by a Toda man and a child looking at teenagers, flew towards them. Well, what's the matter? Monkey King was stunned, what he wanted to do with great fanfare. The figure in the sky seemed to be slow and ill, and it took a moment to reach the top of a few people's heads. Boldly Kui Wooden Wolf violated the rule of the sky, gave birth to heirs privately. On the order of your majesty, arrest you back to the heaven. King Toda yelled, and the voice spread to everyone's ears. Yang Xiao's eyes flickered in the bookstore. He never thought that Heavenly Court would come to catch Kui Wood Wolf at this time. And the reason they caught Kui Mulang was because Kui Mulang had a child, not because he went down to become a demon. Obviously, Heavenly Court, or the Jade Emperor, knew about Kui Mu Wolf's lower realm. Heavenly Court and Buddhism, as I thought, they are inextricably linked. Yang Xiao pondered. Heavenly Court also participated in the matter of learning the scriptures, and it seemed that he had reached an agreement with Buddhism. I would like to go back to the heaven and ask the king to let my 2 children go. They are innocent. While Yang Xiao was thinking about this, Kui Mulang did not resist at the scene and instead begged for the child. Li Jiang didn't even want to refuse. Your Majesty has an order, those 2 evildoers will be killed on the spot. Giant Spirit God, go, leave this task to you. The giant spirit, next to him, nodded and strode towards Zhu Beiji, who was holding the child watching the show in the distance. The Kui Wood Wolf froze for a moment and quickly flew up, dangling to block the giant spirit god. King of Heaven, please wait, you take me back first. I begged your Majesty, and he will definitely change his mind. Kui Mulang yelled anxiously. Those 2 children were his biggest concern. Li Jiang snorted coldly. Your Majesty Jingkuyuyan, how can you change what you say? The giant spirit god, what are you doing in a daze? Go kill me. No, I will never allow you to kill my child. Kui Mulang roared sharply while gritting his teeth. Get away, the giant spirit asterisk roared, and the sledgehammer in his hand crashed down. Seeing that Kui Mulang dared to resist the decree, Li Jiang grunted angrily and sent out a team of hundreds of heaven soldiers. Kui Wood Wolf, who had been avoiding the attack of the giant spirit god, suddenly turned blood red when he saw this. No one wants to hurt my baby. With a loud roar, he cut out the treasure in his hand and shot fiercely. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao watched this scene calmly, but when he looked closely, he could see that the deep inside of his eyes was full of raging anger. Even if Kui Muleng violated Tian Tio and gave birth to heirs, but why are the children so bad? Why should they kill them? Yang Xiao, who had a not bad impression of the Jade Emperor, had a straight downturn in his favor at this moment and became negative. Kui Muleng fought against the giant spirit alone, forced him to retreat with a life-changing style, and then rushed to the flying heavenly soldiers. He can't let them get close to his children, absolutely. Torta, you are too much. Why do you want to implicate two innocent children? My grandson can't stand it anymore. At this time, Monkey King, who was watching this scene, spoke. The shopkeeper told him to take the two children back. If he was killed here, what face would he have of Monkey King before going to the bookstore? Monkey, don't interfere with our heavenly affairs. The Heavenly King is acting on the orders of the Jade Emperor. Upon hearing this, Li Jiang turned to Monkey King and said coldly. Monkey King was very upset and grinned sneer. What if I have to intervene? Bold, do you dare? A chill flashed in Li Jiang's eyes. Without any nonsense, Sun Wukong told him whether he would dare or not with action, and the golden hoop rod suddenly smashed towards the giant spirit who planned to attack Kuimu Wolf again. The shocked giant spirit hurriedly resisted, but the tiger's mouth was numb, almost unable to hold the hammer. Just after fighting Kiksu, Monkey King's strength has improved again, and it is almost in the middle of Tei Golden Immortal. And the giant spirit god is only the late Golden Immortal. If it weren't for innate power, it was not the enemy of Monkey King at all. Neja, stop this monkey. Li Jiang waved his hand and sent out his son Neja. Although somewhat reluctant, Neja flew out and stood in front of Monkey King. Get out of the way, little Neja. I don't want to break my skin with you. Sun Wukong's eyes flickered and hummed softly. There was a trace of embarrassment on his face, and Neja secretly transmitted his voice. Monkey, what are you doing with Nosy? This is the will of the Jade Emperor. I don't care. I must protect the two children. If you have to kill them for your father, you should fight me first. Monkey King passed it back to Neja, his tone beyond doubt. Seeing that you are not convinced by Sun Wukong, Neja is extremely embarrassed, whether you want to fight or not. You, whoever takes you, come with me. Seeing Monkey King and Neja stalemate, Li Jiang ordered a few hundred people out. Kui Muleng, who was already a little difficult to block, his eyes were splitting and his hatred rose to the sky. Could it be that today, his two children are going to be folded here? Although Monkey King intervened, there were too many heavenly soldiers and generals, and the chance of escape was very small. You forced me. With a roar, Kui Muleng's roar suddenly showed its original shape. It was a demon wolf with a height of several hundred feet, with smooth black hair standing upright like steel needles. The sharp claw fingers shone cold, and the blood-red eyes were full of brutal and crazy murderous aura. Go away! With a claw, the dozen or so heaven soldiers in front of him were turned into the demon wolf's Kui Muleng and flew. It's just that Kui Muleng still has no killers, and those heavenly soldiers can only be injured. He actually understood in his heart that if someone really killed someone, there would be no room for change. It seems a bit difficult to bring back those two children. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao pondered. Although Kumu Wolf became the main body, its strength was much stronger than before. But Yang Xiao estimated that his strength would at best block nearly 1,000 heavenly soldiers. Even if you count the other knights to shoot together, blocking 10,000 is the limit. These heavenly soldiers and generals all have a joint attack method, and they are not as weak as when Sun Wukong was in the palace. Besides, it is still unknown whether the other knights will make a move. The possibility of them making a move is not very high. They have a deep brotherhood with Kui Muleng, but now they are facing the Jade Emperor, a rule of heaven. If you do, you still don't know what kind of punishment you will receive. Relying on Monkey King and Kui Muleng alone, even if Zhu Bajai and Bai Pin are counted, they are not the opponents of these heavenly soldiers. In addition to ordinary heavenly soldiers and generals, Li Jiang also included strong men like Neja and Giant Spirit God. And Li Jiang itself is not weak. The exquisite pagoda in his hand is a real treasure, more powerful than Neja's universe. It seems that I have to rely on that stupid. Yang Xiao whispered. There were thousands of formations in the red pants, and countless spells were sealed. There are all types of these spells, and bringing back two children from these heavenly soldiers is absolutely no problem. With a thought, Yang Xiao directly began to control the red pants. In Heavenly Court, the flower fox mink who was playing with the little brothers that he had received suddenly felt a flower in front of him, and when it appeared again, it had reached a mountain forest. On top of its head there are dense cloud heads, on which there are groups of heaven soldiers. This trick is very easy to use. Yang Xiao whispered. After taking over the red pants just now, he used this trick. The flower fox sable who was brought over inexplicably had a dumbfounded look. Hell, why the Emperor Benchen suddenly ran into this barren mountain. Why are there so many heavenly soldiers above your head? What are they doing? The curious flower fox flew up, wanting to see what happened. At this time, Li Jiang and others were also attracted by the brilliant red color below. After seeing the flower fox Martin, Li Jiang couldn't help but twitch. In the morning, this dialoguing was so angry that the Jade Emperor was dismissed directly. Why did he suddenly appear here? I always felt that it was not a good thing. Everyone, how are you guys? Seeing Ben Mino, it's not right, it's the Emperor Benchen. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? The flower fox mink held its head high and flew triumphantly to the same height as everyone else. Seeing this mink suddenly appeared, Monkey King was stunned for a moment. A flash of joy flashed in his eyes. He has seen the power of red pants, and if he can help this mink, he will definitely be able to take away the two children. Without moving his lips, Monkey King had quietly passed the words to the ears of Flower Fox Mink. Hearing that it is the main child of the shop, Huahu Mink's eyes suddenly brightened. This is a good opportunity to please the shopkeeper. If it weren't for the guide of the shop owner, how could he have read the shocking sky and comprehend the treasure of red pants from the book? Almost instantly, Hua Fox Mink decided to take action. Regardless of whether the Jade Emperor is the Jade Emperor, the heavenly rule is not the heavenly rule. In its heart, the owner is the biggest. What do you guys do? Stop the Emperor Benchen, fight and kill. Don't you give the Emperor Benchen face. Hua Fox Dio yelled, her figure already leaning towards Zhu Beiji unconsciously. The fighting Kui Mulang and the heavenly soldiers were stunned. How did this mink appear? All the heavens and soldiers are wondering why the flower fox sable appeared. They all witnessed the trouble in front of the Nanshan gate of the flower fox. The Kui wood wolf is purely due to the wonderful shape of the flower fox Martin. At that time, Hua Fox Sable was making trouble in the sky. He had gone to Poyu Cave to become the Demon King, and he didn't know about Hua Fox Sable. Just when the Hua Fox Sable flew past the heavenly soldiers and the Kui wood wolf, and continued to fly towards Zhu Beiji, Li Jiang realized something was wrong. Hua Fox Sable, you stop this heavenly king. What are you going to do? If you say stop, then stop. Isn't the emperor shameless? Fortunately, you Li Jiang dare to call the emperor by name, and I will settle the account with you later. Huahu Mink kept rejoicing, and did not forget a few words with Li Jingzui. An angry Li Jiang waved his hand, and another wave of heavenly soldiers rushed towards the flower fox Martin, or the two children in the hands of Zhu Beiji. Silly pig, give it to me. When he reached Zhu Beiji's side, Huahu Martin stretched out his claws to the two children he was holding. It's just that before Zhu Beiji got the order from Monkey King, how could he easily give it to others, especially when he was called a silly pig head by this mink just now? Dead mink, you! The anxious Hua Fox Mink didn't want to talk nonsense with Zhu Beiji. An illusion in the red pants directly blasted out. Taking advantage of Zhu Beiji's stupid chance, it snatched two children. Tian Wang Li fool, eat the asterisk of Emperor Ben Tian. Hua Fox Sable laughed wildly, and his figure turned into two children with a plume of green smoke rolling in Kui Mulang, and they reached the end of the horizon in a flash. At that speed, he almost caught up with Monkey King's somersault cloud. However, Monkey King's somersault cloud can't bring mortals, and it is far incomparable with Hua Fox Mink's methods. Bold flower fox mink, you are looking for death. Li Jiang roared wildly, out of anger. The Jade Emperor trusted him, and arranged for him to capture Kui Mulang and Fixiandian Jade Girl and kill their two children. But now, the two children were taken away grandiosely in front of him. You, lead me to chase people to the end of the world and kill the two evil species for me. The flower fox sable will stop them and kill them. An angry Li Jiang directly ordered a large group of heavenly soldiers, tens of thousands of people. Haha, it's fun. It's fun to be robbed of a felon in the heaven by a mink in front of you, Li Tianwang. You have to take responsibility. At this moment, a burst of angry laughter suddenly sounded, and the one who laughed was naturally the lawless Monkey King. Seeing Li Jiang's aggrieved eyes, don't mention it. Neja, what are you still doing? Taking action. This monkey and Kui Mulang resist law enforcement. They deserve the same crime. Li Jiang was so angry that he blushed and his neck was thick, and he glared at Neja. Reluctantly shook his head, Neja fire-pointed spear moved forward and fought against Monkey King. Kui Mulang was also doing it at the same time, but he didn't do it at the heavenly soldiers in front of him, but rushed all the way, trying to stop the heavenly soldiers chasing the flower fox. Let's talk about the flower fox mink, running away directly from under Li Jiang and others' noses using the method of 1,000 miles of smoke. This method of 1,000 miles of smoke is good, but the disadvantage is that it doesn't last long. But for the endless spells in the red pants, it was not a problem at all, and the flower fox marten immediately changed to another one. In a short period of time, Hua Fox Mink completely disappeared from the heavenly soldiers behind and ran to Skull Mountain. When he fell to the bookstore, Huahu Daio patted the door. Owner, the person you want has brought. Hearing the sound, Yang Zio, who was watching Monkey King and the others fight, smiled and opened the door. From the beginning to the end, he never worried about the flower fox mink, unless this guy met Daluo Pinnacle or the Quasi-Sage shot. But such a person, who is not a Chinese cabbage, would be so easy to encounter. I heard from the monkey that they are the main people of the store. I brought you, the owner. In order to bring them out, I took a lot of effort and lost my body. The 2 children of Kui Mulang were revealed, and the flower fox mink began to sell badly. In front of Yang Zio, it didn't dare to claim to be the emperor of the heavens and went crazy. It still understood the truth of accepting as soon as possible. Just like the Huang Tiandi in the book, it is a mess, but he doesn't mess around life and death. Calculate your work and give you 3 free entry fees. Yang Zio laughed and looked at the flower fox mink's efforts and gave it some benefits. It's just that this mink is not satisfied, and the big yellow dog in the book wants to blackmail again. Yang Zio is also a person who has read a book. How could he fall into the trap of this sable? And there is no doubt. Don't forget it. If you want to, whoever says I don't want it, whoever says I don't want it, who am I in a hurry? The flower fox sable, who recovered his senses, hurriedly yelled, yes, the owner is smart. Come in. When Huahu Miao and the 2 children were allowed to enter the door, Yang Zio closed the door. The 2 children experienced the previous shocking scene. Their eyes were full of panic, and they looked at Yang Zio and everything in the house carefully. Little guys, don't be afraid, it's safe here. No one can do anything to you. Yang Zio smiled to his side and squeezed the 2 hairy faces. Let alone, it was quite comfortable. One of the older children said, Uncle, who are you? Why should he let it help us? Cough, call brother, no reason. I can help if you want. With a light cough, Yang Zio's face was a little embarrassed. What did this bear kid say? This shopkeeper looks so old. Nodding, the child continued. Okay, brother, can you help my father and mother? So many bad people deal with them. As he talked, the child's eyes gradually became red, and the one next to him was also infected, and he would cry at any time with his slumped mouth. Yang Zio had a headache and explained, They will be fine, but they may be punished. Don't worry, stay here. At that time, the intention to save these 2 children was just a matter of thought, and Yang Zio didn't think too much. Only now I discovered that there are many problems facing. For example, the eating and drinking of 2 children, whether they cry or make trouble, etc., are all problems that may be faced at any time. And after that, how should I arrange these 2 children so that they can't stay in the bookstore forever? When Yang Zio was in distress, the heavenly soldier and general who had lost the flower fox mink rushed back angrily. What? Let it run? Li Jiang was so angry that his chest rose and fell sharply. The hateful flower fox marten could not run away from the temple. When he returned to the heavenly court, he must truthfully report to the Jade Emperor. This dead mink, the Jade Emperor gave it some color, really thought it was the Emperor of Heaven, so unscrupulous. Kui Mulang, if you don't hold your hands, you will be caught. The king will report to the Jade Emperor at that time. You are too late to regret. Li Jiang was annoyed. His eyes fell on Kui Mulang, who fought against all the heavenly soldiers. The Kui Wood Wolf, which has been transformed into its original form, has a strong combat effectiveness despite being injured. Hearing Li Jiang's shout, Kui Mulang did not resist this time and returned to its original form. The reason he was desperate was because of his 2 children. Now that the heavenly soldiers who chased them came back, but there was no Hua Fox Mink and his 2 children, they had obviously ran away. In this way, he also lost the mind to continue desperately. Seeing that Kui Mulang no longer resisted, The heavenly soldiers hurriedly stepped forward and infiltrated Kui Mulang's body with forbidden nails, sealing his mana. On Monkey King's side, Neja was inextricably fought, regardless of what Li Jiaying said. "Dead monkey, I won't teach you a lesson, so as to speak for the king." With a chill in his eyes, Li Jiaying flew out of the exquisite pagoda in his hand. The tower was covered in the air, and the surrounding area was frozen, and the flames rained down. The Huan son Wukong and Neja, who were fighting, were all shrouded in flames. "Old man, do you even burn me?" Neja was so angry that his face turned pale, and he wished to rush out and poke Li Jiaying. It's just that the defense of this exquisite pagoda is not so easy to break. "Just now you and the Monkey Inc. don't think I don't know your voice transmission and deliberately don't want to call. I will teach you something." Li Jiaying hummed lightly and confiscated his hands. Back then, this wicked child almost killed him. If it weren't for the treasure given by teacher Randang, he would have been a ghost in vain. "Come on, my grandson wants to see if you can burn me to death." Unlike Neja's anger, Monkey King was very excited, and it was best to burn him to death. Rushing against the rain of fire, Monkey King danced with a stick, like a madman without taking a half step back. Neja was infected, gritted his teeth viciously, launched the three-headed Atarm technique, each holding the treasure, bombarding the surroundings. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao looked at this scene through the water mirror, thoughtfully. At first he thought the battle was over, but he didn't expect this unexpected scene. He knew there was a gap between Li Jiaying and Neja, and he didn't expect that after so many years, they had both become gods and hadn't completely disappeared. In this case, Neja seems to be able to fight for and become part of his plan. Under the wild attack of Monkey King and Neja, the protection of Linglong Pagoda began to shake. Li Jiaying's strength is not very strong. All means are on this tower. If the tower is breached, he is definitely not the opponent of Monkey King and Neja. However, Li Jiaying's original intention was to teach the two a lesson, and after being trapped for a while, he withdrew from the Linglong Pagoda. The furious Monkey King, without saying anything, was ready to attack Li Jiaying. Neja caught up and grabbed Monkey King by the arm. This is not the year, not acting. If it really fights, Monkey King will not be able to beat the 100,000 heavenly soldiers behind Li Jiaying. The legendary generals of heavenly soldiers are not as weak as everyone imagined. Together, they can set up a small formation of 10 people, a small formation of 100 people, and a large formation of thousands of people. In addition, each of the thousands of people in the battle formation can also cooperate with each other. When the time comes, 100,000 people will shoot together, not to mention the Taiyi realm. Those who are not advanced in the Great Luo realm will also have to flee. After all, these 100,000 celestial soldiers are at least the cultivation base of Earth immortals. Celestial generals are at least the strength of celestial immortals, and even golden immortals are not a minority. Their combined combat power can naturally threaten Taiyi Daluo. Monkey, those heavenly soldiers and generals are not that weak, don't make mistakes. Neja transmitted the sound to Monkey King, hoping that he would not be impulsive. At this time, Monkey King had just fought with Neja, and the power to fight the saint body in his body gradually lost. The injuries from the previous fight with Kui Mulang and other Western Kixiu now broke out. Looking at Li Jiaying bitterly, Monkey King gritted his teeth. "Well, you Li Tianwang, I will settle the account with you later. I will accompany you at any time." Li Jiaying disdained. If he hadn't looked at the Buddha, he would have killed you. After catching Kui Mulang, Li Jiaying took the heavenly soldier and general and returned to the heavenly court to return to his life. As for the lady of the Palace of Fragrance, she was not descended from the fairy body, but was reincarnated. She had to wait for her life to end before returning to the heaven to be punished. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao looked through the water mirror and read everything. Looking at the two children of Kui Mulang's house aside, he has a headache again. What should be done? The two kids obviously hadn't practiced yet, and they wanted to eat and drink lazard. This was the biggest problem. "System, don't pretend to be dead. I know you can hear, give me a suggestion." Yang Xiao muttered silently in his heart, calling out the system in his head. With this system of his, there is nothing important, and he will never take the initiative to speak, so he is not responsible. They hand it over to this system to bring you up. The condition is to earn 1,000 Taiyi realm treasures. These 1,000 treasures do not involve the speed of cultivation. Originally, Yang Xiao thought the system would not answer him, but unexpectedly the system responded. Regardless of whether Yang Xiao would like it or not, A radiant brilliance gushed out of him, covering the two children. Before figuring out what was going on, the two children had disappeared out of thin air. "Scared, did you eat them?" The flower fox sable was awakened and looked at Yang Xiao dumbfounded. The owner doesn't want to talk to silly Dairo. Silently rolled his eyes. Yang Xiao didn't have a good temper, what he was thinking about in Dairo's mind. The owner of this shop is a human, how can he do cannibalism? Although half of the two children of Kui Muling are demon, the other side is undoubtedly human. To be counted, they are actually half monsters, but they can also be considered half humans. It feels like the owner is scolding me, but I can't find evidence. Scratching his head, Hua Fox Sable was a little depressed. Last time, Yang Xiao gave him a good silly meaning, saying that this is a universal vocabulary that can express a lot of meaning. It doesn't know what Yang Xiao's words mean. Too lazy to care about this mink, Yang Xiao carefully took a look inside his body. Why is he also a fairy now? There are still some methods for this. Only after a while, he didn't find the slightest trace, and he didn't know where the system got the two big people. Forget it, I won't answer even if I ask. Shaking his head, Yang Xiao was a little depressed and did not ask the system. The situation just now is an exception. Most of the time, the system ignores him. It's been quite a while since he came to Westward Journey, and he hasn't tried it. Time slowly passed, and the sky gradually darkened, and Yang Xiao drove the Hua Fox mink out of the bookstore. In the kingdom of Baixiang, the monkey king who recovered from his injury did not stay with Tang Sanzang and ran back to his Huguo mountain. In his words, he would only appear when Tang Sanzang encountered a monster that they couldn't beat. The reason is naturally that Yang Xiao and Monkey King talked about 81 difficult things. Apart from these 81 hardships, the rest of the tribulations on the westward road can be overcome by Zhu Beiji and drifting monks. The water mirror appeared, and this time Yang Xiao switched to Hua Fox Mink. After leaving the bookstore, Huahu Mink swaggered all the way to Nanshianmen. As soon as he got closer, he saw that Li Jiang was there with a group of celestial soldiers, and that posture was obviously waiting for it. Is it annoying? This heavenly king Li Fool is really persistent. Silently pouted, Huahu Mink was very dissatisfied. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao couldn't help but laugh when he heard Huahu Dairo talking to himself. This mink is really a live treasure, and I don't know if it has this potential. It was caused by the shocking sight, or both. I knew in my heart, but Hua Fox Sable was pretending to be confused. Before Li Jiang could speak, it pulled at its shameful red pants and shouted first. "Oh, isn't this Li Tianwang, who brought people to meet the emperor? Presumptuous Hua Fox Sable, you are here to capture you for sabotaging this heavenly king." Li Jiang was so angry that he blew his beard and stared. How could this mink become so shameless? The corners of her mouth curled, and Huahu Dairo said uncomfortably, "You are presumptuous. What is your identity? What kind of identity do you dare to come and capture? Do you know what this emperor means? That is what ordinary people can call it." "You..." The anger in Li Jiang's heart, this dead mink, the pig's nose is stuffed with green onions. And what an elephant is, the Jade Emperor gives it some color. It really made it the emperor of the day. Too lazy to grind his lips, Li Jiang waved, "Take it from me." As soon as he finished speaking, the celestial soldier hurried out behind him, a squad of 100 people. Hua Fox Sable was furious and hummed. "Heavenly King Li Fool, do you look down on the Emperor Benchen, or do you look down on the Emperor Benchen? This is what people want to take the Emperor Benchen. Well, it's time to show off the tricks, otherwise you idiot will still use the false name of Ben Tian Dai Lang. Come on, the sea is boundless." Roaring a fool in Li Jiang's eyes, the red trousers of the flower fox mink flashed a light, and a big wave appeared out of thin air. The sound of waves, from all directions between heaven and earth, surrounded all the heavenly soldiers rushing forward. The next moment, the waves suddenly surging violently, and no matter how the heavenly soldiers struggle or attack, they cannot break free. At this time, they wanted to form a Tianluodi network battle formation. It was too late. Soon, the waves drowned all the heavenly soldiers inside. When the waves disappeared, all the heavenly soldiers and generals passed out, and they suffered from underestimating the enemy. Li Jiang was stunned. Although he knew that this Dairo had a lot of messy methods, he didn't expect to be so strong. A squad of celestial soldiers and celestial generals, Lang Hua would lose all fighting power without fighting one. If this mink kills, won't they all die? Why dissatisfied? I refuse to accept you, Heavenly King Li Fool. It's not the Emperor Benchen who said you. Your kid is a little fluttering. After photographing 100 heavenly soldiers, Xiao triumphantly glanced at Li Jiaying, who looked ugly and shocked. Li Jiaying was so angry that he almost squirted out a mouthful of old blood. This dead mink dared to pretend to be big in front of him. There's also the title of the idiot of the heavenly king Li. Where is the idiot of the heavenly king? You are an idiot, you are an idiot. The whole family is an idiot. Li Jiaying didn't know how to express his feelings anymore, so he wanted to go over and take off the skin of the flower fox mink. In front of Nanshan Gate, Marshal Ma, among the 4 marshals who had been on duty, watched the show with relish. Marshal Ma is the great Emperor Huiguang, also known as Marshal Ma, the three-eyed Lingguang, Huiguang Heavenly King, Ma Tianjin, etc., and he is the one who is widely spread among the people. Hua Fox Sable, it is true that the king is afraid of you. If you take away the felon, the crime shall be punished. If you hand it over, the king can give you a good word in front of the Jade Emperor. Angrily, Li Jiaying did not immediately make a move. He suddenly found that he couldn't see through the flower fox mart now. If he was beaten to the ground in front of others by this sable, he would still be the Toda king in the future. If people are eaten, even if they are there, why do they give it to you, with your big face? Flower fox mink's eyes are full of disdain, and the temperament learned from the big yellow dog is displayed to the fullest. Some of the guards of the heavenly gate next to Wanjai, Ma, had their mouths twitched wildly, and they had a better understanding of the flower fox marten. This sable is clearly a crazy sable, who doesn't know what he is afraid of. I heard that even the Jade Emperor was directly retreated from the court. It seems that there is nothing wrong with it. The arrogant flower fox sable, the king is so angry. Li Jiaying was furious and couldn't help it, and the exquisite pagoda flew up in his hand. The shadows of the famous trees and treasures are also the same. Seeing this tower flying up, the flower fox marten is so agitated that he dare not neglect, and his body disappears directly. When it reappeared, the flower fox mink had already ran to the top of the Linglong pagoda and grabbed it with its claws. You dare! Murderous aura flashed in Li Jingshan. This mink wanted to grab his pagoda. How could Hua Fox Mink care about what Li Jiaying called and continued to grab it? But Li Jiaying was dissatisfied with his actions, controlling the Linglong pagoda to quickly shrink and avoid it. What tattered thing is the Emperor of Heaven rare? Cursing her mouth unhappily, Hua Fox Mink was a little dissatisfied and almost succeeded. Quickly thinking about the way to take it in his mind, the flower fox marten had an idea in no time. The idiot of the heavenly king Li, it is not the Emperor Benshin who said you, without the pagoda, you are a scumming heavenly king. Don't accept it. If you refuse, you come to fight against the Emperor Benshin. Looking at Li Jiaying arrogantly, the flower fox marten was crazy and exciting. How could Li Jiaying endure? The pagoda was set up again. But this time he learned the lesson before, and the tower became infinitely big as soon as he shot it, blocking most of the sky. Flower Fox Mink seemed to be frightened by Li Jiaying's hand, and his eyes showed extreme panic. Seeing this, Li Jiaying showed a smug look in his eyes. Silly, now that he is afraid, it is too late. In front of Nanshan Gate, the third eye of Ma Wanjai opened his eyebrows quietly. After a few glances, the corners of his mouth curled slightly. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao, who looked at the water mirror, laughed. This sable would actually use it. He had a black belly. The essence of the big yellow dog, this sable has learned well and comprehensively. Hua Fox Mink was not frightened at all, but used the tactics of getting rid of the cicada, and the real body didn't know where it went. This method is naturally derived from the red pants, a spell called Shadow Clone. In addition to this trick, Flower Fox Mink also used a means to escape into the void at the same time. Under the pagoda rumbling down the town, the Flower Fox Marten seemed too late to resist and was taken inside. Li Jiaying laughed wildly and took the pagoda back. I was so crazy just now. The King of Heaven wants you to taste the taste of grilling. With a soft snort, Li Jiaying taught with one hand, and the other hand began to cast the spell. But before he could use it, a claw protruded from the void beside him and grabbed the tower. For a moment, Li Jiaying understood that he was being fooled and urgently wanted to recall the tower. But how could the Flower Fox Marten make him wishful, smile proudly, grabbed the exquisite pagoda, pulled the red pants and stuffed it inside? Ah, you are looking for death. Li Jiaying was very furious. His pagoda was stuffed into a pant. If this happened, even if he had to return to the pagoda, he wouldn't have that face to put on his hands. And when the Flower Fox Sable stuffed his pagoda into his pants, he was shocked to find that he and his pagoda had lost contact. How did that sable do it? Come here, come on, trash heavenly king. Don't you dare to be so crazy with the Emperor Benshin. Flower Fox Mink was so excited. The pagoda of the Toda Heavenly King. It's enough to read how many celestial books. Wow, ha ha ha. Looking at Li Tianwang contemptuously, Xiao was not afraid at all. If there is a tower, you are not an opponent, and if you don't have a tower, it's not just hanging it. You'll damn it take it. Li Jiang smiled, drew the sword from his waist, and slashed at the Flower Fox. His strength is in the Tei realm, which is stronger than the Dio. But Hua Fox Sable was not afraid at all, and used a spell in the red pants to increase his strength for a short time. Carrying the big axe from Molishu, the Flower Fox Martin and Li Jiang fought in a decent way. Although still suppressed, Hua Fox Mink almost killed Li Jiang with words. So amazing, the idiot Li is so amazing. Alas, the waste of the Emperor. Wow, this silly Li Tianwang sword is like a sword from the sky. The Emperor Benshin is dying, lie to you. How weak is the Emperor Benshin? No way, Heavenly King, please take care. Otherwise the Heavenly Emperor will sue you for cruelty to animals. The Flower Fox Martin danced with a big axe, and his mouth never stopped. After hacking and slashing dozens of swords in a row, but still failed to win the Flower Fox Martin, Li Jiang was so angry that he spit out blood. Too much bullying, how could anyone bully so much? With a gloomy face, Li Jiang looked at Wanjai in front of Nanshan Gate. Huaguang, Heavenly King, can you help me? Relying on oneself, wanting to take down the Flower Fox Sable, Li Jiang already understood that it was unrealistic and had to ask for help. But what he didn't expect was that Wanjai didn't even want to directly refuse. Li Tianwang, my duty is to guard the gate of heaven. If I help you and let people get in, I can't bear this responsibility. Haha, did you hear me, fool Li? Still want to ask for help, dream? Do you want to return to your pagoda? If you want to, sing a little song to the Emperor Benshin. The Flower Fox Sable laughed wildly, carrying a big axe and pulling up the red pants. Just action can kill her popularity. Li Jiang was speechless with anger and snorted angrily. Dead, don't be proud, I will go to your master Guangmu, Heavenly King. After all, regardless of the heavenly soldiers, Li Jiang flew into Nanshan men. Flower Fox Martin pouted, who is afraid of whom? How dare the four fools offend the Emperor Benshin now, wishing to please the Emperor Benshin? In the bookstore, Yang Xiao leaned forward and backward with a smile, and almost laughed with tears. Toss the famous Toda Heavenly King like this mink is no one. He was even more happy to see Xiao stuffing Li Tianwang's pagoda into the red pants, in front of the people in front of the Nanshan Gate. From now on, the Heavenly Court will probably have one less Toda King and one more towerless king. Li Jiang entered the Nanshan Gate and rushed to the four palaces of the Heavenly Kings. Inside the mansion, Molishu was wondering where the Flower Fox Sable had gone, and he saw Li Jiang rushing in angrily. Molishu, if you don't give me a statement today, he will never end with you. Li Tianwang, what's wrong? Molishu looked dumbfounded. Did I provoke you? Why are you so angry? Li Jiang hummed lightly. It's your ermine, the King of Heaven, following the order of the Jade Emperor, went down to capture Kui Mulang, and it escaped with Kui Mulang's two evil sons. The two evil sons, but the Jade Emperor ordered him to be killed. People. After listening to Li Jiang's words, Molishu was stunned and almost cried. My dear, the chaos that just broke out was finally quelled, which caused another catastrophe. This time is different from the last time. This is simply not giving face to the Jade Emperor and cheating against the rules of heaven. Not only that, when the King Benshin was waiting in front of the Nanshan Gate to capture it, it also overturned the heavenly soldiers, humiliated the King Benshin, and snatched the pagoda from the King Benshin by the following three methods. Molishu hadn't recovered yet. Li Jiang threw another blockbuster that was as good as before. Overthrow the king, humiliate the king, and the pagoda. At this moment, Molishu's desire to die is all there, and recently following this mink, his heart is a little awkward. Can you point your face? What are the three indiscriminate methods? Obviously, when the Emperor of the Heaven was fighting you, he took it uprightly. Behind the scenes, it's not right. It's bad things about Dio. Do you know what the consequences are, fool Li Tianwang? At this time, Sable walked in slowly from the outside and retorted with a sneer. Li Jiang was so angry that he angered Molishu. Listen to how he calls the King of Heaven. Don't give a statement today, and the King of Heaven waiting tomorrow will truthfully report to the Jade Emperor. Don't scare the four fools, just report it, whoever is afraid of whom. When you see the Jade Emperor, the Emperor of Heaven has his own theory. Looking at Li Jiang contemptuously, Huahu Mink had no fear on her face. Molishu's mouth twitched slightly, and he cast a helpless look at Li Jiang, meaning that he was a fool if he saw it. "Damn it, Molishu, do you care about it?" Li Jiang turned to Molishu with an angry look. "Well, dear, why don't we return Li Tianwang's pagoda to him first?" There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes, and Molishu accompanied the smiling face in a discussing tone. Li Jiang next to him almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. "Who is the master and who is the fairy beast?" "No discussion, I'll talk about it when I see the Jade Emperor tomorrow, don't be counseled. The Emperor is not counseling. What are you counseling?" Disgustingly glanced at Molishu, Huahu Martin turned to Li Jiang and waved away. "Hurry up and get out, we don't welcome you here. Tomorrow I will love you, the Emperor of Heaven will accompany you." Just wait and see." Angrily, Li Jiang flung his sleeves angrily, turned and left the house. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao watched Li Jiang leaving and shook his head. This guy probably didn't expect to meet such an unreasonable mink. However, Yang Xiao did not show any sympathy at all. Although Nezha had made a mistake back then, he had already cut the flesh to return to his mother and the bones to return to his father. Ao Guang promised not to involve Chen Tangyuan again. But later Nezha's soul wanted to resurrect with incense, but Li Jiang arbitrarily smashed the palace and ruined the statue of God. This was Li Jiang's fault. After Nezha came to the door and wanted to kill Li Jiang, with the mediation of the interpretation and education, Nezha promised not to take revenge. However, when he was in Baixiang country, Li Jiang burned Nezha because Nezha didn't immediately attack Monkey King. He said that it was punishment, but in fact it was totally devoid of affection between father and son, just treating Nezha as an ordinary subordinate. Even more, there was a beating on Nezha to let Nezha know his status. Yang Xiao doesn't have a good impression of such a character. What he likes is characters who dare to love and hate such as Nezha. After looking at Huahu Dio for a while, after seeing nothing happened, Yang Xiao switched to Sheng Ling. What Yang Xiao didn't expect was that the Holy Ling was robbing at this moment. That was right, it was robbing. The place where the Holy Ling is not the Mingwang Palace, but on a road that doesn't know where it leads to. Looking at the surrounding architectural style, it should be undoubtedly on Lingshan. Behind Sheng Ling, the golden-winged Dapeng Dairo looked helpless, a little dumbfounded. "Stop for this, princess, the man's left, the woman's right, hey no. It's all men, don't worry about these, hand over all your valuable treasures." Stopping a group of monks who were going to pass, Sheng Ling was holding a big ring knife in his hand. Such a big knife fell in the hands of a beautiful girl like her, which was a bit nondescript. The monks looked dumbfounded. This is Lingshan, the land of the Buddhas. The Buddha doesn't know how many statues there are. How dare someone rob him here? However, after recognizing Saint Ling, everyone smiled bitterly. No one dared not to mean that this person did not dare. This person in Lingshan is the lawless lord. She explained that if there are 100 dogs on Tianling Mountain, there will definitely be 100 dogs. Kong Xuan, the favorite mad demon, is so excessive. There are so many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in Lingshan, and none of them dare not give face. They are the first under the saint, and the title is not to be preached. Moreover, Kong Xuan's temper is not very good, and if he doesn't go well, he may do it. In the old days, all Buddhas were able to hide as far as possible. What are you doing in a daze? If you don't cooperate obediently, don't blame this princess for not talking about the past. With a light snort, Sheng Ling took the knife and thrust it heavily into the ground. Kaka, a crack on the ground spreads to the surroundings, and there is a path to the feet of several monks. If you want treasures, choose your own or don't both. After scanning a few people, Sheng Ling looked like a female mountain bandit. Of course, Yang Xiao in the bookstore knows what's going on. It's all caused by the Book of the Great World. Yi Hao, the protagonist in the book, is such a character. The first thing he takes to looting and defeating the enemy is definitely to search for treasures first. Sheng Ling, who read the book, learned all this perfectly. Seeing that Sheng Ling didn't seem to be cheating with them, a monk was crying, opened his pocket and took out a bunch of things. The excited Sheng Ling went over and put it away happily, and the others were busy taking out their treasures. But when I met the last person, the other person was unwilling. "I don't have any treasures. It depends on what you can do to me, princess." Staring at the opponent in a daze, Sheng Ling's eyes were a little dazed, and he was the first one to resist. According to the method in the book, it should be knocked down and grabbed, that's it. Her thoughts flashed, and Sheng Ling snorted. "If you don't want to meet, it doesn't exist. This princess is blocking the way, and if the geese pass by, they will pluck their hair and watch the sword." When the words were over, Sheng Ling took the knife and slapped it. The monk was about to resist subconsciously, but saw the golden-winged big eagle suddenly flashed in front of him. His eyes were full of crazy killing intent. "Uncle Dapeng, what are you doing? Get out of the way. If I can't beat you, come out and help me grab it." Speechlessly pushed away the golden-winged big Peng eagle in front of him, Sheng Ling looked at the monk. "Come, start again." "I—" The monk wanted to cry without tears. He was almost scared to pee by the killing intent in the eyes of the Dapeng golden-winged eagle. How could he dare to engage with Sheng Ling again, and hurriedly took out a bunch of things and threw them. Amusedly saw Saint Ling, who would robbery, sleepiness hit. Yang Xiao fell into a deep sleep, blinking. It was the next day. It's rare that no one has bothered recently, and the days have been a lot of leisure. After getting up to move his muscles and bones, Yang Xiao summoned the water mirror. Yang Xiao switched to flower fox mink for the first time. As expected, the heavenly court meeting had already begun. On the golden dragon chair at the top, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother sat cross-legged in front of all the immortals and announced the punishment of Kui Mulang. Bold Kui Mulang privately gave birth to heirs with a stick responsible for 1,000 and sent it to Leijun to be a fan of the fire boy. The performance is to be determined. With a wry smile, Kui Mulang sighed lightly, did not say much. These were all within his expectation. The Jade Emperor announced that a heavenly soldier would come in immediately and take Kui Mulang out of the Lingshan hall. "Your Majesty, the minister has something to play." Li Jiang went out and reported to the Jade Emperor in Yumian. The Jade Emperor looked dumbfounded. The tower, your tower, almost didn't recognize it. Yesterday, the lower realm of the ministers captured Kui Wood Wolf, but in the hope of His Majesty, he got rid of the two evildoers. With his head down, Li Jiang first admitted his mistake. The Jade Emperor above frowned. "What's the matter? How can I get off? Those two evil men are not masters. How could they get away from the hands of the heavenly soldiers and generals? It is absolutely impossible. My Majesty, it's Hua Fox Sable. It suddenly appeared and snatched the two evildoers." Li Jiang answered truthfully. His face was a little hot, and he had brought so many heavenly soldiers and generals, but it was shameful to let the flower fox come and go freely. Hearing that it was this mink again, the corner of Jade Emperor's mouth twitched slightly. "You didn't send someone to chase it." "It's chasing it, but the means it has mastered are so profound that the heavenly soldiers can't catch it." Li Jiang smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It is strange what happened to that mink recently. It was obviously normal before. When the 4 heavenly kings dealt with Monkey King a few days ago, there was no problem." The troubled Jade Emperor rubbed his forehead. "It's more than that. I think there is a follow-up." With that said, the Jade Emperor couldn't help but looked into Li Jiang's hands. He was used to this guy often holding a tower. He didn't hold it for a while, and he was really uncomfortable. His Majesty, the minister, waited for it in front of the Nanshan gate. It beat the heavenly soldiers and stole the minister's pagoda by the following 3 methods. And. Dissatisfied, staring at Li Jiang hesitating, the Jade Emperor said, "And what, you said it?" "It said that it is not afraid of the Jade Emperor, and that even if it sees the Jade Emperor, it has a reasonable theory and clearly does not take the will of His Majesty into its eyes." Li Jiang answered bitterly, "The flower fox Martin today must avenge this revenge." There was still a court meeting here, and a Tianjin guarding the Nanshan gate suddenly ran in. Given the Jade Emperor, the monkey son Wukong hit the Nanshan gate again, and threatened to let the 3rd Prince Nezha compete with him. The speechless Jade Emperor waved his hand. "Okay, Nezha, go clean up the monkey for me and beat the Majesty of our heavenly court." Nezha took the command, took a deep look at Li Jiang, and left the Lingshan palace. "By the way, your Majesty, this monkey also participated yesterday. It was him and Kui Mulang who blocked it, and Hua Fox Mink was able to take away the 2 evil men." Thinking of something, Li Jiang added. The Jade Emperor nodded, his eyes flashed slightly. "Bring me Mo Lishu and Hua Fox Sable first. I will see what Hua Fox Sable has to discuss with me." Yang Xiao watched the play with relish in the bookstore, and the monkey named him Nezha. There is a play. If nothing happens, the monkey must reveal the bookstore. He and Nezha have always had a good relationship. When they made trouble in the palace, they looked at each other pleasingly. Yesterday, the two were trapped by Li Jiang and set on fire under the Linglong Pagoda. Monkey King must be very upset, and he didn't want to see his brother being bullied by Li Jiang, so he would definitely help each other. For the best way to improve, there is no doubt that only bookstores are the fastest and most effective. Regardless of understanding, Neja's strength will definitely increase. Thinking of this, Yang Xiao switched the camera to Monkey King. When he switched, Neja just flew out of the Nanshan gate. "Come here, I didn't have a lot of fun yesterday, continue today." A golden cudgel appeared in Sun Wukong's hand, and he blasted at Neja. The two gradually moved away, leaving the Nanshan gate far away. "Little Neja, do you want to improve your strength?" Monkey King rumors secretly, his eyes flashing slightly. Neja was taken aback for a moment, and while pretending to fight Monkey King, he replied, "Of course, Monkey, are you hiding something from me?" Neja's eyes lit up slightly when he wanted to see Monkey King's getting stronger and stronger recently. Sun Wukong didn't answer directly and smiled a little embarrassedly. "Well, I'm a little tight recently, can you give me some treasures?" In the bookstore, Yang Xiao couldn't help but laugh. The monkey actually learned to ask for something. Although Monkey King and Neja are transmitting voices, the system clearly transformed the content of the two voices. "What do you want, a monkey?" Neja looked at Monkey King weirdly. This is not like a monkey's style. "Whatever pill, medicinal herb, magic weapon, etc. will do." Monkey King was a little excited. Neja was slightly stunned, didn't think so much, opened the portable space, selected a bunch of things needed by Taiyi Realm and gave it to Monkey King. The happy Monkey King didn't fight Neja anymore, put his arms around Neja's shoulder and told him about the bookstore. Seeing that it was as expected, Yang Xiao laughed, and the camera switched back to Hua Fox Mink. At this time, the Flower Fox Mart and Mo Lishu have arrived at the Lingshan Hall. The Flower Fox sable is full of riffraff, and the bright red pants brighten the blind eyes. The corners of his mouth twitched, and the Jade Emperor said in a huff, "Can you take off your pants? Do you know that it affects my image of heavenly court?" "No, the Emperor has to look good. Since you have become the Emperor, you have to be careful and you can't wear nothing." Flower Fox Mink didn't even want to refuse, but retorted plausibly. The Jade Emperor was speechless. "I didn't tell you not to wear it, but can you change it?" "No, only these trousers can set off the majesty of the Emperor." The answer of Huahu Miao was as depressing as always. The Celestials in the Lingshan Hall twitched their lips slightly, not knowing what to say. This mink mouth has become really powerful now. Few can beat it, and what it says, it always makes people want to hit someone. The helpless Jade Emperor didn't want to entangle this question anymore, and his face sternly rebuked. "Bold Flower Fox Mink, why did you save the two evil sons born by Kui Mulang and openly confront my will?" "Don't be so loud, the Emperor Benchen has a bad heart. What's the matter with saving the two children? Since the Emperor Benchen is the great emperor, he should pass through the sufferings of the world with compassion and see that innocent children are about to die." Huahu Daio first picked out his ears indifferently, and then asked the Jade Emperor confidently. His face was slightly stiff, and the Jade Emperor's face was dark. There are so many deadly truths. But since it dared to talk to him like this, it was very floating. The Jade Emperor was unhappy and hummed. "I have a golden mouth and a jealous word, and the will has been made, and it can't be taken back, Huafoxian. You can honestly hand them over to me. You still don't hold it, or you won't blame me for being polite." "Who are you scaring?" The Emperor Benchen was not scared. Besides, the two children were also dead. The Emperor Benchen took them halfway, and suddenly a savage appeared, caught them, and ate them one by one. In the bookstore, the corner of Yang Xiao's mouth twitched wildly. "Silly, you owe you a lot." Savage ate those two children. The immortals in the Lingshan Palace looked dumbfounded. Who is this foolish fool? What a savage! It's true that Savage is very vicious, with big brass bells, big eyes, blue face, and yellow beard and fangs exposed. He snatched the two children one by one and swallowed his belly. The Flower Fox Mink is serious, and the description is very vivid, as if he has seen it with his own eyes. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao almost died of anger and said that the owner of this shop was like this. If he didn't give a lesson, he would be bullied by the owner. With a thought, Yang Xiao directly controlled the red trousers of Flower Fox and used one of the spells. The Flower Fox sable that was in the temple suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it reached the middle of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother and fell straight down from the air. What's the matter?" Hua Fox Sable was startled and yelled anxiously, trying to use the spell in the red pants, but found it could not be used. The Jade Emperor, who was stunned below, his face turned dark, an invisible energy rushed from him, restraining the Flower Fox. Pulling the Flower Fox to the front, the Jade Emperor said angrily, "Dead mink, what do you want to do?" "It's not the Emperor Benchen. The Emperor Benchen is out of control." The Flower Fox Martin yelled in a hurry, Don't look at its madness before as if it was dying, but in fact it has always been measured. It is certain that the Jade Emperor will be angry, but not really angry. And now suddenly he ran over the other person's Jade Emperor and Queen Mother, and was still in a posture to sit on them. How could the Jade Emperor tolerate it as before? Out of control, are you kidding me? The Jade Emperor laughed. This Dairo would really make an excuse and give it a face to know who he is. It's true that I, the Supreme of the Three Realms, cannot display it. Even if it is a decoration, it is a decoration carried by the saint. The angry Jade Emperor rushed to the gold star below Tabai and said, "Tabai, come and take me off this mink's pants. I see my eyes hurt." Tabai Jinxing took the lead, came over and raised his hand to pull the pants of the flower fox, only to find that the pants seemed to grow on the flower of the fox, and he couldn't take it off at all. "Hey, Jade Emperor, old man Tabai, what are you going to do? The Emperor is not going to play with you two big men, you have to play with yourself, and the Emperor is going to play with the little fairy." The flower fox mink shouted, not too worried, "I have tried it before, and it is impossible for others to take off its pants." After trying various ways to escape, Tabai Jinxing reluctantly said to the Jade Emperor, "Your Majesty, the minister is incompetent." "Eccentric." The Jade Emperor frowned and pulled the Huahuziao to his front. He ignored Huahuziao's words. If you take it seriously, he will probably be asterisk to death. How could he not understand the meaning of Huahu Miao's words? It's just that even though the Jade Emperor didn't treat the flower fox sable, all the immortals below had a smile in their eyes and were happy to watch the show. Don't think that if you look at the Emperor with affection, the Emperor will follow. It's impossible. Seeing the Jade Emperor staring at its red pants, Huahu Miao deliberately yelled in grief and indignation. The Queen Mother beside her was speechless and coughed lightly. "Your Majesty, pay attention to the image." The dignified Jade Emperor, staring at a mink's pants, it would be shameful if it were spread. His face stiffened slightly, and the Jade Emperor immediately returned to his senses. Throw the flower fox sable aside. In fact, just now, the Jade Emperor was very eager to take off the red pants of the flower fox sable. He felt that the changes of the flower fox sable could not be separated from this weird red pants. However, for the sake of his own image, he suppressed the impulse in his heart. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao was so happy, he died. "Let you slander the owner of this shop, this is just a small lesson. If you dare to do this next time, throw you directly on Jade Emperor, haha." Hua Fox Mink, the two kids didn't tell me in advance that they robbed Li Tianwang's pagoda. What should I do? When the topic changed, the Jade Emperor mentioned another thing. Flower Fox Mink pretended to be silly and looked around suspiciously. "Is there? Why don't I know?" "Well, you Flower Fox Martin, in front of the Nanshan gate yesterday, Huaguang Heavenly King and a few Guardian Tianjin saw it. How can you deny it?" Anxious Li Jiang stepped forward and glared at Hua Fox Mink. This dead mink dared to be so presumptuous in the Lingshan Palace, too lawless. "Nonsense, nothing. Your pagoda is not optimistic. If you lose it, you will rely on the Emperor. Why don't you say that the red pants of the Emperor belong to you?" Staring back at Li Jiang, Huahu Mink didn't feel guilty at all. "But it's not a thief, it's grabbed it by force." "Your Majesty, that's it. I, Li Jiang, swear if I want to say a little falsely, I will be struck by thunder and wiped out on the spot." But Li Jiang was forced to swear on the spot to prove his innocence, because he couldn't talk about the rascal fellow Huahu. All the immortals watched this scene speechlessly. This mink's ability is getting bigger and bigger. What the asterisk is going on, no matter what means, it is not easy to look at how to defeat the heavenly soldiers and asterisk Li Jiang's pagoda. "Hua Fox Mink, quickly take it out. What do you want Li Tianwang's pagoda for?" Above, the Jade Emperor had a dark face, and Li Tianwang was too wasteful, and the pagoda could be robbed. And this dead mink was so cheeky that it made people ridicule. Obviously, it was pretending to be innocent. Mo Lishu cautiously leaned over and followed to persuade Hua Fox Mink. After all, the Linglong Pagoda is the facade of King Li Tian. If you don't return it, it must be impossible, otherwise Li Jiang is destined to become a laughing stock in the future. Flower Fox Sable obviously understands it too, but it doesn't want to return it like this. It is so easy to grab it. How can it be returned so easily? After pondering for a moment, Huahu Miao said, "I didn't the pagoda, but I found one. The Emperor Benchen is not sure if it is his, so let's get some other treasures in exchange for it. The Emperor is not taking advantage of the fire, you just have to come in. Pills, herbs, immortals, etc. All can be, of course, the number must not be small." After hearing what Xiao said, everyone in the Lingshan palace was extremely dark. Sure enough, this mink took it, but it was too shameless. He said that the robbing was picked up and let people take things for exchange. Li Jiang was also very angry. It was obviously his thing, but he had to change it back. There was no reason for this. If you don't change it, the Emperor Benshin will go back in a while, go to the world to find a pit and throw it away, so that no one will ask the Emperor Benshin. Posing his lips, Hua Fox Mink didn't care. Li Jiang was trembling with anger. How could this mink be so excessive? Okay, Li Tianwang, you don't lack this thing, just throw it to point it. Too lazy to listen to the trivial matter between the two of them, the Jade Emperor said to Li Jiang with a headache. Li Jiang, who was indignant, couldn't help but take out a lot of immortal stone herbs from the portable space. But to express his dissatisfaction, he threw it directly on the ground. Hua Fox Mink didn't mind at all and ran over and picked them up, shoveling the red pants in front of everyone and stuffing them in. Seeing this familiar movement, Li Jiang's heart shook, and suddenly he felt a bad feeling. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao's mouth twitched slightly. Fortunately, I realized that the red trousers are the flower fox mink. If you change the individual, you have to have a thick skin to make such a move in the public. Here, see if it's your tower. After receiving the things, the flower fox sable did not depend on not giving it to the tower, digging and digging in the pants, and it took a long time to take out the exquisite pagoda with a wry smile on his face. In an instant, the people in the Lingshan treasure hall whispered quietly. Although some people have speculated, they were still surprised by the current behavior of the flower fox. This mink really stuffed Li Tianwang's tower into his pants. Involuntarily, everyone's eyes turned to Li Jiang, and he saw Li Jiang at this time, his face darkened to death. Whoever's most precious treasure is stuffed into his pants, it is estimated that his performance will not be much better than Li Jiang. Don't want it anymore, don't put the Emperor Benshin back in. Deliberately looking at Li Jiang impatiently, but everyone caught the smile in the eyes of Hua Fox Mink. This mink, obviously, deliberately got out of the tower in front of everyone. HMPH, today's shame, Li Jiang will slowly count with you. After grabbing the pagoda, Li Jiang didn't have a face to put it in his hands, and he blatantly threatened with his pocket space. Hua Fox Mink disdained to curl his lips. Whatever, but remember to prepare more treasures, or the Emperor Ben Tian will hang you under the Nanshan Gate and let people watch and collect tickets. Bold you! Li Jiang was so angry that he was about to spit out. It was unreasonable and deceived too much. The Jade Emperor above couldn't stand it anymore, coughing lightly. Be quiet, there is nothing else, let's retreat. Frozen, Li Jiang said hurriedly. Your Majesty, Huahu saved the felon, so you won't be held accountable. Oh yes, there is still this, but my purpose was to kill them. Since they were eaten, that's all, but I can't help but punish you, Huahu Miao. You will be imprisoned in the heavenly mansion for 7 days. The Jade Emperor, who heard the voice, seemed to remember something and announced. Confinement for 7 days. Li Jiang was stunned. What kind of punishment is this? However, the Jade Emperor left these words and left the Lingshan hall with the Queen Mother, so Li Jiang naturally couldn't catch up and ask. Tiandi, my role models, you bull. The punishment is so light. The Jade Emperor is to give the Emperor the face. Few people in the heavenly court have this kind of honor. When the Emperor's confinement is lifted, the old man is the master. How about asking the Emperor to drink together? As soon as the Jade Emperor left, many people came up to greet Huahu Sable and build relationships. Once like this, twice still like this, everyone is already a little elusive of the Jade Emperor's thoughts. According to normal principles, the Jade Emperor should be furious and put the flower fox into a celestial jail. But in the current situation, it was done both times in one stroke, just like no punishment. Could it be that it is impossible to look at the face of the Mojia brothers? Although the 4 brothers are good, they still don't have that kind of face. Not only the other gods, but Mo Lishu and Huahu Sable are also dumbfounded. Don't look at the appearance of the flower fox Martin on the surface, but in fact, it is also a little uneasy in its heart, and it is ready to run away at any time. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao was also thinking about the same question, and the various actions of the Jade Emperor made him a little bit confused. At the beginning, it was Huahu trouble with Nanshan Gate. The Jade Emperor didn't pursue it, and Yang Xiao thought it was his tolerance. But after that, there was a ruthless order to punish Kui Mulang's 2 children, which was unfeeling and cold-blooded, which made people disgusting. Now the Jade Emperor once again let go of the flower fox Martin, clearly punishing, but actually defending. The whole person was confused. The emperor's heart is unpredictable, especially the Jade Emperor who is in charge of the three realms, and his heart is unfathomable. After thinking about it, Yang Xiao couldn't think of a reason at all. Yang Xiao laughed and shook his head. On the way to Yachi, the Queen Mother curiously asked the Jade Emperor, "Hey Ashen, why didn't you punish that mink?" "Why is it punished? Because it saved 2 insignificant children, overturned a few heavenly soldiers, and humiliated Li Tianwang." The Jade Emperor chuckled and asked. "There is another reason it doesn't respect you," the Queen Mother said softly. The Jade Emperor shook his head with deep eyes. "The story of Kui Muleng's birth, as a matter of fact, I knew a long time ago. I ordered the killing of the 2 children this time to try the people behind him and see if they would do anything." "You are talking about Kui Muleng's former division, that supreme being shot." The Queen Mother's eyes narrowed slightly, and her tone was a little shocked. "It's not necessarily him. It's possible for him to send someone to make a move. You really think that Huafoxian's ability came out of thin air? Besides the one who bestowed it, who else could be?" The 2 of them talked about words that no one else could hear, and their figures gradually disappeared towards Yachi. In front of the Nanshan gate, many people who had dispersed from the Lingshan palace came here. "Stop fighting, show them the monkey, go, Xiao Neja. Go to my Huigyu mountain for a drink." Seeing more people, Sun Wukong, who pretended to be beating Neja, suddenly stepped back and yelled. Hearing Monkey King's voice, Bai Pinpin also separated from her fighting Tianjin and flew over. "Okay, it's just that the young master is depressed, and he will go drinking." Neja responded happily, and then the 3 of them whizzed to the lower bound. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao, who saw this scene, showed a slight joy in his eyes and first switched to Sheng Ling. Not surprisingly, Sun Wukong will bring Neja to the bookstore soon. At this time, Sheng Ling was still trapped on the Lingshan mountain. What made Yang Xiao helpless was that Sheng Ling was still robbing. A good, beautiful girl, she has watched the big world for herself and is gone forever on the road of female mountain bandits. Unlike yesterday's small fight, Xingling is now in the Leiyin temple. "Bodhisattva, give me 10 treasures of the Tei Golden Wonderland. Otherwise, this princess will beat your boy once you see it." Sheng Ling stood in front of a bodhisattva, standing on the lotus platform, and asked for something. The bodhisattva was helpless and couldn't help looking at the Tathagata who was preaching on the high platform in the middle, but saw the Tathagata pretending that he hadn't seen it at all and didn't even look at it. If the princess wants it, it's okay to say it straight, not necessarily threatening. The bodhisattva smiled bitterly and waved to the holy Ling. With a triumphant smile, Sheng Ling took the golden-winged big eagle and continued to walk towards the next person. Yang Xiao couldn't laugh or cry through the water mirror to watch this scene. It is good to have a good father. After observing Hua Sheng Ling, there was a knock on the door outside, and the voice of Monkey King came in. "The shopkeeper, the door is open. My grandson is here." It came faster than I thought. Yang Xiao laughed, removed the water mirror, and opened the door. Apart from Monkey King and Bai Pinpin outside the door, there really is Neja. At this time, Neja looked at Yang Xiao curiously, frowned, and looked at Monkey King. "Monkey, you want to bring me here? Is this kind of place come to see a little fairy?" "Be respectful to the shopkeeper. My grandson dare not presumptuously." Glancing at Neja, Monkey King said with a smile on his face to Yang Xiao, "My Neja brother is here for the first time. I don't know what to do, the owner forgive me." Looking at the Monkey King in this posture, Neja rubbed his eyes vigorously, almost thinking that he was wrong. This is the monkey who is not afraid of the sky, the earth is not afraid and lawless. Yang Xiao nodded faintly, glanced up and down at Neja, then smiled lightly. "You can't understand the truth that people can't be prosperous, don't you understand, little Neja? Although the owner of this shop is a human being, it is true that he can make your cultivation level higher, so that you no longer fear Li Jiang's pagoda." Hearing this, Neja's eyes suddenly flashed a bright light, and his breathing suddenly became hurried. "Seriously, can you let me not fear Li Jiang's pagoda?" Neja stared straight at Yang Xiao. Not being controlled by Li Jiang's pagoda has always been his dream. Although he no longer wants to kill Li Jiang, he also doesn't want to be controlled by Li Jiang, and can listen to his dictates every time. "I can't promise, it all depends on your personal understanding." Yang Xiao smiled and didn't give an affirmative answer. He didn't know what Neja would learn from the book. "Comprehension." Neja's eyes flashed slightly. He asked himself, his understanding is not bad. At this moment, he suddenly saw Monkey King take out 3 herbs and hand them to Yang Xiao. This is... Looking at Yang Xiao and Monkey King with a strange face, Neja puzzled. Monkey King explained to him, "This is the shopkeeper's rules. The entry fee is the same as a treasure." Neja, who was taken aback for a moment, suddenly remembered something and said speechlessly, "You told me that you have a tight hand and the treasures that hold you are consumed here. Otherwise you think my grandson won't be able to eat it, so go in www.wuxiaspot.com and it costs more than the entry fee." Pulling Neja, the 3 of them entered the house. Yang Xiao said to Neja, "If you want to comprehend as quickly as possible, just look at the top of the shelf, the kind of books that are more expensive." Nodded lightly, Neja went over, looked around and watched, couldn't help but breathe in the air conditioning. Under each book, the price is marked with small print, and the price cannot be described as a sky-high price. Especially those on the top shelf, 1 or 2 treasures of the same realm at an hour, and even 3 or 4 at an hour. "Monkey, is this too expensive?" Neja was stunned. The shopkeeper is crazy, why not rob? He is a small shopkeeper who dares to speak so loudly, so he is not afraid of being murdered. It's not expensive at all. The book is good or not. The key is to understand. Didn't you want to know why my grandson is getting better? Then my grandson will tell you why. Look at that book. Yes, it is the Dragon Stone. My grandson read it and comprehended the protagonist's physique and fought against the Eucharist. This kind of physique, as long as you don't die, you will become stronger again and again on the edge of life and death. So you should understand why my grandson fights so hard every time. After listening to Monkey King, Neja's eyes suddenly showed light, and he pulled the dragon stone off. He also wanted this kind of physique, and he could become stronger without dying, and sooner or later he would become stronger to an unimaginable degree. With great excitement, Neja opened the dragon stone. There are ancient legends. You can't go out on a full moon night because on this day, terrifying monsters will appear in the world and destroy everything. Wukong lives in the mountains far away from the city and lives his life practicing martial arts and hunting. After only reading it for a while, Neja became interested in this very interesting book. But how can we comprehend it? With doubts, Neja continued to read. Soon, Neja was completely immersed in the world of the book, and his mood continued to change with Wukong, who was adventurous with Buer. Haha, there is a bull demon in this book, which is interesting and interesting. Isn't that guy in Bajio, cave of Quyuan Mountain? Scare, it turns out that the monster mentioned at the beginning of the book was transformed by Wukong. What is his origin? The cultivation method that Xuanwu Immortal taught Wukong in the book is so strange. Run, give things, plow with bare hands. Is it to increase their endurance and strength? Just like the few people before, Neja couldn't help whispering a few words while reading. Yang Xiao, who had nothing to do, looked at Neja for a while, then opened the water mirror and looked at the other 2 people who had been to the bookstore. The flower fox Sable stayed in the mansion of Emperor Mo Lishu and was studying the red pants at this time. The red pants in the Lingshan palace suddenly lost control, which really scared it enough. Fortunately, the Jade Emperor didn't pursue it deeply, otherwise I don't know how to step down today. In that case, it couldn't use the little things in the red pants, and couldn't escape from the Jade Emperor. It's just obvious that it is impossible for Huahu Mink to research anything, because the owner of Yang Xiao is behind it. Looking at the puzzled flower fox Mink amused, Yang Xiao switched to Sheng Ling's body. In the Lingshan temple, Tathagata continued to preach. Sheng Ling brought the Dapeng golden wing sculpture, threatening to ask for treasures one by one. Even the Tathagata opened one eye and closed one eye. How dare other people not give it? They all presented treasures. From beginning to end, Sheng Ling had a happy smile on his face, and it never disappeared. Yang Xiao observed for a while with admiring eyes, waved away the water mirror. I haven't been here for a few days, let alone still miss this girl a little. Time passed slowly, and unconsciously the sky gradually darkened. Neja has read the book Longxi for more than a half, but he didn't understand the slightest sign. Closed business and closed. I want to read a book early tomorrow. Looking at the sky outside, Yang Xiao, who was sitting at the door and watching the scenery, came back and knocked on the table and shouted. 2 regular customers, Monkey King and Bai Pinpin, naturally knew the rules and put the book back on the shelf. Brother Neja, let's go, the store is closed. When he reached Neja, Monkey King yelled. It's just that Neja, as if he didn't hear it at all, he didn't look up. Brother Neja, it depends on tomorrow. The store is mainly closed. The dumbfounded Monkey King pushed Nezha, vaguely remembering the first day he read a book. At that time, he was the same. When the owner said that he would close the door, he was reluctant to put down his book. Who pushes me, don't make trouble. Wukong has fought with the killer Tao Bai. How could it be possible that this Tao Bai is so powerful? Wukong, stand up quickly, you can't lose. Nezha yelled, only the words in the book were in his eyes, and he ignored Monkey King. Next to him, Yang Xiao smiled and shook his head, walked over and pulled out the book in Nezha's hand and put it on the shelf. Who is it? Where is my Wukong? Where is my book? Hey, shopkeeper. The book suddenly disappeared, and Nezha jumped up from the ground, looking around with an angry face, and when he saw it was Yang Xiao, he hurriedly forced a smile on his face. Yang Xiao said with a smile, www, Wuxi Aspot. Come tomorrow early, we will be closed today. It's still closed, the owner, can you wait for a while? I'll see it for a while, it will be fine for a while. Let me see how Wukong meets Tao Bai. After a moment of stunned, Nezha was busy begging, so good, how could there be a break of business? Shaking his head, Yang Xiao's attitude was very firm. No, see tomorrow. It'll be fine for a little while, soon, just a look is fine. Nezha looked anxious and looked at the books on the shelf from time to time when speaking. Next to him, Monkey King reluctantly persuaded. Brother Nezha, don't ask, the shopkeeper has a tendon and refuses to accept him. By the way, treasures, I have treasures, I doubled, no, tripled. Nezha didn't listen to son Wukong's advice, so itchy. With that, he took out a bunch of things and handed them forward. Yang Xiao picked it up, only chose Nezha's book fee for reading today and didn't take the rest. Welcome to come back tomorrow. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Yang Xiao forced Nezha out the door. Standing outside the door, Nezha didn't leave, he patted the door. Owner, just take a few glances, I have treasures, I would like to pay 5 times. 5 times is not enough, 10 times is also good. Nezha is almost crying. If you don't bring this, you are seeing the wonderful place. The Monkey King next to him was helpless. Brother Nezha, let's go, it's really useless. I begged like this at the time. I won't persuade you if I can go in. No, I will definitely be able to go in. I want to touch the shopkeeper with my sincerity and let him open the door for me. Nezha didn't want to shake his head. His tone was extremely firm. Monkey King's mouth twitched wildly, and he was speechless. Nezha's brother was kicked in the head by a donkey. Seeing Nezha's determined posture, son Wukong said, Okay, then you are so moved by the shopkeeper, Pinpin, and I will go back. After speaking, Monkey King took the Bai Pinpin and stepped on the somersault cloud, all the way to Huogyo Mountain. Outside the door, Nezha still begged and patted the door from time to time. The troubled Yang Xiao directly let the system block. This kind of precedent must not be set. After begging for a long time, Nezha sighed to no avail and returned to heaven in depression. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao began to observe the outside world through the water mirror. The flower fox mink is still in the heavenly mansion, but this time it is not studying the panties, but counting its treasures. After a few glances, Yang Xiao switched directly to Sheng Ling. What made Yang Xiao almost laugh was that Sheng Ling turned out to be like a flower fox, counting the things she blackmailed during the day. It's still a bit short, continue tomorrow. Muttering in his mouth, Sheng Ling's eyes flashed brightly. On the side, Kong Xuan was black and speechless. How could his daughter become a money fan? He didn't believe it when Tathagata came to him to reflect during the day, but now he has witnessed this scene with his own eyes. San Ling, don't do this kind of thing tomorrow. I don't know, I thought how Dad abused you. The speechless Kong Xuan broke the silence and suddenly spoke. Sheng Ling pouted and replied, of course. You just abused me. You didn't let me go out and you hid the treasure so that I wouldn't find it. I'm afraid that you will take things and find the expert you mentioned. Kong Xuan was helpless. He would never have thought that after he hid all the treasures, Sheng Ling would go directly to robbery and blackmail. There is also this robbery and blackmail. Where did this girl learn from? Kong Xuan was full of doubts. It's all right, Dad. If you don't believe me, let me do it. I will continue to grab those Buddhas and Bodhisattvas tomorrow, he. They are all generous. Taking a look at Kong Xuan, Sheng Ling continued to lower her head to sort out the treasures she had obtained during the day. Hearing that his daughter didn't listen to him and planned to do it tomorrow, Kong Xuan had to take out a lot of things. Daddy will give you treasure, don't grab it tomorrow, okay? We can't afford that person. She happily grabbed the things in Kong Xuan's hands and Sheng Ling shook her head. That won't work unless you let me out. If you want me to let you out, it's absolutely impossible. What if you get out of danger? Kong Xuan didn't even want to refuse Sheng Ling's request. In his eyes, Sheng Ling was still a child. Although he had expected the answer earlier, Sheng Ling was still very annoyed. "Daddy Smelly, if you don't let me go out, then I will continue to grab it." "You..." Kong Xuan was choked and speechless, not knowing how to express his feelings at this time. The daughter of his magnificent King Daming was robbed everywhere on Lingshan. Isn't he shameless for Kong Xuan? But if he releases the Holy Ling, he is not willing. As he said just now, he is worried that he will encounter danger. People are no longer young, and Daddy has always protected them. When will they become strong? Snoring angrily, Sheng Ling slapped hard. The table that Kong Xuan changed into a pile of waste. The expression on his face was slightly stiff, and Kong Xuan looked depressed. What is the matter with his daughter's strange body strength? It wasn't that he hadn't checked it, but he couldn't see the slightest clue, as if he was born with it. "That won't work, you are still weak." After regaining his senses, Kong Xuan shook his head but still did not agree. Sheng Ling was too lazy to talk nonsense, and since he couldn't get out, he would prepare the book fee first. "When the time comes, I went to the bookstore, and I had to look at him as an old man so that Daddy would never find him again." Funny observed Sheng Ling for a while and felt that Nezha should have returned to Heavenly Court, and Yang Xiao switched the camera. Nezha does not have his own residence. He lives in Li Jiang's heavenly palace. As soon as I went back, I saw Li Jiang sitting on a chair in the courtyard, looking at him coldly. "What did you do this day? Why didn't you see anyone?" With a soft snort, Li Jiang asked coldly. Nezha said indifferently, "Monkey invited, went to his Huoguo mountain for a drink." "I told you not to get close to the monkey, why don't you listen?" With a cold face, Li Jiang's tone was a little dissatisfied. "My business, don't care about it, take care of yourself first," Nezha replied impatiently. His attitude irritated Li Jiang more and more. He wanted to see the fire during the day, and all of it broke out and vented to Nezha. "Nizzy, still with this attitude, do you still have my father in your eyes?" "What's wrong with your father? What have I done? Do you need to point fingers?" Li Jiang split his head and covered his face, squirting wildly at Nezha, and his words became more and more ugly. Inside the house, Li Jiang's wife Yin Shanyang heard the movement and hurried out. Seeing this, she hurried over to pull Li Jiang. "You get out of the way, I will teach this rebellious son. What do you intervene?" Shaking his arm fiercely, Li Jiang threw Yin Shanyang aside and fell to the ground. Although Yin Shanyang was able to come to Heavenly Court because of the relationship between Li Jiang and Nezha brothers, she didn't have much strength. "Mother!" Nezha yelled in a hurry and rushed over to hold Yin Shanyang, avoiding the ending of falling to the ground. Glancing at Li Jiang, Nezha roared, "Li Jiang, what are you doing? I've got a lot of skills. Dare to yell at your father and me like this, and even call me by name. Haven't it been a while since I haven't tried the Linglong Pagoda?" With a cold face, Li Jiang had a bad tone. Yin Xinyang guarded him in front of Nezha and hurriedly shouted, "Master, no, Nezha is not sensible, plus the eagerness to protect my mother. Please spare him this time." "You get out of me, women," ran out to show your face and go back to the house. With a soft snort, Li Jiang couldn't help but come over, pulled Yin Shanyang away, called 2 heavenly soldiers and led them down. Nezha looked at Li Jiang coldly. The murderous look in his eyes almost turned into water. "Still starring, I will grind your temper very hard today." With cold eyes flickering, Li Jiang flipped his hand to take out the exquisite pagoda and raised it to the sky. Nezha knew he couldn't escape and didn't hide, letting the Linglong Pagoda cover him inside. When he entered, his cold eyes were still staring at Li Jiang. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao, who watched this scene, exploded. "This Li Jiang is really not a thing. Wait, it won't take long, you wait to cry." He believed that the torture and humiliation he suffered over the years, Ni Jia would definitely return one by one and would never let him down. The next day, when it was just dawn, Nezha came to the door. Looking at his appearance, it was no different from yesterday. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, Yang Xiao would not believe that he was given a meal by Li Jiang in the Linglong Pagoda. "Here, shopkeeper, entry fee." Seeing Yang Xiao opening the door, Nezha hurriedly took out a stone and handed it over. System detection is undoubtedly the treasure of Taiyi realm, and Nezha didn't fool him. "Come in." Let Nezha enter the house, Yang Xiao crawled back to catch up. When I woke up again, it was half the morning, and Nezha was reading quietly in the corner. After looking at Nezha, Yang Xiao summoned the water mirror. The first thing he looked at was the flower fox mink. This guy was an unstoppable lord. Although the Jade Emperor said that he should be kept in confinement for 7 days, he was not in the heavenly palace of Mo Lishu at all. But Huahu Sable didn't dare to run around blatantly. After all, the face of the Jade Emperor still had to be given. At this time, the Flower Fox Sable borrowed a form in the red pants to hide its tracks and lurking in a certain direction all the way. Here it seems to be. Taking a few glances at the picture in the water mirror, Yang Zio's eyes widened slightly. He just felt that the neighborhood seemed a little familiar, but now he realized that the place where Hua Fox Sable was going was not Li Jiang's residence. Hua Fox Sable had already sneaked into the mansion at this time and did not cause any movement. According to Yang Zio's estimation, it is now the time when the Heavenly Court and Heavenly Court are meeting, and it may have already gone down. Li Jiang should not be in the house. Hua Fox Sable didn't go to the house, but stayed in Li Jiang's yard. As the famous Toda Heavenly King, Li Jiang's mansion covers a large area, and from time to time we can see Heaven's soldiers patrolling in the courtyard. Flower Fox Mink found a hidden place and used a spell in the red pants to break the restriction, silently breaking the restriction on the ground. Looking left and right, no one noticed. The Flower Fox Martin lifted a floor tile and skillfully threw it into the portable space. Puff, this dead man, is it a grudge? Yang Zio couldn't laugh or cry and ran to dig other people's floor tiles. There was no one left. However, if it were from Li Jiang's family, it would be different. After digging out what deserved it, I just don't know what Li Jiang will be angry with when he finds out. In the beginning, the Flower Fox Sable selected corners that were not noticed by others and would not be noticed for a while. After he dug more than 100 pieces, he was finally spotted by the patrolling heavenly soldiers. What's going on there? Why do the floor tiles seem to be missing? A famous heavenly soldier yelled when he discovered the situation, but the others stunned slightly and hurried over. From this look, it turned out that the floor tiles had indeed disappeared, and there was more than one. Damn, who did it? Who is impatient? Dare to come to our heavenly mansion to dig the floor. All the heavenly soldiers roared. Their eyes quickly swept around, but they didn't see any trace of the suspect. Send a letter, let everyone else come, someone sneak in. Being able to be arranged by Li Jiang to guard his mansion, none of these heavenly soldiers was simple, so they calmed down and sent out a signal. After a while, all the heavenly soldiers and generals in Li Jiang's mansion gathered. After figuring out what was going on, all the heavenly soldiers were full of anger in their eyes, digging the floor in front of them. Isn't this slapped them in the face? The angry all-heavenly soldiers searched for the suspect everywhere in the palace. But at this time, they searched a wave of Flower Fox Sables, ran out of Li Jiang's mansion early, and returned to Mo Lishu's mansion. If you can't catch the suspect, Li Jiang probably will be angry. In the bookstore, Yang Zio was so happy. He was so happy in his heart. Wasn't Li Jiang very good yesterday? Try another good. In a good mood, Yang Zio switched the camera and switched to Monkey King. At this time, Monkey King was in front of the Nanshan gate, fighting with 7 people. Each of these 7 people looked strange and strange, obviously not human beings. It seems to be the other few in the 28 Knights. After watching for a while, Yang Zio had a judgment, but these 7 were not the Kimu Wolf and other Western white tigers. Monkey King transforms into 7, and the 7 are inextricably killed. Haha, Happy, can you have something more powerful? Don't let my grandson think you are inferior to the 7 of Kui Mulang. After a moment of banging, Monkey King suddenly laughed out loud. His complexion changed slightly, and one of the 7 people with a single horn said, "You are welcome. Let this monkey know that our northern Xuanwu 7 lodgings are not a vain name, and do not lose their western white tiger 7 lodgings." The other people looked at each other and all nodded. They were all talking about this point. If they didn't get any real skills, the monkey thought they were good bullies. Dispersing in 7 directions, each of the 7 people sacrificed magic weapons and summoned a phantom Xuanwu to appear. Seeing this scene that seemed to be familiar to him, Monkey King's face became slightly solemn. That day, Kixu West used this method to summon a tiger shadow and severely wound him. But he is no longer the Monkey King that day, and his strength has improved. It is not so easy to defeat him this time. Town kill. The 7 roared together, and the Xuanwu shook his head and flew up, and a beam of light ejected from his mouth, blasting towards Monkey King. There was a flash of excitement in his eyes. Monkey King did not hide. The golden cudgel became big and smashed down. In the bookstore, Yang Zio's eyes flickered slightly. It turned out that the 7 who are now fighting against Monkey King are the northern Xuanwu Kisu. The The 7 places in the north are Daomohe, New Taurus, Female Earth Bat, Zuri Rat, Dangerous Moon Swallow, Shihuo Pig, and Pishui River. Among them, Yang Xiao was only familiar with Du Muha. He remembered that there were 3 rhino monsters on the journey to the west, the 4 wood bird stars who helped Monkey surrender, and one of them was Du Muha. The Northern Kisu versus Monkey King. Judging from the current situation, it must be Monkey King. Yang Xiao had seen Kui Muling transform that day, and his strength had increased by at least a half. If these 7 places transform together, Monkey King can only be brutally beaten. However, it will take some time to defeat Monkey King just by the method of summoning the Xuanwu Phantom. Yang Xiao continued to observe. The facts were as expected. Monkey King had been holding on for more than half an hour before he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Although it was downwind, Monkey King was still unyielding, and his crazy attitude made many gods sigh. The 2 sides fought for about half an hour, and when Yang Xiao was a little sleepy, the winner was decided. Sun Wukong suffered repeated violent blows from the Xuanwu Phantom and slammed down to the ground, spitting out the blood in his mouth like money. Looking at Monkey King lying on the ground without moving for a long time, Du Muhao said triumphantly, "Monkey, now you know that we are not in vain." "No, I haven't lost yet. I won't lose. I will always be stronger." Monkey's fingers trembled, his teeth gritted, his body swayed, and he stood up. When he stood up completely, his aura rose steadily, surpassing the original bottleneck. "Come again." With a roar, Monkey King rushed out again and shot frantically. This time the battle did not last long, but the violent level was far stronger than before. After fighting for a while, Monkey King was hit hard. Only soon, he struggled to stand up again and throw himself into the fight. Repeatedly, until he felt that he couldn't hold on any longer, Monkey King let Bai Pinpin take him down to the Nanshan gate. In the bookstore, Nezha flipped through the book Dragon Stone in his hand and gradually turned to the last few pages, but unfortunately the vision he had understood never appeared. Yang Xiao shook his head slightly. It seems that Longshi's book is not suitable for Nezha. Looking across the rest of the books on the shelf, Yang Xiao pondered which one is right for Nezha. Originally, in his memory, there was a book tailored specifically for Nezha, but there was no such book in the system book. Otherwise, Yang Xiao wouldn't be so entangled, and he would directly give that book to Nezha, absolutely comprehending 100%. During system synchronization, if the book is successfully synthesized, is it delivered to the bookshelf? At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly rang in Yang Xiao's mind for no reason. After a moment of stunned, Yang Xiao chose to agree without hesitation. The next moment, a brand new book appeared on the shelf. Yang Xiao looked at it in amazement. It was exactly what he had just thought of, the book tailored for Nezha. "What's the matter?" The system reads the owner's thoughts. Frowning, Yang Xiao was a little displeased. "Isn't this infringing on the privacy of the owner? Can I still have some ideas in my mind?" The system's cold voice without the slightest emotion came. "You are passionate because your mind is too strong, which affects me. Let alone you and I are one. Why not separate each other?" "One?" Yang Xiao was a little dumbfounded. What did he say? Didn't you suddenly come to my mind? However, how Ren Yongxiao asked, the system ignored him. "The shopkeeper, the owner, why is the book gone? What happened next? Who is the murderer?" At this time, Nezha finally turned to the last page of Dragon Stone, and when he saw that there was no more text, he suddenly yelled. It's just that he looked at the bookshelf for a long time, but he didn't look at another book with the same title. "Nothing," Yang Xiao replied funny. "Impossible, how could it be gone? Obviously it's not over. Shopkeeper, do it well, get me out of the rest." Nezha begged, feeling like a cat scratching in his heart, uncomfortable. Yang Xiao smiled and said, "You guessed it right, there will be some later, but I can't get it out." "Really, why can't I take it out? The owner can rest assured that I have treasures, many treasures." His eyes lit up first, and then Nezha was puzzled and took out a lot of treasures to Yang Xiao. Looking at what Nezha took out, Yang Xiao still smiled and shook his head. "I have to say that the gods of the heavens are the gods of the heavens. They are rich in wealth and are many times richer than the monkeys. It's not a matter of treasures. What you are watching is the first part of Dragon Stone and the second part of Dragon Stone. It will take a while to appear. The author is working hard." After listening to Yang Xiao's explanation, Nezha was stunned. It turned out that he hadn't finished writing. But then he got excited. "The shopkeeper, tell me where the author is. I will go to his house to see." Yang Xiao had a headache. "I don't know. After he finished writing, the book will come to me naturally. Don't think about these useless ones. Our owner recommends a book to you. Did you see the black and red one? You go look. Is that as good looking as Dragonstone? The owner, don't fool me, I still want to look at Dragonstone first. He looked at Yang Xiao suspiciously, but Neja didn't go over immediately. Of course it's good looking, and you are likely to learn something from that book, Yang Xiao said with certainty. Neja's eyes lit up when he heard that he could comprehend. The main purpose of his coming to the bookstore is to realize that he will become stronger, and he will no longer be controlled by Li Jiang's exquisite pagoda. I was fascinated by Dragonstone before, and I almost forgot about it, but now I think of it and ran over with excitement. Take down the book, Neja looked, and saw the 4 characters of Long Fei Feng Wu written on the cover of the book, a thought of a fairy and a demon. There are also patterns on the book. A young man who is covered in flames and is holding a spear looks at the sky with cold eyes. What surprised Neja was that he saw the young man on the book with a red belt wrapped around his body, a circle hung around his neck, and 2 steamers on his feet. Isn't he his familiar shape? However, the person on the book looked much more domineering than him. The hair that grew soaring to the sky, the styling that went to the station, the ruthless eyes, everything made people feel unusual. With strong curiosity, Neja hurriedly flipped through the book. What is immortal? What is demon? The winner is immortal, the loser is demon. Immortal demon is indifferent. The vast sea of chaos, vast and boundless, the chaos is beginning to open. The world is not divided. There is a spiritual orb born between the chaos. The spiritual orb absorbs the spiritual energy of the world day and night, and its strength is getting stronger and stronger. The chaos gods and demons awakened one after another, setting off a boundless battle. Countless gods and demons fell. The hostility was endless. The resentment was soaring, and they were absorbed by the spirit beads one by one. After only a few sentences, Neja's mouth opened wide in surprise. The tone in this book is so big that it turned out to be about when chaos first opened. With excitement, Neja read it carefully. After taking a few glances at Neja, the bored Yang Xiao called out the water mirror again and looked at Sheng Ling. As it was yesterday, at this time, Sheng Ling was carrying a golden-winged big Peng carving, asking for treasures one by one in Dalayan Temple. The black lines on the faces of the bodhisattvas and arhats inside. This has just been here yesterday. Why are they here again today? Give it or not, don't give this princess to beat you up, go now. Dissatisfied, staring at the tangled moonlight bodhisattva in front of him, Sheng Ling threatened with his small tiger teeth. Tathagata lectures, and those who can listen to it are bodhisattvas, arhats, bhikkhus, and the like. The children brought by the crowd, except Rumuzha, have good strength in their own right. Others can only be outside the temple. I give it, I didn't say not to give it. Moonlight Bodhisattva has a headache. On the top of Lingshan there are so many such little devils, but she still dare not give it up and dare not be fierce. Do not give, then the person would beat his acolyte, fierce words and untouchables who, to the daughter who loved him, and she have to die off the layer of skin. That man's madness would not show any affection to her just because she is a woman. Taking out a herb from the Tei realm, Moonlight Bodhisattva gave it to Sheng Ling. He took it happily. Sheng Ling politely thanked him and continued to the next one. Moonlight Bodhisattva couldn't laugh or cry and thanked him for extortion. Make a mess, Kong Chuan will be driven crazy by his daughter sooner or later. Yang Xiao is funny. 1 or 2 days is okay. If it keeps on, maybe these Arhat Bodhisattvas will not dare to listen to the Tathagata in the future. Yang Xiao wanted to laugh when he wanted to see that kind of scene. But even if you don't listen to the scriptures, those who can escape are those who live outside like Guanyin. The rest of the people living on Lingshan still have to continue to accept the destruction of Saint Ling. Sooner or later, Kong Chuanhui promised to let Sheng Ling go down the mountain. But because of Kong Chuan's love for his daughter, he would probably follow him personally, or send a golden-winged big eagle. Yang Xiao's purpose was that the two could come to the bookstore so that he could implement his plan. After watching for a while, Yang Xiao switched the camera and watched Huahu Miao, Monkey King, and the others, and then sat at the doorboard and watched the scenery. In the afternoon, Sun Wukong and Bai Pinpin didn't come. Sun Wukong tried too hard in the morning and suffered a little serious injury. In the bookstore, Neja continued to look at the fairy and devil. The protagonist in the book, not surprisingly, is really him. This feeling of looking at the other self was a bit strange. Neja was fascinated by it. So that demon is it me? I am a demon. Heh, Li Jiang, he will speak for me like that. and he will protect me under so much pressure, it's ridiculous. Shen Gongbao, this asterisk fellow is still as abhorrent as always, but filling Beihai's eyes is a punishment he deserves. Neja muttered from time to time, immersed in the world in the book, and there was a slightly different aura on his body, which had a faint tendency to radiate. Sitting in front of the door board, Yang Xiao yawned while looking at the mountains and rivers outside. He felt the movement of Neja. As he expected, this book was really suitable for Neja. Like the dragon stone I saw before, it can't be said that I can't understand it at all, but the probability is very low. The Book of Dragon Stone was actually written about an ape, and Monkey King can understand it, and it is reasonable. Because of my birth, they said I was a monster, hateful. I didn't do any evil. Why did I become a monster? No, that's definitely not Li Jiang. How can he think of me so much? He doesn't deserve to be a father at all. I just want to be recognized. What's wrong with demons? Are they still demons? What about immortals? If they are evil, can they be immortals? In the bookstore, Neja's voice came from time to time, and he could hear that his heart fluctuated greatly. He has completely substituted himself into the role in the book, forgetting that it was not everything he experienced at all. Or maybe, because of those familiar experiences, he thought of his own personal experience. Before I knew it, time passed by. As soon as the fairy demon read the book, it was not very thick. Yang Xiao estimated that the book contained all the content and did not have separate volumes. After spending an afternoon, Nijia has gradually seen the ending part. Kill, 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 I am a demon and I should do everything. Neja, who was immersed in the book, had a grim face and let out a roar. Yang Xiao had already returned to the bookstore and looked at Neja not far away. Should this guy not be enchanted? Listening to Nijia's murderous words, Yang Xiao was a little worried. He just wanted Nijia to improve his strength. But if he was in a demon, Neja would definitely be hunted down by the three realms. Now within the three realms, it seems that there is no trace of the demon race. Yang Xiao didn't know whether it was specific, he was just guessing. At this moment, Nijia, a vision completely appeared around his body. One side was the incomparable dark magic energy, and the other was the ethereal and clean immortal energy. The two occupies one side and competed against each other. My fate is my destiny. One thought of the fairy demon, every thought of the fairy demon, whether it is a demon or a fairy, I have the final say. When Yang Xiao was worried, he didn't know where he saw Neja and couldn't help but let out a loud roar. Hearing these words, Yang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was not as sensible as he had imagined. If the sky hinders me, I break this sky. If the earth restrains me, I break this earth. My life cannot be controlled by the sky. I only act according to my heart, and destiny can restrain me. After a while, Nijia shouted again, and when this sentence fell, the vision behind him suddenly changed. The two chis of the immortal and devil that had originally faced each other violently rotated. Behind Neja, various visions of the battle between gods and demons appeared, and a blazing flame burned, and a spiritual orb appeared. After a while, the Lingshan exploded and turned into a handsome figure, which was Neja himself. It's just that Neja, it feels like a fairy, a devil, and not a devil. At a glance, the unique impression is unforgettable. Various visions flashed for a while, and the immortal spirits around Neja stopped changing. The fairy gas turned into a round bead, immersed in Neja's heart. But the devil chi turned into strange black patterns, scattered around the body and penetrated into the body. As the vision gradually disappeared, Neja also finished reading the book in his hand with a complex expression and slowly closed the book. This book is very good, I like it very much. Looking at Yang Xiao, Neja said softly. Yang Xiao nodded and read the book. Neja seemed to have changed, and he didn't know whether it was good or bad. But logically speaking, it should be more beneficial. After all, the book ended with a fairly perfect ending. The bad words are some of the thoughts in the book, such as my fate, disobedience to fate, etc. But this really doesn't seem to be a bad thing. It will only make Neja more positive and create an incomparable desire to improve his strength. Li Jiang in the book, is it true? After being silent for a while, Nijia suddenly spoke again. Frozen, Yang Xiao thought, how to put it this way, from the perspective of Li Jiang he observed through the water mirror that day. That guy was too ruthless. In his eyes, Neja almost implicated Chen Tangyuan. He deserved to die. It was a bit unreasonable to say that he was giving up himself for his public. Later, Guang didn't pursue it, but he smashed Neja's palace, ruining his hope of resurrection. If it weren't for the real person Tei, there was still a way, maybe Neja would really be dead. And this guy was hit by him and saw Neja punish Neja with an exquisite pagoda. He must have done so much in the past. Rather than being selfless, it is better to say that this guy only cares about him and does not want him to be implicated. When Neja was punished by entering the Linglong Pagoda yesterday, Yang Xiao saw that he was really ruthless. There's also the scene of getting married to his wife Yin Shinyang, regardless of the relationship between husband and wife. The Li Jiang in the book is Li Jiang, and the realistic Li Jiang is Li Jiang. Don't mix it up. In fact, you can also know in your heart that Li Jiang in the book is just what you want, not the reality. After pondering for a moment, Yang Xiao spoke slowly. Neja nodded, turned around, and walked outside the bookstore. Now he was in a complicated mood and he didn't want to read anymore. Hey, stop, your kid wants to read the book and won't pay you. Believe it or not, our owner cuts you. Stopping Neja, Yang Xiao pulled him back. For a moment, Neja hurriedly took out a bunch of treasures. Yang Xiao collected today's book fee and then said, Neja, you have already understood the devil body and immortal heart in the book. If nothing happens, dealing with Li Jiang's exquisite pagoda should not be a problem. Devil body and immortal heart? I understand it. The body stiffened slightly, Neja's somewhat cold face revealing a hint of surprise. Yes, but I suggest you, don't kill Li Jiang, just give a lesson, just treat him as he treats you. Nodding lightly, Yang Xiao patted Neja's shoulder. The surprise on his face disappeared, Neja became silent again, and when he saw the immortal demon, there seemed to be several opposite thoughts arguing in his heart. He couldn't figure it out for a while and didn't know how to deal with it. Yang Xiao also saw this and didn't say much. What Neja needs most now is to be quiet for a while. Looking at the dark night outside, Neja left the bookstore. He did not fly away directly but stepped into the boundless darkness. His heart was a little confused, a little dazed. His whole soul was not alive. He didn't know where he was going and he felt like an illusory soul. Only by listening to the footsteps on the ground can he feel that he is real and that he is still alive. Nizzy, I haven't come back yet, and I even go to the court meeting during the day, which really irritates me. Heavenly Court, Toda Heavenly Mansion, Li Jiang hatedly slapped the table, his expression ugly to death. He gritted his teeth and decided that when he came back, he would definitely teach that Nizzy a lesson he will never forget, and let him see the real power of Linglong Pagoda. In the bookstore, a water mirror appeared in front of Yang Xiao, inside which was Neja's figure. Neja walked eastward step by step, not fast. With a sigh, Yang Xiao didn't look at Neja anymore and switched to Hua Fox Sable. At this time, Hua Fox Sable was eating meat and drinking in the mansion of Emperor Mo Lishu. For fools, as long as you agree to one condition from the Emperor will tell you the secrets of the Emperor. Hua Fox Sable suddenly spoke and glanced at Mo Lishu, who was aside. For a moment, Mo Lishu's eyes suddenly revealed a light of surprise. As long as you tell me the secret on any condition, don't say one thing, several will do. After pondering for a moment, Hua Xiao called Mo Lishu over and whispered a few words in his ear. After listening, Mo Lishu's eyes widened, and he looked at Hua Fox Mink incredibly. Hey, what do you want to do? Mo Lishu had a headache, and the condition that Hua Miao gave him was that he wanted to find a way to lead away the heavenly soldiers in Li Jiang's mansion. Hua Miao didn't say the specific reason. If you say or not, it's better to call the big idiots. You think Li Tianwang's exquisite pagoda is a vegetarian. Once the sacrifice is set up, the few of us will definitely have to use magic treasures, wouldn't it be exposed? With a tangled expression on his face, Mo Lishu looked at the flower fox Martin. Isn't this Martin coaxing him again? Seeing the meaning in Mo Lishu's eyes, Hua Fox Sable said dissatisfied. Why don't you believe in the Emperor? Mo Lishu pouted. Can anyone believe what you have done recently? The Emperor of Heaven swears that if this is done, he will definitely tell you the secret and speak for himself. He was determined to clean up Li Jiang's flower fox with a sincere expression. This guy dared to go to the Jade Emperor to file a complaint. How could he give up so easily? And that day, he even wanted to block it. If it wasn't for some means, wouldn't it be caught and locked up in a jail? Well, if you don't tell us, how to deal with you when you see it? After thinking about it again and again, Mo Lishu nodded his head, fighting for the secret that Hua Fox Sable said. Seeing that Monkey King, who was not even as good as theirs, became stronger and stronger, Mo Lishu felt very uncomfortable. Not to mention Monkey King, even this mink is more powerful than him now, and his reputation is faintly surpassed as his master. Although this reputation is a bit stinky, I have to admit that it has been flourishing recently. Yang Xiao in the bookstore was speechless. This Dairo was too vengeful, it was endless. In comparison, Li Jiaying was the one who lost more. Not to mention the damage to his reputation. He lost a lot of treasures that day in exchange for the Linglong Pagoda. Today, even more than 100 pieces of floor tiles in the yard have been pried away. But even so, the flower fox marten feels that it is at a disadvantage and does not want to stop. But for Li Jiaying, Yang Xiao was not sympathetic. Mo Lishu, who had made up his mind, immediately sent messages to Mo Liking and the others, and within a moment, several people rushed to his residence. When they heard what Hua Fox Mink asked them to do, their mouths twitched wildly. Why don't you do it, which is more important than the secret of becoming stronger? Hua Huxiao looked at several people proudly, not worried that they would disagree. Just as he expected, Mo Liking and others thought for a while and agreed. But they also threatened Hua Fox Sable like Mo Lishu. Don't worry, there will be no problem. Li Jiaying dare to sacrifice his pagoda, and the emperor will dare to it from him again. The flower fox marten patted his chest, saving a few people from worries. After discussing how to move, a group of 4 people set off. In order not to be recognized, Mo Lishu and others have changed into ordinary heavenly soldiers. Yang Xiao didn't switch the water mirror and prepared to watch the excitement with the flower fox. With this mink, his daily life is no longer so boring, and there are always good shows. The 4 of them marched all the way, and within a short time they ran outside the Li Jiaying mansion. According to the original plan, Mo Liking and the other 4 attacked together and collapsed the gate of Li Jiaying's mansion. Who dare to come to the heavenly mansion to be presumptuous? There was a roar inside, and a group of 10 heavenly soldiers ran out. Of course, the 4 Mojia brothers were not afraid, and they knocked people over with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Li Jiaying, your grandpa is here, come out to meet him. Pulling away their throats, Mo Liking's 4 shouted at the same time, and their voices rolled inside. Li Jiaying, who felt the movement outside, heard this arrogant voice again and was instantly furious. Who dared to provoke him without opening his eyes? Because of Neja's anger, the anger in his heart suddenly rose. All the heavenly soldiers, go out with me and capture the culprits. Li Jiaying was angrily, leading someone straight to the door. The 4 Mojia brothers who had finished shouting, turned around and ran after seeing people rushing out of the courtyard. Where to run? Li Jiaying, who rushed out, ran away when he saw that the other party took advantage of him. Originally, according to the plan, the flower fox mink secretly came forward and snatched the pagoda at this time, but the flower fox mink did not do so. At this moment, the flower fox sable has taken advantage of the chaos and ran into Li Jiaying's mansion and rushed straight into the room. Regardless of the value of everything you see, Hua Fox Mink squeezes into the portable space. What about the dead mink? It's not good. It's falling down. You can't run away, brother, you'll take it soon. His complexion changed slightly, and when he saw Linglong Pagoda falling, but Hua Fox Sable did not stop the pagoda as agreed, Mo Lihang shouted anxiously. Mo Liking also knew that the situation was urgent, so he didn't care about so much, so he slashed out the Qingyun sword that he raised. In an instant, the billowing black wind rushed to the sky, covering the sky and the sun, blocking the Linglong Pagoda for a moment. Taking advantage of this time, the 4 of them hurriedly ran away without a trace. Damn it, you 4 bastards, Brother Mojia. Don't think I didn't know you did it after running away. The anger in Li Jiaying's heart, what's all this? The 4 guys took the wrong medicine. In the room, the flower fox Sable was frantically sweeping. Hearing Li Jiaying shout, he picked up a few more things and hurried out. If you are stuck in the house for a while, it will be difficult to run away. In addition to the Linglong Pagoda, Li Jiaying still has a demon mirror. Maybe he can find its traces. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao couldn't laugh at all, so this mink sold his accomplices, and the level of cheating was as deep as the essence of the big yellow dog in the book. It is estimated that at this moment, the Mo family brothers have the heart to kill mink. This is what they didn't know about what Huahu Mink did at Li Jiaying's house. Otherwise, they would be even more angry. In the absence of the real culprit, Li Jiaying will definitely rely on the 4 brothers. After escaping from the heavenly palace, Huahu Xiao ran all the way back to Mo Lishu's mansion. It is still in confinement and must not be found outside. In Toda Tianwang's mansion, Li Jiaying did not go after him, and after he was asked to install the new gate, he returned to the house. As soon as he entered the house, Li Jiaying's expression was stunned. Inside, he turned around, showing that he had been visited by a thief. "Asshole, Brother Mojia, I'm never finished with you." Li Jiang was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. It turned out that the four guys didn't come to him for no reason. They came to steal his things. But then Li Jiang wondered. The four of them were outside who came in to steal. The next moment, a figure flashed in his mind, and he couldn't help gritting his teeth. "Hua Fox Mink, you asterisk beast." Li Jiang would not have imagined that Xiao would dare to run out of Mo Lishu's Heavenly King's mansion regardless of the Emperor's ban. No one was chasing. Mo Lishu and others naturally returned to the mansion. Seeing the flower fox mink who had rushed back one step ahead of them, each of them was as angry as to eat people. "Dead mink, don't give me an explanation. I'm not finished with you today, wow." Mo Liking was so angry that he blew his beard and stared. He has a headache now. How should he explain to the Jade Emperor tomorrow? He had considered this since the moment he shot him, and it was inevitable. How to say it, be polite to Emperor Benshin. Do you want to improve your strength? Hua Foxmink was not afraid at all, and looked at Mo Liking squintingly. Mo Liking, who was almost exploded, wanted to slap it up. "This is the reason. I said before that they performed well. How long has it been and there is no news?" It seemed that I was a little embarrassed to pit a few people this time, and Hua Fox Sable recruited them and told them about the bookstore. What, take this seriously? Regardless of the matter of being pitted, Mo Liking started breathing quickly. Of course, the Emperor has faith in his words. How can he be fooled? Big idiot, can you speak in a low voice? What if you are heard? Hua Fox Mink took a claw on Mo Liking's forehead without annoyance, and now his head was full of Mo Liking, who had told him the secret and didn't care. Looking across the other four people, Huahu Dairo asked, "This matter must not be disclosed. If everyone goes, we will have no advantage." Although the Emperor is confident, not everyone can have such a good qualification as the Emperor, but it is also annoying for them to become stronger, so they can't be bullied so easily. After speaking, Hua Fox Mink complimented herself without forgetting the ass. Inside the bookstore, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Yang Zio's mouth. The bookstore is about to add 4 more customers. After watching the Flower Fox Martin for a while, Yang Zio switched the camera to Sheng Ling. At this moment, Sheng Ling was in Kong Xuan's Mingwang Palace, triumphantly counting the treasures she had blackmailed during the day. Sitting on the side, Kong Xuan was helpless, and his eyes were full of sorrow that could not be concealed. The daughter of his dignified peacock, King Daming, became a little money fan. He felt a bit hot when he wanted to see others talking behind him. "San Ling, can you not go tomorrow? I reacted to that guy who looked for daddy." "No, unless you promise to let me down." Without thinking about it, Sheng Ling blurted out. Wanting to see the good-looking books in the bookstore, his heart seemed to fly out of Lingshan. Kong Xuan was speechless and simply stopped talking to Sheng Ling. It was impossible for him to descend down the mountain. After staying for a while on Xingling's side, Yang Zio switched to Nezha. Nezha, who walked out of Skull Mountain, was standing by a small stream at this time, looking at the stream in a daze, and the moonlight on him looked a bit lonely and desolate. "I can't think of anything. The book just beautifies Li Jiang." Yang Zio shook his head and sighed, then dissipated the water mirror. Lie down on the bed, Yang Zio went to sleep until the next day. Nezha still doesn't know what's going on, and he didn't read the book. If the 4 brothers of the Mo family had to guard the gate, they couldn't come. The camera switched to Monkey King. At this moment, Monkey King was fighting outside Nanshian men and Kisu in the north. Compared with yesterday, Monkey King is stronger, and he can resist the summoning basalt art of the 7 people. If this continues, it is estimated that 1 day and 1 night will not be able to tell the victory or defeat, and the final comparison will be whether the mana of the 2 parties is more powerful. Is there only this method? Is there anything more powerful? Take it out and don't let me look down on it. While resisting, Monkey King looked at the 7 with pretentious disdain. Dumyuki was furious. "Monkey, you are too arrogant. You can defeat us if you have the ability." Who doesn't know that the old Chunwu tortoise has the strongest defense? Although this shadow is not the deity, it must have similar characteristics. If you continue to fight like this, you will have to fight for how long? Looking at Dumyuhao speechlessly, Monkey King rolled his eyes. With a soft snort, Dumyuhao was non-committal. At this time, a man who looked somewhat similar to a mouse said, "Since the great sage wants to play, it is better for us to play with him." Well, what the official Su Rixing said is reasonable. My grandson likes to stimulate, hit the kind of vomiting blood and injury. Hearing this, Monkey King laughed happily with a look of excitement. The people besieged in the distance were all speechless. They are now increasingly suspicious that this monkey has a tendency to abuse. Among the crowd, only Moli's red eyes flashed with a strange light. This monkey has been challenging everyone. Is it constantly getting stronger with the things learned in the bookstore? The more I thought about it, the more I looked forward to it. Mo Liheng's thoughts couldn't help but floated to the bookstores that Huahu Miao and they mentioned. But Huahu Miao told them that the bookstore is only open during the day. So I will change shifts with those guys tonight and go to read a book early tomorrow. Li Jiaying was not among the crowd. He felt ashamed to see people when he took out the pagoda from the red pants in public when the flower fox sable was in the Lingshan hall. Generally, after the dynasty is dismissed, the Jade Emperor has nothing to say. He will return to his mansion as soon as possible. At this moment in the courtyard, Li Jiaying's expression was very ugly. When he was in dynasty, he sued the 4 brothers of the demon family to the Jade Emperor and accused them of going to his mansion to rob. But the 4 brothers of the Mo family insisted that they were just passing by, and they were not the ones who blasted through the gate of Li Jiaying's mansion and attacked his heavenly soldiers. As for the flower fox Martin, he insisted that he was in the palace of Mo Li Shu, and he had not gone out for half a step. Moreover, it also took a bite back, saying that Li Jiaying fabricated a lie in order to avenge its offense last time. Damn flower fox, don't let me take a chance. Li Jiaying was furious because he could not provide any valid evidence, and the Jade Emperor did not punish the 4 brothers of the Mojia. After getting angry about the matter of Huahu Daiao and the 4 brothers of the Mo family, Li Jiaying thought of Nezha again. Nizzy, where did this Nizzy die? I haven't seen anyone for 2 consecutive days. I don't know how to explain it to the Jade Emperor. Li Jiaying's chest rose and fell sharply with anger, and his eyes were full of cold and angry. The past few days have been extremely difficult. Since hitting the heavens for so many years, there has not been more unlucky things encountered in the past few days. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao looked at the battle group in front of Nanshan Gate. After Su Rishu made a suggestion, the others looked at each other, withdrew the attack, and retreated. In the same place, only Zuri Rat and Wei Yugen were left. With a low growl, the Zuri Rat disappeared, and a rat more than 10 feet tall appeared in front of him. With pure white hair like snow, there is a mark like the sun on the center of his eyebrows. At the same time, Wei Yugen also turned on the other side, spreading her wings, looking bigger than the Zuri Rat. Master, be careful. There was a female voice from Wei Yugen's mouth, and the next sharp scream, crescent-shaped light waves emitted from her mouth, attacking Monkey King. That kind of power, although not as good as the shadow of Chunwu that a few people had summoned together just now, it was not too bad. Here, Zuri Rat then launched an attack, opening his mouth with a rumbling wave of hot light. Tusk, tusk, this big mouse. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao watched the drama with relish. The virtual Sun Rat and Wei Yugen, who have turned into their original form, are actually quite cute except for their larger body. But here is a prehistoric famine, a journey to the west. It is normal to have this size. Both immortals have existed without knowing how many years they have survived. Haha, good time. Not only was Monkey King not afraid, he was not excited. The golden cudgel turned like a wheel, blocking Wei Yugen's attack. When the Zuri Rat attack came, his figure suddenly rose to the ground, avoiding the blow. But obviously, this was just an appetizer, followed by various violent attacks from the 2 immortals. Monkey King yelled and screamed from time to time. The more he killed, the more fierce he was without letting the wind fall. The 2 sides fought for a while, and Du Muhao said to the person next to him, "Shi Huazhu, you go too." The man nodded, walked out of the crowd slowly, and turned into a demon pig full of flames in the next moment. The size of several tens of meters is much larger than Zuri Rat and Wei Yugen. Almost catching up with Kui Muleng, Yang Xiao exclaimed, and after a little thought he understood the reason. Maybe the size of the real body is not only related to the years of cultivation, but also related to their original body shape. Pigs, which form normally, are much bigger than rats and swallows. Unlike the attacks of Zuri Rat and Wei Yugen, Shi Huazhu rushed directly with an arrogant attitude. Scared such a big pig. Monkey King, who was fighting with Su Rishu and Wei Yugen, heard the movement, and when he saw Shi Huazhu, his face changed slightly. If you were hit by this pig, it would be miserable. Quickly blocking the attack that blasted in front of him, Monkey King flashed away and changed his direction. But what he didn't expect was that even though Shi Huazhu was big, he was extremely agile, making a beautiful 90-degree sharp turn and rushing towards him again. Monkey King changed his position several times, but he couldn't avoid it. My grandson is so angry that you are the only one. The angrily Monkey King used his method of heaven and earth magical powers. In an instant, a giant monkey standing on top of the earth, with teeth like door panels, eyes like lanterns, and a big mouth with blood basins appeared between the heaven and the earth, and the size was much larger than the room fire pig. The enlarged Monkey King grabbed Shi Huazhu with his hands. "Look at me!" With a low roar, flames surged around Shi Huazhu's body, and a giant flame pig, not much inferior to Monkey King's current figure, appeared behind Shi Huazhu. The giant pig pushed forward and slammed into the hand that Monkey King probing. Boom! In the loud noise, both sides backed away, and they were both uncomfortable. "Come again!" Shi Fire Pig roared, and Rumble charged again. In the distance, Su Rishu and Wei Yuan chased them and launched long-range attacks on Monkey King from two directions. Whether it was the daylight attack of the Zuri Rat or the crescent slash of Wei Yuan, the lethality was not weak. Monkey King was busy fighting against Shi Huazhu, and before he could dodge, he was bombarded by the attack of the two. With sparks shining, gold and iron intertwined, various scars emerged one after another, and Monkey King grinned with pain. "It's so beautiful, I don't know how many times it looks better than those special effects." Yang Xiao happily watched the battle in the water mirror. He suddenly thought that if he recorded a video of this scene, the ratings would definitely be able to beat all the film and television works. Sansuhua Ontology besieged Monkey King, and Monkey King was beaten badly by his single tree. After fighting for a while, Monkey King was beaten by Sansu and fell from the air to the Nanshan Gate. "Monkey, are you satisfied with our methods?" Shi Huazhu hung in the air, proudly looking at Monkey King, who was struggling to get up. Gritting his teeth hard, Monkey King wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, shaking his body and gradually standing straight. "Satisfied, but my grandson can be defeated but not knocked down." Monkey King grinned, and the sluggish aura on his body suddenly broke out again, becoming a bit stronger than before. Stomping the ground heavily, Monkey King flew up again. Regarding this situation, the immortals had long been surprised. The monkey came to fight in front of the Nanshan Gate every day, and they got used to seeing more. When Monkey King was fighting in front of Nanshan Gate, Delayan Temple in West Tianling Mountain. On a whim, Tathagata swept out of the Delayan Temple, looking at the team. "Well, why isn't Wukong here?" Tathagata looked dumbfounded. Didn't the monkey come back that day to help surrender Kui Muling? The puzzled Tathagata spirit continued to the east, and a moment later found the figure of Monkey King, who was fighting in front of the Nanshan Gate. Looking at Monkey King in full swing, Tathagata was a little depressed. "Don't protect your master from learning the scriptures. What are you doing here?" "Guanyin." "Yes, what is the command of the Buddha?" Guanyin looked curiously at the Tathagata on the high platform. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Tathagata said, "There has been a little change on the way to learn from the scriptures. You go to the Nanshan Gate, let the monkey stop fighting, let him go and protect the reincarnation of Jin Chanzi." In front of Nanshan Gate. Guanyin looked blank. Didn't the monkey be with Tang Sanzang? With curiosity, Avalokitesvara took the lead and took Muzha out of Delayan Temple. As soon as they arrived at the door, the two of them were stopped by the Saint Ling and the golden-winged eagle. "One treasure of the same territory. You are not allowed to go out if you don't hand it over." Kaio Shengsheng stretched out his hand. Sheng Ling stared at the two without fear. The expression on Guanyin's face suddenly froze, and it was the first time he was asked to go out in Delayan. "Wait, it doesn't seem right, going out entry fee." Suddenly thinking of something, Guanyin's face changed quickly. If he remembers well, the small bookstore on the Skull Mountain seems to be collecting the entrance fee, and the method of collecting it is the same as before. Is it possible that the daughter of King Peacock Damming has been to a bookstore? The more Guanyin thought about it, the more likely it became. Sheng Ling had been missing for a few days before, and Lingshan was almost overturned by the Ming King. "Princess, have you been to the bookstore at Skull Mountain? Tell me what's inside." Staring at Sheng Ling, Guanyin asked urgently. Tathagata gave her this task before. She thought it could be done, but Yang Xiao turned it away. She was very curious about the bookstore that even she felt could not be broken. "What bookstores are not bookstores? If you don't hand over treasures, I let Uncle Dapeng do it." The heart suddenly tightened. Sheng Ling roared sharply. I almost forgot that Guanyin had been to the bookstore. I must not let you know that she has been inside. That is her biggest secret, otherwise it will disappear. Everyone knows that she can see her when she goes to the bookstore. And if everyone knows about the bookstore, they all go to read books. There are so many books in the bookstore for them to see. What will she read when the time comes? Do not know. Guanyin frowned. It shouldn't be. Is her guess wrong? Since I didn't go to that weird bookstore, I hadn't seen it for a few days before. Where did this girl go? Out of instinctual intuition, Guanyin always felt that the matter of charging the house fee and the disappearance of Sheng Ling, there must be a connection between the three weird bookstores. As the boy of Guanyin, Xia was very upset when he saw his bodhisattva being stopped by someone to charge the entrance fee. Even if the other party was the daughter of the famous Peacock King, he didn't give a good face. When Guanyin and Sheng Ling were chatting, he kept watching coldly. Seeing that Sheng Ling couldn't answer Guanyin's question well, Xia stood up. This was a good opportunity for performance. Princess, you mean, where did you hide before? Hearing the sound, Sheng Ling was stunned and looked at Xia. Frowning, Sheng Ling said dissatisfied, "Why tell you? If you don't tell me, then you are going to the bookstore. The Buddha asked the Bodhisattva to investigate the bookstore. Since you know, how can you not report it?" Looking at Sheng Ling with a sneer, Xia sneered. Sheng Ling was anxious. "Who said I was going? You are arrogant. Ooh, Uncle Dapeng, he bullied me." A trace of chill flashed in the eyes of the golden-winged Dapeng eagle standing next to him, and his hand went straight to Xia. A little boy who dared to talk to his niece like this was living impatiently. The guardian calms down his anger. With a flick of Guanyin's sleeves, a gentle force blocked the golden-winged Dapeng carving and gave Xia a fierce look. Then he said in a bad mood, "Talk more, don't apologize to the princess." With that, Guanyin took out 2 large liujing herbs and handed them to Xingling. "If it comes out, the right should be a plea for it." He took it happily. Sheng Ling opened his eyes and smiled happily. How could he care about Xia? Seeing Sheng Ling smiled, the golden-winged Dapeng eagle didn't make another move. Although he is mad, he may not necessarily be a Guanyin opponent when he really fights. Avalokitesvara can be the first of the 4 Buddhist bodhisattvas. It is said that Guanyin cultivates an extremely advanced Buddhism method. With many clones, once united, it can directly reach the realm of quasi-sage. The one in front of him was only one of the avatars of Guanyin, but he also had the strength of De Luo. Without forcing Sheng Ling anymore, Guanyin took Xia all the way out of Lingshan, towards the south gate of Tianting. When passing by the Skull Mountain, Guanyin's heart moved slightly and descended with Xia. Inside the room, Yang Xiao, who heard the knock on the door, showed a trace of shock in his eyes. Who is here? At this time, it stands to reason that there is no one. With curiosity, Yang Xiao went over and opened the door. After seeing that the people outside were Guanyin and Xia, who had previously rejected them, Yang Xiao frowned. "What are you doing here? We do not welcome you." The shopkeeper, "What happened last time may have been a misunderstanding. I have already severely punished my boy when I went back." Guanyin was not angry and looked at Yang Xiao with a smile. Posing his lips, Yang Xiao dismissed. "What does it have to do with me? In short, this shop will not welcome you from now on. Where to go?" After speaking, Yang Xiao banged and slammed the door. Outside the house, the face of Guanyin, who was slapped with a gray nose, was ugly. If it wasn't for the fact that the protection was not broken, she really wanted to catch the kid inside and give it a hard blow. With a cloudy face, the Guanyin belt deliberately pretended to be an angry Xia and headed for the Nanshan gate. Inside the bookstore, seeing the two leave, Yang Xiao showed disapproval. "If I don't give you some color, I thought you had a big face. It's not easy for the owner of this shop." The water mirror is switched, and the camera reappears in front of the Nanshan gate to watch Monkey King and Sangxiu fight. The Monkey King, who stood up again, was obviously stronger than before, and was able to resist the attack of the 3 people living in the room. "I don't believe it. How long can you last, Monkey?" The fire pig roared wildly and collided with the giant ape that Monkey King transformed into again and again. The violent shock wave rolled around, and the void seemed to be shaken, unstable and trembling. Zuri Rat and Wei Yuhan cooperated, and various attacks landed on Monkey King, cutting out wounds. Monkey King fought back from time to time, but was avoided by the 2. After fighting for a while, the aura on Monkey King's body began to gradually decline. The injuries suffered before broke out together. The overjoyed Shi Huazhu found the opportunity to rush forward and beat Su Rishu, and Wei Yohan in disorder. Boom! With a loud noise, the Monkey King, who had returned to his original form, smashed into the soil in front of Nanshan Gate. I won't lose, I can still fight. After a while, with a low roar, Monkey King slowly rose from the pit, his eyes full of fighting spirit. The aura on his body was stronger than when he was hit before. In the distance, Guanyin flew with Muzha. Wukong, what are you doing here if you don't go to Tang Sanzang to learn from the Western Heaven? Son Wukong, who was just about to start his hands, was stunned when he heard someone call him. After discovering that it was Guanyin, a ray of chill flashed deep in his eyes. He would never forget that Guanyin gave Tang Sanzang the golden hoop and coaxed him to bring it up. Although it has been taken down by Yang Xiao now, it doesn't mean it just passed. If it weren't for knowing that he couldn't beat Guanyin, Monkey King would have passed by and knocked her down. It's troublesome. The monk can't die. If he can't beat him, my grandson will naturally go. Turning around and staring at Guanyin, Monkey King's tone was not very polite. Staring blankly at Monkey King, Guanyin realized for a while this monkey dared to talk to her like this. Bodhisattva, his golden hoop. At this moment, Muzha next to him suddenly exclaimed. Guanyin was stunned and subconsciously glanced over Monkey King's head. His face suddenly changed wildly. No wonder what was wrong with the monkey just now. It turned out that the golden hoop was missing. Wukong, what's the matter? Where's the golden hoop on your head? Take it, huh? Still want to control me with another broken circle. There was a trace of sarcasm in Sun Wukong's eyes. Wait, this account will be calculated back sooner or later, including the suppression of the 500-year hatred. Impossible, how to get it, how to get it. That is the treasure given to me by the Buddha himself. Upon hearing this, Guanyin was full of consternation, and his eyes were full of unbelievable. If it could be taken off, the monkey should have taken it down a long time ago, but he did not, indicating that he did not take off the golden hoop. Why did my grandson tell you that the golden hoop was taken anyway? What do you think? Looking directly at Guanyin, Monkey King was not afraid at all, and was ready to fight back once Guanyin shot. Shi Huazhu on the opposite side waited for Sanju. Seeing Guanyin arrived and knew that he couldn't fight anymore, he changed back into a human form. Guanyin's eyes flickered slightly, not as the Monkey King expected. If you take it, put on the golden hoop. Originally, I just wanted to grind your temper so that you can safely protect the Tang Sanzang and learn from the West. Shaking his head, Guanyin continued, I won't pursue the matter of the golden hoop, but you can't help but protect Tang Sanzang. Looking at Guanyin in surprise, Monkey King didn't quite understand why she didn't pursue it. But since the other party didn't ask, he didn't want to cause trouble. At this time, I heard Guanyin speak again and nodded. Since he rescued my grandson, I promised to keep him from learning the scriptures, so I won't break my promise. You don't need to hide it from me. I know that apart from my masters and apprentices, there are secretly 6 Ding Liujia, 5 ways to reveal the truth, 4 valued meritorious cow, 18 guardian Fagaran, and the others are guarding, that monk will hardly have trouble. When encountering a monster that can't really deal with, my old grandson will come to help surrender, Bodhisattva. You don't have to overly push my grandson, I like freedom. Hearing this, Guanyin fell into deep thought, and if you do this, it seems to be correct. I underestimated the monkey, and he saw a clue on the way to learn the scriptures. Was it a mistake, or did he hear something? The purpose of Guanyin's visit to Monkey King was originally to let him protect Tang Sanzang. But now Sun Wukong has made it clear to her that he will protect him, but he will not always protect him. He will only appear when Tang Sanzang and the others encounter an enemy they can't deal with. Knowing the situation, and without the golden hoop, Guanyin is not easy to persecute. She plans to go back and leave the matter to Tathagata to decide. Just when Guanyin was about to leave, a figure flew up from the lower realm and landed in front of the Nanshan Gate. Yang Xiao in the bookstore was also taken aback, who jumped out again. Looking closely, it was Nezha who had been swaying all night. At this moment, Nezha was holding a pot of wine in his hand, drinking as he walked. His figure swayed, and he did not go to see anyone. It is not wine that gets him drunk, he is self-drunk. Nezha, what's the matter with you? Monkey King was at a loss. He didn't go to the bookstore yesterday, and he didn't know what happened. How to look at this situation, Nezha seemed to have been hit hard. Hearing the sound, Nezha looked at Monkey King with drunken eyes and grinned. It's a monkey, come and drink. Don't make trouble, are you all right? Don't scare my grandson. Monkey King scratched his head anxiously. What can happen? Little things, just some thoughts. Nezha shook his head indifferently and forced the flask in his hand to Monkey King. The speechless Monkey King picked up the gurgling and took a few mouthfuls. "Well, good brother, you are so short-tempered, which suits my liking. If you ask you to drink it, you can just drink it." Seeing Monkey King drinking, Nezha seemed very happy. In the distance, Muzha said a few words to Guanyin and flew over. "My third brother, what are you doing? As an immortal family, how can you ignore your image at all and Dad doesn't care about you?" As Muzha said, he reached out to grab the jug that Nezha had received from Monkey King, but Nezha avoided him. Cold look at Wood upbraid us laugh. "I love how that's my freedom, Li Jiang. He dared me alone, I'll beat him. Relying on a broken tower. What is so great? I am not afraid of the world, how can I be afraid of him? He really thinks I am a bully." His complexion became much ugly, and Muzha coldly shouted, "What kind of asterisk things are said? Father cares about you to teach you. It is natural and righteous. You have to accept it obediently. Fuck him, he puts me in the ruined tower and roasts me at every turn. He has a bad attitude towards his mother. I didn't kill him and he was already giving him face." Nezha sneered, using Jiu Jin to roar all the words in his heart. After a daze, Muzha said angrily, "Even if his is not, you can't say such a rebellious thing. He punishes you. It must be your fault first." "Fuck, I don't want to argue with you about this. Is it right or wrong? Nezha still has no points in my heart. If it is really my fault, I have no complaints." Back with a cold voice, Nezha bypassed Muzha, took a few sips of wine, and handed the jug to Monkey King. Sun Wukong took a sip and said with a fierce expression, "Toward a heavenly king is so to my brother. I will help you clean him up now." "Nezha, you bastard, dare to talk to your second brother like this. Do you still have respect and inferiority in your eyes? Believe it or not, I will teach you something." Muzha's face was blue with anger, and his eyes were bad. The corner of his mouth showed a slight contempt, Nezha disdain. "It's up to you, let's forget it. He is the strength of the Taiyi Golden Immortal in the midterm. Muzha is only the late Golden Immortal, not to mention that he now understands the bookstore's demon body immortal heart. Even before, Muzha is not his opponent." Muzha clenched his teeth, his face was aggrieved. He actually understood that he was not a Nezha opponent, but he was out of anger. It's okay to pretend to be so angry. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao saw this scene, and the corners of his mouth showed a hint of mockery. Coming to the westward journey, what he hated most was this Muzha. Relying on the boy who is Guanyin, there is no one in his eyes, and he makes all kinds of ideas at every turn. Before, he couldn't help himself and wanted to tear down his bookstore. It's best to be impulsive and let Nezha teach you a lesson. Seeing Muzha's angry face, Yang Xiao was expecting to mutter to himself. I don't know if his wish had worked. Muzha chopped his hand unconvincedly and then went to asterisk the jug that Nezha had brought back. Just once, this time Nezha became angry instantly. Ben is not happy. There are still people who have been challenging his bottom line. Go away, you don't need to intervene in my affairs. Go back to your Buddhist monk. Handing the hip flask to the other hand, Nezha raised his fist and hit the palm of Muzha's palm. With the difference in strength between the two, Muzha was naturally not an opponent, and he retreated more than 10 steps in a row. This is because Nezha kept his hands, otherwise he would have been blasted out. You Nezha, you bastard, dare to shoot at my second brother. Muzha's eyes flashed murderously, and his expression was cloudy. With a sneer, Nezha said indifferently, Buddhism is Buddhism, heaven is heaven, you Buddhism disciple, don't mess with me, I can't afford it. Ignorance, Buddhism, and Taoism belong to the family. It is not all the same, but you are my brother. There is absolutely no doubt about that. Muzha hummed, arguing loudly. Shaking his head, Nezha curled his lips and said, This is your opinion, Buddha is Buddha, Tao is Tao, Tao is different and don't seek each other. If it weren't because you and I still have a relationship, do you think you can still stand and talk to me now? After speaking, I was too lazy to read Muzha anymore, and Nezha gurgled wine. The Monkey King next to him turned his head and looked at Muzha. Hurry up, my old grandson has nothing to do with you. If you talk nonsense, Brother Nezha won't start, I won't be polite. Just when Muzha was about to be killed by this man, a loud roar came out from within the Nanshan gate. Nezha, you rebellious son, you didn't go to court for 2 consecutive days. Where did you die? Following the call, Li Jiang led a group of heavenly soldiers, separated the crowd, and walked out. Nezha, who was drinking, suddenly froze, turning his head to look at Li Jiang, who was coming. His eyes showed raging anger. This is Li Jiang, the real Li Jiang, the one in the book, just the beautiful yearning in his heart. A self-deprecating smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and at this moment Neja's thoughts became very accommodating. I will tell the Jade Emperor if I don't go to court. You're very enjoyable, right? Stare, stare, do you want to clean up me again? Do you want to put me into your broken tower? You think that not many people know? Then I will tell all the immortals present today. You told a heavenly king, the surface is beautiful, but in secret you look down on your wife who has a haircut, and you often talk coldly at each other. To my son, it is even more uncomfortable to get into the tower to vent your anger. You are really good enough. Neja became more excited as he talked. Yang Tian laughed wildly, laughing so hoarse. He Neja, his surname is not Li from now on. He is only Neja, he is not a third prince. He is the asterisk of the three altars of the sea. Being said no in front of so many people, Li Jiaying, a good-faced person, could not bear it. The anger in his eyes was raging, and Li Jiaying became furious. Nizi, if you don't teach you a profound lesson today, you won't know how high the sky is. With a roar, Li Jiaying turned his hand and took out his exquisite pagoda. Neja disdain. If your tower is really that powerful, you won't be snatched by the flower fox and stuffed into the pants. When the words were over, Nan Tianmen quieted down surprisingly, and all the immortals watching were frantically twitched, wanting to laugh but not daring to laugh. This guy Li Jiaying, after all, is in charge of the heavenly soldiers of the heavenly court, and the average fairy family really can't afford this guy. Manjusri and Guanyin looked dumbfounded. It's so hot news, what the asterisk is going on here in heaven. The flower fox Sable snatched the pagoda of King Toda and stuffed it into his pants. Although no laughter was heard, Li Jiaying seemed to have heard countless mocking voices ringing in his ears, looking at the faces of everyone. As if being hit at the critical point, he was completely furious. Go to hell, Nizi. With a wild roar, Li Jiaying quickly chanted a spell, and the Linglong pagoda flew into the sky, covering the sky above Neja's head. Seeing this, Neja's eyes became extremely cold. This is the real Li Jiaying in reality. The Li Jiaying who silently sacrificed for him in the book is just a beautiful fantasy. The Monkey King next to him couldn't stand it, and would take action regardless of his injury. Neja raised his hand and held him gently. Leave it to me, I am Neja, I am no longer the one. In the whisper, Neja suddenly looked up to the sky and let out a long suppressed roar, and wisps of flames mixed with black, purple, and gold rushed out of his body. The tricolor flames surging up and down around the body. Neja's appearance also changed at this moment. His bundled hair was blown away by a powerful force and grew upside down one by one. The original black hair turned into a flame-like color. Taking out the fire-tip spear, Neja rose from the ground in the shock of everyone's eyes and hit the corner of Linglong Pagoda with a shot. The violent shock wave dispersed, and the falling Linglong Pagoda swayed for a while, flying back to Li Jiaying's hands. How is it possible, Nizi? What are your methods? Li Jiaying was stunned. Looking at the flames all over his body, Neja, whose breath was completely different from before, said in shock. You don't have to know that. What you should think about now is how to escape. Looking at Li Jiaying indifferently, Neja stepped on the hot wheel. His figure turned into a flame and rushed out. Li Jiaying stunned for a moment and roared. Arrogant, a little bit of growth will not put my father in the eyes, let you see the true power of the pagoda. The tactics in his hand changed rapidly. Li Jiaying chanted anxiously, and when Neja came, the pagoda flew out again. This time, the Linglong Pagoda was obviously more powerful than before. A fierce suction force surged from the mouth of the tower, and there were also golden chains hanging down, chasing and stabbed Neja. His expression remained unmoved, and Neja didn't talk nonsense. Holding a fire-tip spear while resisting the suction, he shuttled through the chains, smashing the chains into the air. Does Linglong Pagoda still have this usage? Inside the bookstore, Yang Xiao's eyes flickered slightly. The Linglong Pagoda, in his impression, just buckles people directly inside. Few people who are locked by this exquisite pagoda can usually escape, and it is even more difficult to break open. There are countless kinds of torture in this tower, which are specially used to punish people who are in the body. It is said that this tower can subdue all demons and immortals and is very powerful. But the last time and this time I saw Li Jiaying use the Linglong Pagoda twice. Yang Xiao discovered that this tower actually had the effect of proactively attacking. The torture used by various methods in the tower can also injure the enemy. The flames last time and the chains this time are. The flame hurts the enemy, and this chain has the effect of helping drag people into the tower. When Yang Xiao was surprised, the people in front of Nanshan Gate, including Guanyin and Manjusri, were far more surprised than him. "What is this?" Neja's breath is strange. Guanyin's eyes flashed slightly. She hadn't seen Neja before, but she never knew Neja had such a method. This method is not very similar to Taoist methods, but rather looks like a demon. The flames of gold, purple, and black are a bit weird. Is this what the Neja brothers understood? It seems to be good. The Monkey King, who was watching the play, flickered slightly, already guessing something. Seeing Neja's body surrounded by flames with a much handsome appearance, he was a little depressed, so he could only vomit blood and fight. It would be great if he changed like this. Sun Wukong still doesn't know that his fighting saint is far cooler than Neja's when it comes to the back. Neja and the monkey are so close, maybe the monkey has already told him about the bookstore. He hasn't been there in the past 2 days, so he probably went to the bookstore to read. The other person who faintly guessed the situation was Mo Li Hong, who stood guard in front of Nanshan Gate. His envied eyes were extremely red. Now he wished to give up his duty of gatekeeping desperately, and ran to the magic bookstore to read books for a few days. Look at the monkey that is getting stronger and stronger. Look at Neja, who dares to challenge Li Jiang now, all because of reading the book. Inside the Yachi, the Jade Emperor heard a lot of movement outside, and couldn't help but detect it with his spiritual sense. When it was discovered that Neja and Li Jiang were fighting, and Guanyin also ran over, Wei Wei was a little sluggish. For a moment he disappeared from Yachi busy. Neja's situation seemed a bit wrong. "Break it for me!" Neja roared wildly, speeding faster and faster, and there was no figure in sight anymore, only a burning flame. The chains pierced from the tower were broken one by Neja. With a gloomy face, Li Jiang's handprints changed slightly, and the pagoda floating in the sky behind the golden chains was splashed with fire and light. The mad Neja, with the flames and lightning, gradually approached the pagoda. The source is still the tower, and the attack will be endless without breaking the tower. "Don't think about it." Li Jiang hummed lightly, and dark shadows sprinkled from the pagoda, turning into meteorites in the wind. Immediately afterwards, countless monsters with dark bodies and ugly looks, who didn't know what they were, came to kill each with their weapons. With a cold face, Neja growled low, and the technique of 3 heads and 8 arms was activated. Holding different treasures in his hands, Neja madly attacked all around, killing many monsters in an instant and smashed to the bottom of the tower. A hint of joy appeared in Li Jiang's eyes. He wanted to Neja into the tower, but found that Neja's body was as stable as Mount Tai, and he couldn't breathe. The burning flames around him automatically blocked the suction. "I will smash this tower today to see how arrogant you are." Neja roared low, flew to the side of the tower, the universe circle in his hand. Hun Tian Ling's various magic weapons smashed the past together. In the tinkling sound, sparks splashed on the tower, but there was no damage. This tower is not a treasure that has gained a reputation, and it is not so easy to burst. Neja didn't want to give up and continued to attack wildly. Li Jiang looked at him contemptuously and sighed slightly. He was startled by Neja's changes before. He thought it was so powerful that it turned out to be nothing more than that. As soon as such thoughts flashed in his mind, Li Jiang saw the angry Neja, and the flames around him suddenly separated, instantly submerging his exquisite pagoda. If it can't be beaten, Neja unexpectedly intends to burn it with fire. Li Jiang, who hadn't taken it seriously, suddenly changed his face in the next moment. He suddenly discovered that the connection between him and Linglong Pagoda was actually weakening. "Damn, what kind of flame is this?" Astonished Li Jiang was busy casting spells to take back the Linglong Pagoda. How could Neja let him take it back and throw the universe circle over? Without the Linglong Pagoda, Li Jiang and the Toothless Tiger, how dare to arrogantly fight and dodge away? However, while avoiding, he did not forget to continue to control the Linglong Pagoda. After all, it was Li Jiang's treasure. Neja couldn't really stop it, and Linglong Pagoda rushed out of the flames and flew out. "Where to go?" Neja roared, carrying the flames to catch up. At the moment, in front of the Nanshan Gate, everyone looked at the Linglong Pagoda in shock, unable to believe what they saw. The beautiful and exquisite pagoda, which was originally golden in color, seemed to have been corroded by fake and shoddy products. Many places were peeled and discolored, and were mottled and dim. There are also pits and pits, and there are faint traces of burning black. If you don't see it with your own eyes, no one can connect with the Linglong Pagoda. This kind of flame, magic flame. Unlike the other people who were shocked, the faces of the gods who lived for a long time, such as Jade Emperor and Guanyin, changed wildly. As the name suggests, Demon Flame is related to the demon race. Heaven and Earth originally had 6 realms. In addition to the current heaven, earth, and human beings, there were also 3 realms of gods, demons, and demons. The ancient wars, coupled with the chaos of the conferred gods, shattered the prehistoric world, separated the 6 realms, and the 3 realms of gods and demons were completely broken, with only sporadic fragments floating in the void of the universe. The 3 realms of heaven, earth, and human were also damaged. The current 3 realms were not the original 3 realms. They had been destroyed a lot, and the area was much smaller than before. Although the 3 realms of gods, demons, and demons are broken, it does not mean that all 3 clans will be destroyed. In the ancient years, the god realm was under the control of the witch clan, and the so-called witch clan is actually the same as the Protoss. The representative of the Wu clan is the 12 ancestral witch, and who too, among the saints of the 3 realms, was once one of the 12 ancestral witches. The god realm was shattered, and the witch tribe suffered a disaster because the witch tribe relied on being strong by nature, and they bullied the other tribes. Later, they were killed by all the tribes of the 3 realms, and it was almost annihilated. It was the saint who came forward and saved a bloodline, now living in the underworld. The monster race was also damaged. In the Antiquity War, they experienced the first dragon and phoenix tribulation, and then they fought the Wu race. The monster race was not as annoying as the witch race back then, did not encounter annihilation, and has always inhabited the northern part of the human world, Beiju Leju. The monster race here refers to the ancient monster race, and now the monster races in other places in the 3 realms are gradually born later. In addition to the Lick races, the other race is the demon race. In comparison, the demons are the true public enemies of the 3 realms. Whether they are immortals or Buddhas, humans, demons, and witches, they don't like demons. This race has a characteristic. They like to turn all the places they occupy into demonic soil. If so, that's fine, but this race is not only ferocious, but also extremely warlike. If you leave it alone and let them continue to quarrel, in the end the remaining tribes will be annihilated. The last few tribes had no choice but to drive the demons into a piece of remaining demonic soil after the wilderness was broken, and sealed them into the turbulent flow of the void. Now I found out that the flame on Neja's body was a little bit magical, so it was not surprising. Could it be said that the demon race broke the seal and still used the tricks on Neja? Seeing this possibility, the Jade Emperor and the others all inhaled air conditioning, and they all reached out to the heavenly court, which was pretty good. Li Jiang, today I want you to repay all the debts you owed me in the past. Neja snarled after chasing Linglong Pagoda. Li Jiang was silent, and now he was downwind, he just wanted to take his pagoda back first. Seeing that the originally good pagoda was destroyed like that, his heart seemed to drip blood. Stop it, Neja, come here, I have something to look for you. After guessing that Neja might have been used by the Mazu, the Jade Emperor couldn't ignore it, and now he doesn't care, maybe Neja will kill Li Jiang. It's just that Neja, who was now angry, didn't immediately follow the words of Emperor Yu. Hun Tianling flew out, entangled Li Jiang, who was temporarily unprepared, dragged it back and stabbed it with a fire-pointed spear. Don't listen to what I said. With a soft snort, a coldness flashed in the Jade Emperor's eyes, and a ray of light from his probing hand grabbed it. Before his hands arrived, Neja felt as if his body was bound by infinite force, which was extremely uncomfortable. The difference between Zhensheng and Tei was not even a little bit. Even if the Jade Emperor just grabbed it casually, Neja's strength would increase greatly, but this gap still cannot be made up. But Neja, he didn't want to stop like that. He didn't actually want to kill Li Jiang, he just wanted to poke him out. With a violent roar, Neja fully ran the demon body and immortal heart he had learned in the bookstore. 2 illusory figures appeared behind him, both of them himself, close to each other back to back. But one side was filled with fairy energy, while the other was filled with demonic energy. The illusory figure flickered, the fairy shadow entered the heart, the demon shadow entered, and Neja's breath rose instantly. The huge pressure on the handprint was briefly stretched, and Neja seized the opportunity and shot Li Jiang's shoulder blade. With a scream, Li Jiang instantly stained his clothes with pain on his face. Asshole! The Jade Emperor's face changed slightly, and with his hands, he pulled Neja tightly in front of him. Looking at the Jade Emperor calmly, Neja said, "It's not that Neja deliberately refused to listen to your majesty. If I don't poke him with that shot, I will be unwilling and have a demon." With a soft snort, the Jade Emperor didn't say anything about it, and asked directly about the business. What happened to you just now, and what happened to that flame? While speaking, the Jade Emperor stared at Neja closely, and the others who knew the situation also pricked their ears. Neja didn't care about it and said, I have resentment in my heart, a newly realized method. I named it Demon Body Xiangxin. Understand by yourself, Demon Body and Immortal Heart. The brows were slightly frowned, and the Jade Emperor was puzzled. Could it be that he was too worried and not related to the demon race? In addition to the intervention of the demons, there are indeed some people who will master demonic energy for various reasons during the cultivation process. Such people, although many people in the three realms don't like them, they are not tolerated. They are at best regarded as aliens, because in the final analysis they are not demons. Neja was also a figure who experienced the battle of the ancient gods. He knew some things and knew the concerns of the Jade Emperor. Your Majesty can rest assured, Neja is loyal to the heavens and dare to show it face to face. Naturally, I am not afraid of people's doubts. There is no fear in his eyes, Neja said plainly. The Jade Emperor nodded. He had been looking at Neja's eyes just now. When he saw him speaking, his eyes were clear and he didn't dodge. The possibility of lying is unlikely. But someone on the side was unhappy, and the injured Li Jiang yelled anxiously. Your Majesty, don't let this rebellious son go easily. He is very devilish, and he will fall into evil sooner or later and bring disaster to the world. Fuck, believe it or not, I'll be in the middle of it now and shoot you to death. Hearing this, Neja's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and he looked at Li Jiang coldly. Neja, how do you talk to your father? If you are strong, you can ignore the relationship and kill your father. Muzha ran over, helped Li Jiang and glared at Neja. Turning his eyes indifferently, Neja said coldly, Neja, there is no such father. From today, I will cut off the relationship between father and son. You... Muzha was furious and wanted to teach Neja, but he was frightened by Neja's merciless eyes. After seeing Neja's horror just now, Muzha knew that he might not be able to last a few rounds. Li Jiang, this is what you are not. How can anyone say that to his son? Surprisingly, the Jade Emperor actually helped Neja speak, criticizing Li Jiang a few words. Immediately, the Jade Emperor smiled and turned to Neja and said, I believe you, it's a fairy or a devil. It's never whether it's fairy chi or devil chi in the body, but in the human heart. Even if it is immortal energy from head to toe, if the heart is not right and everywhere is evil, it is also a demon. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao was stunned that the Jade Emperor had such an open mind. It's not that simple for this guy to get into the position of Jade Emperor. The few words he had just now, although he didn't say that he had subdued Neja's heart, it certainly made Neja feel good about him. The immortals who watched the excitement around were also thoughtful, and several immortals came forward and slapped the Jade Emperor. Lao Jade Emperor, I can't tell that you are quite knowledgeable. My grandson looked down upon you before. Eyes flickered at Jade Emperor, and Monkey King also spoke. The Jade Emperor shook his head and laughed. You monkey head, I actually underestimate you growing very fast. It's okay, it's not very fast, it's just normal. My knowledge is actually quite common, and there are many people who are far more insightful. Seeing this person and monkey holding each other, Yang Xiao was speechless. This face is too thick. Not only Yang Xiao, the immortals in front of the Nanshan gate, and Guanyin were all speechless and didn't know what to say. Monkey, how about it? Are you interested in coming to my heavenly court to serve as an official again? This time I will make you the heavenly court god of war at the same level as Tota, heavenly king. After holding it for a long time, the Jade Emperor suddenly changed the topic and turned to win over Monkey King. Seeing the monkey's growth during this period, the Jade Emperor was very itchy. There is another reason, that is, he wants to find out what the secret is in Sun Wukong. Seeing the Jade Emperor in front of her, openly wooing her who had been appointed by Buddhism earlier, Guanyin's face was extremely black. With a light cough, Guanyin interrupted the Jade Emperor. Jade Emperor, Wukong protects Tang Sanzang from the Western heaven. He is destined to be a Buddhist man. I know your Buddhism belongs to your Buddhism, and my heaven belongs to my heaven. We don't interfere with each other, and we don't affect each other. If Wukong wants to come over there, isn't it good? It seemed that Guanyin would be interrupted, so the Jade Emperor naturally gave a very powerful argument. Guanyin was stunned for a long time, then recovered helplessly and said, Jade Emperor, you should talk to the Buddha about this. Yeah, I knew it was useless to tell you. I didn't want to ask for your opinion at the beginning. Goku agrees. I will say hello to the Buddha when I have time. After listening to the Jade Emperor, Guanyin was speechless. What do you mean? Is this looking down on the Bodhisattva? Turning to Monkey King, there was a fiery light in the Jade Emperor's eyes. Wukong, tell me if you want to, as long as you agree, I will help you with the rest. Originally, Monkey King refused, but he quickly thought of a question. Recently, his hands are a little tight. His eyes flashed, and Monkey King asked the Jade Emperor directly, "When this heavenly court god of war, do you have a salary?" "There must be 100,000 celestial stones a month, 100 celestial plants, 100 kilograms of celestial mines, and strange treasures of heaven. There are 3 to choose from." The Jade Emperor smiled and replied, "This monkey has changed, and he knows how to ask for salary." Hearing that it is so rich, Monkey King thought without thinking and said directly, "I promised." "Ha ha ha, okay, today is a good day, all the world celebrates. Give me the order to hold a big Yachi feast and invite all the immortals to participate." The excited Jade Emperor laughed out loud. If he completely wins over the monkey, there will be more or less capital to fight the 2 old guys. Looking at the happy Jade Emperor speechlessly, Sun Wukong shouted, "Wait, since the Jade Emperor you have sealed me, by the way, also seal one of my products. You monkey, you care about affection. Okay, then I will make her a white bone fairy. If she pays her salary, she will be considered at the level of Fairy Chang. 1 seal is also a seal, and 2 are also seals." The Jade Emperor waved his hand. Then he turned his gaze to Nezha again. "Nezha, because you and Li Jiang are having trouble, how about letting the workers build a mansion for you?" After a moment of stunned, Nezha hurriedly thanked the Jade Emperor, and Sun Wukong and Bai Pinpin, who had come to understand later, also expressed their thanks. Looking at this scene, Guanyin really didn't know what to say. She originally thought that Monkey King would refuse, but she never wanted to ask her salary, but she agreed without saying anything. So now the question is, what should she do? I tried to persuade Sun Wukong to protect Tang Sanzang, but by accident, Sun Wukong was drawn to the heaven as an official by the Jade Emperor. After going back how to explain to the Buddha, Guanyin had a headache. Guanyin was depressed, and Li Jiang almost died of anger. That rebellious son resorted to demons and wounded him. Even if the Jade Emperor didn't punish him, he still had to reward him with a mansion. In doing so, where does Li Jiang put him? How will the heavenly immortals look at him in the future? At this moment, Li Jiang suddenly had a plan to leave heaven and join Buddhism. Earlier, the burning lantern passed to him on the Linglong Pagoda had invited him, but he was in a high position in the heaven at the time, and he did not agree. But now he felt that his status as the Toda Heavenly King was actually not that high. Looking at it now, just because of the strength of that rebellious son's performance, the Jade Emperor looked at it differently. And that demon monkey, too, didn't he just play a few games in front of the Nanshan Gate? What kind of heavenly war god is needed? Still at the same level as him, isn't this lowering his status as Li Jiang? The monkey agreed, definitely for the money for reading. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao touched his chin in thought. He was thinking about the Jade Emperor. After seeing the Jade Emperor many times, he found that he couldn't see through the guy's thoughts more and more. Normal people couldn't guess. He wooed the monkey for the secret of fighting the Eucharist on him. Or did he simply think that the monkey is a manufacturable material? Or is there any plan in it? For example, if he wants to climb the Buddhist monastery, let him drink from the heaven some soup. After thinking about it for a long time, Yang Xiao didn't think of a reason. At this moment, everyone in front of Nanshan Gate had already rushed towards Yachi. After learning that Monkey King was injured, the Jade Emperor generously took out a pill for Monkey King to take. In just an instant, the wounds of Monkey King fighting with Northern Kisu quickly recovered. On the side, Li Jiang looked greedy and jealous. That elixir, even to him, was extremely precious, and he was reluctant to eat it easily. But the Jade Emperor gave it to the monkey, but didn't give it to him. He was also injured. The news of the Yachi banquet spread, and the rest of the gods who were not in front of the Nanshan Gate just now were shocked, not knowing why it was held. This is not a Chinese New Year or a special day. What's up? However, since the Jade Emperor gave the order, they can just go. It's a silly thing not to go. Anyone who can invite is invited. Gaochen and Ziwei, Leijun and Changsheng, Wufeng and Wulao, the ancestor of the earth immortal, etc., according to the standards of the Flat Peach event. Along the way, the Jade Emperor ordered the immortals around him to inform people. Sun Wukong, who followed the Jade Emperor, was pleasantly surprised, and he could see that the Jade Emperor really valued him this time, instead of giving him the leisure job of the great sage Qi to fool him. The more excited Sun Wukong he thought about, he immediately understood the reason why the Jade Emperor valued him. It must be because of his recent fights and fame. And the source of all this is the magical bookstore. Undoubtedly, the bookstore is mighty, the bookstore is bullish, and the owner is invincible. Monkey King said silently in his heart, grateful to the bookstore and Yang Xiao. When Monkey King and others went to Yiachi, Yang Xiao switched the water mirror and took time to look at Sheng Ling for a while. Now that Lingshan has not received any news, the Tathagata gave a lecture to the Bodhisattvas and Arhats at De Lei Yin Temple. The Holy Ling is the same as before, carrying the golden-winged big Peng eagle everywhere to blackmail for treasures. After watching for a while, Yang Xiao cut back to Monkey King again. Compared with the Ling Xiao Hall, the scenery in Yiachi is less powerful and majestic, but more comfortable and elegant. At this moment, Sun Wukong and others have arrived at Yiachi. The Jade Emperor took Sun Wukong and Nezha and said this to them. The Queen Mother was by the side, arranging people to prepare the things needed. In the past, the Flat Peach event was always prepared by the Queen Mother. She was more experienced, and the Jade Emperor gave it to her. Soon, under the high-speed efficiency of Jingxianjia, a table of wine and banquets were set up. The wine was Qianga Yue, and the dishes were Xiangyu. Unlike ordinary people, the immortals do not eat whole grains or fireworks. What they eat is fruits and vegetables produced by the spiritual roots of heaven and earth like flat peaches. When the banquet was set up, an immortal who had received the news rushed over from all directions between heaven and earth. Outside Yiachi, there are 2 immortal officials who are notifying the immortals who are coming. 9 Heaven's profound girl is here. Daxian Yuan, the ancestor of the earth immortal, is here. The central Huanji Huangjiao ferry is here. Listening to the shouts outside, Yang Xiao looked through the water mirror curiously at the people who came in. Especially when he heard Zhen Yuanzi, Yang Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. The ancestor of Yuanzi in this town is a quasi-sage strong like the Jade Emperor and others, and it is very old. The key is that he has the ginseng fruit tree, one of the 10 spiritual roots in the world. It is said that eating a ginseng fruit can live for more than 47,000 years. When Yang Xiao looked around, he saw that Zhen Yuanzi was a middle-aged Taoist priest wearing a Taoist robe with a faint smile on his face, giving people the image of a worldly expert. Brother Zhen Yuanzi, you are here, haha, my brothers met again so soon. Seeing the incoming person, Monkey King suddenly greeted him with surprise. The view of Wuzhuang is a difficult one, and the other is difficult for Gulashan. Because the ginseng fruit tree was overthrown, Sun Wukong found Guanyin to save him. Zhen Yuanzi and Sun Wukong became brothers. It turned out to be Wukong's virtuous brother. Why didn't he go to Baotang monk Zishan to learn from the scriptures? Could it be that the Jade Emperor invited him to the Yiachi banquet? Zhen Yuanzi was taken aback for a moment, and then asked with a smile. Monkey King waved his hand. The monk will be fine for a while, and if you encounter a monster, it will not be too late for me to help him tide over the difficulties. The great immortal does not know that this Yiachi banquet was specially organized by me for Wukong. He promised to be the asterisk of war in my heavenly court. I think it is reasonable to celebrate the whole world, so I hold this banquet. Yudi from the rear came over with a smile and greeted Zhen Yuanzi politely. The strength of the two is similar, so of course the Jade Emperor would not put on the Jade Emperor pretense. Zhen Yuanzi was shocked when he heard it. Here it is for Wukong, the god of heaven. He is not a Buddhist monk Zishan taking the scriptures, but the Buddhist monk. Buddhism is Buddhism. My heaven is heaven. Wukong is willing to serve in my heaven, and it is not contradictory to help them learn the scriptures. Even if you become a Buddha of Buddhism, can you also be my god of war at the same time? It seemed that Zhen Yuanzi would have doubts, and the Jade Emperor explained with a smile. When other gods around heard that the banquet was held for Monkey King, they came over curiously. There are some savvy people who have developed a relationship with Monkey King. This time the Jade Emperor was so fanciful. It was by no means a joke, that is to say, the monkey might be flying in the sky in the future. As time passed bit by bit, more and more gods rushed to Yiachi. Yang Xiao's lens switched back and forth between Monkey King, Nezha, and Bai Pinpin, observing these immortals and recognized many people. When people were almost there, the Jade Emperor announced that the Yiachi banquet had officially begun. You guys can come to this banquet to give me face. I'm here to thank you all who were present. The purpose of this banquet is to celebrate my heaven and add a new soldier. This person is the Monkey King back then. Now the heavenly war god, Monkey King, welcome everyone. At the beginning of the banquet, the Jade Emperor talked a lot, and Yang Xiao almost fell asleep. What he said was nothing more than cliches, with no actual content, which made Yang Xiao had to sigh. No matter where it was, the big guys spoke the same. After the Jade Emperor talked for a while, let Monkey King speak. How can Monkey King know the Jade Emperor? Blushing for a long time, he said, "Everyone has fun, don't be polite to me." All the immortals were funny, and they greeted Monkey King kindly one by one. I really don't know what luck this monkey had, and it was actually valued by the Jade Emperor. Although the Jade Emperor is only a puppet of a saint, it is also the supreme three-realm on the bright side, and most people can't catch his eyes. After Monkey King, the Jade Emperor asked Bai Pinpin and Nezha to come over and say a few words for everyone to know. Especially Bai Pinpin. After all, she was a monster before, and few people knew her except for those in the heavenly court. Then the Yaochi banquet officially began. The immortals drank the jade liquid, ate the fairy fruit, and chatted, not to mention being happy. Yang Xiao was full of black lines. Didn't this make the shop owner greedy? He switched the camera decisively. "Damn it, you are not called the Emperor Benshin for a banquet. You wait for the Emperor Benshin." As soon as the camera was switched over, Yang Xiao saw Huahu Daio's face full of anger. At this time, the flower fox sable had sneaked out of Mo Lishu's heavenly palace, hiding its traces and rushing to somewhere. The dumbfounded Yang Xiao followed curiously. This Dio was going to learn from the Monkey King of the Year, because he didn't invite him to make a big fuss. After a short while, Yang Xiao found that the flower fox mink had come outside a garden. Inside, the peach trees can't be seen at a glance, and the huge peaches are white with red, and you can feel your mouth when you look at it. "Pan Taoyuan!" Yang Xiao exclaimed. He didn't expect that this bold mink was really planning to make trouble. There are endless spells in the red pants, and many of them break the prohibition. Hua Fox Mink found a remote corner, broke into the outside formation silently, and sneaked into Pan Taoyuan. "The Emperor Benshin picks all the cooked ones. You guys go and eat." Muttering in his mouth, the flower fox martin shot like wind and stuffed large and round flat peaches into the storage space in the red pants. It was not wasted like the Monkey King back then, and time was not allowed to be wasted. After stealing the flat peaches, it plans to go shopping elsewhere, otherwise how can it express its anger? When the flower fox martin stole the peaches, the land in the garden emerged from the soil. Looking at the sudden disappearance of Pantao, the earth was dumbfounded. What happened, Pantao, Pantao? At this time, the flower fox martin hides its traces. Looking at Pantao, it seems to disappear automatically. The flower fox mink who was picking peaches naturally saw the emerging land. With a thought, a lethargic spell threw it away. The land that could not be guarded against fell directly and fell asleep. There were a total of 3,600 flat peach trees. After a while, the flower fox martin picked all the ripe flat peaches. "Hey, let you not invite the Emperor Benshin. You can't be a vegetarian." With a happy smile on his face, Huahu Martin ran out of Pan Taoyuan, discerned the direction, and rushed somewhere. Yang Xiao's mouth twitched slightly. This Dio wouldn't want to go to the palace of Liajun Taisheng. At this moment, Taisheng Liajun was invited by the Jade Emperor to participate in the Yaochi banquet, and he was not in his palace. However, his Daosaizang, there are 2 boys in gold and silver, and his horned green bull. Golden horns are also great with treasures, and the formation in the red pants can still be hidden from them. After pondering for a moment, Yang Xiao whispered, and it is estimated that Golden Horn and the 3 of them would not have thought that someone would dare to learn from Monkey King and steal the elixir. In fact, as Yang Xiao had expected, the direction Huahu Mink was heading was to Daosaizang. Outside, the flower fox sable used the spell in the red pants and slipped out silently. Here is the heavenly court, and with his own strength, Taisheng Liajun didn't arrange 2 strong formations around. Otherwise, even if there are such treasures as red pants, it would not be easy for the flower fox sable to sneak in. The flower fox martin who entered the palace of Dowsing, scurrying around, this guy and the Monkey King of the Year only steal the elixir. It is a goose plucking its hair, digging 3 feet, and vacating the palace of Dowsing. As long as it appeared in front of it, it was dragged into the red trousers. In the yard, the green cow lying lazily basking in the sun, rubbed his eyes with a dazed expression. Was it dazzled? Why did the pile of herbs that the master dried in the yard disappeared? The startled green bull jumped up and ran to the place where the herbs were placed. "It's gone, can you run with long legs?" After looking around carefully, after seeing no trace of the herb, Qing Niu muttered to himself blankly. The flower fox mink hides in the dark, throws a disgusting look at Qing Niu and ran to the palace on the side. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao looked at Qing Niu with a funny smile. This is the one-horned King C who came down to the world and almost cried Monkey King with a diamond. It's not just Monkey King, a lot of gods that Monkey King invited. They don't have anything to do with this guy, and Lao Jun himself comes forward behind. But looking at the green cow in front of you, it's a bit silly. The flower fox mart who ran into the palace saw the gold and silver boys inside at a glance. The two of them will also become the Demon King in the lower realms, adding a challenge to the monk Tang and his apprentice on the westward journey. They are the Golden Horn King, who is the Demon King in the Lotus Cave of Pingding Mountain, and the Silver Horn King. It's just that although these two guys took a bunch of treasures from the lower realm, they were not as powerful as the Azure Bull's King Kongjuo, and they were played around by Monkey King. At this moment, the two of them were sitting in front of the pill furnace, one left and the other on fire. Flower Fox Mink ignored the two of them and went straight to the shelves on the left and right sides, holding the gourd where the golden core was placed and stuffing it into the red pants. After Flower Fox took more than 10, Jin Jiao found movement and exclaimed, Yin Jiao, why Sheng Dan's gourd seems to be missing? Is something sneaking in? Could it be that the monkey came to steal something because the Jade Emperor didn't invite him to a banquet? Yeah, it's really possible. How can it be good to call Dao Zhu back? Yin Jiao was flustered, and he forgot to fan the fire, but alchemy was about fire. His mistake caused an unpleasant smell in the pill furnace. When it's over, the pill has also been refined. Dao Ancestor will definitely punish us when he comes back. It's all to blame on the hateful Sun Monkey. On the side, the Flower Fox Martin, who was hiding from the scene, almost laughed out loud. That's good. The medicine was stolen, and the pot was let by the monkey. When the big deal comes, give the monkey something, he must be very happy. After all, go to a bookstore to read. The price is not cheap. Unreasonably, he won't let us live well. We won't let him live well. Let's go get the treasure. With that, the golden and silver horns ran out of the main hall and closed the door when they went out. The two of them didn't all go, and the golden horn stayed outside to guard to prevent the monkey son inside from taking the opportunity to escape. Qing Niu, go over and help. Someone sneaked in and stole the pill inside. When passing by Aniu, who was still looking for medicinal herbs, Yin Jiao called out. For a moment, the green cow suddenly realized, with an angry expression on his face, and said, how could the herb have long legs? It turned out that it was stolen in front of it. It's abomination and bullying. The angrily green bull's body changed into a human form, and the diamond from his neck was taken off, and he reached the door aggressively. Yin Jiao didn't go out for a long time, and then came back with a bunch of things. Yang Xiao glanced around, already faintly guessing these things. These treasures were all the ones brought when the silver horns and golden horns went down to earth. The 7-star sword, purple gold and red gourd, sheep fat jade bottle, plantain fan and golden rope. Banana fan and mutton fat jade bottle are not limited to Princess Iron Fan and Guanyin, but Lao Jun also has 2 here. But Leijun's here is different from Princess Iron Fan and Guanyin's. Leijun's banana fan is of yang attribute, and when it is gently fanned, the flames burst into flames. But Princess Iron Fan's is of yin attribute, also called Taiyin banana fan, whose main function is to extinguish fire. However, if this fan is not used properly, it will not only fail to extinguish the fire, it will also encourage the fire. As for the Jade Jiang bottle, Lao Jun's Jade Jiang bottle is used to hold people and kill enemies, while Guanyin's is mainly used to hold water. It contains water from all over the world, supplemented by willow branches. Today, let that monkey have no way to the sky and no way to the earth. The banana fan, the purple gold red gourd, and the golden rope were given to Golden Horn, and the 3 opened the door and rushed in. Inside, the Flower Fox Martin had taken away all the gourds that contained the elixir, and was now trying to take away the pill furnace. Yang Xiao is really speechless. How can this dead mink come here to steal things? He came to demolish the house. I just don't know if Taisheng Leijun will come back, if he suffers from high blood pressure and faints on the spot. But it's not very likely. How could it be a Dao ancestor, a saint clone? How can it be so petty? These things are probably not in sight. Damn monkey grandson, let me call you. Do you dare to agree? Looking at the messy house, Golden Horn was so angry that he opened the lid of the purple gold red gourd and asked loudly. Hidden figure standing by the furnace. Huahu Dairo looked at Golden Horn contemptuously. This boy, I'm afraid he is not a fool. Such a simple tactic of agitation, I think the Emperor Benchen can't see it. If he should say it, wouldn't it be found by you? Besides, the Emperor is not a grandson. Why should he respond to you? Posing his lips, Huahu Mink swaggered out of the door. That pill furnace is not easy to take. Forget it, don't take him. After leaving the alchemy hall, Huahu Martin ran to other rooms, rummaged through the cabinets, and slipped out of the Palace of Douses. Next to Li Jiang's house, I see that the old boy is very upset. Hua Foxmink didn't stop there, and hurried to Li Jiang's house. Yang Xiao, who heard the voice of the flower fox sable, couldn't laugh. This was a hit with Li Jiang. Running wildly all the way, within a moment, the Hua fox sable went outside Li Jiang's mansion, and with the formation in the red pants, the Hua fox sable ran in easily. There was a patrolling heavenly soldier in the yard. It didn't start in the yard, but dived directly into the house. When I came last time, many things were not taken away because of the rush. All of them belonged to the Emperor, all of them. Hua fox sable was so proud. She pulled off the red pants and threw it in, not intending to let go of anything worth a little. As long as the treasures of the same realm are in the bookstore and can be converted into low-level treasures, it does not mean that low-level treasures are completely useless. Last time I had a fluke, but the things in Li Jiang's room were not spared anymore. They were moved cleanly. In the end, the whole house was almost taken down and taken away. Hey, I feel so happy today. He hummed a song in his heart. Huahu Mino did not visit other rooms and ran out of Li Jiang's house. It's not that it doesn't want to continue, it's just that it is afraid of being caught if it stays any longer. From Pantaoyuan to Dowsing Palace to Li Jiang's mansion, it takes a lot of time. Counting the time, the Yachi banquet was almost halfway through, and there were only a few things in total, and all the immortals ate casually. More importantly, they use the banquet chat and talk about feelings, but even so, it doesn't take too long. Returning to Molishu's mansion, Hua Fox Sable fell asleep happily. The consequences of not inviting it, the Emperor of Heaven, are so serious. This dead mink is bold enough to fall asleep. Yang Xiao was speechless and switched the camera. The Yachi banquet at this moment, as Hua Fox Sable expected, has come to an end. All kinds of fairy fruit and foreign objects on the table, fairy wine and fine wine, have eaten all the fairy early. After another moment, the Jade Emperor said a few words and announced that the Yachi banquet was officially over. The red-faced immortals who drank bid farewell to the Jade Emperor and went back to their respective houses with smiles on their faces. Yang Xiao was helpless, wanting to see the expression of Lao Jun when he found out that his dust palace was stolen. It seemed that there was no chance. In Pan Taoyuan, the land that wakes up will definitely report the situation in a hurry. Since the fairy palace had not been built yet, Monkey King and Bai Pinpin took Nezha and returned to Huoguoshan first. Yang Xiao stopped watching the big show, and the camera switched to Sheng Ling. Not all Buddhism came to attend the Yachi banquet, only a few. At this moment, Xingling was rushing around Lingshan, asking for land expenses. At the entrance of a temple, Sheng Ling yelled inside, "Uncle Pharmacist, come out quickly. Whoever allows you to build your Buddhist temple here is illegal. You have to pay a certain treasure to the princess." In the bookstore, Yang Xiao couldn't help but almost spewed a mouthful of blood. From robbery to blackmail, now it has been upgraded to collect land occupation fees. And just accept it, but Sheng Ling did not accept ordinary people, but Medicine Buddha. You know, this Medicine Master Buddha is not an ordinary person. His full name is Medicine Master Guanyin Buddha, and he is a quasi-sage powerhouse like the Tathagata. But with such a perverted father, Sheng Ling did such a thing, and no one dared to say anything. There was no movement in the temple at first, but after a while, a little novice monk walked out holding a golden fruit. Ambergris. Seeing the fruit, Sheng Ling took it in a pleasant surprise, and the whole person was extremely excited. "Thank you, Uncle Pharmacist." Shouting inside, Sheng Ling, like a cheerful deer, jumped and ran to the next Buddhist temple. Inside the pharmacist temple, the Buddha of pharmacists sitting on the stage to teach the disciples below looked out of the temple, as if seeing the happy holy Ling with a soft color in his eyes. This little girl from the Peacock King's family is so cute. Ambergris is precious to others, but to a quasi-sage, it is just a common thing, and it doesn't take it seriously. When Xingling was in trouble on Lingshan, the Heavenly Court Grand Master returned to his palace. "Well, what's the smell?" His complexion changed slightly, and the old king rushed back to his alchemy hall. It was a mess, and the gourd shelf was empty, and there was no gourd. In the whole hall, only the pill furnace in the middle was left, and even the futon for meditating did not know where it went. Golden horn, silver horn. The ugly old gentleman yelled. Outside, the golden horns and silver horns carefully exposed their heads and walked in with their heads down. Before Taisheng Leijun asked, Jin Jiao rushed to say, Dayazu, the monkey is here again, he stole the elixir. Goku! Taisheng Leijun looked dumbfounded. Did you coax me? The monkey was clearly in the Yachi before. Could it be that the Tao ancestor still couldn't see if he was real? It can't be Wukong this time. Tell me what's going on. After all, it is a sage clone, with a good temper. Taisheng Leijun did not rush to punish the two. Hearing this, Golden Horn hurriedly said, It was Qing Niu who discovered the situation first. I don't know. I was lying in the courtyard and saw that the sun-dried herbs suddenly disappeared. Then Silver Horn ran out and told me that someone had sneaked in. Hearing the sound, the green cow who was hiding outside came in and shook off the responsibility. Taisheng Leijun's eyes flashed slightly, invisibility technique. Afterwards, the Silver Horn and the Golden Horn also hurriedly told what was happening in the temple, and didn't miss every detail. I'm going to see which brave guy it is. With a soft snort, Taisheng Leijun flicked his fingers and began to calculate, but after a while his eyes suddenly widened, full of incredible color. He found that he couldn't even figure out the slightest useful information, as if it was hidden by something. He is a sage clone. In this world, there are very few things he can't figure out. Where did the other saints intervene? Thinking in his eyes, Taisheng Leijun frowned and tightened. In Yachi, the Jade Emperor in a good mood was chatting with the Queen Mother, and received a notification that it was the land of Pantaoyuan asking for a meeting. Xuan. After a while, the Jade Lake appeared on the land of Pantaoyuan, and when he saw the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, he knelt down with a thud. Your Majesty Nyang Nyang, Pantaoyuan has been thief, and all mature Pantao has been stolen. The expression on his face suddenly froze, and the Jade Emperor's eyes were full of unbelievable colors. Did I hear it wrong? This is the second time this kind of incident has occurred since Monkey King made trouble in Pantaoyuan. But back then, it was they deliberately releasing the water, and Buddhism promised to pay a huge amount of compensation, and the Queen Mother agreed. Even so, many mature flat peaches were picked early, and Monkey King did not harm as many as expected. But this time, someone really made trouble in Taoyuan. What's the matter? Isn't there a formation outside? Who can break in silently? The Queen Mother looked ugly. Pantaoyuan was not the Jade Emperor, but hers. Tian said with a sad face, Xiaoxian didn't know what means the other party used to break in. Xiaoxian suddenly found that Pantao disappeared, but he didn't see anyone. As soon as he was about to come out to report, he fell asleep directly by the other party's methods. Your Majesty, Empress, I blame Xiaoxian for his low strength. For failing your trust, please forgive me. With an ugly face, the Queen Mother waved her hand impatiently. It has nothing to do with you, but I have to see which boulder it is. Come here, bring me all the 4 great celestial masters, Tota, Heavenly King, Jiao Xingjian, 12 Yuanshan, and 500 Lingyuans, and let them turn to Pantaoyuan. The angry Queen Mother left Yachi and drove to Pantaoyuan. She wanted to see with her own eyes how her Pantao had lost. The Jade Emperor had a sullen face and followed behind the Queen Mother. Who did this kind of thing? Within the 3 realms, there are not many people with this kind of strength and means. Here, the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother just flew out of the Yachi for a while. They saw Taisheng Leijun flying over. Lao Jun, where is this going? Looking at Taisheng Leijun, the Jade Emperor was puzzled. Taisheng Leijun smiled bitterly and replied, Jade Emperor, my dowsing palace has been turned upside down and there is no elixir left. What, Leijun, your dowsing palace was also stolen? The Queen Mother looked suspicious and looked strange. Yes, more importantly, I can't figure out who did it. It's really strange. Depressed and shook his head, the Supreme Lord suddenly remembered something and looked at the Queen Mother in surprise and was also stolen. Is it possible? The Queen Mother sighed. It's true that you don't lie to Tao Ancestor. As soon as I got the letter, my Pantaoyuan was also broken into. A few people here just had a chat, but Li Jiang flew over with a team of heavenly soldiers. Only strangely, Li Jiang was full of anger, as if someone owed him millions. Your Majesty, my heavenly mansion was evacuated, and even the floor and furniture in the house were not spared. It deceived people too much. As soon as he came over, Li Jiang complained loudly. The Jade Emperor and the others looked at each other. Their mouths twitched wildly, not knowing what to say. He even steals the floor. Who is it on earth? It should be done by the same person, similar to the way I used to commit the crime, and everything that could be moved in the house was moved. Taisheng Leijun smiled bitterly. You said that if you steal the elixir, you should steal the elixir. And what do you do with the futon that the old man I meditated on? After a moment of shock, Li Jiang gritted his teeth bitterly. Don't hide your majesty, I have a suspect. Who? Jade Emperor looked puzzled. Hua Fox Mink, I reported to your majesty in the Lingshan hall before, and your majesty did not deal with that mink because of insufficient evidence. Li Jiang's eyes flashed slightly. That day the 4 generals of the devil family ran outside his house, and they would never pass by as they said. Afterwards, he asked his heavenly soldiers. It was the 4 of them who smashed the door and wounded others. There was absolutely no reason for them to run to look for things for no reason. The purpose was to attract him to leave and let the flower fox Martin go to the house to steal. Having fought against Huahu Martin before, Li Jiang knew that this Martin had abilities to hide in the void. In addition to the contradiction between the flower fox and him, it is not it but also it. Hearing this, the Jade Emperor frowned deeply. Was it really this sable? He didn't watch the fight between Li Jiang and Hua Huxiao that day, and he didn't know the specifics of Hua Huxing. However, in the Lingshan hall, he had seen the flower fox sable suddenly disappear and appear above his head. Can it go straight through the formation and go inside? The Jade Emperor thoughtfully. It seems that it is not impossible. Mr. Taisheng next to him was puzzled. Is it the fairy mink of the Guanyin Heavenly King? It's impossible. If it is, how could I not figure it out? His brows were slightly furrowed, and the old gentleman counted the flower fox sable. After a while, his expression froze. I really can't figure it out. What the asterisk is going on? Is it really that Dio did it? After thinking about it for a moment, Taisheng Leijun counted Mo Lishu, the owner of the flower fox sable. But this time it was calculated at once without any problems. It's not it. Let's meet first, but we still go to Pan Taoyuan first to see if there are any clues left. After thinking about the meeting, the Jade Emperor spoke. If you go to the door and ask questions directly, the mink will definitely not admit it. It is better to have some evidence. With the difficulty of that sable, it is hard to say if there is evidence, let alone there is no evidence. On the way, the Jade Emperor tentatively asked the Supreme Being to see if the Supreme Being was behind the Huahu sable. I don't know if it's Junior Brother. He has been in the Chaos Sea and has never been to the 3 realms. Taisheng Leijun shook his head. After the war of conferring gods, the saints did not disappear. They just went to live in the Chaos Sea above the 3 realms. They knew how destructive the saints were. They were afraid that if they continued to fight, they would destroy the current 3 realms, so they left collectively. Chaos Sea is different, where you can rest assured and bold, fight without any worries, and don't worry about destroying anything. The sky was getting dark. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao switched to the water mirror. After watching Monkey King and the others, he crawled back to sleep. It was the next day after waking up, and Yang Xiao was awakened by the knock on the door outside. Unsurprisingly, it was the 4 generals of the magic family. Hello, shopkeeper. Looking at the scene of the 4 asterisk men outside the door, all cheering at him smirking, Yang Xiaomo was full of black lines. The 4 of them did not talk nonsense, and each skillfully took out a treasure of the same territory. The specific rules, when Hua Fox Sable told them about the bookstore, they had already been told. Come in. After taking the things, Yang Xiao turned and walked inside. Mo Liking and the 4 hurriedly followed in, and finally Mo Lishu closed the door. Entering the bookstore, a few people looked around and quickly landed on the bookshelf next to it. Presumably Hua Fox Sable has already told you the rules, so please find a book and read it separately. By the way, don't be too noisy. Looking at the 4 people, Yang Xiao said a few words indifferently and ordered. Although he knew that his words were of little significance, he was really fascinated by them and how many people would remember his instructions. We must be obedient. The 4 of them nodded in a hurry and went to find a book. By the way, it's easy to understand if you look for the high price. Yang Xiao nodded and looked at the 4 of them, added, then ignored them and opened the water mirror. Yesterday, the flower fox sable made trouble in the temple, but I haven't seen how it is. The water mirror appeared, and the flower fox sable inside was no longer in the palace of the Emperor Mo Lishu. It was in the palace of Lingshan. On the golden dragon chair above, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother were sitting side by side with their faces ugly. and Yang Xiao could clearly see that there were very clear black lines on their foreheads. "I'm going, what did this mink do?" Yang Xiao was speechless. How did the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother become so angry? Not only the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother, Yang Xiao found that the expressions of other gods in the Lingshan Hall were not very right. Especially Taisheng Leijun and Li Jiang on the side. Their faces are black to death. Before Yang Xiao was puzzled for too long, Hua Fox Dairo said again with disdain, "You don't have any good things for yourself. May I be the emperor?" The Emperor Benchen is not responsible for showing you things. If you have lost your things, whoever you like to look for will go to the Emperor Benchen for no reason. Don't your conscience hurt? The most excessive thing is Li Jiang, you idiot of the Heavenly King. Honestly, did you slander your Majesty the Jade Emperor, saying that the Heavenly Emperor stole it? With such a noble identity, the Emperor Benchen will steal your tattered things. The elixir of stealing Pantao and Dao ancestors said in the past, "Why did your tattered emperors steal?" The words of Huahu Miao cannot be said to be unsharp. With their own strength, the Jade Emperor and others are speechless and do not know what to say. Li Jiang was even more angry and gritted his teeth. He was deceiving people so much that he had never seen such a mink. "Quiet, Hua Fox Sable, you dare to swear to Tiandao, are you sure you did it?" With a black face, the Jade Emperor had a terrible headache and stopped drinking the endless flower Fox Martin. He glanced contemptuously and Huahu Daio said, "You are a mink product that does not trust the Emperor Benchen. You are an insult to the Emperor Benchen. The Emperor Benchen refuses to cooperate. If the Emperor said, 'Your Majesty, you took a peek at Fairy Chang taking a bath,' Your Majesty would not admit it. Would you be willing to swear to heaven?" The Jade Emperor on the Golden Dragon chair's expression froze abruptly, and now he wished to jump down and slap the flower fox to death. "Can you swear this kind of oath?" As a quasi-sage, his spiritual consciousness is so powerful. He will scan the heavens from time to time, and some things cannot be avoided. What's more, in his heart, it wasn't that he had no idea at all. He had voyeurized, but Chang was guarded strictly and didn't think it was nothing. Seeing the changing face of the Jade Emperor, the Lingshan Palace suddenly became quiet, and all the gods' eyes secretly looked at Chang. The Jade Emperor didn't dare to swear. Wouldn't he really peek at it? Being stared at by everyone's eyes, Chang's eyes suddenly became extremely embarrassed. This dead mink, what did she do? Next to him, the Queen Mother had a bad look. She looked at the Jade Emperor deeply and saw that the Jade Emperor had straight hair. Although the Queen Mother knew exactly what was going on, she still had a taste in her heart and didn't plan to let the Jade Emperor go easily. Look, the Emperor Benchen knows that His Majesty does not dare. This is terrible. The Emperor Benchen will not swear casually, saying that it is not the Emperor Benchen, then it is not the Emperor Benchen. Hua Fox Mink is very proud. Just you who have never read the book are still fighting against the Emperor of the Sky. It is far away. Naturally, Hua Fox Sable learned these savage and bendy facts from the books he saw in the bookstore. The books in the bookstore are all-encompassing, including all kinds of characters. Then how do you explain that day when the 4 demon brothers went to make trouble outside my house? My house was stolen. And I asked my heavenly soldiers, who smashed the gates of my mansion and wounded them. It was them. At this time, an angry Li Jiang spoke again. This mink's mouth is really powerful. Hua Fox Martin rolled her eyes. Those heaven soldiers are all ganging up with you. Of course they are speaking for you. It doesn't count. Furthermore, what you see is only a black wind. How can it prove to be the idiot's Qingyun sword, in case someone faked it? Like your Li Jiang's exquisite pagoda, the Emperor can imitate it with any tower, and you can tell by just a few glances. You are really awesome. All the immortals in the Lingshan treasure hall that I was talking about were ashamed. This couldn't go on. It couldn't be said of this sable at all. And it is not nonsense. It is justified and well-founded, and it can hardly find anything wrong. Remind you, if there is no evidence in the future, don't talk nonsense. You should understand the truth from the mouth. Not everyone is as tolerant as the Emperor. Slyly looking at Li Jiang, the flower Fox Martin pulled at his red pants, feeling refreshed. It was the Emperor who stole it. What can you do to show evidence? In the bookstore, Yang Xiao couldn't be more happy. This asterisk is very good at it. Yesterday, he was a little worried about being exposed, which seemed completely unnecessary. Zhu Liang's tongue wars against the Confucianists. This savage tongue wars against the Celestials. If it is recorded, it is definitely an eternal story. Beside the bookshelf, Mo Liking and others have selected books and sat in the corner to watch. Yang Xiao glanced one by one, and by looking at the exposed corner of the cover, He knew what book they were looking at. Mo Liking sees the tomb of the fairy and Buddha. Molly Hung looks at the dragon stone. Molly Hai looks at the sky, and Molishu looks at the great world. The world view is quite big. I don't know what you will realize. His eyes flashed slightly, and Yang Xiao thought to himself. In the Lingshan hall, a fairy official ran in from outside. Report to the Jade Emperor, the asterisk of war outside. Sun Wukong, the great god of the three altars of the sea, Nezha, and fairy bone to see you. The Jade Emperor, who was depressed for a moment, was taken aback, and the three of them were brought in. After a while, the Monkey King 3 appeared in the palace. Looking at the flower fox Martin standing in the middle of the hall, the three of them were slightly taken aback, wondering what had happened. It's okay to say that the Emperor Benchen steals the flat peaches and the elixir, but if you say that you steal Li Jiang's tattered pieces, that's no good, so let's do it, Li Jiang. You apologize to the Emperor Benchen. You go find your real murderer, and the Emperor Benchen will go to the confinement of the Emperor Benchen without interfering with each other. Fearing that Sun Wukong and others would talk nonsense without knowing it, the flower fox Martin glared at Li Jiang pretendingly and quietly winked at Sun Wukong and others. Monkey King was stunned, his eyes widened. Pantao elixir. This mink was called here because he stole the elixir and stole the flat peach. Never, although there is no evidence, but the King of Heaven suspected you did it. Would you dare to show everyone your portable space and the pants? With a stern face, Li Jiang was full of anger and asked him to admit his mistake to this Dio and make some jokes. Of course, Hua Fox Sable was not happy and said contemptuously, "You are stupid. The Emperor still suspects that you are stealing, but you take off your pants and let the big guy see if they are hidden in the pants." You... Li Jiang was trembling with anger, and his pants had no storage function, so how could it be possible to hide inside? Do not do to others what you don't want to do. If you don't want to take off your pants, do you want to do it to the Emperor? After a sneer and sarcasm, Hua Foxmink felt very happy. Sun Wukong, who gradually understood what was going on, decisively stood by Hua Foxmink. Li Tianwen, you are too much because you suspect. Let the flower Foxmink take off his pants. Bullying mink will not bring such bullying. My grandson can't stand it. Yes, if this spreads out, where will I put my face in the heavenly court, forcing a mink to be ashamed in the Lingshan palace? It is actually my heavenly court person who is lost. Nezha then spoke. From Monkey King's mouth, he already knew that Huahu Miao had also been to a bookstore. Li Jiang, who wanted to say something, was ridiculed by the two in silence and did not say a word for a long time. The Jade Emperor couldn't laugh or cry at the scene below. Although he had some expectations, the discovery was far beyond his estimation. What happened to this mink? Let's not say how courage and ability become bigger. The key is that this mouth is invincible. Even if the saint comes forward, it can't change like this. What is going on? The troubled Jade Emperor raised his hand to stop the noisy crowd below. Even Nezha and Monkey King spoke for Huahu Dio. If he doesn't care about it, Li Jiang will probably be mad. Huahu Miao, this matter has wronged you. Let me do this first. I believe that this murderer will be investigated sooner or later. As soon as the topic changed, the Jade Emperor continued. Nezha, Wukong, Fairy Bone, your immortal mansion was built last night. Let me take you there soon. Thank you, Yudi. By the way, Yudi, what do I need to do in this immortal position? I told the truth. I like being at ease. Hearing this, Monkey King and others hurriedly thanked him, and Monkey King asked after the message. The Jade Emperor was helpless. Of course, he knew that you couldn't do anything and didn't want to do it. He didn't arrange it for you at all. There is nothing for you to do. When there is a fight in my heaven, you just need to come forward. After thinking about it, the Jade Emperor said, After that, look at Bai Pinpin. Fairy Bones, there is nothing wrong with you. If you feel bored, I will give you a privilege to examine the cultivation strength of the immortals to see if they are slack and whether they have made progress. This position Wukong and Nezha can serve together. Those who are under investigation are not allowed to refrain from it for no reason. After a long time, have they forgotten how to cast spells? The heaven was sneaked into and no one found it. Turning his eyes to the others, the Jade Emperor was somewhat dissatisfied. Look at me and I look at you, looking at each other. There will be no good life in the future. On the other hand, Sun Wukong and the three of them are all overjoyed. Not to mention that Sun Wukong and Baipin are in need of such an opportunity. Where is the Emperor Benchen, your Majesty Jade Emperor? What is the Emperor Benchen doing? Seeing that Nezha and the others got a job of investigating, Huahu Miao yelled unwillingly. The Jade Emperor has a headache, so what is the fun of this dead mink? After pondering for a moment, the Jade Emperor waved his hand and said, "It's nothing for you. If you really want to do something, go to Buddhism and discuss the Dharma with the eminent monks. Don't waste your eloquence." Originally, it was just an unintentional word, but Hua Fox's eyes widened suddenly, extremely excited. Now in Heavenly Court, it feels quite lonely and invincible. It originally wanted to take a few slaves, but it was disturbed by everyone and failed. But the lower realm is different. It can be bold and chaotic. With its strength, few people can control it. That's right, what Hua Fox Mink wanted was not to go to Lingshan, but to the lower realm. There are a lot of quasi-sages in Buddhism, so it won't be stupid. Is it fooled by the Jade Emperor? Okay, this errand has been accepted by the Emperor. When the Emperor returns, Buddhism will be a part of my heaven. Hua Fox Dio answered grinningly and patted her chest in a decent way. The Jade Emperor's face was slightly stiff after a long pause. Can I say that I just said something casually? And this sable tone is too big, but it's a bit like listening. But this matter is too difficult. The Emperor is going to start from the lower realm first, find some mortals, monsters, and practice hands first. In order to avoid being disturbed by others, Huahu Mink added a sentence. The Jade Emperor wanted to stop it, but the words had already been spoken. How could he regret it? He had no choice but to exhort Huahu Miao. Never mind, let you do it, but you are not allowed to cause trouble to the world or cause trouble, or I will catch you back and punish me severely. Why don't you believe in the Emperor? How can he be that kind of ermine? The Emperor loves peace, and his greatest concern is peace in the world and never makes trouble. Huahu Dio waved his hands excitedly. No matter what the Jade Emperor said, now he can go to the lower realm to play with integrity, happy. The dark-faced Jade Emperor waved his hand to let Sancho go back to Yachi. If it weren't for you, the King of Heaven, Li Zai, would write it upside down. After the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother left the Lingshan Palace, Li Jiang glared at Hua Fox Sable with murderous in his eyes. The mouth of this mink is really annoying, and the black froze is said to be white, so people can't find an excuse to deal with it. The Emperor Benchen took care of you upside down, and he wouldn't even say a word. You should say if the Emperor Benchen did it, you should follow the name of the Emperor Benchen. Forget it, you want the surname Hua, but the Emperor Benchen does well. I can't afford to lose that person. Looking at Li Jiang contemptuously, Li Jiang almost vomited blood with a word. In the smiling eyes of the other gods, Li Jiang angrily left the Lingshan Palace. Just as Li Jiang left here, Taisheng Leijun came over. Up and down, I carefully looked at the flower fox mink for a long time, and when he saw that the flower fox mink was about to harry, the old gentleman said, "It's my brother, I've covered the secret for you, so I can't figure it out, Tusk." Deazu, what are you talking about? Don't think that you will pretend to be stupid. The Emperor Benchen will recruit, not the Emperor Benchen, or the Emperor Benchen. Staring at Taisheng Leijun, Huahu Dio confidently retorted. Whoever did it knows well. Forget it, it's already a bit tattered. Don't worry, it's the nasty little thief who steals the ancestors' underwear. The taste is really strong. Shaking his head and looking at Hua Fox Sable, Taisheng Leijun said indifferently. Her face changed slightly and Hua Fox Mink shouted with anger. Who stole your underwear? The Emperor has pants. Did I talk about you? Why are you so excited? Can it be you? There was a smirk in his eyes. Taisheng Leijun joked. The Hua Fox Sable's expression froze suddenly, and he turned and walked outside the Lingshan Hall with angrily dissatisfied voice floated over. You bad old man is very bad. Ben Tiandi doesn't want to talk to you. The old gentleman, who was smiling triumphantly, almost vomited old blood because he could not defend himself. Where did this mink learn it? It is very lethal. Ginger is still old and spicy, but Nai can't help playing cards according to common sense. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao leaned forward with a smile, and it was actually quite interesting to watch these gods and Buddhas fight every day. Looking at the Taisheng Leijun, who was gradually pulling away in the picture, Yang Xiao thought. Just now Taisheng Leijun seemed to say that his junior has covered the secrets of the flower fox martin. Taisheng Leijun's junior, Yang Xiao, certainly knows who it is. Taisheng Leijun is a clone of taking Saint Leiazi. Lao Tzu has two juniors. One is Yuking Yuanshi Tianzan, and the other is Shanking Tongshan Guru. The flower fox martin belongs to Mo Lishu. Before being enshrined in the gods, the four generals of the Mo family were the people who cut the teachings. 99% of the juniors in the mouth of the Taisheng Leijun refer to the master of the heavens. It hides the secrets so that the sage clone can't be counted, can't tell. Is the system's ability very powerful? Yang Zio's eyes flashed slightly, making everyone in the three realms mistakenly believe that it was the Master Tangshan who came forward. In this case, the bookstore can also reduce unnecessary trouble. If those quasi-sages and saints are stuck in front of the bookstore, the tasks given to him by the system will not be so easy to complete. The embankment of 1,000 miles was destroyed by an ant nest. If you want to travel to the west in disorder, it is actually easier to start small. After leaving the Lingshan palace, the flower fox mink ran all the way to the mansion of the heavenly king of Mo Lishu. As soon as it returned, Monkey King brought by Pinpin and Nezha with him. If you can't see it, you silly have the courage to learn from my old grandson and make trouble in the heaven. Don't talk nonsense. Those who see it have a share. After looking at the flower fox in surprise, Monkey King brought up the matter. Pantao and the elixir, you should be able to read a lot of heavenly books. Can you keep your voice down and be heard splitting a fart? This is because the Emperor Ben Tian took a great risk and used all his power to steal it. Staring at Monkey King, the flower fox Sable digs into the red pants, digging out a dozen flat peaches. The corner of his mouth stared at this scene slightly. The Monkey King, who had been coveting flat peach, suddenly lost his appetite. Nezha and Bai Pinpin are also frantically twitching at the corners of their mouths. How can they still get rid of their mouths? Well, let's take the money for books to read. After taking more than 30 flat peaches, 3 gourd golden pills, and some messy things in Li Jiang's mansion, the flower fox mink stopped taking them out. That's it, you have 3 points. So much. Nezha and Bai Pinpin were stunned. All those messy things were left alone. There were more than 30 such precious things as flat peaches. And judging by the fineness, there seem to be a few of them that are 6,000 years old, and there are even a few 9,000 years old. Not to mention the elixir, it is directly counted by the gourd, not by the grain. Why too much? The Emperor of Heaven can take it back. The flower fox mink pretended to have a painful face, but these things were nothing but a drop in the bucket for what it stole. For example, the flat peach has stolen thousands of pieces, and the elixir has dozens of gourds. The beauty of thinking, the things you take out, there is no reason to take it back. Monkey King and others rushed over, quickly divided the good things, and each took their share. With an extremely happy smile on his face, Monkey King looked at Hua Fox Sable. If there is any more, give it more, you should steal more than that. No, I have to use some of the remaining, and the Emperor also has a bunch of human slaves, and they all have to spend it. The flower fox Martin's head shook like a rattle. What a joke, this is not asking for something, this is cutting its meat. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and Sun Wukong laughed and said, "Silly Dio, you're crazy, you're a sable, not a dog." When he was in the bookstore, in order to understand more, Monkey King also saw shaking the sky, but unfortunately he didn't realize anything. Up to now, all those who have been to the bookstore have realized one thing. According to Yang Zio's estimation, this may be a system limitation. However, this approach is not wrong. If you are too greedy, you can't chew, and sometimes the more methods you master are not the better. For example, Monkey King's battle Saint Body, in the later stage, it can be used to fight all over the world with this trick alone. What other means are needed? Dead monkey, do you want to take care of the pants that the Emperor Benchen wears? Whether he is a mink or a dog, with the pants I am the Emperor of Heaven and I must accept slaves. Staring at Monkey King, Hua Fox Dio said proudly. Monkey King was speechless, but his eyes became fierce again when he thought of the description of the pants in the book. Silly Dio, your pants seem to be very powerful. Should we join hands to do a few big votes? Although you have given a lot of flat peaches, it will not last long. According to the owner, all the books I read have follow-ups, and then it will be a big consumption, so I have to prepare book fees in advance. Huahu Dio froze for a moment and said vigilantly, "Monkey, what do you want to do? Don't tell the Emperor Benchen that you want to sneak into Pan Taoyuan again." "That's what I think. You don't know that the flat peaches you pick are not 1/10,000th of the number of flat peaches in the flat peach garden. Those who are unfamiliar don't count. Why don't you have tens of thousands of mature ones?" The more he spoke, the more excited he was, and Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with excitement. His face was slightly stiff, and Hua Fox Dio hurriedly dispelled Sun Wukong's thoughts. It had already picked up all the mature flat peaches. How could it not be clear about the situation? How can there be so much? This Yachi banquet spent a lot of money, plus what was picked by the Emperor, there is not much left. Besides, the Emperor Benchen just stole it. Do you think the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother will be unprepared? Don't steal the chicken and lose the rice when the time comes. You can wait for the monkey to cry. After a moment of stunned, Monkey King was thoughtful. It seemed very reasonable. Turning his eyes, Huahu suddenly thought of something. He looked at Nezha and said, Pan Taoyuan can't steal it, but you can steal Li Jiang. That guy, the Emperor Ben Tian, looked very upset at him. He dared to bully little Nezha so much. He couldn't bear it. He couldn't afford to wear his pants even if he was best to steal. Staring blankly at Huahu Sable, Nezha was suddenly excited. What a good idea. With just one shot, how willing he was. He wanted Li Jiang to be impoverished and doubt life. That's a good idea, monkey. Let's go first and take my mother to my house. From now on, I will visit Li Jiang every day and make him angry. Nezha, who felt that the plan was feasible, looked at Monkey King. This monkey, but an expert in this field, hides, changes, and quietly knocks people down, using many methods. It's wrong, Li Jiang has a magic mirror in his hand, and you can tell who you are with just one shot. Monkey King scratched his head and shook his head. The eyes of the flower fox mink flashed slightly, and he began to make suggestions. Monkey, you can say that you protect Tang Sanzang to learn the scriptures. When you met a monster, you pretended to become a Tang Sang. I want to use the magic mirror to distinguish it. Sun Wukong, who was stunned for a while, was surprised. What's the use? If you don't return it, he will always ask me for it and finally tell the Jade Emperor, and I have to pay it back. Who said that we must borrow a hand? We can pretend to be snatched away when he takes it out, and even if we say it then, we won't lose it. Flower Fox Mink's eyes flashed slightly, and his mind was full of bad ideas. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Li Jiang was too unlucky, one or two wanted to move him. If they continue to do so, and the Jade Emperor doesn't care about it, Li Jiang is likely to go to Buddhism. Of course, Yang Xiao knew the origins of Li Jiang and Buddhism. It is very likely that this guy had been in contact with Buddhism secretly. Now that the study of the scriptures begins, Buddhism is destined to prosper, and he has no reason not to be moved. On the side of Heavenly Court, the Jade Emperor mistakenly thought that behind the Huahu Mink was the master of the heavens. He was covering and forbearing everywhere. Interestingly, if Li Jiang ran to Buddhism, the Jade Emperor would not directly lead people to fight Buddhism. Would that count as the completion of the task? Yang Xiao whispered. The system threw him a mission to mess up the westward journey. He didn't know exactly how far it would be considered chaos. It is impossible for all the forces in the three realms to attack each other and fight. But in this way, what are the benefits, the purpose of the system, and what is it for? There is also the system. What is the source of it that brought him to journey to the west, just to make him go to the west? All the doubts came to mind. Yang Xiao was a little big. Inside the bookstore, the water mirror switched. After looking at Sheng Ling for a while, Yang Xiao opened the door and stared at the scenery outside in a daze. The four brothers of the Mo family, each holding a book at this time, are watching with gusto. Haha, you still want to fight Chen Beidou? That kid has countless ancient stunts that have been lost. Awesome, what a dragon strike Qigong, let's go. What a powerful demon emperor, a piece of divine bone froze countless people from approaching. But in the end it made the kid Peng long cheaper. All dissatisfaction, the blood of the ancient monster, the alien sacred bird, are all scum. Yihao is mighty. Inside the house, the four Mojia brothers had forgotten what they promised to Yang Xiao before they started, and they roared a few times from time to time. The bored Yang Xiao didn't care about them either. He was alone in the bookstore and there was no one to talk to. It would be good to listen to these guys. Unconsciously, the sky gradually darkened, and the night of Skull Mountain felt a bit gloomy. From time to time, there were strange sounds, but they weren't like monsters. In short, they were very scary. Fortunately, there is protection outside the bookstore. Yang Xiao is not very afraid. It is impossible to count the avatar of the saint. Is it possible that there is a quasi-saint or the saint lurking in this Skull Mountain? It is almost impossible. The quasi-sages and saints of the westward journey are the kind that can be named, and there is almost nothing unknown. Yang Xiao had never heard of any quasi-sages or saints on the Skull Mountain. Don't look at it, don't look at it. This store is about to close, hurry up. Don't force this store to take the initiative. Back in the room, Yang Xiao patted the table and looked at the four Mojia brothers in the corner. Mo Liking didn't look up when she heard the sound and eagerly replied, "Wait a moment, the shopkeeper will wait for me to finish reading this paragraph." "Stop talking nonsense. Stop the ink after reading this paragraph. Do you want to see the next paragraph?" Yang Xiao was funny, curled his lips. How could this little trick be kept from him? Seeing that the four of them were still indifferent, Yang Xiao, helpless, went over and snatched the book from the four of them and put it back on the shelf. Who took my book? Don't want to mix it up. Mo Lihai stared at Tongling with big eyes, screamed in dissatisfaction, and quickly turned to the bookshelf. Mo Lishu must be rational, and his face is full of chagrin. I'm seeing the wonderful part, the owner, let me take a look. No, that magic gift is coming. Don't take the book and take it tomorrow to prevent you from coming. Without even thinking about it, Yang Xiao refused, and his eyes fell on Mo Lihai, who was about to take the book. The four Mojia brothers looked alike, and he couldn't tell which was which for a while. Hearing Yang Xiao's words, Mo Lihai's body suddenly stiffened, and he was already about to reach the book's fingers, so he returned angrily. The shopkeeper, my good shopkeeper, just one glance can't make it. Mo Lihai, crying, begged. Yang Xiao shook his head. Of course not, haven't you heard of it? Have a look at Guanyin. What the hell, what 1,000 years, it seems to be very profound. The owner is the owner, don't look at the low level of cultivation. Every word and deed contains great principles. Mo Lihai thought to himself, but was quickly attracted by the book. Now he doesn't think about anything, just wants to read. Half I can't make it. Silently staring at the Mo Lihai, who was still begging him, Yang Xiao helplessly. Look at when it's outside, don't tell the owner of the shop that you four will not guard the gate tonight. Scared, is it dark, what time is it now? After a moment of stunned, the four Mojia brothers exclaimed and hurried to the door to watch the sky. When it was discovered that the outside was completely dark, the faces of several people suddenly changed. Hurry up, go back and change the guard, you'll be late. Amid the noise, the four rushed to the door. Yang Xiao strode up, grabbing Mo Lihai behind. What are you doing? You want to read books without paying, you want to read bowing books. The captured Mo Lihai patted his forehead, took out a lot of things from the portable space, and threw them to Yang Xiao. Excess, count tomorrow's book money, the shopkeeper, you can remember it. After leaving a word, Mo Lihai rushed into the night and flew up on the auspicious clouds, following the other three people, rushing to the heaven. Funny put away the treasure, Yang Xiao summoned the water mirror and switched to Mo Lihai. After a quick meal, the four returned to the heaven. The place where Mo Lihai went was the East Heaven Gate of Heavenly Court, and Yang Xiao had seen it for the first time. It looked no different from Nanshan Gate, and the guards in front of the gate were similar. Thank you, you are a bit late, why are you busy? The guard in front of Dongshan Gate was a person Yang Xiao didn't know. His face was a little blue, his head was red, and his face was a bit vicious. Among the four marshals of Ma Zhao Wengyuan, Yang Xiao knew Guanyin and King Ma Huaguang. There are two remaining. One is Zhao Gongming, god of wealth, and the other is Wen Qiang. Zhao Gongming and Yang Xiao are familiar. It is said that it is a black charcoal head like Li Kui, not a green face. This one is not Zhao Gongming, it can only be Wen Qiang. According to legend, this Wen Qiang was not only one of the four marshals of the heavenly court, but also one of the 10 great Taibaos under the command of Emperor Dongyu, and one of the 36 generals under the command of Emperor Zhenwu. Haha, accidentally overslept, sorry. Mo Lihai made a haha and hurried to apologize to Wen Qiang. Frowning slightly, Wen Qiang said with dissatisfaction, Since I have been waiting for a heavy burden, how can I miss something because of sleep? Don't happen again in the future. Of course not, the king now knows that the marshal is a busy man. Don't delay, hurry up and do your job. After all, it was his fault, and Mo Lihai did not argue. Wen Qiang nodded, turned into a stream of light, and headed to the lower realm. He had to go to Mount Tai to help Emperor Dongyu deal with the underworld. What's the air? It won't be too long. In a few days, let's see how the king beats you. Witnessing Wen Qiang's disappearance, Mo Lihai snorted dissatisfiedly. His strength is a bit worse than Wen Qiang. Because of his status as a disciple, he has been on the list of enshrined gods, and his cultivation level has not been advanced for many years. However, Wen Qiang was the first Taibao among Dongyu's top 10 Taibao, and was highly favored by Emperor Dongyu. And at the same time, he also helped the Emperor Zhenwu to do things, and the benefits were definitely not lost. After so many years, Wen Qiang's cultivation base has been inferior to Mo Lihai, and has gradually surpassed him. It is now in the late Taiyi stage, and the breakthrough to De Luo is just around the corner. However, after seeing the performance of Huahu Miao, Monkey King, and Nijia, Mo Lihai was full of confidence in defeating Wen Qiang. Such a magical bookstore can walk sideways with any trick. The book Mo Lihai was reading now was shocking, and it described various powerful exercises and many amazing things. If he understood them, he had no doubt about their power. A piece of the demon emperor bone, the demon emperor has died for so many years, and it can be shaken so that no one can approach it. This guy is so confident before he understands it, but once he understands it, he can really beat him. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao laughed and shook his head. After a few days, maybe there will be another good show. Withdrawing his gaze from Mo Lihai, Yang Xiao turned to other people. On the other side, nothing happened, and the handover was completed smoothly. But on the side of Zishian men, Wang Yi pulled Mo Liking to find out why he had to change shifts, and why he was not on duty during the day. I'm used to seeing the daytime in the lower realm, but the king wants to see the night, isn't it? Mo Liking glared at Lord Ma. Did this guy notice something? Prince Ma curled his lips. What's so beautiful about the dark night in the lower realm, so far away, it looks so dark, even in the daytime you can't see anything. It's not that I haven't seen it before, I'm curious. If you are fine, Heavenly King Huoguang, go to the old lady Beicha. The corners of his mouth twitched, and Wanjai Ma turned around and left. Whoever was looking for the shrewd old guy to chat with, he didn't know when he was sold. I remember that he was chatting with Teibai Jinxing once before, and after chatting and not knowing what was going on, inexplicably he promised to send 100,000 immortal stones. Teibai Jinxing, who had been prepared for a long time, used the photo-taking stone to record the picture and sound in advance. In order not to leave a wordless end, he could only give Xianxi. Since then, he didn't want to chat with Teibai Jinxing anymore, and he stayed far away when he saw it. But this matter was publicized by Teibai Jinxing. Everyone said how stupid he was, and it became a black history that he could not erase. Now that Mo Liking said this, it was obviously a bit of a joke, and the annoyed Lord Ma was willing to talk more with this guy. Seeing Prince Ma's departure, Yang Xiao switched to Mo Lishu's body and unexpectedly discovered that the flower fox was coming looking for someone. At this time, Huahu Daio was talking to Mo Lishu about its going to the lower realm. The Jade Emperor promised you to go to the lower realm. Mo Lishu looked dumbfounded. Under normal circumstances, the gods in the heavenly court are not allowed to go to the lower realms privately, and the longest time cannot exceed 1 day, otherwise they will be punished if they are found. Listening to the meaning of this mink, the Jade Emperor agreed to let it stay in the lower realm for a long time. Of course, what the Jade Emperor said in front of so many people in the Lingshan Palace, how can it be false? Hua Fox Sable is very proud and feels more face. Seeing the flower fox mart like this, Yang Xiao couldn't help laughing, and this Martin was passionate. The Jade Emperor just said a joke casually, but was taken seriously by this sable, and the Jade Emperor who couldn't get off the stage had to agree. In addition, this mink has been making trouble in the heaven recently, and many things seem to have something to do with it. The Jade Emperor wanted to kick it out of this catastrophe. You mean you are going to? The lower realm is also very dangerous. There are many monsters and the strength is not weak. Mo Lishu stared at Hua Fox Mink, a little worried. They have been relying on each other since they picked up the flower fox mink when they were young, and I don't know how many years have passed since they were up to now. It is said that it is the owner and the fairy beast. In fact, their relationship is better than brothers, and Mo Liking and others have always used this mink as their closest partner. Don't worry, with the current ability of the Emperor, you will rarely encounter danger. If you can't fight, you can still ask for help. Furthermore, the Emperor is not going to fight. The Emperor is going to take in slaves, take in the younger brothers. Swinging his paws, Flower Fox Mink didn't take it seriously. The fact is, as it said, the red pants are on the body, but it can hide and run if it is beaten. Those powerhouses in the 3 realms will not be too idle to take action. Fuck off, return a slave, brother, full of thoughts. Feeling the frenzied corners of the mouths of the surrounding gatekeepers, Mo Lishu was full of black lines, and I didn't know what to say. After talking nonsense with Mo Lishu, Huahu Mink ran to the other 4 and greeted several others. Yang Xiao watched for a while, didn't want to open it again, and switched the camera to Nezha. At this moment, Monkey King and Bai Pinpin are in Nezha's mansion, and the 3 of them gather to drink and eat the fairy fruit. There was another person beside him, but it was Nezha's mother Yin Shinyang. Nezha had gone to Li Jiang's mansion and took her over. After a while, Yang Xiao, who didn't find it interesting, turned to Sheng Ling. In the palace of King Ming, Sheng Ling was counting the treasures she found. At this time of the day, she was doing the same thing. My dear daughter, let your dad go. Can you stop being ashamed? What is the difference between you and begging? On the opposite side of the stone table, Kong Chuan cried and had a headache. Once or twice, 1 day or 2 days is fine, Seeing Sheng Ling's posture, he intends to continue. Posing his lips, Sheng Ling said nonchalantly, "Where is it ashamed? I got the tickets and robbed it and begged for thousands of miles. It's okay if you want me not to do this, just let me go down the mountain." The depressed Kong Xuan frowned. "I have no choice but to go down the mountain. Isn't it good to stay in Lingshan?" "Don't let me go down the mountain. I will continue. What's good on the mountain? I've been to all places. It's not interesting at all." Without thinking, Sheng Ling replied decisively. After pondering for a moment, Kong Xuan gritted his teeth. "What if I told you Uncle Peng to go down the mountain with you and let him protect you?" "Uncle Peng, forget it, just follow along. If you don't let him follow, you won't let me go out," Sheng Ling asked with a frown. "Yes, this is my bottom line," Kong Xuan nodded solemnly. Pouting revealed a trace of unhappy, Sheng Ling helplessly. "Well, I promised to let him follow. With that said, can I go down the mountain now?" Inside the bookstore, Yang Xiao was ecstatic when he heard that the golden-winged Dapeng eagle was coming to the bookstore. But after hearing what Sheng Ling said at this time, he was suddenly covered with black lines. "This girl, do you want to be so anxious? What do you come here most of the night? This shop mainly sleeps." Not only Yang Xiao was speechless, but Kong Xuan in the palace of King Ming was also speechless. "Why are you in such a hurry? If you set off tomorrow, the monster beast will be more irritable at night and will easily encounter danger." Kong Xuan refused Sheng Ling angrily, and Yang Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Snorting angrily, Sheng Ling said dissatisfied, "Daddy, I'm angry." With that, Sheng Ling ran outside. Kong Xuan was taken aback and hurriedly chased him out. Boom! As soon as he got outside, Kong Xuan heard a loud noise and gravel splashed over the sky. But it was Sheng Ling who was angry and smashed a rock outside as a landscape with a punch. After smashing the stone, the holy Ling's breath did not disappear at all, and he ran and kicked the ancient tree next to him that he didn't know what it was. Crack! The next moment, the sound of Gumu's cracking sounded, crashing down and hitting a Buddhist temple on the side. However, there is a formation outside the Buddhist temple, but it has not been crushed. The sudden movement alarmed all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, etc. on Lingshan. One by one, they flew up and looked here. I fight. Sheng Ling didn't care about what damage it would cause or what movement it caused, but everything that stood in front of her was knocked over. Under her brute force, what was not protected could not bear her punches and kicks. You must know that these ancient rocks and trees, which are baptized by Buddha light every day, are many times harder than ordinary stone trees. But in front of Sheng Ling, the fragile is no different. And everyone found that Sheng Ling hadn't used any force at all. She was just punching and kicking, relying on physical force. Who can tell me, when did this little girl of King Ming's physical strength become so powerful? Over the great Lingshan temple, the corner of Tathagata's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at the people around and asked, "If I remember well, it was a few days since the last time I disappeared." On the side, burning lantern suddenly spoke, his eyes flickering slightly. When he finished speaking, Maitreya Buddha shook his head and said, "That was not the first time. According to the disciples' report, they encountered her on the way to find Xiao Xingling and were hit by a blow to the bone." And looking at Xiao Xingling's expression at the time, she doesn't seem to know that she has this tremendous power in her body. After hearing the words of the two, everyone around them was lost in thought. During the few days that she disappeared, where did the girl go and what happened to her? Or in other words, she had this tremendous power, but she had never awakened before. When the Buddhas were thinking, Yang Xiao in the bookstore couldn't laugh or cry, ashamed. The angry Sheng Ling is so violent, so terrible and terrible. She comprehended what else was bad, but comprehended the physique of Hercules' body. Of course, it is impossible for the Buddhas to let Sheng Ling continue to make trouble like this, and a monk with a kind eyebrow and a kind eye and a peaceful breath flew over. "Little Saint Ling, stop quickly. If you have anything, you can talk to Uncle Pharmacist." This old monk claims to be a pharmacist, so naturally he can only be a quasi-sage-level powerhouse of Buddhism, the pharmacist Buddha. When Yang Xiao was watching the water mirror before, he had seen Sheng Ling running outside the Medicine Master Buddha temple to pay for the land, but he had never seen the Medicine Master Buddha in person. This guy is so famous, his strength is definitely not much lower. Yang Xiao didn't know the specific strength of Medicine Buddha, guessing. Sheng Ling didn't listen to the words of the Medicine Master Buddha and continued to destroy, rushing to a Buddhist temple and blasting wildly. Several monks flew out from inside, propping up a golden mask. If he doesn't care, Ren Xingling smashes down and accidentally gets bombed. Not all the people living on Lingshan are strong, and the strength of many monks is actually not very high. Naturally, the protective formations placed outside their temples could not be so powerful. Stop it, I promise to let you down the mountain now, it's okay. Kong Xuan has a headache, this daughter can't ask for it, whoever wants to go it's too much trouble. Even if he is the great King Peacock, the strongest quasi-sage, the first person under the saint, he can't stand her uproar, maybe he will cause trouble someday. Hearing that she was allowed to go down the mountain immediately, Sheng Ling's eyes suddenly showed a thick color of surprise. How could she care about destroying it? Helpless Kong Xuan called the golden-winged great Peng eagle, who had also heard the movement flying out, whispered a few words in his ear. Hee, I'm going to play, daddy, uncles and aunts, goodbye. With a silver bell-like laughter, Sheng Ling flew down the mountain on the cloud, and the golden-winged Dapeng eagle followed closely. Watching Sheng Ling go away, the Tathagata flew over to the side of Kong Xuan. Why are you willing to let her go down the mountain this time? If you don't let her go anymore, let her dismantle Lingshan. If you, the Buddha, have no objection, then just do it. Looking at Tathagata out of anger, Kong Xuan was upset. Is this a question he is reluctant to bear? He is forced to do so. Look at what his daughter has done in the past few days, robbed and collected tickets, and blackmailed for land use fees, and now they have begun to disrupt and make trouble. If this is 2 days later, maybe there will be any new tricks, will Lingshan be flattened. Then let her go down the mountain to do harm. The corner of Tathagata's mouth twitched slightly, and he said something casually. Hearing that, Kong Xuan's face was a little unhappy, and he stared at the Tathagata unkindly. What harm? Dare to say that his daughter is a harm. After knowing it, the Tathagata understood it and explained, I didn't mean that, HMPH, that's what you meant. I think Tathagata hasn't moved your muscles for a while and you've been incoherent in your speech. Let's go and fight the cracks in space. With a light hum, Kong Xuan raised his hand and swiped, and the void suddenly opened a long and narrow crack. The headache Tathagata knew Kong Xuan's temperament, but had no choice but to step into it. Many quasi-sage-level powerhouses who loved to watch the excitement followed the two of them and ran inside. For a while, except for a mess, the spirit mountain gradually became quiet. In the bookstore, after finding that Sheng Ling had gone down the mountain, Yang Xiao's mouth twitched. This girl really ran up in the middle of the night. What kind of business? This shop mainly sleeps. Dismissed the water mirror, ran back to the bed. Yang Xiao directly instructed the system. Isolate the sound, don't let me disturb me. It was the next day when I woke up, and I don't know when it will be. Standing up, Yang Xiao stretched out a long, comfortable waist. Walking to the door, pulling the door open, facing the depressed four brothers of the Mojia, as well as the angrily Sheng Ling and the expressionless golden-winged great Peng eagle. Hi, how are you guys? After smirking, Yang Xiao glanced at the sky outside, as if it was already past 9 o'clock. An annoyed Sheng Ling came over. Oh, you're so big, the owner is a pig. When are you still asleep? Do you know I came last night? I shouldn't knock on your door so many times. You know how sad I am. Stop, and then scold the owner for not letting you in. Yang Xiao's face was dark, and the four Mojia brothers who were planning to complain a few words next to him swallowed the words instantly. The expression on Sheng Ling's face also froze, gritted his teeth, and claws eagerly leaping forward, but he did not dare to look so cute. Who are you? You deceived my niece and made her cry and make her go down Lingshan. Seeing Yang Xiao's attitude towards Sheng Ling, the golden-winged eagle on the side was a little dissatisfied with a murderous face. Of course, Yang Xiao had noticed the golden-winged great Peng eagle and turned his head along the voice, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction at the corner of his mouth. It's crazy, these guys who came to the bookstore for the first time are all crazy, and they have to suppress it. Before Yang Xiao could speak, Sheng Ling had already taught the golden-winged eagle. Uncle Dapeng, how do you talk to the shopkeeper? The shopkeeper won't let me in. Can you take the responsibility? What are you doing in a daze? Come here and make amends to the owner and let the owner forgive you. The face of the golden-winged Dapeng suddenly froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Let this protector give this ant with the power of immortality apologize. Although when he saw the four generals of the demon family again, he already knew that the bookstore in front of him was strange. But his temperament, even if he knew it, was not willing to compromise easily. Seeing the gloomy face and unwilling to apologize, Yang Xiao said, San Ling and the four of you come in first. After a moment of stunned, Sheng Ling hurriedly threw a medicinal herb worth a golden fairy and walked into the bookstore. The golden-winged Dapeng eagle next to it just wanted to follow, but was blocked by the system's protection. Get out of the way, don't stand in the way. You want to enter the bookstore without treasures dreaming. Looking contemptuously at the golden-winged Dapeng eagle, Mo Liking handed Yang Xiao 4 fruits from the Taiyi realm and a herb from the Golden Wonderland. There was also Hua Fox Sable who came with them. Hua Fox Sable did not rush to play, but first came to the bookstore to read. My little brother, I have seen the Emperor Benshin who is more mad than you, but I couldn't enter the bookstore. I want to enter the bookstore. Obediently apologize to the owner and pay the entry fee. Finally, when Mo Lishu came over, the flower fox on his shoulder stretched out his paws and patted the golden-winged Dapeng eagle on the shoulder. The protection under the trivial fairy cloth can stop me. The golden-winged Dapeng eagle did not listen to the persuasion of the Hua Fox Dio. A flick of cold flashed in his eyes, and a fist slammed. As you can imagine, the golden-winged great Peng eagle was directly lifted out. Can't stop the quasi-sage, and Sage Yang Zyro doesn't know, but it's definitely okay to stop Daluo. Otherwise, Avalokitesvara had broken into the door early and shot him to death, a fellow who didn't give the Buddha face. So Yang Zyro didn't worry at all, stood in front of the door and looked at the golden-winged eagle with contempt. Damn it, how is it possible? The golden-winged great Peng eagle with an ugly face flew back with a gloomy face, and when he saw the contempt in Yang Zyro's eyes, he became furious. It's hateful to be despised by a little man. The furious golden-winged great Peng eagle slammed into it with a stronger force than before. The higher the fly, the harder the fall, and the greater the shot, the stronger the counterattack. At a faster speed than before, the golden-winged Dapeng carving turned into a meteor and was bounced off. The unbelievable golden-winged great Peng eagle flew back again with an angry face. Even a shield could not be broken. In vain, he still promised to protect the holy Ling from the slightest harm in front of Kang Xuan. If this spreads out, what is the face of his golden-winged great Peng eagle? The black and purple demon spirit on his body rose, and the golden-winged Dapeng Dio's eyes became blood red, and he was going to make a real move. If you miss, you can try. If you can come in, I lose. With a trace of disdain in his eyes, Yang Xiao yawned, walked to the side, and summoned himself to open the water mirror. The camera shows Monkey King, who is outside Li Jiaying's mansion at this time. You want to borrow my magic mirror? After a while, Li Jiaying walked out, frowning and looking at Monkey King. This monkey was in the palace of Xiao yesterday, and once satirized him, but today he ran over to borrow something. It is precisely, my old grandson protects Tang Sanzang to learn the scriptures. Just now my junior brother Zhu Beiji came to me and said that 2 masters had appeared. My old grandson thought it was changed by a monster. I saw it with fiery eyes but couldn't see it. It's not that I can't help but think of the demon mirror of the heavenly king. It was my old grandson that was wrong yesterday. I apologize to you here. With that said, Monkey King was so handsome, he bowed his hand to Li Jiaying and apologized. His eyes flickered for a moment, and Li Jiaying hummed lightly. If you are a monkey who knows etiquette, how can the king be a chaos and wrongdoer? There is a high possibility that Dio will commit a crime. Yes, my grandson thought about it a bit later and also felt that it might be the mink. He didn't want to take off his pants, so he was a bit suspicious that he wanted to cover up. Monkey King answered Li Jiaying's words, but an invisible anger flashed quietly deep in his eyes. This Li Jiaying, give him a face, don't know who his surname is. When you take the demon mirror away, some of you will cry in the future. Seeing that Monkey King's attitude was okay, plus his connection with Buddhism, Li Jiaying flipped his hand and took out the mirror. Just as he was about to hand it over, a heaven soldier next to him suddenly rushed over, grabbed the demon mirror and flew outside. Li Jiaying was taken aback for a moment. His face quickly became furious, who was so bold. Come on, chase me up, catch him back, and see who dares to the demon mirror of the king. With a gloomy face, Li Jiaying quickly gave orders to the heavenly soldiers behind him. The Monkey King next to him pretended to be surprised and stared at Li Jiaying blankly. The king, look at the demon mirror. Don't worry, a small heavenly soldier where he can escape. He will be captured in a moment. Li Jiaying was full of confidence. The speed at which the opponent took the demon mirror and flew away was not particularly fast. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao couldn't laugh at all. This monkey and Nezha really acted in the same way as the flower fox. Can they make it? Just now, the changing heavenly soldier who snatched the demon mirror was probably Nezha. But as far as he knows, Neja's speed is all on Hot Wheels. Without Hot Wheels, his speed is just too fast. The speed at which the heavenly soldiers chased out just now was not much slower than Tei. Without using Hot Wheels, which Xiao can run away. If you use the demon body and immortal heart to transform, you will be exposed, and it is almost impossible to escape without revealing your identity. Silently glanced at the flower fox sable who was already holding the book and looked at it. Yang Xiao couldn't laugh or cry. How could this sable also learn the unreliable and pitting ability of the big yellow dog in the book? If you don't learn, what are you learning? Outside, the golden-winged great Peng eagle, which was bombed more than 10 times in succession, was still trying unconvinced. Yang Xiao had to sigh, this guy is really stubborn. I apologized to the owner of the shop, and what can I do if I pay a door-to-door fee? It's not that you are not allowed in. The speechless Yang Xiao simply didn't bother to deal with it. He wanted to make troubles, so he should sharpen his temperament first, and don't always assume his position as the #1 in the world. The camera switched to Neja, and Yang Xiao discovered that the heavenly soldier who had taken the demon mirror had really changed Neja. Bold thief, wherever you go back with us obediently. The king may spare your life. Not far from the rear, a team of heavenly soldiers drove in the clouds and followed closely. The heavenly soldiers and generals of the heavenly court, in addition to mastering the Tianluodanet battle formation, they also master a means of jointly driving the clouds. The 10-man team's heavenly soldiers can add up to the golden fairy speed, while the 100-man team can have the ordinary Tei speed. The one who chased Neja behind was a team of hundreds. If you are not afraid of exposure, how can you catch me? Neja gritted his teeth bitterly. When he was planning to act, he didn't consider it carefully and encountered various problems in the implementation. He has a headache now and doesn't know what to do. In the current situation, if he can't be chased by the heavenly soldiers behind, let alone, but he will definitely be stopped by other gods who don't know the situation. At that time, once you are surrounded, it will be troublesome. It is impossible to show the original shape, but then how to explain it? His eyes flickered for a moment, and Neja gritted his teeth when he felt the chasing soldiers get closer. The Hot Wheels appeared underneath, and Neja ran away in no time, leaving behind all the heavenly soldiers staring at each other. I'm not mistaken, right? Is that Prince Neja's Hot Wheels? One of the heavenly soldiers whispered, his head full of confusion. What did Prince Neja steal to do with the demon mirror? Another celestial soldier replied, I have seen it too. That celestial soldier seems to be changed by him. We can't catch up with our speed, and we may not be the opponent if we catch up. Just report the truth when we return. After pondering for a while, the leader of the sky waved his hand and led the people back. This dead mink, such an unreliable plan, what should I do now? After getting rid of the chasing soldiers, Neja had a terrible headache. When the Jade Emperor asked, what should I say? Unconsciously, Neja ran to the Nanshan gate and unexpectedly discovered that the gatekeeper here was not one of the 4 heavenly kings of the past, but Zhao Gongming, who was guarding the gate at night. Is it possible? Eyes flickered, Neja thought of a possibility. Those guys changed night shifts. Most likely they went to the bookstore. The plan was proposed by Huahu Dio. What solution might it have? Go to the bookstore first. If Dio is there, ask it if there is any solution. If not, there may be a way for the superb shopkeeper. Make up his mind, Neja headed to Skull Mountain. This is to find a solution. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao laughed, already guessing Neja's intentions in the lower realm. At Neja's speed, he ran at full speed and rushed to Skull Mountain within a moment. Only here, he saw a figure covered in blood, rushing into the bookstore crazily. Due to the disheveled hair of the other party, he was so embarrassed that Neja didn't recognize who it was for a while. But he could feel that the breath in the opponent was stronger than him. With the devil's body and the fairy heart opened, it may be possible to fight. After a few glances, Neja curled his lips and said speechlessly, I said that, buddy, you can't get in like this. You need treasures. Do you understand the treasures? If there are no treasures, brother, I can lend you one. Don't have to be so stubborn. You will almost die without seeing yourself. Originally, Neja was kind, but at this time the golden-winged great Peng eagle was in a bad mood. A trace of cold, murderous aura appeared in his eyes, and the golden-winged Dapeng eagle snorted coldly. Shut up, don't blame me for any more words. The golden-winged Dapeng Dio has a bad temper, and Neja is a good-tempered lord. Back then, he made trouble in the Dragon Palace, chasing and killing Li Jiaying, and the battle of conferring the gods showed power. Even the conferred god, after arriving in the heavenly court, his temper has not changed at all. Dare to love and hate, and when you meet someone who is temperamental, you will cut yourselves and go through fire and water. If you don't like it, you should express your dissatisfaction openly. It was kind, and the other party treated him like a donkey's liver and lungs, and Neja's temper sprang up. Daluo is great. Isn't it just the beginning of Daluo who is afraid of whom? I want to see how you are so unkind, how stupid you are, and how strong your cultivation is. Neja hummed lightly, competing with the golden-winged Dapeng eagle. The murderous aura in his eyes pierced into the human heart like a sharp sword, and the golden-winged Dapeng eagle's breath raged into the sky. When he attacked the ban on the bookstore just now, he hadn't done his best yet. He is stubborn, but not stupid. The invisible restraint used as much power to attack and returned as much as possible. After probing for a long time, he couldn't see the limit. The most terrifying thing is the unknown. The golden-winged great Peng eagle is also afraid of being killed by his own attack. Wouldn't it be a deathly wrongdoing? His golden-winged big Peng eagle can fight to death, but he cannot be killed by his own attack. His complexion became slightly solemn, and Neja immediately used the demon body and immortal heart that he understood from the bookstore. After all, his true strength is only in the middle stage of Tei, but the golden-winged eagle is in the early stage of Daluo. The black, purple, and gold flames burned, Neja's hair exploded, his eyes were cold, and the breath of the whole body became cold, giving people a feeling of pulling. The golden-winged great Peng eagle was also dumbfounded by Neja's methods, and felt some dangerous aura faintly. But his temperament, how can he be afraid at this time? The two sides disagree, directly kill. Silly Dio, you caused trouble for Neja and the monkey, and there was a fight outside. Yang Zio went over, pulled Hua Fox Mink by its ears and snatched the book from it. After a moment of stunned, Huahu Mink scratched his head, why the Emperor Ben Tian couldn't understand what he was talking about. Yang Zio was too lazy to talk nonsense, opened the door and threw the flower fox out. Outside, the rumbling sound shook the sky. Neja and the golden-winged Dapeng eagle started with full strength, the powerful aftermath, trembling in the sky and cloudless. In order not to be accidentally injured by the protection of the bookstore, the two gradually fought away and went far away. It really started fighting. I saw this idiot unhappy before, and I dared to bully Zio Neja. Wait, the Emperor Ben Tian will pick up your bird's feathers and turn you into a bald bird. Huahu Sayo looked at the two people who were going away and hummed dissatisfiedly. The figure turned into a blue light and disappeared instantly. There are endless spells in the red pants, and the flower fox mink has no shortcomings at all. Regardless of its weak strength, if it really wants to do with the golden-winged rock eagle, the golden-winged rock eagle will probably not be able to hide. This sable has ambitions. When Li Jiang saw Neja and Huahu Sable fighting the golden-winged eagle, would he think that the golden-winged eagle robbed him of the mirror? The mouth of the flower fox and mink is not a golden-winged eagle, but also a golden-winged eagle. Yang Zio thought to himself, and suddenly looked forward to it. Shouldn't this cause a battle between heavenly court and Buddhism? However, it seems unlikely. Leaving aside Li Jiang's connection with Buddhism, he is unlikely to believe that it was the work of Buddhism. Even if he thought it was the golden-winged eagle, he would only blame it on the golden-winged eagle. The Jade Emperor and others didn't even say it. It is estimated that they would only open one eye and close one eye for such things. Naturally, they are unlikely to have a conflict with Buddhism, even if it is the same as the last time. Several quasi-sages called to fight together and exchange views. The current three realms have been at peace for too long, and wanting to fight again is not so easy unless there is a reason why they have to fight. Outside Li Jiang's mansion, Li Jiang and Monkey King waited for a while, and the group of Heaven's soldiers rushed back. Report to the king, we chased and lost each other. Will stepped forward for the first day, glanced at Li Jiang's wink and said cautiously. Seeing that Li Jiang was about to get angry, he hurriedly added. At the last moment when the other party escaped, the hot wheel that was suspected to be kicking seemed to be the third prince. What, that rebellious son robbed me of my demon mirror, asshole, turned the other way. Li Jiang was furious and said behind him, when I report to the Jade Emperor, I will pick up 100,000 heavenly soldiers and capture him. Li Jiang, who was humming, turned his head and headed towards Yaochi. At this moment, there was an earth-shattering roar. But it was Neja and the golden-winged Dapeng eagle, all the way to the heavenly court. Besides them, the flower fox sable also participated in the fight. It's just that this mink didn't come close, and used all kinds of messy means to interfere with the golden-winged great Peng eagle in the distance. I have to say that its magical power is not weak, and the golden-winged eagle roars again and again. It was not only Li Jiang who felt the movement, but the heavenly immortals also discovered the situation. Yiachi, the Jade Emperor's divine consciousness, swept out. His brows frowned slightly. How did Nezha hit the golden-winged eagle? How did this golden-winged eagle come to heaven? In front of the Nanshan gate, Zhao Gongming summoned his black tiger, and the guardian Zhang Xianjun stared at the two men and the flower fox mink vigilantly. Once the three dared to come over, he would definitely stop him without hesitation. With the destructive power of the three people, breaking into the Yiachi, it must be a complete mess. Li Jiang's eyes flickered for a moment, and instead of going to Yiachi, he brought people out of Nanshan. As the general marshal of the Slayer, it is his duty to guard the safety of the heavenly court, and he can't ignore the obvious situation outside. After a while, Li Jiang appeared in front of the Nanshan gate with a small group of heavenly soldiers he could mobilize. Seeing both sides in the fight, Li Jiang was slightly taken aback and asked Zhao Gongming in doubt, "What's the matter?" "They came up suddenly, and I don't know what's going on." Zhao Gongming shook his head with a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. He thought of his dignified saint's personal disciple, Daluo's strength. Back then, the 24 Ding Heiju smashed the heavens and Daluo. The quasi-sage did not dare to straighten the edge, but now he wants to face a Tai be answered respectfully. If it weren't for the restriction of the conferred god list, he would have kicked this impolite guy to death. How could he be allowed to show off in front of him? Hearing the movement, Monkey King, Li Jiang and others came to the Nanshan gate together. Seeing the battle in the air, he was itchy, took out the golden hoop from his ear and rushed out. With the help of Monkey King, Nezha, who had fallen a bit in the wind, gradually turned the tide of the battle. The golden-winged Dapeng eagle roars up to the sky, and his body is full of black and purple monsters. Whatever the number of people, he is not afraid. Nezha was slightly relieved, shook his somewhat sore arm, and quietly transmitted a few words to Xiao, telling him what he was looking for. The Huahu Dio, who was making trouble everywhere, was stunned. Xiao Nezha grabbed the demon mirror and revealed his identity. The brain was moving quickly. The eyes of the flower fox mink flickered, and he had an idea. Such a good culprit is right in front of him, and he won't be thrown anywhere. Leaving the battle group, Huahu Martin turned to Nanshan. "Li Tianwang, hurry up and help. Nijia and I were running outside just now. We saw this guy sneaking out of the Nanshan gate and also changed the appearance of Nijia. We felt that there was a situation, so we fought with him. We didn't think he was really powerful. Do you know Li Tianwang? What did he change into Nezha to go to our heavenly court?" Looking at the flower fox sable, Li Jiang's expression suddenly changed. It was not his rebellious son who snatched the demon mirror, but the Buddhist golden-winged great Peng eagle. "Dapeng Dio, hand over the demon mirror quickly, otherwise you will be unable to escape today." Nezha wasn't stupid. Hearing what Huahu Miao said, he immediately yelled. The golden-winged Dapeng eagle frowned, and the cold in his eyes was even worse. What this man was talking about, he would pour dirty water on him at this time. It's just that with the golden-winged Dapeng Dio's temperament, he doesn't bother to explain it. If you misunderstand it, you will misunderstand it. "Guardian Peng, I can ask you, did you take my demon mirror?" Li Jiang took the heavenly soldiers to fly not far away, frowning and looking at the golden-winged eagle. Glancing at Li Jiang coldly, the golden-winged Dapeng Dio hummed softly. "What about it, not how about it?" Seeing the attitude of the golden-winged Dapeng carving, Nezha, Flower Fox, and Monkey King almost laughed. This guy is so cooperative. "If it is, please leave it to me. If it is not, the king will not pursue it." Li Jiang's eyes flashed slightly, and he guessed in his heart that this guy might have snatched it. With a soft snort, the golden-winged Dapeng eagle continued to blast with Nezha and Monkey King, but he ignored Li Jiang. Looking at the golden-winged great Peng eagle, which seemed to give him no face at all, the anger in Li Jiang's heart. "Did you steal it? You can say it. Look at my flames." Nezha yelled, and the demon fire burning around his body separated and burned to the golden-winged eagle. Monkey King frowned and dodged away. The demon fire was terrifying and could not be touched. Although he is an incorruptible body of King Kong, this fire is really weird, and even the Linglong pagoda can be damaged, so it will hurt the body too. The flower fox sable came out, taking advantage of a tornado spell. The fire took advantage of the wind, and the sky was filled with flames for an instant, and the golden-winged eagle had nowhere to hide. There was a scream. The next moment the golden-winged great Peng sculpture suddenly turned into its body, and when the flames came, its figure hid far away. "Fast speed!" Monkey King exclaimed, looking at the golden-winged Dapeng carving body in the distance. The flame in his eyes was burning. They were all monsters, and they even met such a powerful guy. "You two are very good, but you are far from me." The golden-winged Dapeng eagle spoke coolly. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his figure threw out. A golden light flashed, and in the next moment it appeared in front of the flower fox Martin. This mink had been interfering with him just now. Compared with Monkey King and Nezha, the golden-winged eagle would want to clean up this guy first. Scared, the speed is enough. The flower fox Martin was taken aback, and his figure hid directly into the void. Grabbing an empty golden-winged Dapeng carving slightly stunned, this weak mink actually has this ability. "Watch and fight." Monkey King chased from the side, and the golden banged down. The golden-winged Dapeng carving flickered and flew over the golden hoop. A pair of iron claws grabbed the golden hoop. "Want to grab my golden hoop? You are dreaming." With a low roar, the golden cudgel quickly turned into an embroidery needle, flew back to Monkey King's hand, and became its previous size again. On the side, the flower fox Mart had reappeared, and made a few snake-like, dark, and wandering things, quietly winding around the golden-winged big eagle. The furious golden-winged Dapeng eagle let go of Monkey King and killed the flower fox mink again. This mink is really hateful. "Come on, you can't hit me." Hua Fox Dio yelled proudly, turning into a blue smoke and swept to Li Jiang's side. There are so many golden-winged Dapeng eagles, only the flower fox mink is in their eyes, and they are killed. Because of his larger size, he leaped down and his wings were bound to catch Li Jiang's face. "Stop it to the king." Li Jiang's expression was extremely ugly, and the Linglong pagoda was raised, and the golden chains sprang out from the inside, stabbing the golden-winged big eagle. However, his exquisite pagoda was much bleak compared to when he dealt with Nezha. Obviously, this tower has not fully recovered after being injured on that day. Let's take action together to calm the Jinpeng Law Guard. Li Jiang told the heavenly soldiers behind him that he knew how many catties he had. With Li Jiang's orders, all the heavenly soldiers were ready for battle early. Hearing this, one by one was surging with immortal power, and a huge transparent long spear shot out. His eyes condensed slightly, and the golden-winged Dapeng eagle slapped its wings on the spear. Amid the deafening explosion, the violent shock wave pushed wildly around. Seeing the flower fox mink in a bad situation, he ran far away a step earlier. Although it was caused by it, it said that it would not bear the pot, and it was Li Jiang who ordered the move. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao looked at the battle in front of Nanshan Gate. His eyes flashed. If at the beginning it was just a private fight between Nezha and the others, now that Li Jiang and all the heavenly soldiers were added, it would be different. When he reached Sheng Ling's side, Yang Xiao put his hand on the book. Seeing that it was Yang Xiao, Sheng Ling lifted his sight blocked and said dissatisfied, "Smelly shopkeeper, what are you doing? Don't disturb me reading. You don't care about your Uncle Dapeng, you are about to be beaten to death." Yang Xiao was speechless, looking at Sheng Ling and asked. After a daze, Sheng Ling scratched his head and looked around. "By the way, where is my Uncle Dapeng?" Looking at the bewilderment of Sheng Ling, Yang Xiao couldn't laugh or cry. "Please read a book. Can you not be so serious? Your Uncle Dapeng has not come in just now, okay? He is at Nanshan. Li Tianwang took the heavenly soldiers to beat him to death." Yang Xiao spoke slowly, and when he finished speaking, Sheng Ling's expression changed drastically, and he stood up. Putting the book back on the shelf, Sheng Ling said angrily, "They dare to deal with my Uncle Dapeng. They are so bold. I will go find them." "What's the use for you to go? What if you are also caught and send your dad a message?" Holding Sheng Ling, who wanted to run out, Yang Xiao said helplessly. Stunned for a moment, Sheng Ling felt reasonable and hurriedly took out a colorful feather, dripped a drop of blood, and walked outside the bookstore with it. In the cracks in the space above the great Leiyin temple, Kong Xuan, who was fighting with the Tathagata, suddenly changed his face and was forced to retreat with a palm. "No, my daughter is looking for me in a hurry. If you come, we will call another day." When the words fell, Kong Xuan broke through the cracks in the space and headed east all the way. The feather that Sheng Ling took out was Kong Xuan's natal feather, and he could feel the specific position. "Come in first and get your things back." Seeing Sheng Ling, who was out of the bookstore, Yang Xiao called her back, flipped his hand and took out a piece of jade pendant. This is the last time Sheng Ling read the book and kept the mortgage, saying that it was a protective treasure given by Kong Xuan. Yang Xiao has been appraised by the system, and the value is very high. It shows that the protection of jade pendant is not weak. If the owner didn't tell me, I forgot. Stunned for a moment, Sheng Ling hurriedly took out the things and replaced the jade pendant. Now she has a lot of treasures on her body, including a very rich little woman. Don't run around, you will be outside the bookstore in a while. With a laugh, Yang Xiao arranged for Sheng Ling. This girl didn't want Kong Xuan to know the bookstore. She was afraid that if she disappeared, Kong Xuan would know where she was. But Yang Xiao didn't think so. He wanted Kong Xuan to come to the bookstore. Taking this opportunity to let Kong Xuan know about the bookstore is not bad. Although Sheng Ling was puzzled, he didn't ask so much and took the feather that no longer flashed out of the store. She found that in the bookstore, her father's natal feather seemed to have no effect. This was why she waited outside the store in the first place. Just now she felt that the bookstore had restrictions, fearing that it would affect the effect, but now she found that it was so. Uncle Peng knows it anyway, and it's okay for Daddy to know. Looking at the flashing feathers, Sheng Ling muttered. On the way to the east, feeling that his natal feather suddenly disappeared for a while, Kong Xuan was anxious, worried that something happened to Sheng Ling and flew faster. After a short while, a five-colored auspicious light rushed down in the air, revealing Kong Xuan's figure. Seeing Sheng Ling, he hurried over. San Ling, are you okay? Let Dad have a look. Kong Xuan was worried and looked up and down at Sheng Ling for fear that something might happen to Sheng Ling. Sheng Ling was speechless and rolled his eyes and said, Of course I am fine with your daughter. It is Uncle Peng and the people of heaven are arresting him. What bold these bastards when I Kong Xuanhao can't speak. Hearing this, Kong Xuan's eyes suddenly showed a trace of chill, and he was about to set off with Sheng Ling. Pulling Kong Xuan's hand off, Sheng Ling shook his head and said, Father, go by yourself. Uncle Peng is at Nanshan Gate. I'm going to read a book www Wuxi Aspot. Kong Xuan's face is dumbfounded, and he suddenly noticed the back. In the wooden house, and Yang Xiao, who smiled and waved at him. Yes, it's just reading books. Actually, I lied to you last time. I read books here for a few days. Sheng Ling explained with a smile, or let Daddy go in and comprehend something and become more powerful. Frowning, Kong Xuan was puzzled. Are you also reading in the bookstore at night? Yes, that's the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper is fine. Seeing that I am poor, he didn't drive me away at night. Sheng Ling replied that she didn't think so much about her innocence. Only after speaking, she found that her dad's expression became terrible, as if he was going to eat people. Yang Xiao inside the house, when he heard Sheng Ling's words outside, the corners of his mouth were violently twitched. Can you say that, Sheng Ling? You're going to kill our owner. Although he and Sheng Ling didn't do much, Kong Xuan obviously didn't think so, and he knew it by the cannibalistic eyes. Father, what's wrong with you? Don't you want to open the bookstore like Guanyin? Seeing Kong Xuan looking in the direction of the bookstore, Sheng Ling suddenly looked vigilant, grabbed Kong Xuan tightly, and began to persuade with all his heart. The owner is very powerful, Father. Don't mess around. Neither Guanyin nor Uncle Peng can break into the bookstore. A trace of consternation appeared on his face. Kong Xuan frowned. Guanyin and Peng couldn't get in. Sweeping Yang Xiao up and down a few times, he realized that Yang Xiao was just a small person. With such strength, his daughter said he was great. What is the mystery? Without thinking about the mess, Kong Xuan asked Sheng Ling a little nervously, Did the kid do anything to you, such as holding your hand or kissing you? Strangely staring at Kong Xuan, Sheng Ling was at a loss. Why did the shopkeeper hold my hand? We didn't do anything. He sleeps. I read my book. Daddy, I'll tell you secretly, the owner is a big pig and he is a fairy and he can sleep so well. I have never seen such a lazy person. Inside the room, the corners of Yang Xiao's mouth twitched. This dead girl slandered the shopkeeper in front of me. She didn't twitch. Although it seems to be true, it's not because the owner is all right to do. Why not sleep? You don't need to cultivate yourself. You have read all the books on the shelf, and it's not interesting to read it again. After looking at Yang Xiao deeply, Kong Xuan lightly snorted. I'll find you to settle the account later if you bully my daughter. Your kid waits to be pumped by King Benaming. After speaking, Kong Xuan was about to take Sheng Ling away. After hearing Sheng Ling's words just now, he no longer worried about leaving Sheng Ling alone. Smelly father, I'm not going with you. I'm going to read a book, and how can you fight if you took me there? Sheng Ling shook off Kong Chuan's hand, made a face, and ran back to the bookstore. His face changed slightly, and Detective Kong Chuan grabbed it, but was blocked by the invisible protection outside the bookstore. As soon as he was about to take other measures, he listened to Yang Xiao in the bookstore saying, "Ming Wang, the character of the owner, is still okay. The most important thing now is to save Peng." In front of the Nanshan gate, Li Jiang is taking countless heavenly soldiers and is arresting him. "I am late. I'm afraid it is not very good." Frozen, Kong Chuan took a deep breath and turned into a stream of light soaring into the sky. Back in the room, Yang Xiao stood in front of the water mirror. In the picture, the battle in front of the Nanshan gate continued. After Li Jiang and the heavenly soldiers came forward, Nezha and others quietly retreated. They are happy to watch the good show and want to see Li Jiang deflated, so naturally they won't help. Li Jiang was only bringing a small team of heavenly soldiers. He wanted to block Daluo's golden-winged eagle. I'm afraid it was even worse. Only a moment later, Li Jiang and all the heavenly soldiers fell in the wind. "Nizzy, don't come to help yet." Li Jiang's face was ugly, and he suddenly wondered if the golden-winged great Peng eagle had snatched his demon mirror. With that mink product, what it says can hardly be believed. But now that the arrow is on the string, and looking at the golden-winged great Peng eagle's posture that he does not intend to give up, he understands that he must be subdued today. But after drawing the fire to them just now, the two powerful forces of Nezha and Monkey King retreated. How could they stop them? "Fuck off, I don't want to shoot when I see you," he fights. Nezha curled his lips. He was completely unhappy with Li Jiang, and Li Jiang trembled with anger. When Li Jiang was distracted, the golden-winged Peng eagle spotted the opportunity and flapped his wings to fly the Linglong pagoda. The tower was hanging above, and various attacks continued which threatened him greatly. "Marshal Xiao, please help." Asking Nezha for help is impossible. Knowing that Monkey King is unlikely to help, Li Jiang looked at Xiao Gongming in front of the Nanshan gate while retracting the pagoda. Before Li Jiang was disdainful of him, Xiao Gongming certainly wouldn't make a move. He shook his head and said, "Heavenly King, my duty is to guard the gate. You are the main force of demons, so let me send you a heavenly monarch to ask for reinforcements." Xiao Gongming didn't say anything dead, so he summoned a guardian Tianjin to let him go. However, it seemed that his actions were a little extraneous, and the immortals who heard the movement had gradually gathered to the Nanshan gate. Xiao Gongming has an excuse, and he doesn't have to act. But when other immortals came, they had to participate in the battle. Li Jiang ignored Xiao Gongming and directly gave orders to the others. Jiu Yao Xingjun, 12 Yuanchen, helped this heavenly king together, and the rest are on standby for the time being. The immortals who had been named came forward to help Li Jiang surrender the golden-winged great Peng eagle. There are 9 people in Jiu Yao Xingjun, not just one person, including the 9 people of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, sun, lunar, and Liu Hu and Jidu. The same is true for 12 Yuanchen, with 12 people who are the 12 zodiac gods in folklore. Knowing the gap with the golden-winged Peng eagle, as soon as they came out, they teamed up to set up a formation and used a joint attack method. Countless battles have honed their understanding of each other early, and the means should not be underestimated. The cultivation bases of several people are Tei, and the combined attack power is not weaker than that of De Luo or even stronger. The golden-winged eagle, which had the upper hand, gradually fell back. With cold eyes flickering, the furious golden-winged great Peng eagle truly revealed his body, a golden eagle that spreads its wings hundreds of feet and obscures the sky. 28 nights, 36 heavens, 72 earth evils, let's shoot together. Li Jiang's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly yelled, and aside from anything else, the golden-winged Peng carved out this figure scared them to take it lightly. The immortals that have been spotted stand out and set up a large array one by one, and the strength of their joint efforts is not weak. It's just that they weren't all present, such as Qimu Wolf in the 28 Nights, and now he was punished to stay in Dowsing Palace to help. Many people were also absent in the 36 Tiangeng and the 72 Earth Evil. As a result, their formation is inevitably inadequate, but it is sufficient to deal with the golden-winged great Peng eagle. Although the golden-winged Peng carving bloodline is extraordinary, it is only the early days of De Luo. Full of calculations, his strength is equivalent to that of the late De Luo. Heavenly Court dispatched so many people, if he can't take it, wouldn't it be a joke? With a scream, the golden-winged eagle flapped its wings. The wind howled, lightning flashed, and thunder. A series of golden wind blades flew out from under his wings, cutting to the people surrounding him. Li Jiang and others were naturally unwilling to sit back and wait for death. They waited to be beaten and rushed to fight back together. Various star beams, flame ice thorns, and giant stone fist shadows all smashed against the golden-winged eagle. The rumbling sound is constant, and chaotic energy is everywhere in the sky, exploding like fireworks, beautiful but dangerous. If those explosions fall on people, they will not die but also seriously injured. Although the golden-winged Peng eagle is strong, the hero can't hold on to the crowds. Coupled with the previous attack on the protection of the bookstore, he has already suffered a little injury, and gradually he has suffered a lot of injuries. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao watched the battle in the picture with relish. This is the real fight of the gods. The kind of Monkey King before was all small and small, not so many people together. Suddenly at this moment, there was a roar in the screen, and the sky was full of 5-colored clouds. All the attacks and explosive energy were completely wiped out. Between heaven and earth, only the 5 colors of brilliance become the only one. With the appearance of the 5-color glow, it is naturally the strongest quasi-sage Kang Xuan. Brushing away the 5-color glow of various attacks, the next moment it turned to the heavenly people. A quasi-sage shot, these ordinary gods could not stop them. One by one was brushed down from the air like dumplings. Tusk, it's really domineering. When will this shopkeeper have such a trick? Yang Xiao admired. There was a brilliant light in his eyes. Although there are tens of millions of people, they are not afraid of being the most brilliant light and the focus of everyone. Thinking about it is really exciting. Okay, very good, Tianting. You bully my brother. Do you think I'm a good bully? Kang Xuan was furious, with murderous eyes, looking into the depths of Nanshan men. After all, he is a quasi-sage. He has his arrogance, and he does not want to be familiar with some small soldiers. His 5-color glow just now only caused everyone to temporarily lose their mana, and didn't kill them. I didn't expect the Peacock King to come. It was really unexpected. With laughter, the Jade Emperor walked step by step from the direction of Yachi. In the other 2 directions, Emperor Ziwei and Emperor Gaochen also showed up. Seeing Kang Xuan's toughness, they dare not neglect. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't give an explanation today, King Benaming will break into your heaven and let you taste the anger of King Benaming. Kang Xuan hummed lightly. His eyes were murderous. He had seen the injuries on the golden-winged great Peng eagle just now. The Jade Emperor frowned and looked at Li Jiang. Torda, what's the matter? Your Majesty, he was fighting with Nezha and Huahu Daio in front of Nanshan Gate, and the minister wanted to intervene. Li Jiang replied, pondering it, and then gritted his teeth. Furthermore, Huahu Martin also said that he changed Nezha and snatched my demon mirror. You lost the demon mirror. Hearing this, the corners of the Jade Emperor's mouth twitched slightly. He had lost the Linglong Pagoda not long ago, and now he has lost the demon mirror. Without thinking, the Jade Emperor knew that this was not done by the golden-winged Peng carving. Although he hadn't seen the golden-winged great Peng eagle very much, he had heard about him and knew that he was as arrogant as Kang Xuan, and he didn't even bother to do many things. If the things lost according to the demon mirror are related, they will only be related to the flower fox Martin. The Emperor of Heaven swears to the Tao of Heaven, if I steal the demon mirror and the sky is struck by thunder, I will not die. Seeing the expression in Jade Emperor's eyes, Huahu Daio had already guessed what he was thinking, and yelled and initiated an oath. The Jade Emperor was stunned for a moment, with a look of bewilderment. Isn't this Sable? Even if the oath of heaven was issued, it really wasn't him who did it, and who did it. Kang Xuan was also taken aback by the words of Flower Fox Mink. This mink claims to be the Emperor of Heaven. Is it possible that he is also a quasi-sage? Not like it. Stop being sloppy with King Benaming. I care about what you lose. The problem now is that so many of you are trying to deal with my brother. Frowning and too lazy to think about it, Kang Xuan looked at the Jade Emperor coldly. The Jade Emperor hummed, Didn't King Ming hear it's the golden-winged rock fighting Nezha and Huahu Sable? Li Tianwang just wants them to end the fight. I don't think it is necessary. Don't assume that King Benaming doesn't know that Nezha is Li Jiang's son. He is helping his son to vent his anger. Posing his lips, Kang Xuan showed a trace of disdain in his eyes. In short, he was dissatisfied. Nezha, who was taken aback for a moment, shouted like a ghost. Li Jiang is just to help me out, Ming Wang. Why don't you leave him at your disposal? How about this matter? The sudden voice stunned the Jade Emperor, and Li Jiang was even more murderous, glaring at Nezha. This rebellious son actually wanted to hand him over to calm the anger of a quasi-sage. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao almost got stuck laughing. This is the real cheating. From this, we can see how much Nezha hates his dad. This is to take revenge at all costs and seize every opportunity. Kong Xuan was also taken aback for a while. What kind of operation is this? Why can't I understand it? Hayashin, what do you mean? After a moment of silence, Kong Xuan looked at the Jade Emperor. Of course, he would not think that Nezha could be the master. The three quasi-sages of the heavenly court came forward, and they should be the masters. If you are kidding, you believe it too. The Jade Emperor chuckled and gave Nezha a speechless look. No matter how he is your father, do you need to get it to death? If this really hands Li Jiang to the angry Kong Xuan, he will have to be skinned if he doesn't die. Then you are talking about how to deal with this matter. If I hadn't got the news, wouldn't my brother be humiliated and tortured by them? Kong Xuan hummed lightly, his eyes flashing murderously. He suddenly became a little curious about what bookstore his daughter was in, and how did he know that the golden-winged Peng eagle had marked the South Heaven Gate? This is not a big deal, it's just a fight in private. It's just that when Li Tianwang wants to stop this fight, he has evolved to this point. Why don't you think about this as the king of Ming? I ask Li Jiang and the others to apologize to the golden-winged Peng eagle. In addition, I will send another spring pill refined by the old monarch to heal injuries. I have to say that the Jade Emperor's proposal was very polite and gave Kong Xuan a face. This is the kind of pill that he had given son Wukong before. Judging from Li Jiang's jealousy at the time, the value of this medicine is not low. In other words, the pill made by the sage clone, Liaojun, is almost of no value. If the value is too low, he doesn't bother to practice, and the practice is also given to the two boys, the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn. Your Majesty, the minister's demon mirror. After hearing the solution of the Jade Emperor, Li Jiang frowned before Kong Xuan made a statement. The Jade Emperor said uncomfortably, "You can't even look good at your own things, Li Tianwang. You are very disappointed. First is the pagoda, and now it is looking at the demon mirror. What else will you lose next? Does it every time you have to get to me to give up? You lose what you lose and find a way to go. It's not necessarily who took it, but I'm sure it's not a golden-winged eagle." Li Jiang's complexion became extremely gloomy, and his face was fiercely painful after being slapped and covered by the Jade Emperor. In front of so many people around, he was scolded unexpectedly. Damn it, it's not the Peng protector. It must be the asterisk of Flower Fox Mink. Li Jiang gritted his teeth bitterly and looked at the Flower Fox Martin with bitter eyes. With the temperament of the Flower Fox, how could he care about the occasion? He stared back with dissatisfaction. What do you stare at? The Emperor Benchen swears to the Tao of Heaven, fool Li. Do you think the Emperor Benchen stole your broken mirror? I really thought that your broken mirror was valuable, a asterisk thing that no one wanted on the street. Could it be that you gave it to a little fairy at night? Did you forget it? When Huahu Mink spoke, the scene suddenly calmed down and most people looked at Li Jiang in a daze. Another one looked at Hua Fox Mink and shook his head and laughed. I have understood the eloquence of this mink a long time ago, and it was truly extraordinary at first sight today. Asshole, if you dare to slander the king, I will not blame the king for his ruthless action today. Li Jiang blushed with rage and his neck was thick. Isn't this just buttoning his hat on his head? Hua Fox Sable is not afraid at all and disdains his lips. It's as if you can do anything to the emperor, who was in the Lingshan palace last time, crying and shouting that the emperor would return his pagoda. And what are you doing so excited? You got hit by the emperor, so you have no face to see people. This time Li Jiang was really mad, and the Linglong pagoda flew out, and the red fox sable was under the hood. Bickering goes to bickering, Hua Fox Mink won't relax its vigilance. As soon as the pagoda reached the top of the head, it disappeared. The Jade Emperor and the others were stunned, their eyes all shocked. It seemed, how could this mink have such a method? Others don't know, but how these quasi-sages will be unclear. This is a spatial method, and the faint spatial fluctuations are so clear. But mastering the power of space, isn't it a sign of quasi-sage? How does a little golden fairy control it? Could it be a gift of supernatural powers? But I have never heard that the Flower Fox Martin has such supernatural powers. At this moment, the Jade Emperor suddenly remembered the theft of Pan Taoyuan. It is very likely that this Dio did it. The tower delivered to the door, there is no reason not to accept it. Flower Fox Mink didn't know the surprise of the crowd, and showed up beside the Linglong pagoda and grabbed it with its claws. Li Jiang's face changed abruptly. Thinking of the last time, he was so frightened that he hurriedly manipulated the Linglong pagoda back into his hands. "Come on, don't you want to be cruel to the Emperor Benshin? Go on." Looking at Li Jiang contemptuously, Hua Fox Sable ridiculed mercilessly. With the red pants of Huang Tiandi's tutor, it was so capricious. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao shook his head speechlessly and laughed. This eloquence is even better than the big yellow dog in the book. Li Jiang challenged this sable. It was purely seeking humiliation. "That mink, the one from Guangmu Tianwang Malashu." At this time, Kong Chuan's eyes flashed slightly, and the voice transmission asked the golden-winged eagle next to him. After a moment of stunned, the golden-winged Dapeng eagle nodded. "Yes, I have seen it with the Guangmu Heavenly King this morning." Kong Chuan said nothing, frowned thoughtfully. If it is that mink, it can't be the quasi-sage strength. Then another reason is to inherit supernatural powers. But the monster, like Zijinhua fox mink, has this kind of inheritance supernatural power. "You..." Li Jiang was so angry that his nose almost smoked. He said that he couldn't talk but couldn't beat him. It was really aggrieved. The speechless Jade Emperor stopped the two of them and looked at Kong Chuan. Ming made a laugh. "Maybe you can accept the proposal just now. Since the Jade Emperor you give face so much, King Benaming is not an unreasonable person. Just do as you say." His eyes flashed. Kong Chuan nodded. The injury of the golden-winged Dapeng eagle is not serious, and the spring pill is enough to recover. Moreover, he is more worried about his daughter now and does not want to continue to waste time here. Seeing Kong Chuan's consent, a smile appeared on the Jade Emperor's face, and a green pill flew over with his hand. At the moment when the pill appeared, the air was filled with a scent of vegetation. Just smelling this scent, many injured people felt that their injuries had improved. Those who were not injured also felt refreshed and much better. It deserves to be the refined pill, a good pill. Even with Kong Chuan's arrogance, seeing the effect of returning spring pill, he couldn't help but praise him. Since he had seen a saint take action in the conferred god battle, he has clearly realized that there is still a long way to go between himself and the saint. After giving the elixir to the golden-winged Dapeng eagle, Kong Chuan turned his eyes to Li Jiang and others. Of course, Li Jiang didn't dare not give the Jade Emperor face, and took all those who did it to apologize. However, among these people, Nezha, Monkey King, and Huahudayo were not included. As for the golden-winged Dapeng eagle, seeing the three of them did not apologize, nor said anything. This kind of siege King Benaming doesn't want to happen next time. If there is another time, it won't be so easy to stop. After leaving a word, Kong Chuan took the golden-winged great Peng eagle and went away in an instant. Needless to think about it, his destination must be a bookstore. "It's coming." In the bookstore, Yang Xiao's eyes flashed slightly. He was wondering how to make Kong Chuan and the golden-winged Dapeng skewed. As far as he knows, Kong Chuan was one of King Zhou and his side, guarding Jinjiling, and one person was so stunned that the Western Zhou army could not make any progress. In the end, the sage asked to face him and took him to Buddhism. But Yang Xiao guessed that Kong Chuan must be unwilling. After all, Zhenti once regarded him as a mount. For the arrogant Kong Chuan, it was an insult, but he had seen the power of the saint and knew that he could not beat the opponent before he broke out. He is still staying in Buddhism. It may be that he must have mentioned some means. As for the golden-winged great Peng eagle, Kong Chuan has always been the head, and he would follow Kong Chuan in general. Go watch the excitement. Witnessing the disappearance of Kong Chuan and the golden-winged Dapeng eagle, Hua Fox Sable suddenly remembered something and pulled La Nezha and Monkey King. The two of them looked at a loss, wondering where to see the excitement. "Hua Fox Mink, aren't you the lower realm? Why are you running to the heaven again?" At this moment, the Jade Emperor in the distance suddenly spoke and looked at Hua Fox Mink. With this mink's presence, the heavenly court can't be peaceful, and this matter is absolutely inseparable from it. The Jade Emperor now hopes it will leave quickly, and love to harm which harm will go, in short, don't stay in his heaven. "Let's go here and now, Brother Nezha, Brother Wukong. Go, send Ben Tiandi, Fairy Bone, come together." Hua Fox Dio laughed and nodded, and could not help but ran to the lower bound with his arms around Monkey King and Nizha's necks. Bai Pinpin, who was stunned behind, also followed. After flying a certain distance, Huahudayo explained, "If the Emperor is not bad, Ming Wang and the golden-winged Dapeng eagle went to the bookstore just now." What? How could it be? How did they know the bookstore? Monkey King looked astonished, a little anxious. That Peng is so powerful now. If he understands something, how can he fight? Neja opened his mouth and said, "Yes, I was just the one I encountered when I was going to the bookstore to look for the flower fox and the owner." I think he wanted to rush into the bookstore and kindly reminded him that not only did he not appreciate me, but he also spoke harshly to me. When I was angry, I fought him. Huahu Miao has been to the bookstore just now, knowing the situation and explaining it. This Peng is Shang Ling's uncle and her father is probably King Daming. How do they know it? I don't need to say more about it. The emperor now suspects that these two guys may have gone to forcibly rush the bookstore again. Let's go take a look. Looking at each other, both Monkey King and Neja saw the curiosity in each other's eyes. Peng will not talk about it. The great power of King Daming is terrifying. How would the shopkeeper treat him? One curious person, one monkey, busy pulling up the white goods, and a group of people went to the bookstore as quickly as possible. By this time, in front of the bookstore, Kong Chuan and the golden-winged Peng eagle had arrived. "Big brother, this wooden house is weird. With my strength, I can't even get in." Standing in front of the bookstore, the golden-winged Peng Dio's eyes flashed slightly. Apart from unwillingness, there was a deep curiosity in his heart. What is there in this small wooden house? I heard that it is a bookstore www.wuxias.com. But a small bookstore, how could there be a powerful restriction that would prevent him, De Luo, from entering? I'll try, I want to see what's weird. Kong Chuan nodded, and the five-color glow in his hand circulated, and he suddenly pressed it out. In the next instant, a powerful countershock force popped up, and Kong Chuan flew out, even though the bookstore could not ban it. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao removed the water mirror and opened the door. "Since the two are here, why don't you tell me the owner of the shop and try to break through?" Standing at the door, Yang Xiao looked at them lightly. After seeing that even Kong Chuandu couldn't afford the systematic protection, I was a little excited. It turns out that the system is so powerful that the quasi-sage is above the saint. Is it possible that the system has the power of a saint? But Yang Xiao didn't dare to be too sure. Kong Chuan obviously didn't give his full strength at all, and it was not sure whether he could break through. "Sure enough, kid, hand over my daughter." His eyes flickered slightly. Kong Chuanfei returned, looking at Yang Xiao with a bad expression. Smiling and shook his head, Yang Xiao said, "Girl Shingling is reading a book. Why don't you come in if you too want to see her? Since let us in, you will remove this prohibition." Kong Chuan looked at Yang Xiao and tried the restriction just now. He felt that even if he wanted to break it, it would not be so easy. This ban how much power he used to attack, how much power he would fight back. He is not sure where the upper limit is. If he uses his full strength, it still cannot be broken. He may be injured in the rebound force and even suffer a life crisis. Our shop rules, there will be one treasure of the same territory when entering the door, and will not be repaid. Looking at the two with a smile, Yang Xiao said the conditions. Although he wanted to let them in, he didn't want to break the rules. Moreover, the two of them are so arrogant, it is good to kill them appropriately. My daughter searched for treasures everywhere in Lingshan, but did she use it for you? Hearing that, Kong Chuan didn't talk about getting started, but asked about other things instead. Yang Xiao pondered for a moment and nodded. If nothing happens, she should use it for me. Then he robbed and blackmailed, received gate fees, land occupation fees, and other things are you also taught. Seeing Yang Xiao nodding, Kong Chuan's complexion became ugly, his face gloomy and murderous flickering in his eyes. His simple and lovely daughter, look at what she is now, and I don't know where the bandit came out. The owner of this pot doesn't memorize it. The owner has never taught Miss Shingling anything. Maybe she imitated the owner. Yang Xiao was speechless. This was really not what he taught. It was Shang Ling who read the book and had an idea. In the distance, Huahu Xiao and others whizzed up and fell in front of the bookstore. Seeing these people in the heavenly court, Kong Chuan was stunned for a moment, not knowing what they were doing here. When we don't exist, you continue. Huahu Dio grinned and stood farther away with Monkey King, Neja, and Bai Pinpin, intending to watch the excitement. I haven't been in for such a long time, and I really have a good show. Kong Chuan frowned. Go away, don't think that King Ming doesn't kill people. How can he be here to let people watch a monkey show? Isn't this insulting him? Her face stiffened slightly. Hua Fox Dio curled her lips and walked in front of the bookstore. It had paid the entrance fee before. Yang Xiao was not so dark, and he did not charge it once before entering the door. He only charged it once a day. Sun Wukong and Nezha had never been here before, but they handed Yang Xiao a treasure and walked in smoothly. Kong Xuan was stunned, busy trying to follow in but hit an invisible wall. Weird, why didn't you feel any movement? His face changed slightly, and Kong Xuan's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He found that he couldn't see what the ban outside the bookstore was. Come and kill us now. After entering the bookstore, Huahudale, Monkey King, and others didn't rush to read the book. Hiding behind Yang Xiao, Huahudale teased. The speechless Nezha almost slapped the flower fox sable out of the fan. Why did this sable die so hard? Should he stay in the bookstore forever and not go out anymore? Even if they can't think about it, the shopkeeper won't let them stay. Asshole little golden immortal ant, you can't count the ones that King Benjamin killed back then. Kong Xuan's expression was ugly with anger. He had seen this mink's shamelessness and boldness before in front of Nanshan Gate. But he didn't expect that the other party would dare to jump like this in front of his quasi-sage. Then you come in. If you can break in, you will be considered as the emperor lose. The flower fox mink was not afraid at all, and continued to die to stimulate Kong Xuan. Just when it thought Kong Xuan was going to attack the bookstore, it saw two unknown stones in Kong Xuan's hand and threw them into Yang Xiao's hand. The formation outside the bookstore blocked people, but did not block these things. Yang Xiao took it in his hands. After checking, Yang Xiao turned around and walked inside, with a faint voice floating outside the bookstore. Come in. Is that enough? Kong Xuan was stunned, did not see what the owner did. With curiosity, Kong Xuan took a step forward, but this time without the slightest surprise, he successfully entered the bookstore. His gaze abruptly fell on Hua Fox Sable. Kong Xuan's eyes showed a sorrowful look. Think about how to die. Think about it, hammer you to death. When Kong Xuan thought that the flower fox was about to pee, the plot did not come as he thought. I saw that Mink drew out a big axe and shot it on his forehead. Kong Xuan was stunned and subconsciously raised his hand to block. Clang! With a sound of interweaving gold and iron, Kong Xuan was photographed with a dumbfounded look. His dignified quasi-sage did not block the attack of the next golden immortal. Although relying on the powerful body of the quasi-sage, he did not suffer any injuries, but he could not accept the result. Soon Kong Xuan felt something. His face changed drastically, and he found that his mana was suppressed by a powerful force and could not use any of it. Fights are forbidden in the bookstore. Violators will be fined. The flower fox sable will act first and bear the main responsibility. If you don't hand over 50 treasures in the same territory, you will be expelled from the bookstore and never allowed to enter. Kong Xuan's secondary responsibility. 3 treasures of the same territory, if not handed over, the same consequences. Yang Xiao had expected that the dead sable Huahuziao would do something, but deliberately did not stop him. He only came forward after Huahuziao slapped an axe. He also thought of the fine temporarily www, Wuxiaspot, calm tilde, and he was fascinated by it. Even if it made a few noises, fighting would never be allowed. The main reason is that he knows that the Flower Fox Mart has just ransacked Pan Taoyuan and Leijun's Dust Palace, not slaughtering anyone. His cultivation speed is closely related to the resources he earns, and doing so is also helping himself. He was also very curious about flat peaches and golden pills, these 2 legendary things, and wanted to taste them. Yang Xiao, who has read the book, knows that there is a separate storage space in the red pants, and the things stored inside are very clean. It's like the portable space of the immortals on the westward journey. It feels like it's inside the body, but it's not like that. It's another space created in the body during cultivation. Fine, there is no such rule, 50 pieces. Why don't you grab it, the owner? After listening to Yang Xiao's words, Hua Fox Dio burst into tears and shouted. If you had known such a rule, it would definitely not do it. 50 pieces are enough for its 50-day entry fee. Yang Xiao curled his lips and looked at the Flower Fox Martin amusedly. He was really right. The shop owner was just robbing it. If you don't pay it, go out now. You are already on our blacklist. No, the black-hearted shopkeeper, can't I return it? With a weeping face, Hua Fox Sable looked for a gourd golden pill and a dozen flat peaches from inside the red pants. Looking at the more than 10 flat peaches, Kong Xuan and the golden winged Dapeng carving were slightly stunned. The flat peaches produced by the flat peach tree, one of the 10 spiritual roots of the world, how could this mink have so many? Yang Xiao was in a good mood, so he took over Jin Dan and Pan Tao, regardless of what Hua Fox Mink said about him. The system has estimated that the value of these things is worth more than 100 golden fairyland treasures. But Yang Xiao didn't want to count it like that. He knew that this Dio had stolen something. Not bad, want to fool the owner. Deliberately stern, Yang Xiao stared at Hua Fox Sable badly. Frozen, Huahu Mink scratched her head. Isn't it enough? Regarding the value of flat peaches and those golden pills, although it knows the preciousness, it does not know the specific value. Being so frightened by Yang Xiao, it didn't think much, and took out a dozen big and round flat peaches and a gourd golden pill. It should be enough this time, shopkeeper. Let me tell you that the medicine in my gourd is refined by the Taoist ancestor, and should be worth a lot of treasures. There are also these flat peaches. Seeing these, they are 9,000 years old, and these are 6,000 years old. This time it must be enough. Yang Xiao smiled with joy and took it with a squinted smile, pretending to estimate it and nodding. Enough this time. Hearing this, the flower fox Mart exhaled. It was really afraid that Yang Xiao would ask it again. On the side, Nezha looked at Yang Xiao's mouth and twitched wildly. Huahu Dio didn't know the value of golden core and flat peach. How could he not know after spending so long in the heavenly court? Not to mention those taken out later. The value of the dozen or so 3,000-year-old flat peaches far surpassed 50 golden immortal treasures. Hua Fox Sable is right. The owner is really a black-hearted guy. But how did the shopkeeper know that the flower fox sable can take out things? Looking at the shop owner's performance, it seems that he knows that the flower fox sable can definitely take it out. And this mink, his complexion didn't change, and he took out so many flat peaches, and only so many were given to them before. Could it be that the flat peaches and golden pills that Dio stole were far more than they thought? Nezha's eyes gradually brightened, and he realized what, if that's the case, you have to think of a way to get some more from this mink. Not only Nezha was shocked, but Kong Xuan and the golden-winged great Peng eagle were as shocked as they were. They couldn't believe what they saw. The extremely precious flat peaches, which I took out dozens of them like rubbish, there are quite a few 9,000 years old in them. This flat peach banquet is used to entertain powerful people like Daluo, and each person only has one. If you know this situation, those big Luo will not be angry. There are also those two gourds. I heard that this sable said it was a pill made by Taoist ancestor, and it must be a fine product. The value of the pill inside is probably higher than those flat peaches. Kong Xuan looked at the flower fox mink again in astonishment. What is the origin of this mink? Ming Wang, it's your improper words. It's not an exaggeration that the shop owner punishes you. Putting away the things given by the flower fox, Yang Xiao looked at Kong Xuan again. Kong Xuan, who was in shock, didn't dare to think so much, and subconsciously took out 3 precious herbs that were useful to the sage. Seeing Kong Xuan's cooperation in this way, Yang Xiao was stunned and smiled with joy. He thought it would take a lot of twists and turns to establish the majesty of his shopkeeper, but he didn't expect Kong Xuan to save face. Ming Wang, I have to say that you have made a correct choice. Go to the bookshelf to pick up the books and read them. There is a price below each. Smiling at Kong Xuan, Yang Xiao pointed to the bookshelf not far away. At this moment, near the bookshelves, the 4 brothers of the Mo family and Sheng Ling were watching with great joy. They seemed to be completely unaware of what happened in the store. It was a fascinating sight. Kong Xuan was stunned. This is really a bookstore, and people who come here really read books. Suddenly, he was a little curious about what is so strange about these books that attracted so many gods. Even his daughter was clamoring about going down the mountain, reluctant to stay in Lingshan alive and well. Haha, what a genius, it's just scum. The frog at the bottom of the well trampled him to death. Let him know that the sky is high and the earth is thick. Kong Xuan, who was just about to pick up the book, was startled when he heard a big laugh next to him. The corners of his mouth twitched, and Kong Xuan said speechlessly, "Can you stop making noise and be quiet?" It was Mo Lihai who was talking just now. He looked up blankly when he heard the voice, then lowered his head to continue reading his book. As long as he is not the owner, he doesn't bother to care about anyone. After a daze, Kong Xuan couldn't laugh or cry. When did his quasi-sage be so faceless, he used him as heir? With the lessons learned from the penalty just now, Kong Xuan didn't care about Mo Lihai this time, and his eyes fell on the bookshelf. At this look, he couldn't help but sucked in a deep breath, and the whole person was shocked beyond repair. This is book selling, this is robbery. He suddenly understood why his daughter was searching for treasures on Lingshan, and there was no family background, and he looked down on books here. 2 or 3 treasures of the same realm at every hour. No one can afford to change it. It's okay if the time is shorter, and if the time is longer, all of them will have to ruin their wealth and become pauper. Owner, I have a doubt. The books you have here are the same. Why do you charge different treasures because of the different strengths of the readers? If I am a quasi-sage, if I read a book, I will get 2 or 3 quasi-sage level treasures in an hour. But other people only need things in the Taiyi realm or the Golden Fairy realm, then am I at a loss? Turning to Yang Xiao, Kong Chuan suddenly asked. Yang Xiao smiled faintly, not surprising Kong Chuan's problem. Just as Kong Chuan said, the difference between the quasi-holy grade and the golden immortal grade is not a little bit different. A quasi-sage level treasure, tens of thousands of golden immortal level treasures, I'm afraid I can't change it. For such a weak question, can you understand what the quasi-sage understands is the same as ours in Golden Wonderland? Before Yang Xiao could speak, the flower fox-mink had already spoken. It was this fool, King Ming, who was punished with so many things and felt very upset. Comprehension. Kong Chuan didn't care about Huahu Sable, noticed what was in his words, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. What comprehension? The book in this shop dares to charge sky-high prices. Naturally, there is a reason. After reading the book in this shop, you have a chance to understand the magical treasures and other things in the book. Hua Fox Mink's treasure of red pants, Neja's demon body and immortal heart physique, and Monkey King's fighting sacrament are all comprehended in the bookstore. By the way, there is also the Hercules body of your daughter Sheng Ling. Looking at Kong Chuan with a faint smile, Yang Xiao explained a few words carelessly. When the words fell, he suddenly saw that Kong Chuan's breathing became short, and his eyes were full of incredible color. The shopkeeper, you said it is true. Sheng Ling's huge force is the Hercules body that has comprehended the bookstore. Kong Chuan looked at Yang Xiao in astonishment. He had seen with his own eyes how terrifying that strange power was. Even if he doesn't use his force, there are very few who can withstand the continuous bombardment of Saint Ling within the same level. If combined with mana, the destructive power is terrifying. Naturally, our shop is honest, and honest without comprehension, book fees are refunded. Yang Xiao nodded surely. It is almost impossible for a situation to exist without comprehension. I didn't understand it. It could only be because the book I was reading was not suitable, so I just changed to another one. Taking a deep breath, Kong Chuan stopped talking nonsense, went to the bookshelf to look for the book, and the same excited golden-winged great Peng eagle followed. It turned out that Neja and Monkey King were able to fight with him and not let down the wind, because they understood the bookstore's stuff, and the golden-winged Dapeng Dio had an expectation in his heart. If he also comprehends something, can he compete with the quasi-sage? After reading them one by one, Kong Chuan's eyes finally fell on a book called Yunai. Although he is the king of Buddhism, Kong Chuan's body is a peacock, and he is very sensitive to the word demon. Pulling the book out, Kong Chuan opened it. The beginning was not a chapter, but a preface like an introduction. All things in the heaven and the earth have spirits, and all beings are equal. There is no distinction between high and low, but there is a difference between the weak and the strong. The weak die and the strong live. A little rabbit, after several twists and turns, he has learned how to practice the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and the moon. Look at how it uses ordinary blood to reach the peak step by step, become a demon and become an ancestor, and open a period of demon against demon life. After reading these few lines quietly, Kong Chuan's eyes flickered. Can ordinary monsters reach the peak? It takes so many hardships and life and death crises to reach this point step by step. With curiosity, Kong Chuan looked at the next page. At this time, the golden-winged Dapeng eagle next to it also found a book called The Wild Ancient World, and read it with relish. Yang Xiao looked at the book selected by the two from a distance, and said nothing. Today there are a lot of people in the bookstore. Forget it, the Emperor Benshin should go out and take the servants of the Emperor. Seeing a bunch of people in the bookstore, Huahu Dairo curled his lips, bid farewell to Yang Xiao, and turned to go outside. Guessing that there are many Neja of Jindan and Pantao on Huafoxian, he hurried to keep up. Now that you come to the bookstore to read books, you just read books, you can come when you have time in the future, you can't make it today. After meeting many people who came to the bookstore, Neja found that they had only one thing to comprehend. It is not so easy to comprehend again. Pinpin, go together. Monkey King greeted by Pinpin and followed this person out. Just now Nija had already quietly told him his guess. Hearing that there might be a lot of flat peaches and golden pills on that mink, of course Monkey King didn't want to miss it. Looking at the figures of several people in the distance, Yang Xiao laughed. It seemed that no matter where he was, the rich was the boss. Without going to the bookstore, Yang Xiao opened the water mirror, and the camera focused on the flower fox. The flower fox mink left the bookstore and headed west. From its point of view, the Jade Emperor over there was high in the sky, and even if something was happening, the Jade Emperor would not notice it for a while. As for talking about Buddhism, it is not his Buddhism, and it is not afraid of them. Hua Fox Dio, brother Dio, wait for us. We have nothing to do anyway, we will take slaves with you. Neja yelled from behind, chasing after Sun Wukong and Bai Pinpin. You have to go with the Emperor Benshin to take in slaves. Huahu Dio stared at Neja and the others, always feeling something was wrong. Neja nodded his head. Yes, actually speaking, we are also brothers. We are all people who have been to the bookstore, so we should help each other. Yes, Hua Fox Mink. Let's get together and everything together, let's say. Where are we going now? The Monkey King next to him hurriedly followed to add. And now following this mink, he can definitely make a big profit. Scratching his head, Huahu Dio said with joy. Little Neja loves to hear these words. Together, we will definitely be able to break out of the world. Haha, that's necessary. The slaves feel that the grade is a bit low and it's useless to ask ordinary mortals. We can go to cultivators. Neja laughed and proposed to Huahu Dio. Bai Pinpin smiled like a flower and said, You can also be the monster race, we can subdue them. No, what is the purpose of accepting slaves or demon slaves? After listening to the two of them, Monkey King asked strangely. Of course it is for them to find us treasures. We will enjoy the days of being a king. Huahu Miao didn't even want to answer, and if there were human slaves, it would be more face-conscious. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao really wanted to laugh. What the asterisk are these guys going to make? It doesn't matter to him anyway. Several people discussed it, and finally decided to find a place to try. Traveling westward all the way, crossing the vast mountains, rivers, a few people ran to Xinyu Heju, the site of Buddhism. When passing a mountain stream, several people were suddenly stopped by a group of people rising to the sky. To be precise, it is a group of children, but they all hold guns and sticks. The leader is a very cute child who is all red and wears a red belly. I opened this mountain and I planted this tree. If you want to live from now on, you will leave it to buy road money. The headed child stared at several people with a grin and spoke nonchalantly. Huahu Miao smiled and jumped out. Where is the kid? Is this the sky? Where are the mountains and trees? I don't care, I said there is. The point is that you have to buy the road with money. The child looked arrogant and unreasonable, and he was holding a sharp gun in his hand. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao's eyes suddenly widened when he saw that the child was dressed somewhat familiar and on the way to the west. This is the toll for blocking the road. Maybe it is the fellow red boy. The flaming gun, the red belly band, almost all matched the number. Looking at the terrain below, it was a mountain stream. This place is probably the withered pine stream Hoyan Cave. Oh, it's pretty straightforward. The Emperor Benshin is about to take in a few slaves. Since someone has brought him to the door, you're welcome. Hua Fox Sable looked at the child in front of him funny, the strength of the golden fairy. It was not considered to have insulted its reputation. Human slave. The child was stunned and recollected what he said, and suddenly became angry. Bold and silly, listen up. Xiaoi is the red boy from Hoyan Cave of Dry Pine Stream, and he is given the nickname of the Holy Child King. Go to the surrounding area to find out. Who doesn't know my reputation and dare to say that I am a slave? Today, I must be stripped of your mink and used as a cushion. Stare at me, don't accept it. Don't think that wearing red pants is great. I still wear a red belly. The fact is just as Yang Xiao guessed. This kid is the red boy on the westbound road. Huahu Mink was scolded for a moment, angrily said, I'm afraid you won't make it, let you see my methods today. Seeing that Huahu Miao was about to start, Monkey King and Neja stopped it. A bunch of kids, we just need to send it, brother Dio rest. In Huahu Dio's dumbfounded eyes, Sun Wukong and Neja rushed towards Red Boy one by one. How could the Red Boy be frightened, and started playing ping-pong with the two? After beating for a while, Neja suddenly vomited blood and flew upside down without warning, and fell to the side of Xiao. What a great kid, it's dying, brother Dio has an elixir. For the sake of our brother and fellow sect, please help me. Hua Fox Sable was stunned. Is Neja so weak, or is this kid too powerful? The stunned flower fox mink didn't think so much. found a gourd from the red pants, poured out a few elixir and gave it to Neja. The surprised Neja hurriedly took it, pretending to eat, but took the opportunity to squeeze into his pocket. I have recovered from my injury, and this child must be taken down this time. With a shout, Neja rushed out. Neja just ran out on this side, but Sun Wukong over there did a good job and flew over. Hua Fox Mink, my grandson was seriously injured, so I will heal a few elixir pills. The flower fox mink, who had still confiscated the gourd, was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously poured out a few to Monkey King. Sun Wukong, who has received the elixir, rejoins the battle group. Beside Bai Pimpin's mouth twitched wildly, so obvious such a clumsy acting, fooling a fool. Silently glared at the two of them. Bai Pimpin covered his chest with his hands, his face instantly turned white, and his whole body trembled. No, my heartache is guilty again. I have to drink some blood, flower fox mink, let me take a couple of mouthfuls. Looking at Hua Fox Mink pitifully, Bai Pimpin begged. I have to say that women's acting skills are good. Hua Fox Mink directly thought it was true. But it was obviously unhappy to let the flower fox bleed blood. It poured out a few elixir. Little Bones, try the elixir, maybe it will work. This nickname was specially given to Bai Pimpin by Hua Fox Mink. It was called Fairy or Pimpin Girl. Hua Fox Mink felt uncomfortable. The corner of his mouth twitched. Bai Pimpin was too lazy to care and took the elixir over. Pretending to be stuffed into his mouth, Bai Pimpin frowned after a while. The effect is there, but the amount is not enough. I feel I need to eat more. Hua Fox Mink didn't talk nonsense and poured it out directly, and Bai Pimpin was only satisfied. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao almost laughed to death. Who are these people? They are a fool. But with this Sable's cleverness, it was okay once, and next time he would understand what happened. It is not so easy to deceive the flat peaches and elixir on it. Sure enough, Neja flew back in the second round. When it was said that it was injured, Hua Fox Mink took the axe and patted it. Neja hurried away from the start. This dead mink reacted very quickly, already understood what was going on. Seeing what happened to Neja, Monkey King naturally did not repeat his tricks, thinking about new tricks. To deal with a kid with the strength of the Golden Immortal, you two Tei can beat up like this. Are you stupid to be the emperor? Yuahudayo looked at Neja and Monkey King with no anger. His face was so dark. He knew that these two guys had no good intentions following him. Little did he know this, but it hurt Red Boy directly. What's wrong with Tei? Tei is great, so Tei can look down on Jinxian. Silly Dio let you know today, Jinxian is not easy to mess with. The angrily Red Boy shouted to the little demon behind him, "Get in the car." While Monkey King and the others stared in a daze, several little demons pushed out several small cars with various things stacked on them. Hong Haer flew to the top, punching his nose with a few punches. Black smoke, carrying flames, emerged from his nose and mouth, and lit the 5 cars in an instant. The raging flames blazed the sky, and the burning car rushed straight to Monkey King and the others at a very fast speed. "Scare, this kid will breathe fire," Monkey King exclaimed, especially after feeling the terrible temperature on the fire. The flames on the 5 small cars connected to each other, connecting a sea of flames, burning fiercely and reddening most of the sky. The Red Boy flew in the middle of the sea of fire and laughed triumphantly. "If you have the ability, don't run. If you don't burn to death, you count me as a loser. This flame, this is the real fire of Samadhi." Neja's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly backed away like a snake or scorpion. If he got involved, he would have to peel off his skin if he didn't die. Samadhi is really hot. Hearing the sound, Monkey King frowned. Back then, at the gossip stove of Leijun Taisheng, he was roasted by the real fire of Samadhi, and he also developed a pair of golden eyes. Speaking of which, he is not afraid of fire, but he is afraid of smoke. Samadhi real fire carried billowing black smoke, which made his eyes uncomfortable. Is this kid so fierce? Looking at the awe-inspiring Red Boy, the eyes of Hua Fox Mink gradually showed excitement. I thought it was just an ordinary Jinxian child, but never thought there would be a big killer like Samadhi real fire. Under these conditions, it is completely fine to be a slave of the flower fox mink. Stupid die. Hong Haer didn't chase after Monkey King and Neja, carrying the billowing flames, and went straight to the flower fox. There was a trace of contempt in his eyes and Hua Fox Mink disdain. "You are so fierce, but you can't burn the Emperor Benchen, kid. Why don't we make a bet? You will attack the Emperor Benchen within a stick of incense. As long as you hit it, you can mention the terms as you like." If you don't hit it, how do you follow the emperor, and then you will be delicious and spicy? The red boy snorted, "Don't be mad, look at my flames." Cursing his lips, the flower fox mink disappeared and ran to the top. "Are you gambled or not? I thought it was a hero. It turned out to be a bear. It seems that I know I don't have that ability." The flower fox mink was deliberately irritated, and Hong Haer could not fight this bad pus-catching mink and agreed with anger. The flames skyrocketed, chasing the flower fox marten. This time, the flower fox sable did not dodge, and a layer of golden mask was put up around her body to block the real fire of samadhi outside. It's just that the mask shattered after a while. Just when Hong Haer thought he was going to hit the flower fox once again disappeared and ran out of the fire. "I am so angry with the king, I will burn it." The anxious red boy blasted his nose with multiple punches. A new samadhi real fire joined, and the surrounding fire suddenly expanded, pushing it around. Sun Wukong and Nezha were so scared that their faces changed wildly, and they hurriedly pulled on by Pinpin and avoided them. "If you can't burn the emperor, you can beat yourself. Maybe you will cry if you lose, ha ha ha." Hua Fox Sable laughed triumphantly, moving back and forth in the sea of fire, using endless spells in the red pants one by one. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao smiled and shook his head. "Isn't Huahu Mink bullying? No matter who it is, there are a few who can do it in the same territory. Even Tei is impossible. Only De Luo and above can take advantage of the cultivation base and force it to clean up. And even if Ronaldo took a little longer, it was as helpless for a short time. The time for a stick of incense, whether long or short, not short. In the end, the red boy's nose was flushed red, but he still didn't touch the flower fox. How about it, you won't be able to burn the Emperor Benshin, and you will be his little follower in the future." When the time came, Huahu Xiao was extremely proud. But Hong Haer didn't admit it and hummed, "Who agreed? Do you have evidence?" "Well, you little boy, dare to speak without believing." The flower fox sable is angry, and the slave who gets it wants to fly away. What dreams do they have? Looking at Hua Fox Mink proudly, the red boy laughed with arms akimbo. "I just want to lose faith, what can you do?" "Yes, you are shameless, Ben Tiandi likes it." Turning his lips, Hua Fox Sable didn't make a move, flipping his hands and pulling out a big and round flat peach from the red pants. Looking at the red boy contemptuously, Huahu Dio mocked. "This is a flat peach. Still 9,000 years old, child, you must have never eaten it. No, it should be that you have never heard of it. You have never seen it before, haha." As he said, the flower fox sable took a bite, and the rich aroma suddenly drifted over the whole dry pine stream. Looking at the flat peach in Huahu Mink's hand, Hong Haer couldn't help swallowing and spitting while smelling the good smell. Hua Fox Mink didn't stop, turned his hand and took out 3 more. "Little Nezha, monkey, small bones, come on, 1 for each person." The Monkey King and the others, who was stunned, flew over, grabbing the belt and picking it up, for fear that he would regret it. "Don't think that you want to deceive the king by making some fragrance, you little mink. Where can you get such a precious thing as flat peach?" Although he had believed it 7 or 8 minutes in his heart, Hong Haer said with his neck. The flower fox mink didn't talk nonsense, and directly took out a 3,000-year-old one and threw it over. Remember, the Emperor Benshin is not a small mink. It is the Emperor of Heaven, Emperor Huatian, and the things that you desire and cannot get, such as the Chinese cabbage. Holding the flat peach in his hand, Red Boy's face was dumbfounded, so he gave one. "Emperor of Heaven, Emperor of Flower. There is such a person in the heavenly court. No, it's mink." The stunned Red Boy was really greedy, and regardless of whether the flat peach was a problem, he took a bite. The rich fragrance and sweetness filled her mouth, and Hong Haer's eyes suddenly showed a strong joy, and she ate it wildly. The little demons behind, greedy drooling, watched eagerly. In the blink of an eye, Hong Haer ate the 3,000-year-old flat peaches in his hand, and turned his gaze to Hua Fox Mink again. "You're 9,000 years old, is it delicious?" "This is not nonsense, of course it is delicious. Do you want one?" There was a smirk flashing deep in the eyes of the flower fox sable, a little furry boy, not convinced that the rule cannot convince you. A tangle flashed across his face, and the red boy gritted his teeth. "Being your attendant, will you give me 9,000 years of flat peaches?" Of course, what is the 9,000-year flat peach? There is also the elixir of the Palace of Tooling here. There are all kinds of elixir. Which one do you want to eat? Hong Haer breathed abruptly, took the flaming gun in his hand, nodded, and said, "Okay, from now on I will be your follower. Give me a 9,000-year flat peach." "The follower must look like a follower. Come here," and slapped the emperor on the shoulder. Seeing Hong Haer's agreement, Hua Fox Sable was overjoyed. Hong Haer was stunned for a moment, but flew over for Pantao, hanging behind Huahu Martin and struck her shoulders. Hua Fox Sable narrowed his eyes comfortably. Is this the enjoyment of the emperor? Tusk, not bad. I don't know if the bull demon king knows. Will this dead mink be hammered to death? Yang Xiao watched this scene speechlessly in the bookstore, really didn't know what to say. However, the red boy ran away with the flower fox sable. What should I do with the difficulty of withered pine stream? When the time comes, the monk Tang and his disciples will come over. If no one stops, wouldn't it be less difficult? 9 is the number of extremes, 9981 is difficult. It has its own mystery, one more difficult and one less difficult. The effect will be greatly affected. This kind of situation is definitely not allowed by Buddhism. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao watched the scene of the dry pine stream in front of the water mirror. In the corner, Kong Chuan and the others were holding books, reading them with gusto, and all their hearts sank inside. Taking a moment to take a look, Yang Xiao saw that everyone had different expressions: anger, excitement, and sadness. Everyone's emotions were attracted by the content of the book and changed with the changes in the plot. It's gone, why is it? It's not over. At this moment, Mo Lihang suddenly yelled, flipping the book vigorously. Yang Xiao is speechless. If it's gone, it's gone. Do you need to read the book like this? Mo Lihang had a loud voice and a bit noisy. The golden-winged Dapeng eagle glanced up, but he ignored it and immersed himself in his book again. You only watched the first part, and there is a second and third part behind. A light explanation. Yang Xiao didn't say much. Mo Lihang was slightly stunned and hurriedly searched the bookshelf but did not see the so-called second and third parts. Anxiously scratching his head, he ran over and said, "Shopkeeper, where are the books? There are no books on the shelf." "There is no on the bookshelf, so there is no," Yang Xiao said calmly. "The shopkeeper, what do you mean by this? I won't be there for a while, I am so anxious." After a moment of stunned, Mo Li blushed in anxious face, with nowhere to rest his hands. His heart was like 100 small claws scratching and scratching. What he was looking at was Dragon Stone, and he was just seeing the wonderful part. At this moment, his mind was full of who killed the dead wood. Unfortunately, when he got here, the book stopped abruptly. "I mean, there are second and third books, but the bookstore hasn't yet. It will take a while." Yang Xiao replied, amused at Mo Lihang's expression. "Isn't it just a book? Needs such a look that will make you die if you don't see it." "What, no bookstore?" His face changed slightly. Mo Lihang became disappointed and anxiously circled Yang Xiao. Silent Yang Xiao stopped Mo Lihang. "Don't turn, the owner of the shop is dizzy. Aren't there other books on the shelf? You can go and read those." "No, I just want to read Dragon Stone now and don't read any books for me." Mo Lihang didn't want to refuse. "You have to look at the problem, there is no bookstore now." Yang Xiao was helpless. This guy was quite persistent. With a bitter face, Mo Lihang pitifully pleaded with Yang Xiao again. "My good shopkeeper, since there is a follow-up, you can put it out earlier, sooner or later. It's not all the same." He was obviously a rough guy, but he made such a coquettish little girl's posture. Yang Xiao saw his scalp numb. "If I can show it, of course I can show it right away. Don't bother me. Either continue reading or go out." Yang Xiao, with a black face, didn't want to see Mo Lihang begging him again. He didn't have a good air. His face was slightly stiff, and Mo Li Red gritted his teeth. "If you don't have it, there will be no, I'll look at it again." "I..." Yang Xiao doesn't know what to say. "Yes, you can read it if you like. Anyway, the bookstore charges by the hour, and you also have to charge for rereading." Turning his gaze back into the water mirror, at this moment, Hong Haer had already flown into his cave with Hua Fox Mink and others. Seeing the red boy who greeted people with tea and pouring water, running around in front of Hua Fox Mink, Yang Xiao couldn't laugh or cry. "Red boy, do you know where there are so many treasures nearby?" With Erlang's legs upright, sitting on a chair like a human, Hua Fox Wen asked the red boy standing beside him. After a while, red boy scratched his head and said, "Where is there such a place? If there is any, I would grab it early." "I really can't tell. You are not a big person, but you have ideas. The Emperor Ben likes it." Huahu Mink froze for a moment and looked at red boy with satisfaction. Speechless, Hong Haer argued unconvincedly. "I'm more than 300 years old. I'm already very big, okay?" "Small, that's too small. The Emperor of Heaven has lived for tens of thousands of years." Hua Fox Dio smiled and shook his head, and then he muttered, "Since there are no treasures nearby, then we have to leave here. If there are no treasures, we will occupy a mountain and be a king. It makes sense. Red Boy said that he didn't know how to refute it. Yes, there are no treasures, so what is it doing? It's just that this is not what he wants to come here, but the Bull Demon King sent him to guard it. The king, it's not that there are no treasures, but the boss doesn't let us provoke, saying that he can't. At this moment, a little demon below suddenly spoke. This little demon is one of the many little demons. The strength is still strong, similar to this. There are 5, collectively called the 6 Masters. They are all of Hong Haer's capable men, assisting Hong Haer to sit on the mountain numbered drill head. This mountain has a radius of 600 li and is one of the territories of the Bull Demon King. The withered pine stream and the fire cloud cave are just a part of the mountain. Quickly, if it is true, the emperor will have a reward. Hearing this, Xiao's eyes lit up and looked at the little demon. Seeing that Hong Haer had no objection, the little demon gritted his teeth and spoke. The little one dare not hide it. 50 miles north of Drill Head Mountain, there is a Buddhist temple called Dakang Temple with many treasures. It's just that the old king said that the Dakang Temple belongs to the Lingshan Dalian Temple. If they move them, the big Buddhas and Bodhisattvas will jump out and not let us mess with them. Hearing that there really is such a place, the eyes of Flower Fox Mink suddenly lit up, and the words behind the little demon directly ignored. There is nothing to provoke. It only knows that it has a treasure, it can read a book, and it will be able to comprehend stronger magical powers to become more powerful in the future. This is enough. And the big yellow dog in the book is not on the verge of dying frantically testing. How can the Flower Fox Mink who use it as an idol be persuaded? The information is good. As a reward, tell other people that the emperor does not lack treasures. As long as you provide information, there are many benefits. He took out a 3,000-year-old flat peach from the red pants and threw it over. I picked so many in the flat peach garden. The most important thing is the flat peach. The little demon who received Pan Tao couldn't help himself with joy, with a deep ecstasy in his eyes. This is Pan Tao. I have only heard of it before and after, but I have never seen it. This just provided a piece of news and got a flat peach, almost like a dream. You can see it. Following the emperor, there are many benefits. If the rest of you have it, you can also bring it up. If you don't have one, go and investigate. Very satisfied with the little demon's performance, Xiao was secretly proud. This feeling was much more comfortable than in the heaven. Hearing this, the little demon immediately stepped forward and began to report, even directly skipping the original king, Red Boy. Report to the emperor, Bailey to the west. There is a Haishui River, and there is a dragon palace in the river. Of such important news, Hua Fox Sable was of course not stingy. With a wave of his hand, Pan Tao passed. The other little monsters are too greedy. The emperor is so generous, really give it. Is there any information? Don't you want flat peach? Hua Fox Sable swept other little monsters, just like a monster emperor. In the bookstore, Yang Xiao couldn't laugh, but it wasn't impossible. The integration of all the monster races was also a huge combat force. However, it is unlikely that it will be realized by Xiao Mink alone. The key is to look at this quasi-sage demon in the bookstore. The rise of the monster race, the journey to the west should be chaotic, right? Yang Xiao touched his chin and thought, now that the Buddha and Taoism are both powerful, how can they allow other forces to appear to affect their status? Once they find that the Ieyasu has a unified posture, they will definitely intervene. No, it's still very difficult. Although Kong Chuan is great, it's just as the saying goes that heroes can't hold on to the crowds. Together, there are more than a dozen quasi-sages. After thinking for a moment, Yang Xiao shook his head and gave a wry smile. Kong Chuan is very good, but it is not realistic to say that he hit a dozen of them alone. If you want to let the Ieyasu disrupt the journey to the west, it is as difficult as climbing. Since the outside is not good, you can only start from the inside and draw in all the possible help. It's just that Yang Xiao didn't know much about those quasi-sages. In their identities, Monkey King and others, apart from the Jade Emperor, they are almost inaccessible. After thinking wildly for a while, Yang Xiao didn't think about it anymore. Things were more difficult than he thought. However, the power of the monster race that is too big is not easy to appear, but it can appear in small groups. At that time, they can also gather together, and the spark will become a prairie fire, which is not impossible. The key now is that the strong side needs time to accumulate. The living flat peaches were in front of them, and no one could be unmoved. The little demons rushed out one by one. Report to the emperor, 150 miles east, there is a black chicken country. The Emperor 30 miles northwest, there is a porcupine demon. 80 li to the southeast, there is a Taoist temple. The demon babbled and gave a lot of news to the flower fox, and several flower foxes thought it was pretty good. According to the different news, the flower fox sable gave a few flat peaches to share among the demons. Hey, monkey, little Neja, which one should you start with? After no one reported any more, Huahu Dio asked Neja and Monkey King excitedly. Neja said helplessly, Hua Fox Mink, what are we here for? Aren't we collecting people? How come we are planning to start a robbery? Originally, Neja wanted to talk about human slavery, so he changed his words temporarily for fear that the red boy would blow up his hair. This is in the cave. Once the red boy sets on fire and cannot run out immediately, they may suffer. Does it affect? It doesn't affect it. You can do it together. Dia Sheng without treasures will be in darkness. Huahu Dio retorted with all his might, especially the latter sentence, which made Neja full of black lines. Frowning, Neja didn't agree and hesitated. Except for those monsters, Buddhism and Dragon Palace, and even Wuji country, we can't move. If you let the Jade Emperor know, we will wait for the heavenly soldiers and generals to go down to encircle and suppress. Huahu Dio curled his lips and said with a grin, on this question, the Emperor Benshin has thought about it a long time ago, and the Emperor Benshin is not stupid. How can he expose his identity to do it, and he must conceal his identity if he wants to go? In Neja's stunned eyes, the body of the flower fox Martin gradually transformed into an asterisk dog. Silly Dio, aren't you afraid that Yang Giant will go to the sky with the snarling dog to chase you down? Monkey King is full of black lines, and the black dog turned into by the flower fox is Yang Giant's snarling dog. How could they know that I changed it? Hua Fox Sable asked back. Look at your pants. Neja covered his face, and even if it changed, he changed the pants. After a moment of stunned, Flower Fox Mink felt reasonable, but soon it discovered that the red pants could not be changed. After trying for a long time, Hua Fox Sable said with an annoyed face, no matter what, when the time comes, the Emperor Benshin will say that the red pants of the Emperor Benshin have been stolen by the Guanyin Mount Jinmaoyan. Monkey King and Neja got stuck, staring at each other, not knowing what to say. This mink is too shameless. He thought of a way to deal with it casually and threw the pot on others. But speaking, this will offend Guanyin. One person and one monkey with a headache are too lazy to think about it. No matter what, let this mink deal with it. Not only the flower fox Sable, the two of them also wanted to get more treasures and read books in the bookstore. It was really expensive, and the owner was so black-hearted. If they were fined like a flower fox, they would cry to death. Even if it is expensive, the book fees of major bookstores will increase as their strength increases. Don't look at the treasures of the Tei realm now. When they reach De Luo, the book fee will have to be a treasure of De Luo level. Wanting to see that possibility, Monkey King and Neja have the urge to get more treasures. God, take me, I can light the fire. Hearing Huahu Mink and the others discussing such a hot matter, Hong Haer's eyes suddenly showed excitement. Hong Haer's temperament is also a naughty, tossing, and troublemaker. How can we not participate in such good things? Another reason was that he was thinking of Hua Fox Mink's flat peaches and elixir, and wanted to get some more to eat. We are not going to kill people. What are we doing with fire? Flower Fox Sable stared at Red Boy and set fire at every turn. Is it fun to set fire? But fighting is useful. This kid is not bad, especially the real fire of the Samadhi, which burned so badly. It's okay if you don't set it on fire. I'm responsible for leading people away so that you can grab them. As soon as Hong Haer's eyes rolled, he had an idea again. In the bookstore, Yang Zio had a headache, and a mixed world combination was about to appear. These guys had to make trouble in the three realms. He didn't expect to sympathize with the targets targeted by a few people. It's unlucky. It's just that these few guys are making trouble. Shouldn't they go to the mortal country to make trouble? Ordinary people like the Black Chicken Country, how can they withstand their toss? But when you think about it, it seems unlikely that the flowers and fox sables are all first-class gods, and mortal things are not worth much. When he arrived at the bookstore, he gave him all the things in the Wuji country, which is probably not worth a golden fairy treasure. What's more, the Jade Emperor had warned before he went down to the world that it was unlikely that the Xiao and the others would make trouble. At most, they would go to play. Wuji country is normal, but their emperor is not normal. Yang Zio's eyes flashed slightly. Wuji country, also a difficulty on the westbound road, including the Haishui River to the west. Now Tang Sanzang and the others have not reached the Lotus Cave, which is the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. After this difficulty, it is the Wuji country. Forget it, just let them toss. The big deal will come when the red pants that control the flower fox will intervene. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Xiao didn't think much about it, and then talked about the time. At this moment, Mo Liking, who read the book, raised his head, opened and closed the book several times anxiously, and then went to the shelf to search for it. Looking at this posture, Yang Xiao already understood that Mo Liking had finished reading the Tomb of the Fairy Buddha in his hand. What made him depressed was that first Mo Liheng, and now Mo Liking, these two guys didn't realize anything. Looking at the book with few pages left in Mo Lihai and Mo Lishu's hands, Yang Xiao had a headache. These two guys, shouldn't they understand it? Is the qualifications too bad or something? Yang Xiao was depressed, thinking about books related to the four heavenly kings in his mind, but he had no impression. This kind of situation that Yang Xiao couldn't comprehend at once had happened before. This is the case for Neja. After seeing the dragon stone, he didn't realize anything. Later, after watching the fairy demon tailored specifically for him, he realized the magical power of the demon body and the heart. It's just that Neja, Yang Xiao knew that there were such books, the four heavenly kings. He thought for a long time and didn't think of any books related to them. During system search, system synchronization and book synthesis is completed, is it synchronized to the bookshelf. For no reason, the voice of the system in his mind sounded. Yang Xiao looked dazed. Search, the system also has this function. Where did he search? Doubts turned to doubts. Yang Xiao still chose to synchronize. Silently, a book called Legend of Heavenly Kings appeared on the shelf. Frowning for a while, but in the impression that there is no such book, Yang Xiao went to take the book down. Turning it over, lines of small words appeared before me. They are kings and legends. The four places where they appear are bloody. There is a rumor between the heaven and the earth. When the heavenly king sings, the heaven and the earth are crazy and all beings are sinking. Nothing can be spared. It is said that every day and the earth comes to an end. When the calamity comes, the king of heaven will appear in the world. Looking at the introduction on the homepage, Yang Xiao's face was so dark. What kind of book is this? The first chapter opened. It was written that a young man named Liu Hua was bullied by a group of gangsters in an alien continent called Jiayuan. What I owe to me today, one day, I will let him repay it 100 times, or that sentence, my Liu Hua's dream is to become a king of heaven. No one wants me to change my dream. Standing in the wind and rain, Liu Hua, who was all over his body, let out a roar to the sky. After a few glances, Yang Xiao closed the book speechlessly. He was sure that the book was made up by the system. The four heavenly kings in the book, not surprisingly, should be the four he knew in his previous life: Liu Hua, Zhang Xuan, Gu Cheng, and Li Rai. It's not bad for these four rough guys to sing in the three realms. When fighting, others cast spells and the four of them are singing. It's really interesting to think about it. Thinking about it in his mind, Yang Xiao's eyes gradually showed a happy smile. By the bookshelf, Mo Lishu, who had finished reading the book, came over. The shopkeeper, the owner, what's the matter? This big world is obviously not finished yet. How can it be gone? Mo Lishu looked eagerly at the book in his hand. The speechless Yang Xiao seized the great thousand world and threw the legend of the heavenly king into the hands of Mo Lishu. Do you want to comprehend it? If you want to comprehend, look at this. After a moment of stunned, Mo Lishu suddenly remembered the purpose of the bookstore and took the book and asked Yang Xiao pleasantly, "Is this instinct comprehensible?" "No accident, there should be no problem, you will know after reading it." Yang Xiao didn't dare to be too sure, but expected that the problem should not be big. Since the system was specially synthesized, it was specially prepared for the four Mojia brothers. Like the previous Neja, you can understand it directly after reading it. Surprised, Mo Lishu hurriedly ran to the shelf with the book, looking through it with relish. Yang Xiao, who was doing nothing, turned his eyes back to the water mirror. After receiving the information, Huahu Miao and others discussed it, and decided to start with the porcupine demon. At this moment, everyone has flown out of the dry pine stream, all the way to the northwest. Apart from the Hua fox mink and the others, there was only Red Boy. Those little monsters were not very strong, and they were just a burden. After flying for a while, a few people arrived at the destination, and everything around was exactly the same as the little demon said. This kind of opponent is not strong, we can directly grab it. Flower Fox Martin waved his hand and flew out proudly. Its little attendant, Hong Hayer, was very perceptive, and ran to the front to open the way. After falling into the mountain after a short while, everyone found the cave with a few large characters, Qianlong Cave. What kind of pig demon? The name of the cave mansion is domineering. Hua Fox Dio muttered and asked Red Boy to pat the door. In fact, there is no need for them to call. The little demon guarding the door had seen them long ago, and the porcupine demon inside had already rushed out in armor. Who came to my Qianlong Cave, but came to find trouble? With a loud roar, a man with a pig's head appeared in front of several people. Looking at the black-faced fangs in front of him, the porcupine demon with steel thorns on both sides of his cheeks, Monkey King muttered, "It's much uglier than the idiot Beiji." "Huh, where's the monkey? What are you talking about?" in a low voice. The porcupine demon looked fiercely. His eyes were not good. "I said you are ugly. What's wrong? Don't accept it." Looking at the porcupine monster, Monkey King was not afraid at all. The porcupine demon in front of him had only the strength of Jinxian. He hadn't looked at it yet. The porcupine was furious. His eyes suddenly fell on the Red Boy next to him, and he asked in surprise, "You kid, but the king of the holy infant of fire, Cloud Cave." "Huh, recognize me?" Hong Haer frowned. He didn't know this porcupine demon. Listening to Hong Haer's tone, the porcupine demon already understood that this one was undoubtedly Hong Haer. It's just that this person is not in his Hoyun Cave. What is he doing in his Qianlong Cave? "Holy Baby King, what are you doing here? I am the Porcupine King under the command of the Black Mountain Demon King. I am guarding here. This is not your father's place." Looking at Red Boy, the Porcupine Demon looked wary. He is good at strength, otherwise he would not be sent to guard here, but that also depends on who he is against. Facing the Red Boy, he asked himself that he didn't have the ability to block the real fire of Samadhi, and he had to run away. Under the command of the Black Mountain Demon King, Hong Haer was stunned. As the son of the Bull Demon King, he certainly knew who the Black Mountain Demon King was. This is a great Demon King who is not inferior to his father Niu Demon King and controls many territories. Usually, the well water of both sides does not violate the river water. He had heard from his men that there was a porcupine demon here. He didn't think much about it, but he didn't expect it to be the Demon King of Black Mountain. Whether he cares about the Black Mountains and White Mountains, whether there are any treasures, hand them over to the Emperor Benshin. Seeing the porcupine demon and the Red Boy emoji, Hua Fox Sable spoke dissatisfied. The porcupine demon was stunned for a moment. His gaze shifted to Hua Fox Sable. He had noticed the flower fox mink long ago, the bright red pants. It was really hard not to let people notice. The Emperor of Heaven, but a little golden immortal who also pretended to be the Emperor of Heaven, is not afraid that the wind will flash his tongue. Looking contemptuously at Flower Fox, the porcupine demon's eyes were full of disdain. With the violent temper of the Flower Fox Martin, how can he bear it? He drew out the big axe and prepared to do it. "A little pig, no need Brother Dio to do it. We can do it for you." Without waiting for Huahu Dio to make a move, Monkey King and Nija rushed to say. After a moment of stunned, Huahu Dio said vigilantly, "Don't you want to coax the Emperor's flat peach? The Emperor is not fooled." There is nothing. We just want to help Brother Dio take action, and now we are tied to the same boat. We should help each other. As Dio Brother Tiandi, it would be shameless to take action easily." His face stiffened slightly. Neja concealed himself with a smile and started talking nonsense seriously. I have to say that Neja is right. Huahu Sayo touched his chin thoughtfully and felt quite reasonable. Yes, it is the Emperor of Heaven, so he can shoot it casually. Isn't it a loss of status? The score must be set up.